Negro comrades of the Crown. African Americans and the British Empire fight the U.S. Before emancipation. Gerald Horne. Introduction, Negroes British in their hearts. It was midsummer 1816 and Africans in Florida won tensing for an epical battle near the Apalachicola River, were well armed. Among the hundreds gathered at what was called the Negro Fort were former slaves who had been trained by the British, a nation which only recently had fought a brutal war with the United States. The warriors also included escaped slaves from this young republic, along with a grouping of indigenes who too had unresolved grievances with Washington. Thanks to London, they had the ability to inflict severe pain on approaching U.S. troops. Their weaponry included 4 24-pound cannons, 4 6-pound cannons, 1 field piece, and 1 3½ inch brass howitzer, not to mention 2,500 muskets, 500 carbines, 500 swords, 300 quarter casks of rifle powder, and 162 barrels of cannon powder. Their encampment was one of the most heavily fortified along a river route in the southern reaches of North America. They also had flags flying over their battlement, the Union Jack and a red flag, which signaled no surrender. They did not surrender and they were overwhelmed, though some departed hastily and lived to fight another day. 3. These Negroes were part of what was probably the most profoundly militant and sustained resistance of the enslaved since Europeans had invaded the continent hundreds of years earlier. More than this resistance marked a repetitive strategy deployed by London against its former colony, deploy the Republic's Africans to assault their homeland. Just before war erupted in mid-1812, Sir Alexander Cochrane noted confidently that Virginia's Negroes were British in their hearts and might be made great use of if war should be prosecuted with vigor. 5. Taking advantage of the war commencing in 1812, the enslaved had fled en masse. When Washington itself was torched by the Redcoats in August 1814, one stricken Euro-American reported angrily that the Negroes had risen and committed murders and outrages on whites in neighboring Virginia. He demanded the dispatching of militia to suppress this uprising, but these forces were already stretched to the point of snapping. According to the state's governor, slave owners were nervous, since even before this conflict had erupted, they associated correctly, as it turned out, the British invasion with a probable insurrection of their slaves who take a deep interest in a rupture between England and this country. 7. On the verge of the burning of the nation's capital, the U.S. authorities' unease had reached fever pitch. Our Negroes are flocking to the enemy from all quarters, it was said in August 1814, which the Redcoats then converted into troops, vindictive and rapacious. An even greater fear was that the example of the formerly enslaved, now armed, must have a strong effect upon those blacks which have not as yet been able to escape. This ruffian system of warfare, it was said, will light up one universal conflagration throughout these counties. 8. The gloom in Washington was mirrored by the glee among the British. As his compatriots approached Washington, Vice Admiral Alexander Cochrane of the Royal Navy observed of the formerly enslaved that as a result of their hatred to the citizens I have already a small corps in arms, which would now rapidly increase. The blacks are all good horsemen, he noted, and thousands will join upon their masters' horses. They were as good as Cossacks as any in the Russian army, he averred, and I believe more terrifying to the Americans than any troops that could be brought forward. 9. His comrade, Rear Admiral George Cockburn, responded that undisguised alarm at London's intentions respecting the blacks was descending upon the enemy, since they expect the Negroes will have no mercy on them and they know that he understands bushfighting. 10. As it turned out, the hardy men of the U.S. rallied and in New Orleans in 1815 rebuffed their mortal foes with the timely aid of men of color in arms, who bested the Redcoats, about 10% of whom were of African descent. 11. But this was not the last time that the Crown had used or acquiesced in the potent example of Negroes with deadly weapons. It was thought that the most determined fighters against the U.S. were those who had a reasonable fear of enslavement. 12. Indeed, for much of the antebellum era, London deployed U.S. Negroes in its frequent confrontations with Washington. Early in the century, for example, the Crown placed armed Negro troops along the Canadian border with the Republic, assuming that they would be fierce fighters in case of an invasion from the south, since in case of defeat, they could simply be re-enslaved. 13 In 1819, Canada established an African-Canadian military colony north of Lake Simcoe. The settlers were Battlelist veterans of the War of 1812 and their homes formed the first line of defense against the expansionism of the U.S. 14 A central reason why Canada remains an independent nation and was not annexed by the U.S. was the vigilance of the Negro soldier. Moreover, the flight of Negroes to Canada built the empire at U.S. expense. 15. The enemy of my enemy is my friend has long been commonplace in diplomacy, and this was no less true of Thornton Blackburn, an escaped slave from Kentucky who found himself in Detroit in 1833.16. He had been detained and his master was hastening to retrieve him, when a sizable crowd of angry Negroes surrounded the jail armed with sticks, knives, pistols, swords, and the like, with the aim of derailing his re-enslavement. A loaded pistol was placed directly at the breast of his jailer, then a tossed stone struck the sheriff in the face. As a heavy club struck his cranium, Blackburn was rescued amidst threats of placing the city to the torch and fled immediately across the river to Canada. In a legal opinion that outraged the U.S., since it treated chattel as a person, Canada allowed Blackburn to reside in freedom. 17. A few years after Blackburn's rescue, this pattern of Negro aggression was repeated. This time the site was Florida, now under the U.S. flag, but as at the Negro Fort, again Negroes and indigenes were on the warpath and the Dade Massacre was executed in one of the most stunning defeats ever absorbed by the new nation. 1840 or 50 Negroes on horseback, it was reported breathlessly, galloped up and alighted, tied their beasts and commenced with horrid shouts and yells the butchery of the wounded, together with an indiscriminate plunder, splitting open the heads of all who showed the least signs of life, with their axes and knives. 19. The Dade Massacre left a deep imprint on the consciousness of Euro-Americans in a manner that rivaled what befell George Custer a few decades later. For it was in 1857 in Oregon that the influential George H. Williams argued passionately against the prospect of allowing Negro slavery in his new homeland. Why? Eastward dwell numerous Indian tribes, he warned, to whose welcome embrace a slave might fly and be safe, and few had forgotten that Major Dade's command of 112, except 4, was slaughtered in the Florida War, with the Negroes outstripping the Indians in ferocity and brutal treatment of the dead 20. A few years after the Florida slaughter, Washington again had reason to be outraged, as the now familiar duo of the Negro and the British Empire struck again. On November 7, 1841 at 9 p.m. as a vessel, the Creole, filled with 135 slaves, made its way from Virginia to New Orleans. Suddenly in the waters surrounding the Bahamas the Negroes mutinied. One Euro-American was killed with a bowie knife by a Negro, while another, formerly, enslaved man pressed a musket to the breast of a, former, guard. They commandeered the ship and maneuvered it into port in the Bahamas, where they were greeted warmly by a contingent of the fearsomely armed West Indian regiments, men of African descent. Despite the protestations of Washington, the accused were freed, with a number decamping to Jamaica. 21 This was not the first time that the enslaved from the U.S. had been freed after arriving on British soil. 22. Incidents like the Creole Mutiny 23 and the Dade Massacre led proponents of slavery to view abolitionism as a British plot. The prominent Henry Wise of Virginia was not alone in seeing even men like John Quincy Adams as part of a dastardly British abolitionist scheme, designed not only to free the slaves but to reverse the events of 1776 by establishing a monarchy while converting Euro-Americans into de facto slaves. 24 Abolitionists, he said, were recipients of British Gold 25. Meanwhile, London did little to assuage these fears, nor did it help matters with its almost casual indifference toward their erstwhile transoceanic cousins. In 1844, writing from the Isle of Wight, Thaddeus de Lusignan made a startling proposal to London. He had lived among the Comanches of the Southwest and appealed on their behalf for a war of extermination against the settlers and sought to establish a base in Canada. 26 Rather than rejecting this proposal unequivocally, the Earl of Aberdeen hemmed and hawed and waffled. 27. In similar vein, when John Brown's raid occurred in 1859, helping to trigger civil war, some in the slave South thought the ultimate culprit was London. The first suggestion of the Harper's Ferry attack, said a pro-slavery advocate, was made to Brown by British abolitionists in Chatham, Canada as part of a plot to reclaim the U.S.28. After all, one of Brown's key Confederates, Richard Reef, was born in Sussex, England, in 1834-29, and the Canadian, Alexander Milton Ross, was a close comrade of Brown's. 30 A man who was said to have influenced Brown militarily, Hugh Forbes, was British. 31 It was in 1857 that John Brown announced formally his association with this distinguished officer. 32 Osborne Anderson, a Negro who fought alongside Brown at Harper's Ferry, recalled the time when Brown traveled north to Chatham, Canada, in April 1858. Anderson, who had Canadian roots himself, vividly detailed the critical meeting there on May 8, 1858 at 10 a.m. that marked a gigantic step forward to armed confrontation with enslavement. He recollected their preparation by studying the writings of Forbes. 33 A man who had developed a plan for the armed liberation of the U.S. enslaved. 34 Unsurprisingly, after Brown's raid was subdued, a number of his New England comrades fled to Canada. 35 When the British journalist, James Redpath, ventured to the U.S. South on the eve of the Civil War to do something rarely done by reporters of that era, actually talking to the enslaved, he discovered unsurprisingly that an Englishman is treated with far more and sincerer respect by the slaves than any American. He then stressed, "I have seen the eyes of the bondsmen in the Carolinas sparkle as they talked of the probabilities of a war with the old British, agreeing that a war with England now, would, in all probability, extinguish Southern slavery forever." 36 A. T. Jones, residing in freedom in Canada in 1863, and born a slave in Kentucky in 1814, concurred, arguing that ever since my first recollection, the only source that colored people looked to for deliverance was the British government. They prayed that there might come some war, or something between the two countries, by which the British government would destroy slavery. That was the talk among the slaves. 37. This is a book about slave resistance in the U.S., and Negro resistance more broadly, particularly the armed variety in the broader context of the often tortured diplomatic relationship between the U.S. and the British Empire. 38 In one of the more prominent books on slave revolts, Eugene Genovese argued persuasively that repeatedly the French incited the slaves of the British, who incited the slaves of the Spanish, who incited the slaves of the French. Yet, he also argued that the U.S., perhaps the most significant slave-owning society and most vulnerable to diplomatic manipulation on this ticklish matter, was somehow exempt from this cycle. He slaves of the Old South, he said, experienced little or no exterior power except that of their masters. 39. In the pages that follow, I disagree with Genovese's assertion and argue that the alliance between London and Africans within the Republic was probably the single most important threat to U.S. national security. 40 I assert further that abolition within the Empire was a diplomatic imperative. It allowed London to gain an advantage on a rising rival and former colony by staking out a more progressive position on abolition. This also undermined Caribbean planters who seemed to have dreams of a 1776-style revolt of their own, or worse from London's viewpoint, aligning more closely with the slaveholders' republic. A major stumbling block to the consolidation of the U.S. was the close relationship between its Negro population and the nation that had sought to foil the 1776 rebellion, squash this nation in 1812, and came achingly close to warring with it repeatedly before 1865.41. Tellingly, the deepening of abolitionism in London has been viewed in reaction to the loss of the North American colonies. 42 Interestingly, it was in the critical year of 1787 that London saw the founding of the Society for Effecting the Abolition of Slave Trade. A scant year later, some two-thirds of Manchester's eligible males signed anti-slave trade petitions, as did at least 60,000 other Britons. By 1792, when the House of Commons passed a gradual slave trade abolition law that was blocked by the House of Lords, the number had reached 400,000. By 1833, as emancipation dawned, the number of petitioners had risen to 1.3 million, about 30% of whom were women. Generally, the ratio of signatures for immediate emancipation, compared to opponents, was 250 to 1.43. The founding of the Republic, it has also been suggested, was a partial reaction to the rise of abolitionism in London, with slaveholders leading a fast break away from the empire in fear of having their property expropriated. The eminent Canadian historian, François Furstenberg, in reviewing yet another book casting aspersions on the racial perfidy of Thomas Jefferson, pondered querulously, could it be that the American Revolution was not, in its deepest sense, a quest for freedom? 44 Theirs was a revolution, answers Simon Schama, first and foremost mobilized to protect slavery. 45 More to the point of this book, Alan Taylor, the eminent historian of the early republic, too has urged a more complicated, less hagiographic view of the founding fathers and what they wrought, since the revolution denied citizenship to free blacks while entrenching and expanding Southern slavery, as white supremacy became more virulent and more ratified by law after 1800 than before 46. Nor can it be said easily that enslaved Africans were betraying a nation, one that had betrayed them long since. The remarkable Congressman Joshua Giddings of Ohio summed things up nicely in 1848 when he said, "I think it doubtful whether slaves can commit treason, as they owe no allegiances to our government." 47. Washington would have been justified in thinking that in Negroes it had an enemy within the gates, traitors of a special type. An ocean of miscomprehension separated London and Washington, evidenced in cases like that of the Creole, where the former insisted on viewing Negroes as unjustly detained passengers on a ship and the latter inflexibly saw them as legalized property. There was a war of competing gestalts between the two powers. In May 1860 a British operative in Cleveland was engaged in a familiar operation seeking to entice Negroes to migrate to British soil, and mentioned in passing that in Washington the viewpoint was that once a slave, always a slave, while in London the notion was once a subject, always a subject. 48 Between these two radically differing poles, there was little room for reconciliation when it came to Africans. Abolitionism took hold more readily and deeply in the British Empire than in the U.S. In 1793 Canada announced that any slave who arrived there became free, while in that same year the U.S. Congress enacted that nation's first fugitive slave law. In Canada Negroes were recognized as subjects, equal with whites, while in the U.S. full citizenship did not emerge in a fundamental fashion until after 1865. Integrated juries were not barred in Canada as they were in a good deal of the U.S. Negroes could serve in militias in Canada, which was largely untrue in the U.S. 49 Thomas Likers, who was born in Maryland, proudly declared in his new home of Canada in 1863 that if a man spits upon us or insults, we knock him down and the law will treat us fairly. We can't do that in the States. 50. Indeed, the most significant abolitionist of his era, Frederick Douglass, had reason to love England and even considered becoming a subject of the Crown. 51 When Douglass spoke in Birmingham in 1846, when, as was typical of the era, the Empire and the US seemed on the verge of war, he assured his British audience that in the event of a British army landing in the States and offering liberty to the slaves, they would rally round the British at the first tap of the drum. 52 Adding heft to his claim, Douglass argued sardonically that the dogs in Britain treated him better than the whites in the U.S. The U.S., he declaimed, was the great lie before the world, adding querulously, "I have no country. What country have I?" He emphasized where his true sympathies rested by declaring, "I would rather be in London than Washington." 53 U.S. threats toward the empire were empty, said Douglass during this era, for if the former attacked, simultaneously 3 millions of slaves in their bosom, were only looking for the first favorable opportunity of lifting their arms in open rebellion. 54 Speaking as he so often did in celebration of Britain's emancipation of the enslaved, Douglass in 1857 referred to the West Indies as the true city set upon a hill, and hailed the abolition movement in America, which like many other institutions of this country, was largely derived from England. 55. Anglophilia, says one scholar, characterized antebellum Negroes This extravagant fixation on aspects of British culture was far removed from and far surpassing the political imperatives of abolition itself. Horace Greeley was struck by how Negroes glorified Britain. 56 When the abused former slave, Harriet Jacobs, arrived in Britain, she exemplified Greeley's perception. 57 Exceeding them all, when Josiah Henson, born in Maryland in 1789, arrived in Canada in 1830, his effusiveness must have alarmed onlookers. I threw myself on the ground, he exulted, rolled in the sand, seized handfuls of it and kissed them and danced around till, in the eyes of several who were present, I passed for a madman. He proceeded to demonstrate his near hysterical affection when he enlisted shortly after arriving as a captain in the militia and fought valiantly those who he thought were fighting for the kind of republicanism that he had just left behind. 58. What endeared U.S. Negroes to London was the energy with which the Crown protected its African subjects from harassment by the Republic while African Americans were hounded by that same Republic. London moved energetically to rescue their Negro subjects who often were kidnapped, then enslaved in the slave South, when U.S. ships sailed into ports in the West Indies. 59 Yet this vigor in aiding subjects of the Crown is understandable, particularly since their repatriation meant one fewer slave laborer to be deployed by their rising foe. It is also notable how London came to the assistance of the enslaved, irrespective of nationality. In 1858, their embassy in Constantinople provided refuge for an escaped Abyssinian slave. 60 Soon thereafter, the Crown's consul in Boston was faced with an analogous situation that was complicated by the passage of the updated and more draconian fugitive slave law. Stephen Beckley had been kidnapped from Sierra Leone, taken as a slave to French Guiana, where he was beaten and maltreated, then smuggled himself onto a U.S.-bound ship and landed in Salem. Considering the difficulty all parties might be placed in if the cry of fugitive slave were raised, and since the sailor's home refuses to receive colored people, graciously the consul decided to take this abused man into my own house. 61. A few years later, due south in Manhattan, the infamously negrophobic draft riot erupted. 62 Sparked by the Civil War and the perception that Negroes were somehow benefiting from white sacrifice. British ships with Negro crews happened to be in harbor as the conflagration was spreading and there was real fear that they would be attacked. In response, a battleship was requested and a deal was struck with French ships nearby to shelter these seafarers in safety. 63 Meanwhile, local Negroes were strung from lampposts and incinerated. Further south in Hispaniola, U.S. Negroes had been living in the eastern part of this island, which was in the process of divesting itself from rule by Haiti, the nation these migrants had sought to build, and possibly Spain. Turmoil was the inevitable result and they sought refuge at the U.S. legation to no avail. In fact, it was said with dismay, they were refused and driven out of the office. Thus, they did what so many Negroes did when they found themselves in distress abroad, that is, they knocked on the door of a building bearing the Union Jack. The consul readily gave them certificates which enabled them to obtain their passports. 64. The growing militancy of Negroes was buoyed by the realization that they had supporters within the empire. In mid-1853 Negroes convened in Canada. Many of them had once been enslaved in the U.S. and they expressed their heartfelt thanks to London for safe asylum, and went further by heartily recommending to our able-bodied men to learn military tactics in order to confront Washington, if need be. Further, they declared that colored Americans in the U.S. owe that government no allegiance but interminable hatred, which left them with but two alternatives, revolution or emigration. From the tone of things, they much preferred the former. 65. Thus, Negroes by the tens of thousands fled racial dictatorship, with some of them taking up arms against Washington. Some of the most talented also chose to renounce U.S. nationality, which may not have been sanctioned in Law 66, and become subjects of the empire, their homeland's primary antagonist. At the aforementioned critically important 1858 meeting in Canada, where John Brown's raid was solidified, many of the Negroes present firmly rejected his idea that the flag of militant abolition they should adopt would be akin to the one our fathers fought under in the Revolution. Seemingly, Brown had forgotten that they had fled this flag in revulsion and had gained their freedom only under the Union Jack. 67 If the British journalist William Howard Russell is to be believed, there was a firm basis for Negroes' rejection of the land of their birth. Visiting the U.S. in early 1861, he commented that the system has made the white population a police against the black race. It is neither uncomplicated nor simple to embrace one's presumed captor. 68. Contrarily, as befitted a nation born in revolt against London, there was an ill-disguised hatred for the empire among the Euro-American elite. This lengthy list included Andrew Jackson 69, who has been described as a quintessential Anglophobe. 70 Thomas Jefferson was among the nation's Scotophobes, spawned in part by Scotland's fervent abolitionism. 71 and had a reflexive distaste for London. 72 Martin Van Buren, who despised the nation that had supplanted Holland on the global stage, championed the War of 1812 with vigor. 73 The premier apostle of Dixie nationalism, John C. Calhoun, was also a carrier of Anglophobia. 74 A particularly resonant trend in the slave South was the wedding of Anglophobia and Negrophobia, as exemplified by Senator Robert Walker of Mississippi in his crusade for the annexation of Texas, which he reasoned would undermine London and thwart abolitionism. 75. This revulsion was mutual. There were numerous British visitors to the antebellum U.S. About 230 of them published accounts of their journey, with slavery providing a ready reason for them recoiling in horror at this upstart nation that boasted relentlessly about liberty and its overthrow of the Union Jack. 76 Their sojourn validated their often ingrained abolitionism and their view of the U.S. as little more than the capital of hypocrisy. In this latter point, they simply mirrored the settled opinion of Negroes. 77 The ugly reality that was bondage allowed many Britons to assume an air of moral superiority in relation to the Republicans, reaffirming their patriotic identity as they recoiled in disgust. F. W. Newman, a professor in London, like so many of his compatriots, was appalled by slave breeding for the market and the auctions that tore families apart, and what he termed the right of rape shaping an atavistic culture with untold repercussions. If she be forced to incest by her father or brother, the law justifies it, he said, seeming astounded. He referred with horror to an African in the Republic whose sole job was to be a breeding man, stressing once more the far-reaching ramifications of such a horrendous task. 78 Diriger for a visiting Briton was a tour of a slave auction, which prompted further waves of loathing. I was frequently present at these, said Thomas Hamilton in 1833, and the man who wants an excuse for misanthropy, will nowhere discover better reason for hating and despising his species. 79. Among these repulsed visitors was the celebrated Charles Dickens, who was horrified by the bondage he saw in Virginia AD and as a result denounced Republican slavery, terms not viewed as contradictory in monarchical Britain. He felt both drained and relieved when he sailed away. Little wonder. He recounted the burning alive of a slave in St. Louis, questioned the motives of those who decried Ireland but not Negro slavery, and added pointedly that rather, for me, restore the forest and the Indian village, in lieu of stars and stripes, replace the streets and squares by wigwams. 81. But Dickens also left with a strategic message that reiterated what had been thought in London for decades: the poor Negroes, he asserted, fairly worship English people, they would do anything for them, particularly since they were perfectly acquainted with all that takes place in reference to emancipation. 82. This dyspeptic reaction was reflected in popular literature. The assault on slavery in British literature accelerated in the 1780s as the revolt in North America was succeeding. In one notable novel, a former soldier on a southern plantation lost his job as a slave driver since he had lost an arm and could no longer whip Negroes effectively. Another spoke of Negroes revolting in Manhattan in the 1790s. 83 By 1812, abolitionism had become almost fashionable in London, which served to drive more Negroes to its banner. 84 The abolitionist pressure London placed on Washington contributed to sectional tensions. 85 And to social ostracism. By 1839, according to one observer, Euro-Americans traveling in Europe were so afraid of being taken for an American savage that they sought to pass as British or Canadian. 86 Nevertheless, This British antipathy to the Republic can be exaggerated 87, and it fails to explicate why so many from the monarchy migrated to the Republic. Euro-Americans nervous about abolitionism also had to confront Britons of an opposite persuasion at home. 88 A good deal of the success of abolitionism in the US was due to the intervention of British nationals such as George Thompson, brought to the US by William Lloyd Garrison, who established over 300 branches of the American Anti-Slavery Society in Ohio and other states, and was denounced by Andrew Jackson as a result. Mob violence targeting him was so intense in 1835 that he felt compelled to return to the more civilized confines of Britain. 89 Anti-abolition momentum, particularly in the South, was often prompted by the presence of Britons. In Savannah in early 1861, one visiting British man had, in the words of his consul, rendered himself obnoxious by a, supposed, too great familiarity with his black stevedores, which led to his being tarred and feathered. 90 The association of London with abolitionism allowed the slaveholders' republic to tar anti-slavery forces in the U.S. with the charge that they were in bed with the reviled former colonial power. In short, slavery had created a massive national security problem for the U.S., ensuring that a significant percentage of its population was supportive of its external foe. Speaking in early 1846, one Illinois congressman revealed what was already known: British possessions, that is, the Canadas, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, the Bermudas, and Bahamas stretch around us like a military network. 91 What he chose not to note was that in most of these nodes, Negro soldiers with a deep hatred of Washington were more than eager to inflict pain upon the U.S. and liberate fellow Africans in the process. Certainly this nightmare scenario was a preoccupation of Washington's top diplomat in Jamaica, Robert Harrison, who even before emancipation speculated that London might seek to foment a slave insurrection alongside intrigues with the Indians on our borders as the preferred means of destabilizing the U.S. 92. A few years later Harrison was hysterically declaiming about yet another alleged plot hatched in Jamaica, which, after all, was the launching pad for the 1815 attack on New Orleans, and a site where the Redcoats deposited U.S. prisoners of war who were guarded by often beefy black soldiers. The Jamaicans were to land at various points in the southern states, to arm our slaves, who are burning with impatience, as they say, to inflict vengeance on their cruel masters. Intelligent black officers in disguise will likewise be thrown on shore, to instruct the Negroes in the use of arms, while simultaneously redcoats from Canada would advance. 93 As conflict rose over the fate of Texas, Harrison informed future President James Buchanan that in the event of a war with England, everyone here places great reliance on the aid to be derived from the Negroes in the United States who, it is expected, and indeed hoped, will cut the throats of every white in the country. 94 Of course there is a tendency for diplomats to inflate the significance of the site of their posting. Still, Harrison may not have been wrong in arguing that there's no part of the world where the people have such hostile feelings towards the people of the United States, as in this colony. 95 Yet with all the enmity Harrison encountered in Jamaica, he could not help but fret over its neighbor, the bugaboo of slaveholders, Haiti. As he saw it, this independent Negro Republic was in league with London. Thus, he stressed in 1841, in the event of war, it was contemplated to land an immense body of black troops from this island and Haiti on the shores of our slave-holding states. Worse, he thought, was that this was the common talk here, and the Negroes are elated at the idea, and I feel most certain that it will be carried into effect if hostilities take place. 96 This reality also drove Senator Thomas Hart Benton, father-in-law of a would-be president, John Fremont, to conclude that London was the headquarters of abolitionism and the laboratory in which the insurrection of San Domingo was fabricated, whose next destination would include the region just below the Mason-Dixon line. 97 This worry about London being able to leverage abolitionism militarily against the U.S. reflected a broader consensus shared by John Quincy Adams, who in 1836, as the Texas crisis began to percolate, acknowledged that global public opinion would back London in a war with the U.S. in the name of anti-slavery. 98 As is evident, the broader base of support for abolitionism in Britain as compared to the U.S. made it easier for this nation to adapt to the new reality of anti-slavery, represented by Haiti, just as it jeopardized the security of Washington. Why abolitionism took hold in Britain has long been the subject of intense debate. 99 It was true that British slaves were thousands of miles from London, unlike Washington, which made it easier for this European nation to adapt to the new reality presented by Haiti. 100 In any event, more attention needs to be focused on Haiti in ascertaining why London was able to steal an abolitionist march on Washington. For the empire realized earlier than its competitor that the Haitian Revolution had accelerated furiously a general crisis of slavery that could only be resolved with its collapse. It was not only Haiti joining the abolitionist crusade, spreading the gospel throughout the hemisphere. 101 It was also its concrete action. Washington was alarmed and even London was taken aback when Haiti's small navy sought in 1841 to interdict aggressively the illegal African slave trade. 102 An awful commerce in which U.S. nationals were masters. 103 Further, those who peered into the crystal ball realized that the Haitian Revolution spelled doom, at least to the continuation of this hateful trafficking, which had underpinned the model of development in the U.S. and the Caribbean. New sources of manpower would be needed, which contributed to the U.S. attracting British seamen to desert, and the concomitant Washington allegation that London was engaging in impressments or seizing illegally what were thought to be U.S. nationals, which led directly to the 1812 war. In 1804, the year of the Revolution's triumph, the influential James Stephen, writing from London, acknowledged that a new order of things has arisen in the West Indies to which former precedents are inapplicable. Quicker than his counterparts in Washington and Philadelphia, he realized that an intercommunity of feelings and privileges among the white-skinned colonists, which, when the subordination of Negroes was in question, made English and French, Dutch and Spanish, European friend and European enemy, very unimportant distinctions. This racial solidarity had been broken, he thought. Instinctively, he also recognized that the new Haiti presented an even sterner challenge to the U.S., one from which the empire could profit, and, further, that British cozying up with Haiti would be appropriate payback to France, as London still smarted from Paris's aid to North American rebels. Thus, he counseled diplomatic recognition of Haiti not done by the U.S. until driven by the Civil War. Further, he counseled, a perpetual alliance against France ought to be negotiated without a moment's delay with Port-au-Prince. This could blunt the Paris-Washington alliance, that was inimical to the empire, that he saw developing, since in the U.S. he had detected a large party, much interested in vilifying the African character due to the apprehension of slave owners that their cherished institution will be wholly abolished. 104. This would also checkmate brewing French plans to incite Jamaican slaves to revolt. Stephen's farsightedness would receive a fair hearing in Port-au-Prince, for there, almost by necessity, international diplomacy and the nation's political and social development were inextricably connected. 105 Moreover, Stephen's capacious vision could hardly be realized as long as slavery in neighboring Jamaica continued to exist. Abolition, in short, was partially a diplomatic necessity. 106 But it also salved the wound inflicted on London when North American rebels not only revolted successfully but proclaimed from the rooftops that the rejection of the crown was also a huge leap forward for humanity. How could this be so when London was moving toward abolition of human bondage while the infant republic was basking in it? Abolition provided London with a powerful ideological and practical tool by which it could undermine and devalue the fruits of 1776, and, perhaps as U.S. skeptics claimed, propel revanchist claims in North America. To a degree, London had to make a virtue out of painful necessity, for in the early stages of the revolutionary process in Haiti the empire had expended tens of millions of pounds and 15,000 fatalities, among the greatest disasters ever endured in British imperial history, in a futile attempt to cork this erupting volcano. 107 There was an equivalent response in Haiti, which felt compelled to become one of the more militarized nations in the hemisphere. This was the conclusion of the British military figure, Captain G.R. Peschel, who visited there in 1821. 14 years later, the Reverend S. W. Hanna, a prelate in Jamaica, observed in wonder that the people of this country are a nation of soldiers. 109 By 1842, John Candler of London was referring awestruck to this small nation's immense army. 110 Yet their small numbers were augmented in the 1820s by the arrival of thousands of Negroes from the U.S., whose very departure was emblematic of their utter disgust with the nation they had departed. 111. Those apprehensive about the joint threat posed by Haiti aligned with Kingston and London could not have been reassured about the existence of the citadel in Hispaniola. Proclaimed as the eighth wonder of the world and the first wonder of liberty, it was 200 meters long, 150 meters thick, and 87 meters high, a fortress and a refuge. It contained food, medicines, and arms enough to enable 15,000 men to withstand a year's siege behind its walls, with millions of pounds of coffee, along with rice and corn, and elaborate cisterns to catch water. That it was obviously built for defense could not obscure the reality that it contained 40,000 rifles, swords, machetes, bullets, and tons of powder not that far from the shores of slavery. 112 In any case, those enmeshed in evil. 113 As Dixie surely was often suspect correctly that a crusade against evildoers is imminent. London was all too aware of the ferocity of Haiti's fighting forces, not only because of its abject failure to squash the revolutionary upsurge but also because, in the pivotal Battle of Savannah in 1779 that led to the creation of the U.S., they were confronted by a contingent that included Haitian soldiers dispatched by France. 114 London did not quell rumors about its intentions toward the slaveholders' republic when in the 1820s it dispatched to Haiti as its top agent, a man of African ancestry. 115 Yet when Washington sought to become involved in the dispute that led to the creation of the Dominican Republic and its repudiation of Haitian suzerainty, Secretary of State Daniel Webster made clear that his nation was not prepared to comply with Port-au-Prince's wish for diplomatic recognition. He also went further to announce that a commercial agent from Haiti would be acceptable as long as the said person was not of African extraction. The proud and well-armed Haitians took great umbrage at this remark, said Webster's interlocutor in a decided understatement, which would have brought a knowing smile in London if revealed. 116. Webster's stumble was not his alone but that of a system inured in the enslavement of Africans. Still, he, more than most, should have been aware of the danger of offending Africans. In 1842 he dispatched a secret agent to Bermuda who was stunned to find Negroes in redcoats fingering their weapons lovingly. He acknowledged the danger posed by this possession not far from Virginia. The state was considered by the British government as the key to the United States, and should a war ever occur, between and us, there would their forces concentrate. It is the only place which they are fortifying. 117 Emphasis in the original. It was hard to forget that during the War of 1812, Negroes fleeing from Virginia had been brought to Bermuda. Here they helped to construct a formidable array of dockyards and maritime installations that were perceived as a threat to U.S. sovereignty. 118. As history sped toward the pivotal spring of 1861, the idea was growing in certain U.S. precincts that the irrepressible conflict was actually between Negroes and London, on the one hand, and Dixie on the other. 119 With the federal government swept along in the resultant riptide. 120. The young nation was encircled by an often hostile empire, which relied heavily on Negro troops eager to settle scores. When the empire began to outflank the slaveholders' republic on abolitionism and strengthened its relations with Haiti, U.S.U.K. ties became ever more complicated. Facing the prospect of revolts in its Caribbean possessions that could create another Haiti, London was forced to retreat from slavery. 121 Then had to contend with angry Africans, aware of depredations in India and quite capable of retaliating against officialdom in the Caribbean. 122 Directing their antagonism to the Republican ogre made good strategic sense. Negro chattel in the U.S. were forced to seek allies abroad, and this helped to drive them into the arms of London. That London was not a pristine ally was as much of a concern for Negroes as was the nature of Moscow in 1941 when Washington found it appropriate to seek its embrace to confront a larger foe. 123. This is a book to uncover the long history of London-Washington tensions that buoyed the resistance of Africans. This is a book that seeks to shed light on how the ancestors of those who became African Americans responded to the unfolding assertion of U.S. sovereignty and did so by aligning with those who had sought to block this result. Not everyone responded like those in the Negro Fort, though it was the spirit that animated their resistance to a republic that many viewed as illegitimate. 124. 1. Huzzah for Bermuda. George Washington was alarmed. He had just heard of events in Haiti which portended a shock to the entire slave system, and here trending losses for slaveholders. 1. It was a familiar tactic in the Americas 2 for colonizing powers to ally with the enslaved of competing powers. 3. To the detriment of the latter. 4. Washington's republic had just endured the mass discontent of the enslaved, and it was foreseeable that the evolution of events in Hispaniola could spell trouble for slaveholders within the hemisphere. Thus, one scholar argues that the revolt against British rule occasioned the largest slave revolt in the Americas. 5. According to another account, perhaps 100,000 Negroes altogether, or a staggering 20% of the total black population, fled to the British side during the war. Between 1775 and 1787 the Negro population of Jamaica increased by some 60,000, suggestive of the demographic changes that were afoot in the hemisphere. 6. Even if lower estimates are accepted, the point is that Africans were quite far from being in unanimous accord with the colony's revolt against London. When London sought to shift the theater of conflict to the south, this was further testimony to the idea that the enslaved were akin to a fifth column. 7. Southern militia often had to fret more about suppressing a servile insurrection than confronting redcoats. 8. Supposedly, after witnessing how London used emancipation as a lure, Jefferson conceived of Africans as a captive nation willing to take any chance to eliminate their erstwhile masters. 9. Samuel Johnson is renowned for asking querulously, "Why is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty from the drivers of Negroes?" Likewise, Londoners wondered why the colonists blanched at the idea of paying taxes, while not rejecting the umbrella of protection provided by British naval power that these duties supported, which had kept Spain and France at bay for more than a century, not to mention indigenes and the dreaded servile insurrection. 10. Johnson was not singular in sensing that the much garlanded revolt against British rule was motivated by more mercantile concerns. 11. Specifically the growth of abolitionism. 12. Represented by 13. Somerset's case. Unsurprisingly, when the Treaty of Paris was being solidified in 1783, ratifying U.S. sovereignty, the slaveholders dug in their heels, demanding the return of their human property while, as abolitionism was deepening in London, Britain resisted just as adamantly. 14. This trend was ratified further when in 1793, John Graves Simcoe, Upper Canada's first lieutenant governor, played a leading role in making Ontario the leading North American symbol of anti-slavery. 15. During the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, George Mason rued the fact that a central weakness of the rebels was precisely what had helped to call their revolt into existence: slavery. Recalled were previous insurrections of the enslaved in Greece and Sicily, and Oliver Cromwell's ominous instructions to functionaries in Virginia to arm the slaves in case other means of submission of London's foes failed. Even after independence, the idea persisted that the enslaved might be the none too secret weapon in the hands of the opponents of slavery. 16. The loss of the 13 colonies would liberate London to a degree, making it less imperative to provide a full-throat defense of African enslavement, and provided Britain with a ready club with which to flay its former ward. 17. While allowing this European nation to seek concord with U.S. Negroes. Yet in order to pursue this course, London had to escape the charge of hypocrisy itself by moving more aggressively toward abolition. Helping London escape this charge of hypocrisy was the repetitive revolts of enslaved Africans laboring under the Union Jack. A slave rebellion erupted in Abaco, the Bahamas, in 1789, then others erupted in Exuma, Cat Island, and Waddellings Island in the period preceding abolition. European settlers in this southern neighbor of the U.S. ultimately came to fear that the well-armed West India Regiment would emulate Haiti and toss out the colonizers, which made the occupying power more susceptible to sweet reason. 18. As early as 1770, Africans were fleeing to Hispaniola from the Turks and Caicos. 19. Providing kindling for revolution. Yet Haiti struck back most directly in the Bahamas in 1797 when Africans said to have roots in Hispaniola plotted to unite with their Bahamian counterparts to kill sentries, then arm the enslaved, attack forts, start diversionary fires, and capture Nassau as these incendiary storms were fought. Strikingly, when this plot was uncovered, the British colonizer chose to execute the so-called French Negroes, still sensitive to the already staggering racial ratios in their disfavor but not their counterparts. 20. Other colonies were sending similar signals. As early as 1791, the colonizers in Bermuda had noticed a very manifest alteration in the behavior of the Negroes here, which was causing great apprehensions. The revolt in Haiti was thought to be the cause. 21. The point was, however, that already in London stark nervousness was cascading in response to the revolt in Hispaniola, and the premonition was rising that, perhaps, as for slavery, the jig was up. 22. But it was not in London alone that pulses were racing and nerves were frazzling in response to tumult in Haiti. In the newly formed slaveholders' republic, French refugees driven from the island were contemplating an armed invasion of their former home. That some in the U.S. thought this military expedition must be prevented. 23 was more a function of the feared impact of poking a stick into a hornet's nest than sympathy for abolitionism. "I am directed by the President," said Alexander Hamilton in 1794 when it remained unclear who would prevail in Haiti, to announce that those French privateers that were fitted out in our ports were a matter of real embarrassment and dissatisfaction. 24 Though hostile expeditions 25 continued to be mounted targeting Haiti. Still, these erstwhile Gallic allies often were bringing their most valuable human possessions with them to the U.S., and there was justifiable concern about what racial and political impact these Africans who had witnessed Europeans fleeing in fearful panic as the enslaved revolted would have on the peculiar institution in the U.S. itself. It was in 1798 that Pennsylvania Governor Thomas Mifflin sought to bar French Negroes from his state. The chief executive brooked no ambiguity with his stern edict: enforce it without delay, he insisted, and he informed the U.S. President similarly. 26. But as long as the nation itself tolerated enslavement of Africans, it would be neither easy nor simple to bar slaves from entering the nation, particularly when accompanied by refugees from a nation that had boosted the U.S. itself into existence. It is estimated that 12,000 enslaved persons from Hispaniola arrived in the U.S. in the early 1790s. 27 As the Caribbean colonizer fled northward and the U.S. sought to replenish its supplies that had been diminished by Africans fleeing the empire of slavery. In one 6-month period in New Orleans ending in early 1810, a reported 2,731 Europeans, 3,110 free Negroes, and 3,226 slaves arrived in New Orleans alone. 28 From Haiti. 29. Slaveholders fleeing revolutionary turmoil came to wield significant influence in such port cities as New Orleans, Charleston, and Savannah. 30 Often 31 They were assimilated into the dominant reaches of the slave-holding class, solidifying this group's more retrograde 32 instincts. This made compromise with the growing abolitionist movement in London more difficult. 33 Not least since their well-honed Anglophobia often dovetailed with the instincts of the slaveholders' republic. Bernard Constantine, of French Huguenot origins, Toulouse, more specifically, came to North America to fight alongside the victorious rebels. He was at the pivotal Battle of Yorktown, then took his bounty and bought a plantation in Saint-Domingue, but was driven out by another successful revolt and did not arrive in Savannah in 1797 with happy thoughts about the abolitionism that was simultaneously sprouting in London. 34 Edward Copy arrived in Savannah with his parents as an infant in 1793. Became a U.S. national in 1812, then in 1821 won the lottery for allocation of seized land from the Creek Nation. With this he was well on his way to joining the upper reaches of the local slave-holding elite. 35. Africans too were pouring into Savannah in violation of a law passed in the mid-1790s designed precisely to bar importation of such chattel property from the Caribbean basin, as a way to limit the possible contagion from Haiti. In addition to being suspected of bearing wicked designs, the enslaved from the Caribbean were thought to also carry exotic diseases. 36.
Suggestive of the danger presented by these imports was that in several Georgia counties the militia were called upon to apprehend these slaves, quarantine them, then deport them. 37 South Carolina too sought to bar the entry of putatively recalcitrant Negroes from the Caribbean, mostly to no avail. 38 Why such unease? They gave new ideas to our slaves, said one pro-slavery apologist in South Carolina, which could not fail to ripen into mischief since these West Indians had witnessed all the horrors and, most important, the dawning hope. 39 of 40 Freedom. 41. As 42 1808 loomed, marking the possibility of restrictions on the African slave trade. Along with it, Charleston planters went on a buying spree, exhausting cash reserves and credit alike. It was inevitable that French Negroes could slip through 43, the loosely meshed filter. But there was a price to be paid for accelerating the influx of Africans. 44 into port. 45 cities. 46 Like Savannah, it was harder to maintain the kind of quality control that put a premium on importing the, supposedly, docile. Inevitably becoming part of the mix were those fleeing from Hispaniola with their human chattel, and what they had witnessed there was the slaveholders' worst nightmare. Thus, in 1806 the soon-to-be Senator Edward Telfair of Georgia, a scion of one of the most prominent families in the state, was warned of an incipient Negro uprising that contemplated mass murder. 47 It was unclear if this group included Andrew Bryan, born enslaved in South Carolina, who became a pastor of the First Negro Baptist Church in Savannah but was subsequently charged with plotting revolt and consequently arrested, beaten, and tossed into jail. 48. The authorities in Louisiana seemed even more apprehensive about their changing demographic reality. It was in 1804, soon after the hoisting of the Stars and Stripes and the triumph of the Haitian Revolution, that Governor William Claiborne shakily informed James Madison of the local ramifications of trends in the Caribbean. Rather vainly he was seeking to prevent the bringing in of slaves that have been concerned in the insurrections of St. Domingo. Well aware of market forces, he knew that many bad characters will be introduced. The citizens of Louisiana are greatly apprehensive of the West India Negroes, he moaned, but no effectual stop can at present be put to their introduction. 49 The legacy of Spanish and French colonialism was the continuing existence of militias of free men of color, which was hardly reassuring to those already spooked by Haiti. There was a real fear that these men in arms could lead an insurrection of the enslaved and form a new ruling elite, or, alternatively, cast its lot with foreign invaders such as the British. 50 Already there were credible rumors floating around New Orleans that London was contemplating arming the Negroes in order to capture this territory and the surrounding region. It seemed fitting revenge to the upstart Republicans to unleash the dreaded Africans against them, establish a Negro colony instead, and generally create a Negro fort of abolitionism in North America. 51. One possible remedy for this evident dilemma of the U.S. was to increase the importation of Africans from the continent so as to crowd out the arrival of those from the Caribbean basin, thought to have minds already poisoned to slavery and too much influence from Haiti and Britain. But considerations of distance and resultant increased costs often mitigated against this supposedly elegant solution, and besides, this might only wind up adding foot soldiers to an insurrectional army. Nonetheless, it was hard to resist the filthy lucre of enslavement even if, as Haiti suggested, life and limb might be jeopardized in the process. William Claiborne, the newly minted U.S. leader in Louisiana, wanted to see more slaves toiling there and thus winked at the proliferation of smuggling while worrying anxiously about the demographic balance and resultant potential for revolt. In 1806 there was a reported population of 55,334, including 22,701 slaves and 3,350 free people of color. 52. In any case, there had long been a broad and deep market for slaves that encompassed the now riotous Caribbean. 53 If advertisements for runaway slaves are an indicator, a significant percentage of those that fled from Georgia and or comprised the enslaved population in the colonial and early Republican era had roots in the Caribbean basin. 54 In the early 19th century in Sapelo Island, off the Georgia mainland, a number of slaves were purchased in the Bahamas. 55 On nearby St. Simon's Island. During the same time,
A prominent slave driver was described as a devout Mohammedan from the village of Silla on the Niger River in the Fula nation who previously had been enslaved in the West Indies. 56 routes in these islands. 57 were not unusual in the Republic. 58 The bond between Newport, Rhode Island, and the Caribbean was part of a noxious triangle that also included slaves being transported from Africa. 59 In Providence, the cosmopolitan Negro community had roots variously in Cuba, Argentina, Bermuda 60 and, of course, the Congo. 61 Negro seamen from the U.S. often plied the waters of the Caribbean Sea and at times found the site sufficiently lovely to settle down in one of the islands. 62 In neighboring Massachusetts, in the 18th century a number of Negroes were born in Bermuda and the Caribbean. 63 In 1720 Philip Francis Renault brought 500 enslaved Africans from Saint Domingue into the territory that is the state of Illinois near present-day Peoria and sold them to settlers there. The man who went on to found the present-day metropolis that is Chicago was probably born in 1745 in Hispaniola. 64 Often these ostensible U.S. Negroes left behind in their Caribbean homelands relatives of various sorts, with whom they shared sympathies that were invariably antithetical to slavery. The larger point is that increasingly a notable percentage of Africans in the U.S. had roots in either revolutionary Hispaniola or the British colonies and thus perhaps had a further basis for confronting the North American Republic. Simultaneously, among U.S. elites it was hard to override instinctive sympathy for fellow slaveholders in the hemisphere, not to mention opposition to erosion of their property rights, a principle enshrined most recently in the heralded federal constitution. This was particularly difficult when the sworn foe in London was increasingly trumpeting abolitionism and lambasting the hypocrisy of the self-proclaimed apostles of Republican liberty, who were surrounded by the Empire and rest of indigenes and Africans alike. In response, serious rumors had emerged that London had fomented the revolt in Haiti, which easily bolstered the concomitant argument that abolitionism was little more than a cynical plot to destabilize the triumphant U.S. itself. Certainly the massacres of the French seemed, it was thought, to bear the fingerprints of London. Peter Chazota, who fled Haiti for Philadelphia, then corresponded with James Madison, and was a credible source for such rumors, upped the ante by claiming that London intended a similar strategy in the U.S. itself, that is, stirring up slaves. 65 In a burst of revenge-seeking. 66. Chazota and his ilk may have been drawing unfair inferences from the realistic assessments of Londoners like James Stephen. For, as the formerly enslaved in Haiti were hoisting their reinvigorated tricolored flag, Stephen acknowledged freely that an unprecedented revolution has rent asunder the basis of our old colonial policy. Farsightedly, he plumbed deeper than most and concluded that a fundamental maxim buttressing racist enslavement, the supremacy of the European race and the depression of the African, had been punctured. It was a rule, he said, paramount in importance to all national rivalships and to all national quarrels, but now this idea of white racial solidarity had to take a backseat to British national interests. Minimally, he asserted, London should engage Haiti in a defensive league against France that could also target the slaveholders' republic. 67. He envisioned turning abolitionism into a formidable weapon against the U.S., most notably, and an alliance with Haiti was a sure route to this goal. Marcus Rainsford, who had served the Crown as a captain in the West India Regiment, said little to oppose Stephen's argument. 68 The same was true for London's William Walton, who gloated at the advantages that result to England from dispossessing the French of Hispaniola. The Haitian Revolution 69 potentially jeopardized London's Caribbean possessions, compelling the empire to be at once more sensitive to the appeals of abolition and more hostile to the slaveholders' republic, which was increasingly viewed as being an ungrateful hypocrite in any case. 70. There was pre-existing abolitionist sentiment in London that was difficult to ignore, unlike in the U.S. where the entire nation seemed to be the lengthened shadow of slave-holding Virginians. Months before the August 1791 eruption in Haiti, parliamentarian Charles Fox raised the idea of abolishing the horrific African slave trade but wondered if doing so would leave London at a distinct disadvantage, comparing it all to a robber saying he would stop plying his trade if others would,
but knowing that the dishonesty that inhered in the business made such pledges suspect at best. 71 Eventually London was to overcome its hesitancy and demand in turn that the US honor its purported pledge to do so. Befitting a nation whose existence had turned heavily on French aid, the US could ill afford to ignore global trends. 72 Not least since their birth coincided with an explosion 73 in Haiti that seemed to be inauspicious for the slave system that had served to drive their very independence. 74 Yet it seemed easier for Britain not the U.S. to draw the inescapable conclusions Haiti provided. Likewise, an empire could not afford the luxury of ignoring events beyond the banks of the Thames. Again, driving this realism in London was a deteriorating situation in the Caribbean. It was not only Haiti but the unrest signaled by the feisty Jamaican Maroons, who had bested the British near the same time. 75 It would be an error to see such militancy as being of concern to London alone. Despite national and regional differences, there was a single slave system, and the far-sighted knew that the breach of its walls in the neighborhood bode ill for those with investments in the system. 76 Southerners carefully monitored 77 the movements of captured slave rebels in the Caribbean. 78 Who could, after all, end up on their turf in order to destroy 79 the peculiar institution. Or these Africans could return in redcoats to plunder Carolina. Negroes had decamped en masse for Nova Scotia and elsewhere after the revolt against British rule and could easily return. 80 From 1775 to 1783, an estimated 3,000 Negroes arrived in Halifax. 81 One of these men, still smarting from the lash of slavery, was eager to return fighting, vowing to give his former homeland musket balls for breakfast, cannon balls for dinner and bombshells for tea. Such enraged sentiment also served to feed a pre-existing abolitionism within the Empire. 82 Which was hardly absent from Nova Scotia's militia and military battalions, which included a significant complement of armed Negro men. 83 The Negroes' enthusiasm at escaping bondage. 84 Suggested that they would not be opposed to returning to the Republic arms in hand. 86 As independent Haiti dawned, London had an estimated Negro population of 20,000, few of whom were stirred by cries for liberty espoused by slaveholders but were often the most ardent of abolitionists. 87 The U.S. faced more forgiving racial ratios than their British cousins in Bermuda and elsewhere. A handful of British settlers surrounded by Africans in the multitudes was a recipe for catastrophe. The naval officer, Thomas Stanton St. Clair, discovered this to his dismay in Demerara in late 1807, when a slave revolt was barely blocked that would have led to the liquidation of the settler class. As it was, he and his comrades quashed this intended revolution, which if it had broken out, might, perhaps, have terminated like that of St. Domingo. 88 With its sparse sprinkling of settlers, London also found it necessary to rely more heavily on African skilled labor. Such was the case in Bermuda. Thus, in 1795 an enslaved African, James Gerald, was freed and appointed as the king's pilot because of his demonstrated skill in steering British ships to anchor through the difficult 89 reef-lined entrances to Bermuda's various naval passageways. 90 It was not long before Gerald petitioned to own property, which would elevate him on the class ladder and possibly turn him against the system of slavery that had handcuffed him. 91 Surely, the ascendance of figures like Gerald was unsettling some European settlers. As early as 1773 a group of workers of European origin petitioned for relief against the near monopoly of the enslaved and free persons of color in the all-important shipbuilding sector. Tellingly, Gerald had seen fit to bypass the local authorities and contact London directly for promotion, as in North America resident Europeans in Bermuda were more nervous about Negro advance than faraway Britain. 92 London had reason to believe that Africans were more prone to stay true to the Union Jack than slaveholders. In 1782, for example, a naval vessel from the nascent Republic seized a Bermudian privateer in Carolina waters and found that only 5 members of the 75-member crew were not enslaved Africans. At the ensuing trial, the Massachusetts justices broke with precedent and offered them freedom rather than, as was customary, treating them as forfeited chattel to be sold. Not one of these men accepted this deal and all requested repatriation to Bermuda. 60 of them took passage on a U.S.-flagged ship bound for New York, where they shouted "Huzzah for Bermuda!" They rose up to seize the vessel, and on reaching Bermuda the ship was condemned as their prize. It was remarkable that slaves refused freedom in the U.S., but perhaps they were aware of its unsavory reputation when it came to the maltreatment of Africans, or perhaps they had more confidence in London than in the youthful Republic. 93 In any case, Africans were able to rise much higher within the empire, compared to the alleged Empire for Liberty, 94, spurring 95 more U.S. Negroes 96 to flee to the Union Jack. 97. Significantly, though London might have viewed Gerald as an asset, back home in Bermuda there was a growing fear about the influence of those like him. Shortly after the triumph in Hispaniola, Bermuda passed a law to block the rise of another Gerald. 98 Then measures were moved to bar free Negroes from owning real estate, which would have been beneficial to the local European elite but of questionable value to London, which was seeking to broaden the base of support for its colony. 99. Thereafter the local elite sought to bar free Negroes from engaging in the primitive accumulation of capital by taxing heavily their attempt to establish a house of entertainment, a measure introduced appropriately on the 31st anniversary of the initiation of the colonists' revolt in North America. 100 After all, Bermuda did not receive a mass influx of loyalists after 1776, unlike Canada, Jamaica, or the Bahamas, for example, not least due to a dearth of opportunity, including poor prospects for the use of slaves, which discouraged Southerners particularly. 101 Was it not inevitable that London would feel constrained to create more jemmy-darrels, thereby hastening the departure to the North American mainland of his white counterparts, or diverting those in Europe with thoughts of migration there? And would this not also hasten the day when abolition arrived on a mass, not just an individual scale? The local authorities were not convinced, at least, not in 1806. They expressed jumpy anxiety about the rapid increase of the number of free Negroes, which was a growing evil. Thus, they ordered that no slaveholder should free certain slaves unless they were to depart simultaneously from Bermuda, and if that freed Negro did not depart, he or she could be jailed, then sold. 102 Indeed, as the authorities saw it, the increase in the Negro population actively discouraged European migration to Bermuda. 103 Local elites were not reassured by the direction of population trends. Months after the consummation of the Haitian Revolt, it was noted that there were 4,798 Europeans in Bermuda, compared to 4,857 slaves and 383 free Negroes, but the latter had grown by a significant 15% over a few months. 104 Certainly, as Africans came to outnumber Europeans in the context of slavery, the possibility was increased for a revolt that could lead to London losing Bermuda altogether. 105 Just as in North America, a rift was developing between settlers and London over the role of slavery. Coincidentally, these legislative maneuvers in Bermuda occurred as rebels in Haiti were gaining traction. For it was also in 1806 that it was moved that Negroes, mulattoes, musties, or slaves that had arrived since 1796 be returned from whence they came. 106 A maneuver replicated in Belize. 107 It did not take long for Sir George Canning, London's chief spokesman on foreign affairs, to become concerned about the slaveholders' agitation in overseas colonies abutting the U.S., warning the instigators that, as in North America, years earlier the empire would crush them by the application of direct force. He bluntly instructed them about the clear danger of conning over scrutinizing the speeches of Washington and Franklin. 108 The local elite had their own complaints and thought they had reason to believe, like those who had risen up in North America, that London was much too keen to tend to the desires of the Africans. Likewise, those in Hamilton and St. George who were concerned about the destiny of this colony could not have been happy when the Tucker family began to depart Bermuda for more opportunity in Virginia, opportunity that London was seen as blocking. George Tucker, among the foremost antebellum scholars, was born in Bermuda in 1775 and graduated from the College of William and Mary, where he was taught by his cousin St. George, who carried the name of one of the island's principal towns. His marriage to a woman with blood ties to both the Byrd and Washington families served to ensure his prominence.
He was a prime member of the first faculty of Jefferson's University of Virginia and served in the U.S. Congress. And it was in 1800 that he penned a pamphlet counseling the colonization of Africans beyond the shores of his now beloved Virginia in direct reaction to a recent conspiracy of slaves in Virginia. After London had shown in the War of 1812 how dangerous it could be in times of national stress to harbor slaves, the colonization movement accelerated, culminating in the founding of Liberia. 109. Still, as the 1812 war approached, it appeared that the Republic seemed more imperiled. It was not just that it found it difficult at best to project its military power onto the shores of Western Europe, unlike London, which had shown that it could dispatch troops to the shores of North America. It was also that the new nation had failed to resolve the African question and instead had dug a deeper hole for itself. They had sent roughly 100,000 Africans fleeing into the arms of the British during the course of the 1776 revolt, who could easily return in redcoats, muskets in hand, quite willing to inflict pain. In their stead they received 12,000 slaves from Hispaniola, whose witnessing of the crumbling of the enterprise of bondage may have given them heart, or added confidence, to seek to emulate events in their former homeland. And the U.S. had imported tens of thousands of Africans from the continent and the Caribbean who had yet to be acculturated to the peculiar brand of chattel labor that obtained in the self-proclaimed Fortress of Liberty. London, on the other hand, was showing that it was more nimble than its transatlantic rival in adjusting to the new climate produced by Haitian independence. It was assisted in this quite ably by the youthful Republic. For as the U.S. blared far and wide that its very existence was the next new thing, a profound departure for all of humanity, while monarchy was heading for history's dustbin, London could deftly blunt this questionable assertion by simply pointing to the ossification of the enslavement of Africans as the empire crept steadily toward abolition. So, which nation was more in tune with the zeitgeist? By seizing the high moral ground on abolition, London also ascended higher on the altitudinous military ground, for it could then enroll disgruntled Africans into their military. These Africans could then create havoc in the U.S., which was compelled to devote precious militia resources to suppressing its own African population. Moreover, as Sir George Canning had adumbrated, abolition with compensation to slaveholders most critically, again, unlike the U.S. was to undercut the possibility of another 1776 style revolt in the Caribbean and forge the fealty of Africans to London there for generations to come. This too brought hosannas and plaudits from U.S. Negroes, not a negligible consideration as tensions with Washington rose. It was the grand misfortune of the slaveholders' revolt to be bookended by Somerset's case in London and the Haitian Revolution, two primary forces of abolition that almost split the new nation asunder. In the short term, London came within a hair's breadth of destroying the U.S. during the War of 1812, not least because of various forms of aid from Africans in the hemisphere. 2. Base fools. Having quelled indigenous nations, imperial control of its territory and African dreams of freedom, the U.S.1 particularly the South too had become headstrong, wheezing with an overconfidence that was not entirely justifiable. Thus, not long after attaining independence, the new nation seemed poised to return to war with London 3, then in bitter conflict with Paris 4. It was heartening 5 to London when in early 1797 their consul in Norfolk, Virginia, noticed that hatred toward his nation was decreasing. Nevertheless, he sighed, the party in favor of the French is still strong and numerous. 6. The powerful Virginians, actual or future presidents all, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe all leaned toward France, whereas the Federalists, seemingly in decline, were less hostile toward London. 7. His Majesty's consul in Philadelphia had his doubts about the U.S. and was convinced this nation was not adverse to extermination aid of the British. A couple of years later, prominent Carolinians were bolstering his alarming contention in severely reproving London, blaming Britain for the perilous state of relations with France. 9. In Charleston, the phrase "as scarce as British virtue" had become commonplace, suggesting the deterioration of the bilateral relationship. Yet the Republicans, split in their enmity toward Paris and London, had difficulty confronting either effectively. 11 The young John Quincy Adams was among those who were mortified when a scheme emerged that implicated Paris in an attempt to oust London from Canada and of effecting a revolution in the US as a byproduct. This would involve instigating a war between the United States and England. Adams affirmed that this plot had emerged as early as 1807.12. The problem for the Republic was not only that powerful factions were confronting each other as they sought to confront Paris or London, or both, but this fractiousness made more difficult the united anti-abolitionist response that the potent slaveholders craved. Nevertheless, the Republic's reluctance to align definitively with Paris seemed to be vindicated when the byproduct of the Caribbean turmoil was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, as a harried France moved to liquidate some of its holdings. 13. Madison, colorless, shy, bookish, indecisive, anxiety-ridden, had plenty to fret about when he contemplated leading his nation into war. The cerebral Madison may have better reflected upon the severe weakness his nation faced when contemplating war with a Britain moving toward abolition, the presence of discontented Africans more likely to be swayed by a nation that seemed more aggressive in the sphere of abolition than the Republic where enslavement was ossifying. Nor could Madison discount the unrest in Hispaniola, which too did not augur favorably for the slaveholders' republic, a reality. 14 That London's delegate in Philadelphia had noticed. 15 Though it would seem sensible for the U.S. to appeal to the Irish under London's rule, as a counterweight to Britain's appeal to Negroes, at times the jingoism of the Republic did not allow for such a tactic. In 1801 a prominent Carolinian railed against the contagious disorder brought to these shores by the Irish. These poor wretches. Why will they leave their native country to come and disturb ours? We want neither them, their discontents, nor their politics. 16. It seemed that the common language shared between the former mother country and its rebellious infant was not a transmission belt forcing concord, but the precise opposite. That is the clear import of a spate of travelers' accounts penned by British writers, that seemed to be increasing as the 19th century unwound. John Davis, a seafarer from Bristol, arrived in the U.S. from the UK in 1798 and stayed until 1801. He was appalled by what he saw, particularly concerning slavery. No casuistry can justify the keeping of slaves, he argued. But in the face of what he found maddening simultaneously contradictory claims that the U.S. had discovered the secret to happiness through jettisoning the strict hierarchy of monarchy and adopting racist republicanism, his patriotic spine stiffened. After berating Jefferson for his racism while adding, "Of genius in Negroes many instances may be recorded," he boasted, "An Englishman cannot but draw a proud comparison between his own country and Carolina." But it was to the obscenity of slavery to which he kept returning, repeating the now fabled line that slaves cannot breathe in England. 17. By 1805 Charles William Jansen of London was in Charleston and equally displeased by what he witnessed. He had intended to reside in the U.S., but the crushing disappointments he encountered sent him scurrying. Page after page he filled with a litany of tortures, beatings, and worse, all inflicted upon the enslaved. Like numerous other British travelers, he was preoccupied with the impact of slavery on the long-term mores of the nation. The enjoyment of a Negro or mulatto woman is spoken of as quite a common thing, he said with disgust. It is far from being uncommon to see a gentleman at dinner, and his reputed son a slave, waiting at the table. He too raised the spectre of Haiti, which seemed to be much on the mind of Britons who arrived in the U.S., proclaiming that this nation was not free from the apprehension that Haiti will one day overwhelm them. For the reanimated slave trade had multiplied lurking assassins, till they swarm wherever the planter turns his eyes, referring to a recent abortive revolt in nearby Savannah. 18. The abolitionist-minded Priscilla Wakefield arrived in the U.S. from the UK just before the war, and she too was disappointed with what she saw except for the enslaved, whose true grit she praised. 19. This kind of conclusion was like above-ground intelligence gathering, fortifying London with stories about unhappy slaves. Such accounts both solidified abolitionism and made Britain confident that the new republic could be destroyed, while rebutting the new republic's contention that it had uncovered the secret to governance.
War between nations becomes more likely not only when their strategic interests collide in the Hemisphere 20, as was the case between London and Washington, 21, and when their respective ideologies are at variance, monarchy with a dollop of nascent abolitionism versus racist republicanism, but also when it seems there is a dearth of mutual respect amongst the peoples, which increasingly was the case. That the new nation felt intellectually insecure when compared to its former colonizer did not help things. 22. Exacerbating tensions were maneuvers that came to characterize the U.S. modus operandi in Spanish Florida and Mexican Texas. U.S. nationals swamped fishing grounds in Nova Scotia, which was thought to be a precursor of declaring it to be somehow U.S. soil. 23. U.S. vessels were sailing all too regularly into Belize, causing the authorities to attempt to tax them. 24. Given the fierce assertiveness of Virginia, which conceivably could come to challenge Bermuda, London felt it had reason to tie down the U.S. By the same token, Virginians thought they were the aggrieved party and had justification in striking back. In 1801, Chief Justice John Marshall acknowledged that many in Jefferson's retinue wanted war with London. My private conjecture is that the government will use all its means to excite the resentment and hate of the people against England. 25. But it was not just alleged British intrigue and actual inflammatory language that was enraging the U.S. There was sharp conflict over the Caribbean, a region important to the toddling U.S. economy. 26. Such conflict led to the imposition of an embargo upon Britain. This served to exacerbate regional tensions, as Charleston suffered since it was so dependent upon slave-based agriculture, while New England shifted more decisively to manufacturing, then espoused the need for protectionism, which the South opposed. 27. Increasingly, British elites were accusing the U.S. of ingratitude, a pattern, it was said, that had not ceased from 1783 to that moment of 1807. This was a reflection of the gnawing suspicion that the expansionist U.S. had its eyes on neighboring British colonies, particularly in the Caribbean, which had vigorous trade relations with the Republic and was willing to wage war to accomplish its goal. Ordinary, business relations with the Republic were impossible anyway, since it was well known that this nation was the king of smuggling, notably of enslaved Africans. 28. Surely, abolition would clip the wings of this high-flying nation, buoyed as it was by non-wage labor. Just as surely, the prospect of the advance of this reform, led from London, served to push the two nations toward war. If a war erupted, said one British opinion molder, the U.S. would move to seize Canada and the West India Islands, while U.S. Negroes would seize the opportunity to revolt. Abolition, it was thought, would at once erode the power base of Caribbean planters who might be prone to ally with the Republic, while creating an insuperable problem for the slaveholders' Republic. 29. Even if, by some stroke of fate, Canada were to fall to the U.S., the latter could be harassed indefinitely by armed and newly freed Africans bearing rifles and wearing redcoats. 30. In an ominous sign, by 1795 some of the hardiest of the West India Regiment Negro troops, whose very existence struck fear in the U.S., were posted in nearby Newfoundland and along the border. 31. That this was not an idle move was suggested when in 1796 a Canadian official sought to form a Negro Legion, 1,000 strong, and added with bravura that this might be necessary to oppose the Kentucky cavalry, the most active troops of our neighbors. No less a personage than the Duke of York heartily concurred. 32. Thomas Smallwood, a Negro born into slavery in Maryland, would have agreed as well. He managed to escape to Canada in 1801, though years after his harrowing journey he maintained an active dislike for the place of his birth. He even criticized the small band of U.S. abolitionists, barely hanging on, since they counseled slaves to move to the U.S. North but not to Canada. The United States is the most hypocritical, guileful, and arrogant nation on the face of the earth. It is far preferable for colored people to be subjects of any other nation on earth than that. He thought it idiotic for Negroes to join the U.S. military. Base fools, fighting for territory to perpetuate the slavery of their brethren. 33. Fighting for His Majesty was another story altogether. Britain had its own problems in maintaining allegiance, however, for as tensions flared between the US and UK,
the less than patriotic planters in the Caribbean demanded no surcease in trade with its powerful northern neighbor. Nationalizing their prime asset slaves would at once defenestrate them politically and would serve as a fitting tribute to bondage. 34 In any case, it was hard to reconcile depositing armed Negroes in the Caribbean, while maintaining others in bondage and simultaneously appealing to Haiti. Diplomatic imperatives were impelling London toward abolition. Moving to take advantage of apprehension in Paris and Washington about Haiti was part of London's strategy. 35 In 1802 London's consul in Philadelphia was recounting tales of woe relayed by colonizers fleeing Hispaniola, though he did not seem overly distraught. 36 Nor did Phineas Bond seem too disturbed when he reported shortly thereafter that Toussaint had defeated two parties of General Leclerc's army with great slaughter, though he did seem to be weighing the ultimate consequences of this unexpected conduct on the part of the black general. 37 Which had obvious implications for London's own Caribbean holdings. 38 2 years later, the revolutionaries had triumphed, hoisted their reinvigorated banner and petrified slave holders in the hemisphere, notably in the U.S. Certainly, the consul, Phineas Bond, was mulling over how to take advantage of this flux. Having conferred in the Keystone State with a very intelligent person with a considerable interest in Saint Domingo, who was much in the confidence of General Dessalines, Haiti's paramount leader, Bond sensed that the authorities there very much wanted to ally with London against real and imagined foes in Paris and Washington. 39 Subsequently, this very intelligent person and other refugees from revolution in Philadelphia, soured on the new regime in Hispaniola. This exile had received letters from General Dessalines, as well as from General Christophe, which discouraged him. In fact, he was depressed by the wanton sanguinary acts of cruelty, perpetuated upon the white inhabitants, creating a precarious situation. But Bond, who was as white as the next propertied man in Philadelphia, did not seem overly perturbed by this development. 40 For it turns out that London eventually did volunteer to recognize the revolutionary regime in Haiti, which aided in outflanking Washington. This process was accompanied by sharp clashes off the coast of the U.S. between London and the teenaged republic, known as the Chesapeake Incident. 41 Which augured full-scale war a few years later. These literal collisions were anticipated by disputatious quarrels that, in a sense, were assisted into being by the tumultuous events in Hispaniola that had so riveted the attention of Phineas Bond. For the Haitian Revolution, inter alia, brought a crisis of labor, to wit, if a crisis of the slave system truly was at play, then who would do the basic labor that had been done theretofore by enslaved Africans? And if Haiti was to become a republic like any other, would it not attract like metal to a magnet, Africans from other colonies and, more specifically, a certain republic to its north? And since a premium continued to be placed on whiteness in the North Atlantic, then a fortiori there was a premium placed on men of this type. This is the backdrop to the crisis over impressments. 42 Or, inter alia, London seeking to reclaim its subjects that had defected to the U.S., where history had shown more opportunity. Land seized from indigenes and stocked with enslaved Africans reigned. As early as 1792, Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson was complaining bitterly about this developing trend. 43 Though London was keen to note that France was even more militant on this matter of the U.S. recruiting their nationals. 44 The flip side of this crisis was London enticing U.S. Negroes to Halifax, Bermuda, Trinidad, and other parts of the empire. Though this impressments crisis did not lead to war until 1812, ruptures had emerged well before. 45 Still, London saw this matter of impressments as bogus, a point echoed by some in the Republic. 46 Yet there was more than one three-cornered struggle, Paris, London, and Washington, that was causing waves of friction to cascade. There was another, substitute Madrid for Paris, and it may have been more substantial. For it is striking that in today's U.S., three of the most populous states were once deemed to be Spanish colonies, Florida, Texas, and California, and justing to control Madrid's empire, which seemed to be in an advanced state of decomposition, was to royal relations between London and Washington. It was not foreordained that the U.S. would emerge triumphant with this regal bounty. 47
Washington thought it had a bona fide reason for seizing Florida. It was a sanctuary for slave runaways. As was to occur in Texas, U.S. patriots began to migrate in droves to East Florida, but there they encountered a formidable foe that had been thought to be the specialty of London: armed Negro troops, dispatched from Spanish Cuba. London had controlled a good deal of Florida before ceding it back to Spain in 1783, but not before plotting the creation of an independent state of indigenes so as to foil both rivals. Spain took the cue and backed indigenes against U.S. encroachment. 48. Thus, during the same year that Washington was to cross swords with London, these patriots were frantically informing James Monroe about this menace. If we are abandoned, what will be the situation of the southern states, with this body of black men in the neighborhood? St. Augustine, the whole province, will be the refuge of fugitive slaves, and from thence emissaries can, and do doubt will be dispatched to bring about a revolt of the black population of the United States. Painting Madrid in stripes that were thought to be reserved for London, this dilemma was analogized to Haiti. Just as predictably, Charleston and Savannah editors chose to delete references to these Negro troops, informing their gently delicate readers that this had been done for reasons of local security, that is, so as to not alarm the slave holders, nor give the slaves reason for optimism. 49. Perhaps even less publicized was Florida's role as a sieve through which enormous numbers of slaves and freshly enslaved Negroes who once had been free traveled to the U.S. for the latter's enrichment, causing apprehension about an abolitionist London or even a Madrid, that seemed as wedded to bondage as the Republic itself, squeezing this profitable pipeline. 50. Similarly, the turmoil brought by the advent of the self-styled patriots did seem to create openings for enslaved Africans to escape from their bondage. 51. And elude the U.S. altogether. 52. Yet, perhaps inspired by the hawks who wanted to fight London and Paris simultaneously, as the 1812 war was being declared by Congress, the U.S. found itself challenging Spain for control of Florida. Leaders included some who had garnered earlier fortunes by confiscation of Tory estates in Florida after London was pushed out in 1783. Now the time had come, it was thought, to add another scalp to the U.S. belt. 53. More than this, Florida was seen as the open back door through which enslaved Africans fled from Georgia and the Carolinas, often enticed by the Spanish and indigenes alike. 54. But, as with London, the U.S. found it had stirred into motion Negroes with guns, as Spain dispatched their forces in Cuba to Florida. Africans in Cuba already had alarmed the hemispheric slave-holding class by seeming to suggest they were Haitians' fraternal twin. In June 1812, a leading U.S. military officer near St. Augustine reported that 100 black troops have actually been landed, which are only a part of the force brought from the Havana. 55. And an attack from them was imminent. 56. Republicans complained bitterly that Madrid was engaged in veritable war crimes by deploying armed Negro troops. From worrying about Madrid's sable arm, it finally dawned that the U.S. might have bitten off more than it could chew by tackling Spain and Britain simultaneously. Major Thomas Bourke of the U.S. forces in Florida was alerted in horrified terms, "My God, what a scene there will be if they London should get a footing in this quarter and put arms in the hands of our slaves, for nothing but disaster would be the inevitable result." 57. Major Bourke may have had Prince or Principe Houghton on his mind. This former enslaved African in South Carolina escaped in the late 1700s. By 1812 he was a property owner and a skilled carpenter who had been elevated to the rank of lieutenant in a Negro militia in St. Augustine. He knew that his status would have been impossible in his former home under the lurking stars and stripes, so it was with ferocity that he led scores of armed Negroes, along with a band of indigenes, infiltrating U.S. lines and laying effective ambushes. His Spanish comrades credited him with lifting a siege. 58. As it turned out, African troops from Cuba were essential to repelling the Patriot Rebellion in Florida. Then there were the precursors of the Negro Fort, or organized and armed Africans and their indigenous allies who sent repeated diplomatic missions to the British in the Bahamas and the Spaniards in Cuba. 59. London understandably felt that Florida in U.S. hands resembled quite literally a pistol pointing at its Caribbean colonies.
and given Washington's justifiable reputation as being far distant from abolition, it was similarly understandable why Africans would do all in their power to bar the U.S. from taking what became Washington's peninsular state. 60. In Florida, the U.S. faced the most capaciously wily band of Africans it had fought to that juncture, grappling as it did with Seminole Negroes, or Africans tied to indigenes, escaped Georgia runaways, free Negroes, Cuban Negroes, and possibly Bahamian Negroes, all united firmly against the extension of the Stars and Stripes in a premature burst of what would later be termed Pan-Africanism. 61. Washington had managed the difficult feat of not only uniting against their rule Africans of various heritages, but Madrid and London as well. The adolescent republic somehow managed to prevail in holding on to Florida, though it was blocked from moving further against Cuba, Bahamas, and other lush targets. 62. As things turned out, however, the Republic launched full-scale war against Britain. In hindsight, this was seen in neighboring Canada as a joint conspiracy between the US and France, timed to coincide with Napoleon's offensive in Europe, thus ensnaring London and hampering an enhanced two-front war against Paris, which would disadvantage the latter nation. 63. The War of 1812, according to historian Sean Willents, led to 7,000 casualties dead and wounded on the U.S. side, about two-thirds of the number incurred during the course of the anti-London revolt that created the U.S. 64. Another scholar argues that despite this high cost, this 1812 conflict is the least studied and understood war of the nation's past. 65. Suggestive of the analytical confusion in the U.S. is the claim by another writer that 50 historians since June 1812 had come up with different original explanations as to why Washington declared war on London. 66. Certainly, the background presented in these pages to this point impressments, the Chesapeake incident, incipient British abolitionism versus Southern U.S. intransigence on this crucial point, and the like do shed light on this momentous decision in Washington. Of course, London had to guffaw over the to-do about impressments, given Washington's rampant deprivation of liberty to Africans. Inferences surely can be drawn from the fact that in Massachusetts, almost all Negroes were pro-Federalist and this party was accused of being pro-London. 67. Which set the stage for the first important secession crisis in the Union. Pro-bondage hawks were among the most militant in hostility to the Crown. North of the border, there is less quizzical wonder as to the reason for this war. We Canadians, said William Renwick Riddle in 1915, naturally and necessarily look at the War of 1812 from a different point of view from that of the American. With good reason, he thought that the proposed taking of his homeland drove the declaration of war, which would not only have liquidated a sanctuary for the enslaved, but would have increased the territory of the Republic by an order of magnitude, while delivering a sharp rebuke to the London tormentor. He located the engine for this war in the slave South. The ships at Boston Harbor hung their flags at half-mast when war was declared. It was Henry Clay's war, he contended. Yet, as was their wont, these regionalists seemed more interested in espousing fiery rhetoric than blazing their weapons, which had to be trained via militias on potentially rebellious slaves, lest they overturn the entire order. Thus, he said, New England, while reluctant to aid in the subduing of Canada, provided more recruits when the war accelerated in 1814 than the slave South, Massachusetts leading the way, and it appeared that, with the assistance of U.S. Negroes, U.S. sovereignty seemed to be on the verge of desuetude. Riddle maintained nonetheless that the Hartford Convention, a harbinger of secession, was real. Actually fictional, a pleasant delusion, he said, was the curious myth south of the border that painted this war, which almost cost the U.S. its nationhood, as an almost unbroken series of glorious victories culminating in New Orleans in 1815. Instead, many slaves had come within British lines, which caused the bitterest comment by Americans, since it was key to London's near triumph. On the other hand, the U.S. destruction of York and Newark were not negligible in Canada, whose development was delayed a quarter of a century or more by that war. This meant less capability to assist the enslaved, which meant that the war was far from a total loss for Washington. 68. This Canadian is not far from the mark.
John C. Calhoun had made clear that seizing Canada was his primary goal. Unless London relinquished this vast land, he said brazenly, Washington would have to consider a state of war. 69 He denied adamantly that attacking Canada would lead to the British and Africans retaliating jointly against the slaveholders' republic, as ultimately ensued. 70. In 1813 crucially, on the 4th of July speaking from Richmond, the patriotic George Hay, amidst frequent denunciations of deceitful London, conceded that taking Canada was the goal of this war and that, in fact, this had been an original aim of the 1776 revolt. 71 As the war unfolded, one leading French diplomat in Washington marveled at how confidently the brash U.S. leaders boasted of taking over Canada. 72 The intention to wage war and invade Canada had long since been openly avowed, said one congressman in 1812. 3 months after the war ended, the prominent Washingtonian Alexander James Dallas conceded that the U.S. had sought to seize Canada, but this was, he said, a defensive measure in the face of London's backing of indigenes and their growing concern about the security of heavily French, and restive, Quebec. 74 The annexation of Canada, says the contemporary British scholar John Latimer, was a long-standing objective of the Republic. 75 Yet though severe damage was inflicted on Canada, the regime was not dislodged, nor was its role as a haven for escaped chattel eradicated. Months after the conflict ended again on the 4th of July, Alexander James Dallas was explicit in asserting that his nation remained angry at London's attempt to ally with indigenes, another cause for this war, not to mention alliances with the savage, the African, and insidious attempts to excite the citizens of the United States into acts of contumacy, treason and revolt against their government, a furious reference to the Hartford Convention. With an astonishing disregard for the predicates of racial solidarity, London seemingly had forgotten that the events, which have extirpated or dispersed the white population of St. Domingo, are in the recollection of all men. Dallas had served as Treasury Secretary under Madison and had an idea of the cost of this war. Likewise, his Jamaican birth had given him a healthy regard for the potency of enraged Africans, just as his Scottish origins provided further impetus for dislike of London. Dallas had a point. Playing the great game of stirring up the enslaved of the U.S. opened a dangerous door to Washington trying something similar in Jamaica unless London trumped this gambit by dropping broad hints of abolition, something beyond the ken of Washington. It was becoming ever clearer that London had to move toward abolition, if only to better position itself to confront the increasingly aggressive Republic without being outflanked. But it was not just incitement that incensed Dallas. Like others, he was appalled by what happened in Norfolk, Virginia, when females, the married and the single, suffered the extremity of personal abuse from the troops of the enemy and from the infatuated Negroes. At their instigation. 76 Worse for Dallas and his Confederates was that British observers seemed to brag about how they had flummoxed Washington by allying with indigenes and Africans. 77 While even more ominous was the Haitian praise of London as that liberator of the world. 78 Canada paid a heavy price for London's maneuvering, but it also gained as it drained the U.S. of slave labor. Thousands of U.S. Negroes fled to British lines, with some returning in redcoats deployed in vicious assaults on Georgia and the Chesapeake. Others served as spies, messengers, and guides, which both maddened and frightened their former masters. 79 Thousands fled to Nova Scotia and the maritime provinces, augmenting a proliferating Negro population already buoyed by those who had fled the 1776 revolt. 80 Given the response of the enslaved who remained, it would have been comprehensible if Madison had encouraged more to flee. The refugee from slavery, William Wells Brown, recalled that in Charleston during the war, a slaveholder became suspicious when his chattel asked to attend a religious meeting, so he masqueraded as a slave in order to spy on them. There he discovered that these troublesome properties were animatedly discussing their possible liberation by the redcoats and musing about what to do with their soon-to-be former master, with the choices ranging from mercy to murder. 81 As is well known, U.S. Negroes also fought valiantly against the redcoats. 82 The U.S. had become more dependent upon Negro labor than was commonly realized, particularly in its maritime force. This led to a March 1813 turnabout, allowing this beleaguered population to serve in the U.S. Navy. Washington may have been influenced by the November 1812 sighting of a British ship cruising between Charleston and Savannah with 70 Africans in the crew. Already they had been accused of having done a great deal of mischief. Then there was a British brig in the same vicinity, navigated by Africans, who were manning the guns and no doubt itching to bombard the bastion of slavery. Their failure to adhere to U.S. norms was validated, said one angry U.S. sailor when the captain of this menacing vessel even had the daring presumption to introduce his black mistress to our captain. African seamen were much in evidence on British ships in the Great Lakes region. Though the African population of the U.S. was much larger, even after 1813 it is likely that British ships had more African sailors, proportionately, aboard. 83. Those who fled to British lines, during the war and before, at times recrossed the border to the U.S. in order to encourage runaways, gather intelligence, hold meetings, and provide political guidance. 84. The larger point is, however, that Britain's very example and its challenge to U.S. national security helped to spur the youthful republic toward a more realistic posture, at least in the short term, toward its African denizens. 85. This course correction, in sum, was driven by stark necessity. The Negro cleric Richard Allen and his fellow Africans offered to build fortifications and fight the British as they approached Philadelphia. But the white city fathers refused to let them bear arms, in austere contrast to the redcoats on their doorstep, and would allow them to work only on the forts in segregated crews. 86. When in August 1814 New York City felt threatened, heroically rallying to the U.S. cause were the much put upon local Negroes, often dispatched by their churches. 87. But that was precisely the point. 88. For the U.S. was almost congenitally incapable of bestowing the kind of citizenship that this Negro sacrifice demanded. This in turn could only increase the attraction to them of London, where unlike their homeland abolitionism was escalating, thus further jeopardizing national security. On the other hand, the 1812 war also happened to bring probably the most sustained spate of unrest by Africans the nation had seen to that point. That it was assisted amply by the mortal foe in London provided this restiveness with the kind of muscle that could potentially overthrow the Washington regime. It was in early 1813 that Sir James Yeo remarked, "I am persuaded there is nothing that would cause more alarm and consternation than the apprehension of our black troops being employed against them. The population of the slaves in the southern provinces of America is so great, that the people of landed property would be panic-struck at the sight of a black regiment on their coast, and nothing would more effectively tend to make the war with this country unpopular than the knowledge of such a measure being in contemplation." 89. Bolling Hall, a congressman from Georgia, who earned his spurs by fighting in the successful war against Britain decades earlier, while barely a teenager, was all too familiar with the harsh challenge of confronting seditious Africans and angry redcoats alike. By late 1814, he seemed at wit's end. "The system which had been adopted to enable the government to defend our country against the enemy has failed," he groaned. "The treasury is nearly empty and loans cannot be obtained. Thus, the ranks of our army were not filled and we had no money to recruit. We were invaded by a powerful enemy who threatened to burn and destroy every place which might fall into his hands." He was speaking in the aftermath of the torching of Washington, with President Madison and his distressed spouse barely escaping intact. "Language is inadequate to describe my feelings," he said affectedly, "when I saw the ruins of the capital of the only free sick government on earth." Anticipating the sectional crisis that was to explode decades later, he also lamented the reality that to increase the difficulties I found the Federalists still disposed to defeat the measures of government. Massachusetts has called a convention of the northern and eastern states which could bring on us the horrors of a civil war. 90. All in all, the congressman had sketched the fine mess in which the nation was embroiled, though he conspicuously omitted the closest dragon breathing down the necks of his compatriots, the thousands of enslaved Africans that resided in his state. Philip Cook, who months earlier was to be found at Fort Hawkins, near Macon, could have briefed him on this delicate matter. For if a slave revolt were to burst forth, it would be the job of his militia to suppress it. and with the Royal Navy lurking offshore, this would be difficult, even in the best of times. But at that moment, his 2,500 men were unhappy, much discontent prevails among them. They are destitute of every kind of camp equipage and have had a continual succession of rain on them. They were badly provided with provisions too. All this tended to depress their spirit, and desertions have taken place, as patriotism was dissolving in the mud in which they were sinking. 91. The Declaration 92 of war by the US did not take London by surprise. 93 months earlier, Sir Alexander Cochrane already had decided that in a war with America great attention must be paid to Bermuda, within striking distance of Virginia and the Carolinas alike, and populated heavily with Africans who disliked these harsh slave states. Further south there was the Bahamas, which already was proving its mettle in the battle over Florida. The place where the Americans are most vulnerable, he stressed, is New Orleans and Virginia, both dependent heavily on the labor of enslaved Africans. He did not have to emphasize that the Bahamas too contained a population studded with Africans hungry for vengeance, nor that the US was ripe to be split in two as easily as a softened plum. He also opined that this war should be prosecuted in a very different style than that adopted in the Revolutionary War. We must not be so supine in our efforts as at that period, when our hostilities were directed much more against the treasury than the enemy. 94 In declaring war, Sir Alexander suggested, the US had stumbled unwittingly to the brink of debacle, a development that would have warmed the hearts of Africans near and far. 3. Can US Negroes commit treason? It was 1811 and Paul Cuff, one of the Republic's most affluent men of color, was in Britain as war loomed with his homeland, yet he did not appear to be seized with the idea of rallying to the Stars and Stripes. Indeed, he continued to carry on a profitable trade with the British military establishment, which he appeared to justify because of the abolitionist work of the Royal Navy, and it is not unlikely that his vessel bore the Union Jack. This trade did not cease with the declaration of war, which suggested that some in the Republic would have deemed him a traitor. 1 However, is citizenship a bilateral obligation, and was the new nation upholding its end of the bargain with Africans, too? So, even as the war escalated in 1814, when London was able to redeploy troops from the European theatre that had been bogged down battling Napoleon, Cuff did not rush to the side of his beleaguered homeland. Instead, he focused on his various enterprises, most of which were involved with African uplift. 3 Cuff thought that US Negroes could bring fresh blood and trade to Sierra Leone, and did not seem to be bothered by the fact that it was a colony of a nation with which Washington had severe problems. Depositing US Negroes in Sierra Leone, along with desperately needed supplies, and bringing African goods to Britain had come to animate his existence. Cuff also traveled to Haiti, saying sagely that they appeared to understand military tactics to perfection. For good measure, he also sojourned in other lands of bondage besides his own, such as Cuba and Brazil. In Jamaica, he saw US prisoners of war, 900 American prisoners confined. Many of them were sick with yellow fever but did not seem too agitated by the sight. 4 In Liverpool he was lionized, a not uncommon experience he enjoyed within the empire. 5 Washington was lucky, for Cuff could have conducted himself like other abused Africans, who doffed their slave rags, donned redcoats, grabbed weapons, and proceeded to attack Euro-Americans, a factor that London was banking on in order to prevail in the 1812 war. To be fair, London was also relying on a groundswell of anti-war opposition in New England as a whole, an eventuality that could have led to secession. 6 As early as the spring of 1814, Albert Gallatin, who had served the new republic as congressman, diplomat, and treasury secretary under Jefferson and Madison, informed soon-to-be presidential hopeful, William Crawford, that the alienated New England states might break with the Union and rejoin Britain. 7 This Crawford already knew. 8 Though it had been brewing for some time, just as the war was concluding, the Hartford Convention was called to order in a session that enjoyed high-level support, with anti-war passion flowing, as well as the questioning of slavery. 9 The Hartford Convention built upon pre-existing and continuing anti-war sentiment. Some prominent Rhode Islanders owned plantations in Cuba and resided in a state where Negroes had not been wholly barred from the militia 11, and thus they fretted about the complications resulting from War 12, such as London, Madrid, or both stirring up Negroes against the Republicans. 13. The 1812 declaration of war, in short, had uncorked a torrent of contradictions, forcing to the fore regional tensions that were to explode in 1861. This time the South chose secession. But at the root of this crisis was the enslavement of Africans and London's deft ability to take advantage of this burbling crisis. 14. In fact, in August 1812 the President required that a detachment of 2,000 militia be sent from Pennsylvania to Buffalo. Some were not happy 15 about this, thereby increasing British leverage. 16. The larger 17 was that the seeds of abolitionism in London were watered by shrewd realization by elites that attaining this lofty objective at once struck a blow at a growing rival, enlisted the sympathy of much beleaguered Africans in the hemisphere, not least in the US itself, placed Britain on the side of the angels occupying the highest moral ground, and denuded of potency any proliferating independence sentiments among the slave-holding class of the West Indies, some of whom yearned to replicate their very own 1776. Stirring this pot of discontent would also allow London to rile New Englanders to the detriment of the Republic. 18. With enslaved Africans having sound reason to revolt, London had sound reason to expect not only victory but dismantlement of a growing rival. There were other factors too. Shortly after the war began, William Franklin, a British subject and former colonial governor of New Jersey, provided intimate knowledge of New York fortifications. 19. A revelation all the more damaging given that he was scion of a founding family of the Republic. Another self-described old American loyalist with a thorough knowledge of the line of coast of the United States, also provided useful intelligence. 20. A proliferating trend. 21. Months before this conflict concluded, it seemed things were going Britain's way, which made all the more surprising the denouement in New Orleans. For it was in September 1814, not long after the torching of the White House, that Governor Simon Snyder of Pennsylvania was informed in hysterical tones about the truly alarming situation of the seaboard and the equally if not more exposed situation of our frontier in the Lake Erie. 22. Harrisburg had to confront the ugly reality that, according to one military leader, of the 400 men of the drafted militia, about half of them are destitute of blankets and shoes and often with little or no straw. 23. And even if the governor had followed the recommendation of dispatching more troops, he would only have left Philadelphia exposed. Philadelphia was thought to be in the crosshairs, given the assault on neighboring Washington and Baltimore. London had sent its own Negro troops, many of whom had formerly been chattel property south of the border from New Brunswick into neighboring New York State. The resultant Battle of Lundy's Lane, perhaps the bloodiest of the entire conflict, with each side suffering 900 casualties, featured these African troops fighting fiercely, knowing as they did that defeat could mean their enslavement. 24. Richard Pierpont and the company of colored men under the command of Robert Runche, acquitted themselves well when they repelled the U.S. invaders at Queenston in 1812.25. Actually, African volunteers fought valiantly for the crown at Fort George, Niagara Town, Stony Creek, and elsewhere along the northern border. Among the African warriors who fought at Queenston Heights were 50 former slaves from the U.S. who had escaped in the 1790s and taken refuge at the Grand River Reserve with the famous Mohawk leader, Joseph Brant. 26. Throughout the Great Lakes region, a major site of County Station, London relied heavily on Africans in arms. Many of them were related to those who had been enticed across the border in the first place after Lord Dunmore's famed appeal in the midst of the brewing 1776 revolt. 27. There seemed to be an inexhaustible supply of Africans who could be thrown into battle against the U.S., and this nation's well-known reputation for enslaving their kind gave them the incentive to fight fearlessly. As the war was winding down, the British subject Dr. George Pinkard found himself in Barbados. He recalled gloatingly the armed Africans supportive of the Union Jack, who numbered in the hundreds but whose ranks were augmented steadily by defections from neighboring French and Dutch territories,
suggesting the popularity of London's abolitionism. 28. Still, if the British forces romped above the Mason-Dixon line, famously assisted by formerly enslaved Africans who had fled from bondage in the nation they were now fighting, their escapades in the regions more scarred by slavery were even more devastating for their foes. That is. 29. When the Redcoats occupied Cumberland Island, off the coast of Georgia, the force included the 3rd West India Regiment, which included Africans from the Chesapeake region. Perhaps because of the catalytic impact of seeing, former, slaves now wielding weapons and holding frightened Euro-Americans at bay, there were so many Africans on this isle flocking to British ships that they barely had enough space to carry them all to Bermuda. 30. The affluent Mary Telfair, who had just endured the fear that African troops from Spanish Florida were to invade her beloved Georgia, now feared that 2,000 Africans in redcoats had landed on Cumberland Island. "Everything is to be dreaded," she moaned, "for no doubt a number of slaves will flock to his British standard." 31. An accurate premonition. 32. They were also scurrying from Amelia Island to ships waiting to transport them to Nova Scotia, where they joined 1,232, former, slaves who had fled to the site and its Canadian neighbors in 1784, including New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. 33. There were about 2,000 of these later refugees altogether, far exceeding expectations, in what amounted to one of the most spectacularly proficient mass emancipations and successful rebellions ever witnessed in the slaveholders' republic. 34. Washington had the distinct disadvantage of being surrounded by the territory of its opponent. 35. Canada, Bermuda, and the Bahamas, most notably, each of which contained angry Africans with scores to settle against their former homeland. 36. Then there were the other prime nodes of British power: Halifax, Jamaica, and Barbados, all of which not only had a healthy complement of Africans with an incentive to halt the march of slavery from Washington, but firepower to accomplish this laudable goal. 37. Africans also deserted the Republic at its time of need. When the Pennsylvania governor was informed by a Marylanda about the kidnapping from the city of Philadelphia of sundry Negroes, it was hard to say who was suspected: typically hyperactive kidnappers for slavers, the pro-redcoat Negroes, or Africans simply fleeing and leaving a false trail in their wake. 38. The U.S. had stumbled into a two-front war, combating disaffected Negroes and British alike. Marylanders, for example, did not know where to deploy their militia targeting concentrations of enslaved Africans or the Royal Navy. 39. An extraordinarily vexing and expensive dilemma. 40. The sight of Africans fleeing wholesale to British lines was infuriating to the slaveholders' republic, at once representing draining capital flight and signifying a profound national security weakness, the worst of all worlds, in other words a thought that may have occurred to those fleeing militia duty. The anguished cries of outrage this elicited matched the profundity of the loss. 41. Thus, when in Calvert County, Maryland, every African on a major estate fled hastily to join the British, fury reigned. This was a damagingly strategic loss, for, with so many British forces chasing Napoleon in Europe in the early stages of the 1812 war, London could continue to dominate the coastal waters of North America but needed more boots on the ground to hold, and plunder effectively, territory. The fleeing Africans could therefore provide intelligence through difficult terrain, return to rescue others, or don boots and redcoats, both of which were the kind of finery that those accustomed to tattered rags at best could well enjoy. Then again, Sir Alexander Cochrane, like many British subjects, continued to harbor deep resentments when it came to the new republic, not only because of its excessive bragging about its supposed vanguard political status but, more personally, because he had lost a brother during the 1781 siege of Yorktown. 42. This multiplicity of ferocities propelled by disenthralled Africans, discontented New Englanders, and embittered Britons swept through the Chesapeake like a raging oil fire. 43. With militia in Maryland performing double duty, defending against slave rebellions and fighting redcoats, Africans took advantage of the resultant flux by simply refusing to work, declaring that they would soon be free. One of the patrollers acknowledged that there would be a simultaneous slave uprising if the British attacked. 44. Brigadier General Caleb Hawkins of Maryland was told to spread the belated word,
Well aware of the skills possessed by the enslaved, he was further informed that the boats immediately in the neighborhood should be hauled sick up or secured in some other way which might in some measure destroy the facility with which they reached the enemy's ships. 45 The local authorities in Virginia instructed the commander of His Britannic Majesty's forces in the Potomac that a number of Negroes had made an escape from their owners and have gone on board the squadron under your command, and all they desired was to reclaim their property. 46 Pushing his luck, one bold slaveholder chose to go aboard His Majesty's vessel in order to see their Negroes and take home all such as were willing to return. He seemed surprised to ascertain that none appeared to have a disposition to do so. Though we saw the whole of them. 47 His visit did little to stem the seemingly ceaseless flow of Africans to British vessels. 48 Then the inevitable occurred as emboldened Africans chose to stand and fight. An insurrection of slave and free Negroes was anticipated in Frederick County, Maryland, in 1814. 11 African men were detained. 49 In neighboring Delaware the emboldened redcoats demanded vegetables and hay with destruction promised otherwise. 50 The awesome combination of the armed forces of what might have been the most militarily sophisticated nation on the planet and a highly motivated internal insurgency by enslaved Africans proved to be intimidating. 51 In Virginia, at Mundy Point in the Chesapeake region, raiders included several platoons of uniformed Africans, the sight of which ignited widespread terror. The British trained former slaves on Tangier Island, then deployed them in Pungo-Teague, Virginia. The very sight of them seemed to augur the dreaded reckoning, payback for well-nigh centuries of brutalization. 52 The redcoats were spotted in the vulnerable northern neck region as early as the spring of 1813. Yet the local authorities were handicapped in confronting them due to the need to guard against a revolt of the enslaved. But most startling for these militia men was the sight of former slaves in redcoats, not only armed but acting as a guide for their liberators. The Euro-Virginians seemed disoriented. One admitted that some were frozen with undisguised alarm at the sight of Negroes with guns. Sounding pleased, one British officer cut to the root of their dismay, pointing out that they expect blacks will have no mercy on them. Subsequently, Virginia claimed that 1,721 enslaved Africans fled to British lines, with Maryland providing a reputed 714.53 altogether. It is estimated that about 3,800 erstwhile U.S. Negroes left with the British forces and resettled in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Trinidad and Tobago, and Britain itself. They fled from at least 7 states. At times they left friends and families behind, suggesting how wrenching this decision could be. Overwhelmingly, Nova Scotia 54, whose naval base caused many a sleep-deprived night in Washington, received the majority of those seeking refuge, with Virginia seemingly suffering the greatest losses overall. 55 Virginia had to contend with the difficult decision of determining if it should respond more forcefully against Africans, the internal foe, or redcoats, the external one. 56 The state was perceived widely as the power behind the throne of the slaveholders' republic, and as a result absorbed a punishing share of British blows. A redcoat invasion was coupled with an assisted revolt of the enslaved, then like falling dominoes came depleted militia, unarmed militia, fleeing militia, and militia with low morale. The Virginians were so pressed that they had to look askance at supposed presents. For it was there that 2 British deserters materialized, including a black man named George Mitchell, allegedly a free man from New York, supposedly subjected to impressment in 1806.57, but who was to say that he was not just a well-placed spy, particularly since there were suspicions that enslaved Africans were a major source for stunningly accurate British intelligence reports. 58 When an enslaved African showed up in Westmoreland County in mid-1814, weeks before the invasion and immolation of Washington, he was not greeted with open arms. 59 Unsurprisingly, soon thereafter there was another report of a large booty of slaves fleeing to British lines. 60 These two may have come by the Potomac, the serpentine river that defined the nation's capital, for, quite perilously for the boastful Republic, Rear Admiral George Cockburn of the Royal Navy felt that the black population inclined to join us is more numerous on the shores of the Potomac than anywhere else within the Chesapeake. 61 In fact, Coburn was informed that the black refugees increased so fast that his correspondent could only begin to be somewhat puzzled. 62 Often those fleeing, a militia leader was told, possessed a minute knowledge of every bypath. They leave us as spies upon our posts and strength, it was said with utter dismay, and they return upon them as guides and as soldiers and incendiaries. It was by the aid of these guides that ambushes were formed everywhere in the woods, firing upon our troopers. The example which is held out in these bands of armed Negroes, and the weakness of the resistance which as yet has been made to oppose them, must have a strong effect upon those blacks which have not as yet been able to escape. 63 Norfolk was in a state of nervous collapse. 64 Richmond, the real capital of the nation, according to some, was likewise filled with angst. Those who were there expressed apprehensions of insurrectionary movements among the blacks under the instigation of the British. Thus the lieutenant governor was advised on the removal of the powder magazine to a place of greater security to the citizens. 65 Which decidedly did not include human chattel. But those in Hampton, Virginia, might well have asked what evil could be greater than that to which they had been subjected. For it was on the momentous date of July 4, 1813 that militia leaders reported disconsolately and with polite delicacy that the sex hitherto guarded by soldiers' honor escaped not the rude assaults of superior force, nor could disease disarm the foe of his ferocity. 66 Moreover, as others noted, compounding the evil was the assertion that even enraged Africans had participated. But this seemed to be only a foretaste of what was to come. 67 In May 1814, it was reported nervously, the British landed in the state 500 men, partly Negroes, all in uniform. There was understandable worry that slaves might join them. The correspondent, Thomas Bailey, said the enemy put about 30 Negroes in full uniform in front and rushed, perhaps on the assumption that, feeling they had the most to lose and the most to gain via revenge, they would fight with an unalloyed ferocity. This they apparently did, since they unleashed a fusillade of continued fires. 68 From armed Negroes in redcoats, filling the warm spring air with even hotter lead, Virginians then had to turn their focused attention to a reportedly full-scale insurrection of the enslaved. Lynchburg was the focal point. It anxiously requested a military guard for protection of this place. But from whence were they to come? A general rising of the blacks in this quarter was the subject of frequent conversations among them. Blind vengeance alone was not their object, for the banks of this place have always been spoken of as the first object. With perspicacity, the Euro-American monitoring this crisis observed cogently, the spirit of insurrection has no doubt been produced by two causes: first, the approach of a foreign enemy, and secondly the exposed condition in which this part of the country has been left by the repeated calls of the militia which have been made upon it, leaving scarcely any other population than that of old men and boys. 69 The British forces, hovering offshore, with a well-supplied base in Bermuda to rely upon, did little to assuage Euro-Virginians' real fears. Writing just after the U.S. Civil War, when apprehensions about the potential of rebellious Africans were realized, one author in a book retained by the Library of Congress claimed that all along the coast, and far into the interior, secret organizations existed among the Negroes for united efforts to obtain their freedom, and in anticipation of the coming of a British Army of Liberation, they were prepared to rise in large numbers, at a given signal and strike for freedom. This writer claimed that the vicinity of Charleston was a principal venue for these gatherings. Hay held meetings every night and had arranged a plan for the rising of all slaves in Charleston when the British should appear. At one of their meetings, the question "what shall be done with the white people?" was warmly discussed. Some advocated their indiscriminate slaughter as the only security for liberty. Indeed, this seemed to be the prevailing opinion. Sung was a song that concluded, "Arise! Arise! Shake off your chains! Your cause is just, so heaven ordains, and wrest the scourge from Bucker's White's hand, and drive each tyrant from the land." 70 Certainly the British made a special appeal to enslaved Africans, urging them to rise against tyrants, notably in the Chesapeake,
with the promise of freedom as their reward. 71 Vice Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane saw this matter as being of the utmost strategic importance. The great point to be attained, he declared, weeks before the burning of Washington, is the cordial support of the black population, for with them properly armed and backed with 20,000 British troops, Mr. Madison will be hurled from his throne. 72 Inevitably, this infuriated U.S. nationals who harbored the deep desire to give Sir Alexander a well-attended necktie party. 73 Rear Admiral George Cockburn, lurking ominously in these waters, also believed that the black regiments from the West Indies may very probably have great effect amongst them. 74 His naval comrade, Sir Alexander, based in nearby Bermuda, issued a widely circulated proclamation to enslaved Africans on the mainland, stressing that if they fled to British lines, they would be sent as free settlers to the British possessions in North America or the West Indies, where they will meet all due encouragement. 75 Later Sir Alexander realized that U.S. Negroes were more interested in becoming free subjects than in being associated with the armed forces. Of course, he had not a doubt they would fight under the Union Jack, but was not equally certain that they will volunteer their services to the West India regiments. Their bid is to obtain settlements in the British colonies in North America. 76 Still, just in case, Sir Alexander ensured that on board the transport from Virginia to Bermuda, carting the formerly enslaved, there were detachments from West India regiments who were tasked to recruit. 77. By the spring of 1814, Admiral Cockburn realized that the slaveholders were taking great pains to prevent the escape of the Negroes, including placing strong guards over them. But he did not seem too bothered by these restraints, for he was continuing to enlist this heavily monitored group as soldiers. They were getting on astonishingly, he enthused, and are really very fine fellows, particularly since he saw how energetic they were when employed by us in attacking their old masters. Emphasis in the original. 78 How uncommonly and unexpectedly well the blacks have behaved in the several engagements in which they have now joined us, he beamed. One had been wounded grievously, but this setback did not daunt or check the others in the least, but on the contrary animated them to seek revenge. He was coming to rely upon them even more heavily, since they were unlikely to desert, though he lamented, "I am sorry to say we have many instances of our Marines walking over to the enemy." 79 This caused even more reliance on Negroes with guns. 80. Meanwhile, by late 1813 more complaints were emerging from the Bahamas that troop movements northward to engage in the dismantling of Virginia were leaving the archipelago defenseless. In this context, the formerly enslaved fleeing to British lines and emerging in redcoats, muskets in hand, could not have been timelier, providing Sir Alexander 81 with more flexibility. 82 As London came to rely even more on the West India regiments in the face of an expansionist neighbour in Washington, this could only increase transatlantic conflict, since the newer nation, which equated Africans with chattel, could only see this compelled maneuver as a deliberate affront, if not a violation of the law of nations. The logic of war was causing London to rely even more heavily on Africans, buoying the logic of abolition. After the war was declared, the authorities in Bermuda found it necessary to order the security measure that owners of sailboats remove their sails and rudders every night in the aftermath of an attempted escape by a U.S. prisoner. 83 A group that was growing in the islands in goodly number. 84 As the example of the Tucker family showed, there was much back and forth between Bermuda and the mainland, and the ultimate loyalties of the population of European origin could be questioned. But not so for the African. When Bermuda moved to form volunteer battalions, the authorities had to confront the prickly matter of what to do about the Euro-Americans who resided in this Atlantic paradise. 85. By early 1815 about 700 Africans from coastal Georgia had found a new home in Bermuda, to the consternation of their former owners, who traipsed there in a vain attempt to recover their property. 86 The U.S. was also engaged in the dangerous game of battering Africans, then relying on them in their maritime fleet. During the war, captured U.S. ships, both merchant and men of war, were brought to Bermuda. Most had enslaved Africans or free Negroes aboard, sometimes both.
Some of them wound up becoming redcoats or joining the Royal Navy. 87 Others joined other Africans, including some from the Republic, who wound up constructing the strategically significant dockyards in what had become the twin of London's all-important base at Gibraltar. 88. Of course, Bermuda had slaves of its own, who were straining to be free, and whose plight only seemed delightful in comparison to their counterparts on the mainland. 89 Unlike London, the local population of European origin was deathly worried about the impact of upsetting the already tenuous demographic balance by bringing in so many Africans. The Legislative Council nattered on about the magnitude of the evil this was said to represent. Then they went further to argue that our black population is the principal cause of the decrease of the white inhabitants, which was seen as tragic. They thought this increased population was somehow demoralizing to our own slaves, and therefore wanted them sent to Halifax forthwith. 90. But London could be excused if it viewed these colonists as suspiciously similar to those who had proven to be disloyal to the Crown a few decades earlier. London would have been further excused if it made a strategic shift in the colonizing project from relying so heavily upon Europeans, whips in hand, and instead heeded the call of abolitionists. By the fall of 1814, Governor James Cockburn of Bermuda denounced the disgraceful and pernicious practice of desertion from His Majesty's service, which has been of late too prevalent in these islands. He was correct in his view that this evil provided manifest dangers that exposed the colony. He was not wrong in his assumption that in a place as isolated and limited in extent as are these islands, it is impossible that distortions can take place to any serious amount without the connivance, if not direct encouragement, of some of the inhabitants. 91. London would have been both blind and dumb if it had continued to rely exclusively upon a bunch of European colonizers whose loyalty was questionable. It did not take long for Bermuda to move to form an artillery company comprised of free inhabitants of color. 92. In other words, London felt that in order to hold on to Bermuda, it had to broaden the base of this project, which meant distinguishing itself more sharply from the profile now represented by the empire of slavery headquartered in Washington. This in turn meant relying upon Negroes with guns and its ineluctable complement, hastening the pace of abolitionism. 4. Unlike their European counterparts, the Africans in this strategically sited British colony were less prone to accusations of being engaged in treason for the benefit of the slaveholders' republic. 4. The enslaved torments the slaveholder. Paul Jennings was stunned. Born in 1799 on the estate of President James Madison, he had risen to become a body servant of this diminutive, ill-tempered man, whose face, he confessed unashamedly, he shaved, every other day for 16 years. As he recalled it, by the summer of 1814, great alarm existed because of the ill-conceived war that Madison had launched. The diminutive Madison, said Jennings, liked to be surrounded by tall, strapping Negroes, they were among the 100 he owned. But this curious homosocial predilection may have backfired when it turned out that this group was most likely to flee into the arms of the British. Jennings recollected that Madison took the time to review this Black Brigade in late August 1814, just before the marauding arrival of the Redcoats, and, being a keen student of history, asked as if not certain if his Negroes would not run on the approach of the British. Shortly thereafter, dinner was served just as the Redcoats arrived at the White House. People were running in every direction, Jennings recounted, and in the meantime, a rabble, taking advantage of the confusion, ran all over the White House, and stole lots of silver and whatever they could lay their hands on. Apparently, enslaved Africans were foremost among those claiming reparations for their years of unpaid labor. The Redcoats too seemed eager to take advantage of the chaos they had created, for, he said, they ate up the very dinner and drank the wines that I had prepared for the President's party. 1. It was then that the British officer, George Cockburn, reported in a humdrum fashion, as if he were recounting a laundry list, the momentous sacking of the Republic's headquarters. It was on August 24 that Washington was occupied by His Majesty's forces, as the public buildings, docks, shipping, foundries, etc. were entirely destroyed. The opposition to our progress, he said accurately, does not appear to have been considerable, and our loss consequently was trifling. Georgetown had also been taken and Alexandria remained at our mercy and is said to have offered $1 million as a ransom for her preservation. 2 for the President and the Secretary of State only narrowly escaped being taken. An added bonus were the Africans from the region who fled to British ships and would soon be in the service of the West India regiments posted in Bermuda. 3 The impression left on Washington was so profound that almost 200 years later, in August 2009, tourists were still claiming that they could see pockmarks left by the ferocity of the British attack. 4 As the British fleet approached its attractive target, official Washington seemed paralyzed or unable to mount an adequate defense, not least because it had to face the possibility of a simultaneous rebellion by the enslaved. 5 Slaves who arrived in the wake of the Redcoats pillaging 6 stayed to loot silver urns, decorative trays, and a candelabra, and did a fair amount of damage to the White House, the hated achromatic symbol of their oppression. Subsequently, a leader of the Maryland militia told Congress that the arms of many of the enemy had fallen into the hands of the blacks, and further, they also took advantage of the absence of men to insult the females and complete the work of destruction commenced by the enemy. 7 It was charged further that most of the plundering in the vaporized ruin of a city was conducted by the celebrating enslaved, as Washington was largely abandoned by residents not in the, usually, mudsill category. 8 They were among the large number of enslaved Africans who welcomed the invasion and those who reportedly led the British to important sites they otherwise might have missed. One British officer recalled vividly former slaves demanding weapons so they could cut Mass's throat. While the British looted in nearby Maryland, a formerly enslaved African who was armed with pistols and a sword spent the night verbally tormenting his former master. 9 John Stavely, also of Maryland, complained that he was impressed at my house by 2 mulatto men and Negroes. 10 Unfortunately for these Marylanders. 11 It was not only Africans who were defecting to the British side. 12 Traditionally, according to the once enslaved African, Charles Ball, slaveholders who wished to terrify their slaves, threatened to sell them to South Carolina. Now it was the Africans who were doing the terrifying, and they were threatening to dispatch the once preening Euro-Americans to a site south of Purgatory. 13 Indicative of the vulnerability of Madison's nation was the relatively small number of troops it took to sack the capital. Years later, Duncan MacDougall, who had served as chief aide to the conquering British general, still seemed surprised that it took only a force of 4,000 men, having no cavalry and with only 1 6-pounder and 2 3-pounders, 14 who waltzed into the inner sanctum of power. 15 That had been built by the very labor of the enslaved. 16 Major General Joseph Dorst Patch, a retired U.S. officer, subsequently called the sacking of Washington the worst disgrace in our military history. The flames that night could be seen for a distance of 30 miles. 17 There were tens of thousands of dollars of stated damage, including boats, guns, cannonade carriages, sloops, frigates, and gunboats, adding to the swelling debt of the Republic. 18 He should have recognized that U.S. forces were only notion ally larger than those of the British, since their eyes and energies were diverted by the specter of rebellious Africans. Somehow the gloried founders of the nation had created a capital city of about 15,000, including about 3,400 enslaved Africans and almost 1,000 more free Africans. 19 In so doing they had created a ruling center with a dangerously embedded flaw in the person of Africans who had little reason to resist, and many reasons to support, an invasion. There were countless runaways guiding the Redcoats adroitly to the center of Washington, so they could more effectively destroy the hated symbols of their misery. 20 Mordecai Booth, a federal bureaucrat who was wandering the streets of the city on the fateful night in question, repeatedly encountered Africans about who did not seem overly perturbed by what was befalling Washington. Bumping into a flustered Madison, Booth seemed saddened to say that the president looked careworn and weary. Suddenly, Madison discovered that the British were searching for him, a prize catch indeed, and had discovered a clue to his hiding place and were even on their way hither, when he sought refuge in a miserable little hovel in the woods, a site more appropriate for the scores of enslaved Africans he owned. 21
Assertiveness on the part of the enslaved gave rise to the real fear that the redcoats had instigated a slave revolt to accompany their invasion, for such a rebellion was deemed more awful by some than the arrival of the British forces. The British may have lit this fuse, but it took little external prodding for the enslaved to understand that since their oppressors were under fire, rare opportunities were presented and they should heartily participate in the detonation. 22 Simon Schama argues that enslaved Africans in North America saw His Majesty as their sponsor, protector, and even liberator, and the events of 1812 had neither shaken this perception, nor eviscerated the resultant severe challenge to national security. 23. Actually 24 The U.S. Navy may have fallen for war's oldest ruse, deception. 4 days before the plunder commenced, the head of this force thought that appearances indicate a design on this place, meaning Washington, but it may be a feint to mask a real design of Baltimore, a growing industrial center. 25 Soon enough, reality dawned. 26 Then there was the problem of coordination between state and federal authorities. 27 Then there was sloth. Well, more than a year before this incendiary invasion of the White House, Secretary of War James Monroe was informed directly that British agents were circulating freely in the region, including those deemed to be zealous friends of the Negro, making all manner of promises to those willing to aid London. Their line was clear and subversive: to put an end to slavery in this country is His Majesty's sick design, and that all who take up arms, shall, at the close of the war, be entitled, not only to freedom, but to 100 acres of land and supply of provision and clothes for 5 years thereafter. Large number of slaves had then already promised to join His Majesty's forces, soon as they should land in America. 28 But how could Monroe, or Madison, act to reverse the decades of pain inflicted upon the enslaved by the Republic of Bondage without alienating slaveholders, even if the Republic's very survival was at stake? 29. The President's loquacious spouse, Dolly Madison, did not hold up very well under this strain. She was depressed and could hardly speak without emitting a veil of tears. She had remained in the city until a few hours before the British entered. But for some reason she was utterly confident of victory until she heard the roar of British cannon and espied the rockets shooting through the air. Then she saw U.S. troops frantically scattering, as if from a breath of pestilence rather than a sophisticated foe. She retreated with what a friend of hers called, with a touch of unintended irony, the flying army. George Cockburn, like the conquering potentate he was, rode up and down the city's broad avenues shouldered by imposing buildings on an old white mare with a long mane and tail. Dolly Madison's friend, Margaret Bayard, recalled that the consternation around us is general. The despondency, the defining word of this episode, still greater. This miasma of gloom also enveloped the first family. With horror, Bayard observed that it was supposed between 400 or 500 blacks have been either taken or fled, while muskets, cartridge boxes, and more explosives were found by the hundreds and in possession of blacks. Yes, she concluded with even more gloom, society and individuals have received a shock it will require a long time to recover from, as no place seems safe. Barely able to control her own flowing emotions, she told her correspondent, "Excuse me for writing on one subject only, but understandably, it is the only one of which we talk or think." 30. One U.S. national visiting what was called Washington City almost 3 years after its destruction, was still seemingly perplexed by what he witnessed. 31 That passions could still be raw long after the fact was indicative of the trauma endured by the nation, which was forced to contemplate its fate and perhaps, its hegemonic system of labor. As it turns out, one response was to cleanse the nation partially or at least parts of it by constructing a new neo-colony in Liberia, which would have the added advantage of countering its British neighbor, Sierra Leone, to which U.S. Negroes had been steadily flocking. It was understandable why Virginians in particular were simultaneously furious and bamboozled by the fall of the nation's center of power, an event that seemed to portend the reclaiming of territory by the former colonial power and, perhaps worse, the empowering of Africans. For this entire period, beginning with the first talk of conflict with London, coincided with what was probably the most sustained period of rebellion by the enslaved that the nation had endured before or since. And Virginia and the Chesapeake and the region surrounding Washington, a notable target for the Redcoats, was the epicenter of this eruption. By April 1812 a plot by the enslaved already was in the making, coinciding with militia preparations to confront distractedly the Redcoats. 32. This was occurring as the governor frantically abandoned Richmond. 33, which was akin to a signal to the enslaved that the moment for revolt was propitious. A nervous Norfolk resident reported that if the enemy chose to land the same number of men they did at Baltimore, we are done. Norfolk must fall, he stressed. 34 The local paper there whined that to take Negroes who were human beings, to tear them forever from their kindred and connections is what we should never expect from a Christian nation. 100 years later, a U.S. observer remarked in response that indignation because of the taking of fowls and swine was not near so great as the indignation because of the taking of slaves. 35. The governor indicated as much when he returned to Richmond after a tour of the eastern part of the state, complaining of the barbarous character of the enemy, which had the audacity to inflict the loss of slaves, a catastrophe that meant many persons in a state of affluence have been reduced to abject poverty. 36. Virginia's besieged governor informed leading legislators of dangerous plans by London endeavoring to effect by a secret agent the dismemberment of these states, through all the horrors of a civil war. 37 In a sense this is precisely what occurred when enslaved Africans rebelled, that is, the settlers faced the daunting prospect of fighting simultaneously a de facto civil war combined with a foreign invasion. 38. He was similarly distraught by the rapes, rapine, and murder committed. Foul deeds and acts of violence were an outrage, he thought. The Redcoats asserted that the subjects of the rape were a few women of bad fame, but this he adamantly denied. And if Africans were involved, even the social demerit of these women could not liquidate the offense. 39 Thus, when an enslaved African was convicted of an attempt to commit a rape on a white woman, the authorities rushed to provide the appropriate example, demanding that he be castrated. 40. Outrage did not cease, however. Private houses were plundered, while gray hairs were subjected to wanton outrage, as our respectable females were publicly sick-born off. 41 He charged. Weeks before the Redcoats marched triumphantly into Washington, they were hovering on the outskirts of Richmond. James Monroe was advised that 2,000 militia were desperately needed, as the force of the enemy in the bay is considerable and is perpetually increasing. But where would these militia come from, since so many were needed to guard against the reality of enhanced restiveness by the enslaved? 42. The scores of miles stretching from Philadelphia to Washington and further south were under extreme pressure. Even before Washington was sacked, Governor Simon Snyder of the Keystone State sensed what was in store. 43 As Washington was smoldering, he anxiously warned his compatriots about the powerful depredating foe. 44 That hungrily awaited. The seemingly wise calculation that London would be so bogged down in Europe chasing Napoleon that it would be unable to focus on the U.S., was proving to be harebrained. The distinct possibility was arising that the new nation had met its own Waterloo. 45 Just before the foray against Washington, Governor James Cockburn in Bermuda informed legislators that peace between Great Britain and France has finally been signed, leaving to our empire, Malta, Tobago, the Cape of Good Hope and the Mauritius. The next stop was evident when he referred acerbically to the unhappy policy and the wild and unjustifiable pretensions of the United States of America, which required the vengeance of the British nation and the flames of war. 46 Which had engulfed 47 the Republic even before he declaimed. 48. From heady dreams of seizing Canada and multiplying profoundly the territory under its control, the Republic had to concern itself with the agony of survival. Secretary of War James Monroe had proposed a 20,000-man army, with 10,000 more in reserve, for an invasion of Canada over which he would take command with a lieutenant general's commission. But he apparently did not take adequate account of guarding his rear, which was to be bitten painfully by rebellious Africans. 49. Meanwhile, in Canada the perception was further solidified that their neighbor was an inauthentic republic or, alternatively, that republicanism itself was a fraud, as slavery was necessary for its implementation, rendering it hopelessly corrupt. This paved the way for Ontario opening its arms further to enslaved Africans fleeing Republican tyranny, thereby amplifying the challenge to U.S. national security. 50 That His Majesty's employment of Indigenous allies along the border was probably the single most important factor in the successful defense of Upper Canada in the face of an aggressive invasion from the south, only served to strengthen sentiment in Ontario that there was something fundamentally invalid about a republic that was based on the enslavement of Africans. 51 When Buffalo, New York was left in ashes as a result of a fierce counterattack by an angry redcoat force that apparently included a sizable complement of Africans and indigenes, a stern message should have been transmitted to the Republic as to the error of its ways. 52 Abolitionist sentiment. 53 was beginning to proliferate, propelled in part by pre-existing hostility to the Southern dalliance with Napoleon and the concomitant sympathy for increasingly abolitionist London. While opponents of war were gathering in Hartford and Albany. 54 The only states that cast unanimous votes for the war against London were South Carolina, Georgia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. This reflected the growing Anglophobia in Charleston and Savannah, driven relentlessly by the real threat that abolitionist London presented to the peculiar institution. 55 Marylanders with sense, for example, should have recognized that there was something awry with their battling at Queenston to take Canada, while back in their home state the British and the enslaved were running amok. 56 This revelation caused the state's House of Delegates in February 1814 to inform Madison and Congress of their discontent. 57 Ironically, the war of aggression launched from Washington had the dialectical impact of accelerating the development of a kind of Canadian nationalism, which, unlike the U.S., did not set itself apart necessarily from London, not least because of the real need for protection against U.S. expansionism. 58 Simultaneously, abolitionist sentiment was solidifying north of the border, with ever more adamant refusals to extradite escaped property. Thus we see how this war boomeranged and fed sectional conflict in the U.S., hastening the arrival of de jure not just de facto civil war, of which trend London was well aware. As early as August 1812, the British consul in Newport, Rhode Island, was reporting routinely that the war was so unpopular in New England that they were quite reluctant to summon their militias, since they thought they would be sent against Canada. 59 Strong anti-Washington sentiment in Canada was the upshot of this failed war, and much of this feeling was transferred to more legitimate abolitionist sentiment. 60 As one Canadian put it looking back, during their invasion of his country U.S. forces found themselves in a country so decidedly hostile that, their retreating ranks were thinned by the denizens firing on them from behind fences and stumps. 61 Many of those firing at the fleeing U.S. nationals were former forced African laborers, who had a special incentive to inflict pain on their hated foes. 62 The sacking of Washington was sufficient evidence that the goal of the war taking Canada would not be reached, and now the essence of victory would be defined as the more attainable goal of surviving as a nation. By August 1814, Charles Carroll of Maryland was warning that the enemy are on the march from Washington to Baltimore, and it was probable that a deputation from the city will meet them before they enter the town and capitulate on the best terms they can. The fabulously affluent Carroll, who apparently had made his own peace with London, advised somberly that resistance will be fruitless and if made will only cost the lives of some valuable citizens, plus shipping will be destroyed. Should Baltimore fall, the march to Philadelphia would follow. 63 Carroll's pessimism about the new republic's prospects was understandable. The U.S. was facing external battering from redcoats and internal weakening, the equivalent of civil war by the enslaved. 64 Baltimore was no stranger to unrest. For example, in 1812 the city endured serious rioting in which a critical element was the rioters' attack on Negroes and property owned by Negroes, which hardly predisposed this group to join hands in defense of the Republic. 65 James Briscoe, a free Negro who owned multiple city properties, became an early target on the tellingly revealing premise that he was pro-British. However, it is hard to disentangle this perception from the wider feeling that Africans generally occupied this category, which was further entangled with the desire to punish individuals whose very existence violated class-racial norms. 66 Unsurprisingly,
Sir Alexander Cochrane boasted confidently that in an attack upon Baltimore I count upon being joined by a number of Negroes, who he planned to arm and employ as guides. 67. The attack on Baltimore was part of an overall assault on the entire Chesapeake region in which 1,600 African troops with only 1,000 Europeans were to be employed. The object was to destroy the city's naval yards and public stores of provisions and, it was noted pithily, to cause an alarm among the white population who feared most of all an insurrection of the slaves. 68. That Baltimore, like other parts of the Republic, was torn between those sympathetic and hostile toward France only served to weaken its defense against a British invasion. 69. As late as December 1814, Philadelphia seemed to be in a similar state of distress. 70. Similarly, in North Carolina 71 militia arms were in a tolerable state of use, the governor was told, though they were aging, having been acquired in 1790 to be used only in case of insurrection among the blacks, in which event they were to be distributed among the militia. 72. Then there was the other age-old problem, if an Indian war should take place, Governor William Hawkins was informed, as conflict with London crept ever closer, and the probability is that it will ultimately be the case, the frontier counties of the state will undoubtedly be very much exposed. 73. By late 1813, the Royal Navy was lurking off the state's eastern shore and, it was reported, agitation and alarm spread through every part of the region. 74. While British forces were actually planning to strike Baltimore, due north. 75. The leader of the Committee of Safety in Wilmington, North Carolina, was bothering the governor with the notion that their course may be directed to this part of the coast. 76. Though the U.S. failed in its chief goal of seizing Canada, the war was not a total bust as it led directly to weakening Spain, and ultimately swallowing the prize that was Florida. 77. But Spain was not Britain, an obvious realization that dawned on Washington after the war concluded as the expansionist republic turned away from the challenge of seizing Canada to the comparably simpler task of denuding Madrid. The US had opted for the considerably more difficult route of declaring war on the British Empire and barely escaped intact. For having plundered Washington and frightened witless the entire eastern seaboard, London thought it had an opportunity to win the Gulf Coast, take New Orleans, then proceed up the Mississippi River Valley and link it to Canada, which would have produced a rump republic. The Battle of New Orleans, in which men of African descent played a pivotal role on both sides, thwarted this grand design. 78. But it was not from lack of effort on London's part. Major Edward Nichols was sent to the Gulf Coast to recruit runaway slaves and form them into regiments to fight their former masters. By August 1814 he was in Pensacola and assumed virtual control of the town and proceeded to recruit nearly all the local slaves, who had sound reason to defect, for his regiment. 79. Soon Andrew Jackson was told that settlements along the Gulf Coast had been destroyed by the British, that the troops were chiefly black, and that these included many, formerly, belonging to the inhabitants of West Florida. 80. These words were confirmed by Arsène Lacarrière Latour, who had fled from revolution in Hispaniola and still wound up confronting armed and angry Africans. It is an undeniable fact, said this West Floridian, that during the whole campaign the Negroes were employed by the British in working for the army in general. He seemed both stunned and confused by the British view of Africans. They constantly refused to consider them as personal property, and seemed inclined to leave them at their own disposal. With rising temper, he maintained, surely such maxims can find no support in the law of nations. This was unjustifiable, he argued as he calumniated London, since this power scruples not to descend to the basest means, when such appears likely to contribute to the attainment of its ends. The region was on edge, and a chief reason for the success of operations in Louisiana was the insurrection of the Negroes. Why? In a rationale that was to be repeated endlessly in coming decades, Latour charged that this abolitionism was driven by mercantile purposes, that is, the British were bent on the destruction of a country whose rivalship they feared in their colonial productions. These British ingrates, he asserted, had cavalierly secreted on board their ships nearly 400 slaves, who had run away from their masters, Despite severe remonstrances, 81 in nearby Alabama there occurred the infamous Fort Sims massacre, which one scholar calls the bloodiest single event between the white man and the Indian in the history of the nation. 82 Yet what was striking about this bloody event was that the governor of Louisiana charged that this was also a slave uprising. 83 Since a number of Africans participated in the slaughtering of Euro-Americans. 84 Louisiana could not ignore the leaping flames in its vicinity. Andrew Jackson arrived in Pensacola in November 1814 with 3,000 troops, facing British land forces and indigenes in his sight. But, as he noted, he had to leave this tomorrow for New Orleans. 85 These British land forces were busily recruiting enslaved Africans to join their forces. 86 And confront the future president. 87 Once again, the U.S. seemed not to have sufficient forces to confront simultaneously redcoats, indigenes, and the enslaved, particularly when they banded together and dispersed over a far-flung land. Joseph Morgan Wilcox, a U.S. lieutenant eventually killed by indigenes, informed his father in December 1813 that spies report that the British have offered to furnish the Spaniards with 2,000 black troops for the defense of Pensacola, which inevitably would mean a bloody scene. That he knew. For it was a few days later that he boasted of how his forces had succeeded in burning Echinachika, or Beloved Ground, which was one of the principal towns of deposit for corn and treasure in the Creek Nation, a town that was defended by 120 Indians and Negroes. 88 Eyebrows and temperatures were raised when reports trickled in about Negro troops in redcoats patrolling Pensacola. 89 With 300 more making their way to Mobile. 90 Thus, as December 1814 approached, Euro-Americans in New Orleans shuddered at what might occur there. Strict measures were imposed by the city council to deal with those deemed to be suspicious. This could amount, disastrously enough, to strictures against those who performed most of the town's vital functions, namely, the enslaved 91 who had numerous allies. 92 The city fathers, well aware of the almost casual abuse of Africans, had reason now to be suspicious of their almost ubiquitous presence in a city Africans termed the nigger hell. 93 Yet the embattled U.S. forces would have to rely upon Africans of varying hues in order to repel the invaders, a reliance made all the more necessary since as usual the militia was pockmarked by desertions, insubordination, and downright mutiny. 94 Andrew Jackson, whose defense of the city catapulted him into the front ranks of leadership, recognized these two poles, a debilitated militia which meant more reliance on Africans, when acknowledging the contribution of the latter. But why should Africans, free or enslaved, ally with a nation whose very name signaled bondage while fighting a nation where abolitionism had taken root? 95 Such doubts prompted Jackson to issue a still remarkable proclamation to the free-colored inhabitants of Louisiana. Circulated in September 1814, while Washington was still a leveled city and the entire eastern seaboard was in jeopardy, he stinted no sentiment in alleging that due regard will be paid to the feelings of freemen and soldiers. You will not, by being associated with white men in the same corps, he said unctuously, be exposed to improper comparison or unjust sarcasm. 96 But sarcasm would be expressed by those Africans sufficiently naive to fall for the slaveholders' empty promises. James Roberts, born in Maryland in 1753, recounted the disillusioning story of Jackson recruiting the enslaved to confront the redcoats on the promise of better treatment, a promise promptly rebuffed after victory was proclaimed. Why such perfidy? Jackson, said Roberts, claimed in response, never suffer Negroes to have arms, for if you do they will take the country. Suffer them to have no weapons over 10 inches long. Never allow them to have a piece of paper with any writing on it whatever. With a breathtaking cynicism, Jackson, said Roberts, claimed never arm another set of colored people. We have fooled them now, but never trust them again, they will not be fooled again with this example before them. Beyond fury, Roberts was stunned, as were so many other Africans, by this monstrous deception and villainy. 97 A perception that ricocheted 98 through the decades among Africans. 99 Considering the dire straits in which his nation found itself, Jackson had cause to make promises to anyone naive enough to accept them,
so martial law was imposed on New Orleans and habeas corpus was suspended as fears of slave insurrection spread. As not for the last time the lesson was deduced by too few that curbing the piddling rights of Africans could inevitably lead to curbing the robust rights of all within the Republic. 100. 5. A powerful Negro army. Eliza Chodard Gould was worried. Of French descent and born in 1777, she had fled from revolutionary Hispaniola to New Orleans, and by mid-December 1814, she was beset with the reason for her flight in the first place: armed Africans. Meanwhile, others in redcoats were trying to instigate the Negroes to insurrection, as they had basely done with the savages aiding their massacre of helpless families. "Our sleeping was as irregular as our eating," Miss Gould cried, "and we never went regularly to bed. We had all pieces of gold concealed about our persons in case we should have to run. But," she pondered questioningly, "we asked each other, in what direction could we run? For in front there was the mighty Mississippi River, but not a boat in sight, and the Negroes were above, and an insurrection was dreaded there, and the swamp was in back and impenetrable." As Christmas approached, she confessed that her pillow was wet with tears, and she and her coterie wept more copious tears, as they walked and wrung their hands in terror, wondering who would have the first opportunity to slay them, the British or the armed Africans bent on bloody revenge. 1. Those like Miss Gould, who had grown happily accustomed to the enslavement of Africans, had more than one reason to be concerned about this turn of events. In neighboring Natchez, James Moore's premonition that this war would be an unhappy thing for our country, seemed to be attaining realization. He knew of a Negro conspiracy unfolding, with guns and powder taken from them. The heads of the plot are in separate confinement, which was barely reassuring. 2. Moore was planning to flee to South Carolina, given the dangers he sensed. Here is every reason to suppose that this will be a troublesome place if the war should continue, since there are a great many internal enemies, and it is reported the British have landed considerable force at or near Pensacola, and the Negroes will be much against this country. 3. Rapidly growing Louisiana and nearby Mississippi both seem to require a seemingly inexhaustible supply of bonded labor, and the war and the British ships cruising in the Gulf of Mexico had hampered the normal supplies transported from Cuba, the region, and Africa directly. The abolitionist movement had strained mightily to ensure that as of 1808 the African slave trade would be hindered, if not abolished, a campaign that had hardly diverted the elite of this town. It was after 1808 that Governor William Claiborne petitioned Washington to allow European refugees fleeing Hispaniola to bring their slaves to Louisiana. In 1809 he personally approved importation of enslaved Africans. By one estimate, 10,000 former residents of Hispaniola came to Louisiana in the aftermath of the Revolution. 4. But London was pressing for a broadening of the abolitionist crusade, which was to culminate in a reckoning at the Congress of Vienna, a crusade given momentum by the battering administered to the major transgressor of these diktats, the United States. 5. The invading British were struck by the assistance lent to their campaign by enslaved Africans. Benson Earl Hill, an artillery officer, recalled later being accosted by a young Negro, who, in very excellent French, possibly betraying the reality of having been dragged to Louisiana by Europeans fleeing unrest in Hispaniola, implored me to order a collar of spikes, with which his neck was encompassed, to be taken off. Hill referred contemptuously to the collar encasing this unfortunate African's neck as this ingenious symbol of a land of liberty. 6. But the torturous maltreatment of these Africans was also symptomatic of the panic that descended on slaveholders as the war unfolded. 7. Secretary of War James Monroe had warned presciently that a powerful savage and Negro army, joined by the slaves of the country, will carry fire and sword throughout the land. Now it was New Orleans' turn to be punished and to panic. 8. Among those anxiously concerned about what was to befall them were those who alerted the slaveholder Jacques-Philippe Villiers, a future governor, and requested that he be en garde, acutely aware of an insurrection of Africans accompanied by a British invasion. 9. More than a year before the British arrival, slaveholders were demanding the delivery of 300 guns in anticipation of an insurrection by Africans. 10. As the redcoats were poised to level Washington, the cavalry in New Orleans was ordered. To be prepared to confront an expected revolt by the enslaved. 11 Henry de Ste Gem 12, born in France, had moved to Hispaniola before being expelled and was reluctant to move from Louisiana. This salty little rooster, as Jackson described him, was hardly in a mood to flee once more. 13 Though the redcoats and armed Africans would have a vote on his future. 14 It needs to be understood that these slaveholders were not simply spooked by diaphanous phantoms. For in 1811, the region had witnessed what has been termed the largest slave revolt in the nation's history, and in October 1812, months after war had been declared against Britain, coincidentally enough yet another substantial plot of the enslaved was uncovered. In November 1812 another conspiracy was exposed and 1813 brought no surcease, as it was rightly suspected that crafty Africans were seeking to take advantage of the pressure that had been placed on the slave-holding class by London. There also seemed to be an increase in runaways during this period, as individuals took advantage of the flux, and the fact that a number spoke French suggested an awareness, at least, of Hispaniola and all that it entailed for slaveholder fears. 15 Louisiana led the nation in virtually every statistical category by which one might measure the impact of slave revolt, as 1811 suggested: frequency, magnitude, scope, cost. The level of these in other states seem puny in comparison with the Pelican State. Weeks after the crushing of the 1811 revolt, which, it was thought, had been sufficiently pulverizing to lessen restiveness for some time to come, a group of rambunctious enslaved Africans had hijacked a ship with the intention of sailing to the Caribbean. Journals in London had taken note carefully of the 1811 revolt and, no doubt, the high degree of unrest had affected their calculations by 1812. Louisiana had become a state a mere 7 weeks before the war was launched. The sutures of incorporation in the Union were hardly secure before they were being tugged on furiously by the enslaved. 16 As January 1815 approached, London may have been overly confident, given the apparent weaknesses of the Republic. Early in 1813, Sir James Yeo, addressing the First Lord of the Admiralty, was almost dismissive in noting that New Orleans was not fortified, while almost the whole of their troops had been sent to Mobile. Louisiana's leading city was filled with nothing but traitors and discontent, he thought. 17 But ironically, what may have tipped the balance in favor of the embattled Republic was the presence on their side of men of color, those whose very presence had been scorned virtually as a matter of law. Of course, many of these men had a reputation for not being particularly sympathetic to the enslaved and thus were less susceptible to being moved by the growing abolitionism in London, or the dearth thereof in Washington. 18 Thus, Africans faced off in New Orleans against each other, though after the battle had ended it was those who fought under the Stars and Stripes who were to be ousted from the military. 19 On the British side, there were the 1st and 5th West India Regiments, who were given a prominent role in the assault. 20 London had launched an enormous invasion, strikingly embarking from Jamaica, a nation made up mostly of Africans. There were 60 ships carrying more than 10,000 troops with New Orleans as its destination. 21 By another estimate, of the almost 12,000 British troops at New Orleans, 1,400 were African. 22 As part of their shock and awe strategy meant to immobilize Euro-Americans. 23 London had designated African troops to be at the tip of the spear of the occupying force. So cocky was Sir Alexander Cochrane about the odds of victory that he downgraded the number of troops to be taken to New Orleans, feeling that enslaved Africans in the state in sizable numbers could be organized quickly. 24 Into armed regiments. 25 But luckily 26 for the U.S., these particular invaders were unaccustomed to the January frost that greeted them in Louisiana. 27 It is difficult to express how much the black troops have suffered from the excessive cold, said one officer, which they are so little accustomed to. Indeed, several had died from mere cold and others, all more accustomed to the tropics, had been weakened by the weather. 28 For which they were ill prepared. 29 Although the Republic escaped extinction, 30 Grousing continued, heightening sectional tensions, while South Carolina, which had pushed for war relentlessly,
contributed a meager 6,417 soldiers to the conflict. Relatively dovish Connecticut contributed 32,03931. More than 2 decades after the Battle of New Orleans, Africans in Rhode Island were pondering this conflict and Jackson's broken promises when considering whether it would be worthwhile to take up arms to defend local elites. 32. The reverberations 33 from the 1812 war continued to resonate. 34 particularly in the fraught area of what later came to be termed antiseptically as race relations. For not only was the citizenry shaken by the realization that in maintaining enslavement they were harboring a dangerous fifth column, but London increased their anxiety by depositing U.S. prisoners of war in its island possessions, populated heavily with Africans, where these unfortunate Euro-Americans were often treated roughly and sternly by those they were accustomed to viewing as chattel. 35 Tales of the abuse of their men in the islands. 36 Outraged the U.S. 37 As it revealed to London the Republican Achilles heel. 38 Similarly, former U.S. slaves now resided in Bermuda, Nova Scotia, and particularly Trinidad. 39 Where their antipathy to their former homeland was a formidable barrier against Washington's dreams of expansion. 40 Already developing in Nova Scotia was a rising sentiment in Canada as a whole to define the colony in opposition to the United States. A few years after the war, slavery was virtually non-existent in Upper Canada, which not only made it a magnet for runaway capital from the US but also allowed London to fortify the high moral ground. 41 Although anti-Americanism in Nova Scotia involved more than opposition to slavery, augmenting its population of Africans with untamed grievances against Washington did little to stanch growing fury at the sight of human bondage. 42 Likewise, the arrival in Bermuda of the newly emancipated from the US bolstered abolitionism there, as it undermined settlers. 43 With forethought or not, by relying so heavily upon Africans to confront its rising foe in North America, London had served to unleash an intimidating display of abolitionism. This was remarkable, given the number of slaves that toiled under the Union Jack. Shortly after the war concluded, a profound insurrection of the enslaved hit Barbados. 44 And a few years later another occurred in Jamaica, spurred by talk in London of abolitionism. 45 On the one hand, London would find it difficult to play the abolitionist card against the Republic, while seeking to hide the same in its colonies. On the other hand, these slaves belonged to a settler class, which London had good cause to think were sympathetic to their counterparts in the US, and undermining them was a reasonable price to pay for the cost of abolitionism. There were more Africans than Europeans anyway in the islands, and they had proven themselves to be the fiercest of opponents of London's rival, the US. In Bermuda, for example, it did not take long for discussion to emerge about admitting evidence into courts of free Negroes and free persons of color. 46 After a militant display of unrest by the enslaved in Bermuda, His Majesty's representative reminded one and all that the black population have, like ourselves, every attribute of man, not inferior in intellect or more degraded in mind, they are men like ourselves in the eye of the Almighty. Thus, all must endeavor to ameliorate the state of the slave population, to the utmost extent of which it is capable. 47 And then there was Haiti, which had shown that it was not opposed to spreading its revolutionary message elsewhere. This could lead to a major loss for London in Jamaica. After the war, Captain Gr. Peschel of the Royal Navy had traveled to Hispaniola and expressed nervous apprehension about what this militarized island meant for neighboring Jamaica. There was anxiety about whether some within the Haitian elite were too close to Paris, though the French flag was not permitted there. British goods command a preference and were held in higher estimation than those of peer nations, and British merchants enjoyed the principal commerce. It nearly all centers on them, he said smilingly, while the Americans, Danes, and Swedes were lagging. 48 Like Bermuda, Trinidad also faced the prospect of an increase in its African population. One could well understand why Africans might want to move from the Gulf Coast to islands off the northern coast of South America, for in 1806 the governor was placed on trial for torturing a free mulatto. One could hardly imagine such an event occurring in the slave South. 49 Trinidad seemed to be the preferred site to place African prisoners of war, taken at Martinique and St. Lucia, who found it difficult to find homes elsewhere. 50. Washington was worried about this growth of the Negro population in the islands, and the rumor soon emerged that they were destined for re-enslavement. 51. Actually, Bermuda was interested in retaining the African refugees there, rather than dispatching them to Trinidad. But, as George Cockburn put it, there was the failure of every attempt to get them to stay there. The enslaved demanded to be conveyed to Trinidad, there to be settled, as many others of their countrymen have been already established. The further from the Republic, the better. Cockburn also acknowledged to the Earl of Bathurst why selling these Africans into slavery was illogical, sensing that the generous treatment which they have received cannot fail of making an impression throughout their community, which would be highly favorable to the British character and interest. 52. Furthermore, somehow the British concluded that the U.S. Negroes made better soldiers than the well-respected West India regiments. Probably they had not judged properly that their ferocity in battle was due to their confronting their former slave masters and a nation they despised. Given their battered past, they were particularly tenacious of promises made to them, so great caution must therefore be taken in that particular. Nothing in the form of bad faith should be observed towards them. 53. The pro-London attitude of enslaved Africans was the mighty trump card held by His Majesty in confronting its former colony. Why should that be tossed away casually? U.S. nationals also sensed this disadvantage and moved to reverse it. One of this group, Edward Ironmonger, filed an affidavit claiming that these refugees were being traduced into slavery. Stung, Cockburn made the most minute investigation, and angrily concluded that a group of palpable falsehoods was never more fabricated. 54. Writing in 1862, a Toronto writer cited a Norfolk source from that earlier time that confirmed Cockburn's assertion that London would have contravened its interests by selling African defectors from the U.S. into slavery. 55. William Smith, Commander-in-Chief of Bermuda, argued that the idea of such a trade in Africans was fanciful, and no importation of Negroes from the coast of Africa into the islands had taken place within the last 100 years at least. The heavy taxes imposed on such imports was suggestive of the authorities' attitude. As was the case in other British possessions in the region, the object of legislation was to discourage the increase of the black population. Since the previous census in 1812, he was writing in 1816, the number of Africans has decreased upwards of 200. There were then 4,583 Africans in Bermuda, which European settlers thought was quite enough. 56. Thus, as early as 1815 the formerly enslaved of North America were trickling into Trinidad, many of them having performed valorous service in redcoats fighting their erstwhile masters. 57. The largest group was from the Chesapeake, while others came from islands off the coast of Georgia and Florida, and still others from Louisiana. Quite appropriately, some had participated avidly in the sacking of Washington. Called Merrykins, they were a validation of what had been thought to be a folk belief, namely, that redcoats would arrive to free them and arm them. 58. It was on May 23, 1815 that these formerly enslaved persons from the U.S. docked in Trinidad. They have nearly all expressed their wish to have a grant of land, said Governor Ralph Woodford, and I am preparing to comply with their desire. 59. A few months later, the governor greeted another ship from the U.S., this one with 58 former U.S. Negroes aboard, principally from the Indian country, he added, meaning along the Gulf Coast. He said, the number of old persons and children requires that the best ground should be assigned for their maintenance, and I therefore propose placing them on some good land in Naparime. 60. By late August 1815, Governor Woodford was summarizing the scale of this exile: 404 men, 83 women, and 87 children, all involving very heavy expenses and all being settled on preferred lands, of the best kind, beyond the capital, Port of Spain. Soon they were reported to be able to maintain themselves, which, at least among resident slaveholders, had excited at the same time considerable apprehension. The governor, however, was pleased with their orderly and peaceable demeanor,
which inspires one with very different sensations, yet another sign that the interests of the slave-holding class and London were drifting apart. One slaveholder, an American loyalist, was quite worried about this influx. He made a strong representation about this danger that he apprehends from the communication of these Negroes with those of his estate, which is in Naparime 61. They were given a choice, 62 declared Governor Woodford, of continuing their former employments as tradesmen and servants, but they unanimously preferred taking the lands and refused service. One problem was the preponderance of men, which he deemed a serious evil. So he wanted apprenticed Negro women from other islands or those captured from illegal slave vessels to be sent there. There was the hope of a number being enabled by their own labor to purchase the freedom of their relatives. Cognizant of potential confrontations with other powers and the delight of these Africans of being rescued from U.S. slavery, he also was pondering the propriety of establishing a military post in Naparime 63. Concern about a perceived gender imbalance among the refugees meant that a number of women were captured from a French trader, then landed in Barbados and dispatched to Trinidad. 64. By mid-1817, Governor Woodford reported that the refugees were well settled. They had built themselves good huts and many were industrious and had a considerable quantity of land cleared. Some were ill, they had come with a want of shoes, and some had ulcers. For them he recommended constant attendance. Those who arrived in 1815 appear very comfortable. They wanted the establishment of an English church, though some pre-existing settlers would view any preferences given to the Americans in this as in other respects with great jealousy. 65. These Africans rapidly garnered a justifiable reputation as hard workers in Trinidad. 66. As they constructed roads and toiled on sugar cane estates. 67. It was reported that the Africans arriving from North America tended to enjoy a change from their former condition. True, in America, it was said correctly, they did work for a hard taskmaster. In fact, their adaptations to their new surroundings have demonstrated clearly that free Negroes, although uneducated, can be useful citizens. Indeed, their presence served as a formidable barrier against the strengthening of the more retrograde sentiments among the resident European settler class. 68. Understandably, given the horrific slavery they had fled in the U.S., these sojourners were keen to express their appreciation to London. 69. According to one observer, ultimately 1,000 Africans from North America migrated to Trinidad. Contrary to the widespread notion in Washington that they had exchanged one form of bondage for another, William Hardin Burnley of London declared that they were provided for some time after their arrival with medical care and attention befitting their new status as free individuals with a keen interest in defending the Crown. 70. London had long contemplated Trinidad's prospects, with the Haitian Revolution in mind. Far-sighted Londoners had accepted the revolutionary implications of Haiti and knew that resisting abolitionism in the Caribbean would be difficult, not least since it was assumed correctly that Haiti would view the continuation of slavery in its neighborhood as a threat to its own security. Thus, the Chancellor of the Exchequer was informed that an independent Negro state would certainly be a less terrible neighbor to the British sugar colonies, if irrevocably hostile to France, than if under her influence and willing to promote her views. Thus, it was noted in 1802 that abolishing the slave trade would serve to promote London's strategic interests in the region. Though some sought to place more of the enslaved in Trinidad, the Chancellor was instructed to resist this impulse. To found a new slave colony in that neighborhood, seems, scarcely less irrational, than it would be to build a town near the crater of Vesuvius. Instead, it was stated realistically, consider Negro liberty in our new colony, then augment a new species of soldiery based upon the broad shoulders of Africans, who had already shown themselves to be good fighters. As the slave-holding republic loomed as a threat to London, it was noted observantly that of the fidelity of the armed Negroes there could in this case be no reasonable doubt, for the cause of Great Britain would be their own. Moreover, it was pointed out expansively that these Negroes with guns might perhaps enable us to overawe all the valuable settlements of France, Spain, and Holland. 71. After the war, some writers in London were beginning to contrast the revolution in Hispaniola favorably with what had occurred in the aftermath of 1776,
viewed as something considerably less than a lurch for liberty. Paris was chided for assisting this latter revolt. Whereas the US was viewed as yet another bastion of the English, white, and proprietors, Haiti was contrasted as being in a widely different situation. They were all Africans, natives of the soil, Negroes, and slaves. The revolt of the latter was seen as righteous, that of the former as counterfeit. 72 A fellow Londoner keenly noted that his nation's future rested in alignment with Haitians, due to their hatred of the French. 73. British attitudes about the U.S., already souring because of its brutal slavery accompanied by repetitive boasts about its liberty. 74 did not improve as a result of the war. 75 Adam Hodgson's acerbic view of the Republic was typical. 76 Hodgson's experience was of a piece with the complex post-war environment. 77 London's consul in New York declared that it was necessary to contradict the constant theme of U.S. liberty, which spurred emigration, and what better way to do that than by stressing the constant theme of U.S. slavery. 78 A chastened U.S. 79 Well aware of the exposed vulnerabilities that the victory at New Orleans could not conceal, 80 realized that a new phase of conflict with London had begun. 81 The fury that gripped slaveholders, angry at the loss of their property in the years following the 1812 war. 82 was particularly intense along the Gulf Coast. 83 The hostility to London. 84 seemed to curdle in the mind of John Innerarity. He was born in Scotland in 1783 and thus had even more reason to resent the English. A towering 6 feet tall and possessed of a large frame, he had auburn hair and soft brown eyes. He arrived in North America in 1802. His uncle, William Panton, was a major slave trader and entrepreneur, and Innerarity benefited nicely from his various businesses, then suffered accordingly when some of his prized human chattel fled to British lines. Perhaps his animosity toward London was heightened by the fact that he spoke French and had married a French woman who spoke no English. He resided in Pensacola in a massive brick house where leaders of the Creek Nation could be found, embroiled in various negotiations. It was there that their leader, Alexander McGillivray, died. These indigenes supposedly owed a huge debt to the Panton firm, which may have contributed to their subsequent alignment with London. There was nothing inevitable about Innerarity souring on London. He had served as British consul in Pensacola, but after his human chattel fled, he served as vice-consul for France and was decorated with the Cross of the Legion of Honor. 85 Decades after Africans that were in bondage to him had fled, he was still enraged at the loss, arguing that at least one of them was worth a handsome $1,400.86. Jacques Villiers, who served as governor of Louisiana and was French besides, also lost human chattel to the invaders. Some were worth as much as $2,000, and the losses included a carpenter, driver, and coachman, a hefty loss of $52,900 all told. 87 A supporter of Villiers attested that these slaves were of the finest quality and were first-rate African Negroes accustomed to the climate. 88 Perhaps Villiers should have been comforted by the fact that another member of the local elite, Pierre Denis de la Ronde, Major General of the militia, also was deprived of his slaves by the Redcoats. 89 The severe losses suffered by those of Scottish and French descent served to underscore a proliferating Anglophobia in the Republic. 90 As with the aftermath of the 1776 revolt, when Africans fled en masse, the 1812 war necessitated the replenishing of slave stocks. 91 The increase in the illegal slave trade which followed brought further conflict with London. 92 Surely there was no jump in manumissions. 93 Following this war. 94 There was further turnover of the African population when colonizing free Negroes abroad took flight. When a group of Euro-Americans in the slave South met in 1818 to discuss colonizing certain Negroes abroad, they pointedly referenced a January 1811 letter by Thomas Jefferson drafted near the same time as a major slave revolt in Louisiana, pointing to his efforts to send Africans in North America to various sites, including West Africa and Brazil. 95 According to one scholar, James Monroe, who had endured painfully the reality of confronting Negroes with guns, was the most powerful participant. In the founding of the American Colonization Society in 1816.96, the capital of Liberia, Monrovia, carried his name, quite appropriately. 97 Meanwhile, Africans in North America held a different view of Britain and Haiti than that held widely by Euro-Americans. Within a decade of the war's conclusion, an estimated 13,000 U.S. Negroes migrated to Hispaniola. During part of this crucial time, the island's leader, Henry Christophe, flirted with making English rather than French the official language of the island, and changing the state religion from Roman Catholicism to Protestantism, to flatter and entice London. During this period London posted Charles Mackenzie, a diplomat of African origin, as its top diplomat in Port-au-Prince, this at a time when Negroes in the U.S. had difficulty acquiring citizenship, let alone receiving high-level posts. 98 Finally, during this era a Negro press began to develop in the U.S., which drew heavily for inspiration and reports upon journals in Britain. 99 These Negro journals, which praised British abolitionism, also had agents in Haiti, England, and Canada, sites not seen as friendly to Washington. 100. After the war, slaveholders had to confront a certain restiveness among their remaining slaves, who had witnessed, or heard of, slaveholders fleeing from Negroes with guns and generally had seen the entire system of bondage in acute disarray. This unsettledness and brusque challenge to the status quo may have affected some Euro-Americans as well, for it was not long after the Treaty of Ghent had ended hostilities that a slave uprising in Virginia that resembled the more successful venture led by Nat Turner was bruited. Apparently it extended from Fredericksburg to Richmond. 101. Further south in Camden, South Carolina, a similar plot unwound in July 1816. A prominent slaveholder spoke of the fear of an insurrection of the blacks, with only interposition saving them all from destruction. Their plan had been in agitation since last Christmas, as it was their intention to have set fire to one part of the town, and while the attention of the people was diverted, the enslaved would have taken possession of the arsenal, which is filled with arms and ammunition, and proceeded to murder the men, but the women they intended to reserve for their own purposes. This was their own confession. It was stressed. Our jail is filled with Negroes, they are stretched to their backs on the bare floor and scarcely move their heads. 6 of the ringleaders are to be executed. William Blanding's cousin was afraid to stay at home and was considering exile. 102 Those to be executed expressed no remorse. T. Hay said they were in a good cause. The regretless included a professor of religion who said he had only one sin to answer for, and that was he had sat down to the communion table with the white people when he knew he was going to cut their throats as soon as convenient. 103. It was a subdued U.S. that entered into negotiations to end the 1812 war, having failed to seize the sanctuary for slaves that was Canada, seeing its capital reduced to ashes, and barely escaping with sovereignty. 104 At Ghent, Britain would not budge on the foremost demand, that human chattel be restored to its former owners. London knew that slaveholding was the locomotive of the Republic, and there was little incentive to bolster this budding rival where it mattered the most. 105 Over the years, the U.S. doggedly pursued these claims for their lost human chattel, which only served to irritate all the more an increasingly abolitionist London. 106 When the U.S. emissary, Richard Rush, met at 11 a.m. on January 3, 1818 at the private residence in London of Lord Castlereagh, he made it clear that his first priority was in reference to the slaves carried off by English ships. 107. There was a juridical basis for these claims because Russia, which served as the umpire recruited to settle the bilateral London-Washington dispute, ruled that the U.S. was entitled to just indemnification for all private property which the British forces took and which related to slaves more especially. 108 But the intense wrangling continued, not least since London was moving rapidly toward seeing Africans as humans, not chattel, and Washington was not so inclined. Early in 1827, the parties agreed again, and London vowed to pay $1,204,960 to the U.S., though this hardly concluded the disputatiousness. 109 The Treaty of Ghent, however, did state with clarity that the traffic in slaves is irreconcilable with the principles of humanity and justice, and Washington pledged that it was desirous of seeing its abolition. 110 This was no small concession, particularly since in coming decades U.S. nationals would become a major scofflaw in violating this sacred tenet.
but the larger upshot of the war was to convince many in the US that abolitionism growing steadily in London 111 was little more than a British plot, assisted by enslaved Africans and perhaps militant indigenes and feckless New Englanders, to weaken, if not overthrow, the slaveholders' republic. 112. 6. The British, Africans, and indigenes versus the U.S. In mid-January 1819 Lord Castlereagh demanded that the U.S. Minister, Richard Rush, make an immediate dash to his London abode, where Britain's top diplomat was enduring a bout of gout. Rush was ushered into a dressing room where the man celebrated for bringing Napoleon to accountability was propped up on a couch. Yet the chilliness of that winter day may have been exceeded by the frostiness of Lord Castlereagh's words as he upbraided Rush about the death of 2 British subjects in Florida. This was in the context of a war that, unbeknownst to the two men, came to be known as the First Seminole War. 2 more were to follow. In this conflict London was perceived by the Republic as continuing its 1812 war strategy of stirring up Africans and indigenes against the U.S. Rush did not back down as he charged one of these slain subjects for being patron of the Indians, penman of their petitions, the spokesman at their council, which was not far from the truth. Rush contended that the 2 men were taken in the field, fighting on their side, meaning indigenes, against the forces of the United States. Unfazed, Lord Castlereagh advanced, reminding Rush that the dual executions were exciting strong sensibility in Britain. Rush did not have to be reminded of this, for he saw that out of doors, excitement seemed to rise higher and higher. Stocks experienced a slight fall, under an apprehension of war with the United States. The British press was in a frenzy and directed much of its fire toward Andrew Jackson. He was exhibited in placards through the streets of London. The journals, without any distinction of party, swelled the general chorus. Subsequently, Lord Castlereagh stressed to Rush that a war might have been produced on this occasion, if the ministry had but held up a finger. On so slender a thread do public affairs sometimes hang. As inflamed mobs called for Jackson's head, U.S. and British diplomats were embroiled in increasingly contentious debates about slavery and compensation for slaveholders, the arguments being so heated that Russia had to play an ever larger role in arbitration. But there was a rudimentary conflict of competing outlooks as Washington did not consider the original capturing of the slaves, under whatever circumstances, justified by the ordinary usage of war. The British plenipotentiaries, he added drily, did not accede to this doctrine. Before his January conversations with Lord Castlereagh, Rush had taken the time to confer extraordinarily, in retrospect, given the tender passions in the slave South with William Wilberforce, the epitome of rising abolitionism, whose realized goal could involve tremendous losses for slaveholders. Rush recognized that his interlocutors' parliamentary labors and those of his pen, had probably been more diffused over the United States than any other country outside of England, testament to the utter dependence of abolitionism on the west bank of the Atlantic on its mightier counterpart in London. 1. As it turns out, Rush's dialogues with Lord Castlereagh and Wilberforce might have been a classic rendition of a sly good cop bad cop interrogation, for London had shown that it could reach deep into the U.S. heartland, enlist Africans and indigenes against the government, plunder the capital, and potentially block the Republic's expansion, which was in the process of devouring Florida. The reformist Wilberforce could afford to be charming in such a context, just as Lord Castlereagh, holding more than one trump card, could afford to avoid tact. With the capital reduced to ruin, Washington knew that severe adjustments were required. Moving toward a regular army was a response to, though following Wilberforce was not yet in the cards. For shortly after Londoners were clamoring in the streets against the misdeeds of General Jackson, legislators in Kentucky petitioned Congress urging the Solons to take a sterner view of Canada's warm reception of runaways and demanding direct negotiations with London on this fraught front. A few years later Secretary of State Henry Clay proposed various arrangements to the British on this matter, but was met with a cold shoulder. 3. The same year as the Rush-Castlereagh tête-à-tête, Tennessee slaveholders seeking to have their human property returned from Canada were flatly refused. Increasingly in Canada, Africans were closer to equality than they were south of the border and were accorded full citizenship rights after a 3-year residency, whereas the U.S. lagged far behind until after a bloody civil war. The Detroit River was coming to be seen as the River Jordan and, as one scholar put it, white Canadians on the whole did not seem to evince the same degree of racial animosity toward blacks as did many white Americans. For British travelers continued pouring into the U.S., departing with ever more bitter appraisals of the Republic, further complicating already fraught bilateral relations. 5 Tart opinions of the Republic were congruent with the growing abolitionism in London. 6 Slavery was truly appalling, sniffed one Londoner, reflecting a growing consensus within the Empire. 7 Flaying the Republic, particularly concerning the impact of slavery on sexual mores. 8 Was becoming a national sport. 9 Within the Empire. 10 Canada was key to London's position in North America, where a strategy of alliances with Africans and to an extent indigenes was employed as a means to contain the U.S. A self-described British traveller explained this doctrine in 1816, it was impossible for the Americans to guard against predatory incursions, even New York is not impregnable, he boasted. Thus, if London held Canada in a proper military condition, no state in the Union could be secure from an eruption from thence into its very interior, if occasion required. It was now a fact well understood that the friendship of the Indians to this country, when engaged in American war, is of the most decided advantage, and it made good sense for London to resist American policy that was directed toward the total extermination of the Indians. Hence, in addition to allying with indigenes, London must accelerate an entente with fugitive Negroes, who absconded from the plantations in the Delaware and Chesapeake and who are now in Nova Scotia as British free subjects. Hire them as overseers, he suggested. Their liberties being duly guaranteed, they would no doubt readily embrace London. 11 Despite the admonitions of these sojourners, many Britons were voting with their feet, hopping on board vessels heading westward with ever-increasing enthusiasm. London's Manhattan-based consul was told by the Foreign Office in late 1816 about an increase in the number of British subjects migrating to the U.S. He sought to redirect them to Canada. 12 With mild success at best. This was evil, said Britain's consul in Boston. In November 1818 he reported that several vessels had just landed in Massachusetts with hundreds of passengers. He added that passengers appear to have been deceived as to the real destination, for mutinous passengers had threatened to murder the captain, confine him to his cabin, then compelled the crew to steer for the United States even though Quebec was supposedly the destination. This was the result of a secret understanding between the charterer and the passengers that the latter should mutiny at sea and take her by force into the United States. 13 But London's desire to conciliate indigenes and appeal to Africans made it more problematic for these potential Canadians to obtain huge swathes of land, stocked with Africans to do most of the hard labor. This probably caused London to push the abolitionist agenda even harder, making the best of a problematic situation. Moreover, with people constant departing from British ports, it became even more essential for the British Empire to effect an entente with Africans, particularly those in the backyard of their growing rival, the U.S. This sheds further light on the Negro fort. In this context, British abolitionism made good moral and strategic sense. Opposition to the African slave trade, which the U.S. supposedly abjured, would deprive this rival of increased manpower. 14 Euro-Americans did not accept this London critique lightly, as they had their own sharp differences with British policy. 15 A fiery militancy 16 had developed in the U.S. South, particularly, born not least by the violence needed to repel redcoats, subdue indigenes, and enslave Africans. As the sensitive Ghent negotiations were reaching their climax, for example, representatives of the Mississippi Territory where these attitudes were in the ascendant spoke bluntly of their lively indignation at the haughty propositions made by the ministers of the British government. 17 What was upsetting the Mississippians, in a sense, was infuriating others in the Republic, for it was precisely at Ghent that Washington's delegates expressed indignation at London exciting a portion of the population of the United States,
under the promise of military employment or of free settlement in the West Indies, to treachery and rebellion. This rebuke was signed by John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and Albert Gallatin in a remarkable display of cross-sectional unity. 18. Yet this fury could not mask the weaknesses of the Republic. For the leakage of enslaved Africans was not only northward to Canada, as the Rush-Castlereagh confrontation suggested, they were also fleeing southward. The British had primed the pump by deluging Africans along the Gulf Coast with handbills, offering them land in the West Indies when the fighting ended, and guaranteeing their freedom besides. Further, they trained and armed hundreds of indigenes and Africans for confrontation with U.S. forces. 19 A point of pride among some Londoners. 20. Those known as the Seminoles of Florida represented the zenith of Negro-Indian cooperation, though they were hardly unique. For some time there had been a fluidity of identity between these two groups, some identifying as one or another, depending on the circumstances. Besides, persons of African descent at times acted generally as go-betweens and interpreters on behalf of indigenes in their dealings with others. 21 The Seminoles also represented a high point in indigene collaboration with the British. In 1819, delegations were arriving in the Bahamas from Florida. 22 As hostilities with U.S. forces accelerated. 23 The leader of the Creek Nation, Francis Hillis Hago, had also been to London to lobby for restoration of lands thought to have been restored by Ghent. Spanish garrisons also had an interest in supporting indigenes against rampages by Euro-Americans. 24 The fabled Negro Fort was equipped on the Apalachicola River near Pensacola by the British during the 1812 war and rapidly was garrisoned by runaways. 25 Aided by indigenes. This encampment was both a magnet for runaways and a suspected base for depredations against U.S. soil. It was thought that cities as far afield as Savannah were affected, and Pensacola, General Jackson was told, was defenseless and remained in constant dread. 26 Its sprawling presence was a magnet for various dissidents. 27 Located enticingly a mere 25 miles from the Gulf Coast, the Fort 28 was well designed and strongly constructed, with a parapet about 25 feet high and 18 feet thick. On a high bluff, it had a river-like moat in front and a large creek just below, a swamp in the rear and a small creek just above, which rendered it difficult though not impossible to attack. 29 It was the militant General Jackson who argued forcefully that the Negro Fort, erected near the junction of the Chattahoochee and Flint rivers, was being strengthened by London and that it represented a clear and present danger to Euro-American settlement. 30 The fort was a magnet for dissident Africans. 31 But many runaways fled further south to the Bahamas. 32 Some making it to Cuba, where the Spanish also saw an advantage to winning over refugees from the slave South. 33 The Republic had to consider that unless they subdued Spain in Florida minimally, the chances of their being crushed by Britain and these European powers' African allies would increase. Distressing to the Republicans in this context was that during the war the Royal Marines had raised 3 companies of Africans recruited from the ranks of runaways and slaves liberated in Pensacola. Also part of this equation were residents of indigenous Creek and Seminole nations, both known to have Africans within their ranks. 34 Jackson's attack on Pensacola was seen not only as a prelude to the Battle of New Orleans but also as a precondition, given the strength amassed there by the British. 35 Weeks after the formal end of the 1812 war, Madrid's emissaries visited the Negro Fort and offered amnesty to 128 Africans there. But only 12 of the 250 there accepted, suggesting that force would be needed to evict them all. 36 The Spanish minister, de Onís, has a number of agents in this country, said Thomas Sidney Jessup in August 1816, who were organizing a revolution. 37 He could have added that Spain contemplated fomenting a slave revolt in the U.S. South to distract the Republic's attention and impede its advance to Florida. 38 Surely, when James Monroe formulated his famed doctrine, it may have occurred to him that it had utility in hampering the ability of Europeans to catalyze revolts by the enslaved in North America. 39 British military leader George Woodbine, a man of European origin who had roots in Jamaica,
took a direct role in drilling armed indigenes and Africans with the objective of merging what was occurring in Florida with the general wave of unrest that was then sweeping through Latin America. Major General Edmund Gaines of the U.S. forces complained that the notorious Woodbine was again at the mouth of the Apalachicola, and had an agent now among the Seminole Indians and Negroes in that quarter, stirring them up to acts of hostility against this country. 40. At the Negro Fort 41 were hundreds of Africans and some indigenes, notably Choctaws. 42 buoyed by London, which in turn was being pushed by abolitionists. 43. The former U.S. Negroes among them had settled along the river and were reported to have cornfields extending nearly 50 miles along it. A number of them were in active collaboration with the Seminoles. 44 They had cattle and corn and the means of subsistence. They also harvested potatoes, peas, beans, and rice, and had neat gardens with plenty of fruit and vegetables. 45 Official Washington was vehement in its denunciation. 46 Of the setup. 47 British officials were accused of causing the desertion of enslaved Africans. 48 From their misery. 49 In the summer of 1816 a contingent of U.S. troops detonated an awful explosion at the fort. The scene was horrible without description, said one observer, as hundreds of indigenes and Africans perished. Also destroyed was an impressive cache of 3,000 stand of arms, from 500 to 600 barrels of powder, and a great quantity of fixed ammunition, shots, shells. A number of the Africans escaped at the last second to a nearby Seminole camp, living to fight again. 50. As Washington saw it, key to British plans in Florida were Robert Armbruster, son of a Carolina Tory, who had become a leading figure in the Bahamas, and Alexander Arbuthnot, who also hailed from this archipelago, which was emerging as a beachhead against the further expansion of the expanding U.S. In 1818 they were executed at the behest of Andrew Jackson. 51 Reflecting the discontent in the streets of London about their death, Congress furiously debated these events. 52 Powerful U.S. slave traders in the Gulf region knew about Arbuthnot's activism. Early in 1817 he inquired on behalf of indigenes as to why Euro-American settlers were descending into the Ochlockonee River basin and the southern reaches of the Chattahoochee River, and driving poor indigenes from their land. Taking the role of a tribune, he questioned what he saw as the inertia and passivity of London's delegate in the U.S. in the face of this encroachment. 53 He informed this diplomat directly of his scorn for the wanton aggression of Euro-Americans against the Creek nation in particular. 54 He made no secret of his representation of this nation and requested that other British officials lay their complaints before His Majesty's government. 55 Then moving on to the territory of the Creek nation, he denounced the fact that Euro-Americans were flocking to this land, provoking the indigenes into a violent response. 56 A few months later he was warning of the impending arrival of General Jackson, who, he said, wanted to destroy the African population of northern Florida. 57 Jackson saw things differently, informing the ostensible Spanish overlords of this region that the U.S. South was being exposed to attack from Florida by the Creek nation and disgruntled Africans, who had fled enslavement. This provided justification for violation of the territorial integrity of what was to become an important state in the Republic. 58 Arbuthnot objected vigorously. 59 Washington's suspicions about him would have been confirmed if they had been able to read his letters to Charles Cameron, governor of the Bahamas. In fact, said Arbuthnot, Bowlegs, chief of the Sahuani, had rendered equally essential services as any of the other chiefs to the British cause, while at war with America, and was at New Orleans with a part of his warriors. 60 Indicative of the esteem in which he was held was the fact that Arbuthnot was granted power of attorney by 10 indigenous leaders. 61 Leaders of the Creek nation, in response, petitioned the Bahamas about their heavy complaints against Washington. 62 Finally, Washington had had enough. When Arbuthnot was given a perfunctory trial before his prompt execution, a chief prosecution witness threw gasoline on the already raging flames by stating that the defendant appeared to be a person vested with authority among the Negro leaders and gave orders for their preparation for war.
providing ammunition, and that the leaders came to him for orders. 63 That these British subjects owed no allegiance to the US and were on Spanish soil besides was viewed as an irrelevant detail, when the moment arrived to suppress them. 64 As for Armbruster, the Washington writer accused him of the ultimate sin, being pro-African. In addition, he charged, seemingly stunned, Armbruster commanded a corps of Negroes in person. 65 Few tears were shed in Washington. 66 When he was executed peremptorily. 67 The 1812 war had flowed almost seamlessly into what came to be called the First Seminole War, suggesting to Washington that London. 68 Saw signing peace treaties as a simple tactic to keep a foe off balance. 69 While war was grinding on. 70 When Jackson descended on Florida in 1817 it was Spanish territory, though Washington's desire for this territory was an open secret. Florida had retained its status as a refuge for runaways, and ending this status was one of his main goals, though Washington knew that London would not view with equanimity the U.S. creeping ever closer to the Bahamas and their colonies in the Caribbean. This realization contributed to Jackson's accusation that Armbruster, in particular, was the actual commander of the African and indigenous resistance in Florida. 71 That this dust-up ended with Florida becoming U.S. territory a few years after the destruction of the Negro fort was indicative of how muscular foreign policy had not withered with the 1814 sacking of Washington, and that protecting African enslavement was a driving force behind that policy. 72 In early 1818 John C. Calhoun, whose hawkish views had helped to drive conflict with London, Africans and indigenes alike, was informed about the peril presented by armed Negroes assembled near Amelia Island, off the coast of northeast Florida. But even more dangerous was the rumor that a regiment of Africans was about to be discharged in Jamaica and was to move to Tampa Bay. 73 Such dangerous possibilities had not eluded General Jackson's attention either. 74 Calhoun, who was named after an uncle murdered by Loyalists in 1781, required little prodding when it came to confronting London and proceeded according to the script. 75 Returning the disfavor, the Foreign Office derisively referred to John Quincy Adams as the animal who bit when he thought he could do it with most effect. Consul James Buchanan complained in 1818 about the steady hostility that pervades Washington's approach to his nation, and he was not exaggerating. There was commercial warfare, often a prelude to the military variety. 76 In this overheated context, London held certain advantages, not least its relations with Africans, including their preeminent representative in Hispaniola, which was not far distant from the prize that was Cuba. Wilberforce's close comrade in the abolitionist trenches, Thomas Clarkson, was in close touch with the U.S. Negro, Prince Saunders, who was a key figure in the attempt to expatriate many of his compatriots in Haiti. Clarkson suggested that he also consider establishment of an independent colony, to the farthest limits of the United States, or sending them away thither to live by themselves but as subjects of the United States and to be represented on the floor of Congress. 4. He stressed further subversively, the U.S. is as much their country as it is that of any white man whatever. But perhaps sensing the immediate impossibility of that which he proposed, he conceded that as a homeland I should greatly prefer Haiti to Africa. But he remained suspicious of the real motive for sending the free people of color out of the United States at all, which then was the essence of the expatriation movement. 77 Saunders signaled where his allegiances rested when in 1816 he outlined his plans for expatriation in London, not New York or Philadelphia, and openly identified himself as an agent of Haiti. "O happy England," he effused. "To thee most appropriately belong the exalted appellations of protectress of the Christian world, the stronghold of rational freedom, the liberatress as well as the genuine asylum for oppressed humanity." 78. Clarkson's counsel was heeded. The president of Haiti, Jean-Pierre Boyer, welcomed U.S. Negroes who are compelled to leave the country since, far from enjoying the rights of freemen, they have an existence, precarious and full of humiliation. "This," he said movingly, "entitles you to the gratitude of the Haitians who cannot see with indifference the calamities which afflict their brethren." 79 He also sought to aid those trapped behind enemy lines in North America. Reaching out to Charles Collins in New York, he directed his Secretary of State to the Republic to send you 50,000 weight of coffee, begging you to sell this commodity and after having realized the proceeds, to keep them on account of the Haitian government. This fund, he said generously, and others which shall be added to it, are destined to facilitate the emigration of such individuals of the African race, who, groaning in the United States, under the weight of prejudice and misery, should be disposed to come to Haiti, bringing thousands of U.S. Negroes to Hispaniola, which is precisely what occurred, was not trivial in light of their brooding resentment of the U.S. and their new home's impressive military traditions. That Boyle's interest was not merely abstract was revealed when he dispatched an agent to Philadelphia to stir interest in expatriation. This man, identified as Citizen J. Granville, told those assembled that he was well aware of the several 100,000 individuals of African blood, who on account of the dark hue of their complexions, are objects of all the prejudice and prepossession that can arise from difference of color. He lamented the wretched existence of these unhappy victims of prejudice. 81 Tellingly, between 1820 and 1860 about 20% of the free Negro population of the U.S. exiled themselves from this nation, though most arrived in Canada. 82. The U.S., battered ferociously by the British only recently, could hardly ignore the enmity of Haiti, a fellow republic it adamantly refused to recognize. Already British guns were pointed at the U.S. from the north in Canada, the east in Bermuda, and the south in the Bahamas, while the Caribbean Sea appeared to be a Lake of London. Adding Hispaniola to this mix was not helpful, but acknowledging a nation that was born in a revolt against slavery was a bridge too far to cross at that time. A British traveler suggested the complexities faced by Washington when he visited the region in 1815 and asserted that the Caribbean Sea is now dabbed all over like a painter's palette with corsairs of all colors, black from St. Domingo, brown from Cartagena, white from North America and pea green from the Cape de Verde Islands. 83. This was the complex backdrop to the proclamation of the Monroe Doctrine, which if effectuated could have neutralized British intervention in the hemisphere, particularly as this action pertained to abolitionism. In 1826 Congress resounded with debates about the efficacy of participating in a hemispheric confab in Panama. Senator Robert Hayne of South Carolina objected, since he saw this gathering as part of an attempt to internationalize the perceived domestic matter of slavery. On this subject, he intoned, we committed an error when we entered into treaties with Great Britain and Colombia for the suppression of the slave trade, which he now claimed had been negated. Least of all ought we to touch the question of independence of Haiti, he argued, for newly emerging regimes in the region were looking to Haiti, even now, with feelings of the strongest confraternity. This initiative contravened not only U.S. policy, but flagrantly contradicted the U.S. Gestalt, its very Weltanschauung. Why, he said disbelievingly, you find men of color at the head of their armies, in their legislative halls and in their executive departments. Hence, our policy toward Haiti is plain. We never can acknowledge her independence, and further, the U.S. must protest against the independence of Haiti. 84 If we assent in the Congress of Panama, to a recognition, however qualified, said the similarly powerful Carolinian, James Hamilton, it shakes the South to its center. As for Haiti, its independence is not to be tolerated in any form, he said sneeringly. 85. In stark contrast, London sent as its top diplomat to Haiti a man of African descent which, in U.S. eyes, gave the empire the appearance of being engaged in racial treason or unforgivable opportunism. But for London it was smart politics. 86 And a bow to its ever-increasing abolitionist movement. 87. It was becoming increasingly difficult for London to rationalize the enslavement of Africans in the Caribbean while bashing Washington on similar grounds, while seeking to appeal to U.S. Negroes. One way out was to mark U.S. slavery as a scandalously horrific thing apart, which is what parliamentarian John Gladstone alleged in 1824.88. Mr. Gladstone may have been impelled to this conclusion by the unrest that was sweeping Britain's Caribbean possessions, which called into severe question the prevailing system of slavery and was driving London further. 89 Toward abolition. 90. Another tactic was to accede to the staffing difficulties of a far-flung empire by sending men of African descent to sensitive sites. Arriving in Haiti in the 1820s, Charles Mackenzie, a man who would have been defined as a Negro in the U.S., was impressed with the site of his posting. He encountered a considerable number of emigrants from the United States. He met with about 60 of these expatriates, who had been liberated from the southern states by a society of Quakers. They chose to tell me freely, as I was an Englishman, all they thought and felt. They were altogether a healthy set of black men, women, and children. Throughout the island I met with the greatest hospitality, he declared, partly due to the general popularity of my country among them. The liberality of London, particularly in the charged realm of abolition, had endeared it to the Haitians, and there is, I believe, no small portion of them who look up to Britain as the only power that could and would protect them in any difficulty. This impression I found very strong everywhere, he asserted. 91. Haiti was becoming an early Pan-African symbol. 92. Attracting Africans from the hemisphere, virtually all imbued with an abiding hatred for slavery. This created an opportunity for Mackenzie and London, just as it posed a peril for Washington. It was not just free Negroes who were moving to the Caribbean Republic, though the crackdown on them in cities like Washington were forcing many to flee. 93. As Mackenzie was settling in there, also arriving from Florida were, according to their erstwhile masters, 6 prime African men, my own slaves, liberated for the express purpose of sending them to Haiti. 94. Then in 1825 Loring Lyman of Oneida, New York, journeyed to Haiti. He too visited several settlements of emigrants drawn from Africans formerly residing in the U.S., who had been provided with horses and companions for guides and interpretation by government officers. Impressed, he said, I am treated in the most respectful and friendly manner and furnished with all I need, even money. The reason was evident. Here is an interest taken in the emigration beyond my anticipation, and this warm embrace went beyond Lyman to encompass the emigrants who to receive an attention they had no reason to expect and advantages for settlement far beyond what they expected. Lyman and the Negro emigrants were received with the familiarity of an intimate by Haitian leaders, keen on attracting skilled Africans. When he visited a local governor, Lyman found him in his large hall, where he usually receives his guests, reading a pamphlet on the slave trade and Sierra Leone. It furnished the first topic of conversation and was dwelt upon by him with much interest, a dialogue not designed to reflect positively upon Lyman's native land. But the New Yorker was heartened to find in Haiti many who have taken an interest in the subject of the slave trade to such a degree as to excite my admiration. I did not anticipate so much, and it has been most gratifying to me. Coming from the Colossus of the North, despite his progressive sentiments, Lyman was surprised to find that the leader he was addressing had a complexion that was quite dark and nearly genuine black. But the impression he made on him was overwhelmingly positive. I cannot repeat the various expressions of friendship I received. 95. Thus, in the Conti station between London and Washington, the former was advantaged in that it had positive relations with what amounted to the ultimate Negro fort, that of Hispaniola. Nevertheless, Hispaniola was being augmented regularly by a steady stream of Africans from the U.S. itself. This was weakening the latter nation, which responded by turning a blind eye to the importation of more Africans from the continent and elsewhere. As a result, abolitionist sentiment in London was heightened, thus accelerating what amounted to an irrepressible conflict. 7. Revolutionary implications. Charleston was astir. This South Carolina metropolis long had endured ideological currents flowing from the Caribbean and London. But what was occurring in 1822 was a slave conspiracy led by Denmark vc one which was said to have been inspired by Haiti. 2. The rebels' intent was to sail for Haiti based on a presumed promise that there they would receive protection. Vc, a seafarer, had traveled widely and reputedly spoke fluent French. Some of the witnesses had the audacity to speak French at the trial, while the record revealed that some white men helped to fan the flames of insurrection. One of these was William Allen, described as a tall, stout, fine-looking sailor, a Scotchman by birth, about 45 years of age, who spoke with a strong Scottish dialect suggesting his recent vintage in North America. 3. The conspiracy involving Denmark VC was viewed by those who held slavery dear as further evidence of the powerful alliance they thought they were confronting, for that between Haiti and Great Britain. 5. Mary Beach of Charleston was outraged by this turn of events. "I shall never be able to bear the sight of a Negro again," said this Euro-American, "and if I go, or live to go," she stressed tellingly, "to the northward, I never will have one about me, and at present I have almost, I may say, a hatred of them all." 6. More than this, she was incensed by the fate that awaited those like herself. He Negroes even had a report that the black women were to be put to death that the men might have white wives. Some say all the young ones would be spared and the old women and children put to death. 7. It is unclear if Ms. Beach was still in Carolina when a few years later yet another insurrection of Africans was discovered in 3 counties in neighboring Virginia. "It appears to be a general thing," the governor was told. "All the jails are crowded with Negroes, while the information derived is from numerous sources and seems too authentic to be questioned." 8. But again, the surrounding atmosphere was a factor, as the air was thick with discussions of the fate of slavery in the state, discussions motivated in no small way by the transatlantic abolitionist waves crashing ashore from Britain. 9. And in 1830 Negroes were again on trial for insurrection in South Carolina. 10. Similar sentiments were voiced by Nat Turner when he launched an armed assault against slavery. 11. When Samuel Warner chose to write about this profound event in the year of its occurrence, he raised the specter of the Haitian Revolution in the first sentence of his book. 12. Another novel on this event used the term Englishman as a virtual epithet and, of course, compared the revolt to what befell Hispaniola. 13. A crisis of slavery in the Republic, symbolized by the names VC and Turner, was buoyed by growing abolitionism in London that culminated in 1833.14. The abortive insurrection symbolized by VC in particular was one of a number of turning points in the battle against the slave-holding Republic. Even if the aid from Haiti and inspiration from London were not as evident as it appeared, that it would be invoked was indicative of how U.S. slavery had continued to leap its geographic boundaries and was of concern to a broader constituency. The conspiring emerged only a few years after the 1812 war, which should have convinced even the most unobservant that the Africans in the U.S. had allies. Then the fierce debates over slavery involving what became known as the Missouri Compromise further stirred the abolitionist pot. It was then that Congressman James Talmadge argued that in prostrating itself before the altar of slavery, the U.S. threatened to invalidate the principles that led to separation from London, rendering the nation illegitimate. This conclusion had long since been reached in London and by Africans. The U.S. failure to restrict slavery in Missouri most likely encouraged British abolitionists to adopt a policy of opposition to slavery itself, not just to the slave trade alone, which accelerated the slave South's sense of embattlement and propelled the ongoing conflict between London and Washington. In this context, when a Carolinian asserted that the Africans amongst them were the real Jacobins of this country, he was suggesting that they were the force most likely to compel radical transformation. 15. Thus, Whitemarsh Seabrook, who was to serve as South Carolina's chief executive, pulled no punches when he rose in 1825 to address a group of planters in his home state. "The tenure by which we hold our slaves is daily becoming less secure," he moaned, because of the growing strength of abolitionism. He recounted that a legal advisor from the White House had enunciated an alarming doctrine that his state held no right to enact laws, guarding against the corruption and consequent insubordination of her slaves, if such laws tend to prohibit the ingress and egress of the colored citizens of Great Britain. He was referring to the uproar over African seamen on vessels flying the Union Jack who were encountering difficulty, including being jailed, after their arrival in U.S. ports, including Charleston. This issue was to inflame friction between London and Washington for decades to come. "It gets worse," Seabrook asserted. "The worst was that a treaty had been proposed with Columbia, a state with a sizable population of African origin that was in direct collision with us. In that republic Negroes are admitted to the privileges of citizenship. the treaty guarantees their admission into any port of these United States. Then there was the horrible and savage language of the Edinburgh Review condemning slavery, not to mention British clergy who were similarly inclined. In Great Britain, he warned, there are 220 abolitionist societies. In the United States the number is already large, about 50, and daily increasing. Between these societies, he warned accurately, a constant interchange of sentiments and of plans is sedulously preserved. He warned further that abolitionism was little more than a London tool to split the Union. 16. Ironically, William Lloyd Garrison, a progenitor of U.S. abolitionism, agreed partly with Seabrook's Withering assessment, when he asserted in 1829 that the efforts of abolitionism in Great Britain, absolutely put to shame everything that is done in this country on the subject. 17 U.S. Negroes displayed their reliance upon London when their premier periodical, Freedom's Journal, frequently used its columns to spread the news of Britain's abolitionist movement. 18 It was said that when some U.S. Negroes adopted the identity of free people of color, they were inspired by the way this construction had evolved in the Caribbean basin, notably Jamaica. 19. Both Seabrook and Garrison may have had in mind the Reverend George Bourne, who migrated during this period from Britain to Virginia, then moved north and quickly established a reputation for being the most vitriolic of abolitionists. A number of clerics in the U.S. were inspired by such British courage and enterprise on behalf of the enslaved. 20. For from the east bank of the Atlantic there was an even greater concern that the expansionist Republic 21 needing to replenish its supply of Africans as they fled in all directions and as new territories for exploitation opened up in North America. 22 was turning a blind eye to the virtual reopening of the African slave trade, which the U.S. was bound legally to reject. 23 After the War of 1812, the price of the enslaved skyrocketed in Georgia and with it the price of food by 100% in some precincts. 24 Necessitating the need, as some saw it. 25 For more and cheaper Africans. 26 To this activity London sternly objected. But Washington thought this was hypocrisy of the rankest sort, particularly when it was asserted that on Amelia Island, which was devastated by the Redcoats during the war, the Empire was dumping rebellious Africans of their own, converting U.S. land into a Botany Bay of the United States. 27 Others suspected that planters in the Caribbean, sensing the onset of emancipation, were engaged in a fire sale of Africans to customers from the Republic. 28 Yet London could charge that the random activities of renegade colonizers hardly negated Britain's devotion to abolitionism. 29 Indeed, abolitionists generally felt that the U.S. was the major enabler of this human traffic. For there was a significant turnover in the African population in the years following the end of the 1812 war, with thousands fleeing to Haiti, Trinidad, and Canada, while others were brought into the nation to take their place. This latter development angered London. British diplomat Stratford Canning was stunned when newly reported 1820 census figures in Washington noted that the Negroes are thought to be about 2.5 million. 30. Though London was moving toward abolitionism at a faster clip than Washington. 31 It remained a slave power and in competition with the Republic in markets involving slave labor. Along with making sure that this nation was adhering to agreements on the slave trade reached at Ghent and elsewhere, this need to monitor a competitor caused London to keep track of prices and trading in enslaved persons in the U.S. 32 The proliferation of slavery in the U.S. when it was declining in Canada allowed London to argue that the U.S. was a contradictory hypocrite in perpetually singing the praises of republicanism. 33 Even Jamaican planters, who previously had spoken warmly of the colonists' 1776 revolt against London, thought that the increased importation of Africans to the U.S. was dirty pool. 34 Republicans responded by continuing to squabble about compensation of their Africans from the 1812 war. 35 While refusing to return the enslaved they had captured from Empire planters. 36 Consequently, in the period following the 1812 war until the onset of the Civil War, evident U.S. reluctance to assault the African slave trade was a major irritant in London-Washington relations. Many times during this thorny era the two nations almost went to war. 37 This deteriorating relationship may have been a reason that Stratford Canning chose this occasion to make a trip to one of the most sensitive spots in the U.S. the Armory in Harper's Ferry. As the nation celebrated its most sacred secular holiday on July 4, 1821, he departed at noon from Washington in a coach with 4 horses. At his destination he took note of the manufacture of firearms and the number of workers 250 and their wages, $50 per month. He observed carefully that the site was reasonably secure, from the attacks of an enemy. Not offhandedly, he observed that where he resided, we were waited upon by 3 black slaves who were stationed with large fans to keep away the flies. 38 It did not seem that this journey to Harper's Ferry was for purposes of recreation. Instead, it seemed to be critical intelligence gathering as bilateral relations suffered a downturn. 39 As, not for the last time, this site was seen as crucial to the security of the Republic. Though slaveholders may not have known about the Canning mission to Western Virginia, they were well aware of the sensitive position in which they were placed, given their dependence upon a labor supply that harbored sedition. Some slaveholders and their allies also wanted to expatriate Africans, particularly those who were not enslaved. Meeting in Baltimore in 1827, colonizationists, as they were termed, recounted how this initiative had arisen in the Virginia legislature near the time of the Haitian Revolution and the revolt of Gabriel Prosser, then accelerated once more in 1816.40. Speaking just after Andrew Jackson's election to the presidency, Henry Clay took time to counsel that it was impossible not to anticipate frequent insurrections among the blacks in the U-States. Addressing colonizationists in Frankfort, Kentucky, he pointed to a recent event of maximum importance that had not escaped his attention, for in Mexico the enslaved, the whole of them, were emancipated. The reverberations were bound to be felt north of the border. Free Africans' putative British allies had to go, it was thought. 41. Thus, though the Union Jack flew high in Sierra Leone, nervousness about free Negroes was so far-reaching that there was a movement in Congress to dispatch them there, though they could easily return later, armed in redcoats, bent on revenge. 42 Actually, this idea of U.S. Negroes being repatriated to this West African nation did not originate with the slaveholder class but had been embraced by the Negroes themselves. Paul Cuff was among them. Abolitionists, including, interestingly, Londoners, then took up the call, as they saw teachers 43 and missionaries 44 in the U.S. in particular. But, perhaps for that reason and others, all slaveholders did not concur with colonization. 45 Some London abolitionists also objected vigorously to colonization. 46 This objection was part of an ongoing and scalding critique of the U.S. that focused on the maltreatment of Africans. 47 Nevertheless, taking the broader hint, self-described people of color met in Philadelphia in 1831 and in their opening resolve encouraged Canadian settlement emphasis in the original. This praiseworthy and philanthropic undertaking, it was exclaimed, was highly necessary, words which were music to the ears of London, perpetually in need of residents of this vast land which was desired so ravenously by Washington. 48 So moved, these Africans dispatched agents to Canada, making it clear they were driven by the expulsory sick laws of Ohio in 1829, referring to their violent ouster from Cincinnati. Their emissaries returned with a favorable report. 49 In 1829, a third of Cincinnati's Negro population was forced by dint of violence to flee to Canada, while constitutions in Illinois and Indiana specifically barred Africans and indigenes from serving in militias. 50 Meanwhile in Canada slavery virtually had disappeared by the 1820s, while human bondage was enjoying a new birth of freedom south of the border. Moreover, when abolitionism surged in Canada, it was taken properly as an admission of London's responsibility for the Frankenstein monster of slavery it had set in motion south of the border, which could only increase the desire to repatriate to Ontario. 51 Who could ignore the constant stream of African refugees flowing into Canada from the U.S. As many as 30 a day at one juncture crossed the Detroit River at Fort Malden alone. 52 Surely, slaveholders could not ignore the sight of their human chattel fleeing northward in droves. This led to protracted negotiations and more hurt feelings between Washington and London. 53. But speaking from London, the influential U.S. operative Albert Gallatin reminded Washington that raising this ticklish matter was not easy, given the difficulties thrown in the way of everything of that kind by the courts, and by the British abolitionist associations. 54. Thus, after wrenching talks, Gallatin was able to tell his capital that London would not accede to the proposal of mutual surrender of fugitive slaves on the principle that every man is free who reaches British ground. Such was the state of opinion here on that subject, that no administration could or would admit a treaty or stipulation such as was asked for. 55. As the 1820s unwound, this bilateral crisis did not abate. As Henry Clay had suggested, a contagious message was being sent to the enslaved of the U.S. that they were not alone, that there was a site of escape. This was potentially devastating to the slave system. The evil is a growing one, sighed Clay in mid-182856, an opinion shared in Dixie. 57. Yet despite, or perhaps because of, this attraction to Canada, Washington had not relinquished its longing for this vast territory, despite the thumping it had received during the 1812 war. 58. For there was good reason for abolitionism to gain traction in the U.S. North, since a good deal of this region bordered Canada, providing Washington with yet another reason for desiring this North American territory. 59. Then there was the threat from the South, represented by Hispaniola, with which the British threat was yoked ineluctably. 60. The Caribbean basin was becoming a haven for U.S. Negroes seeking exile. In response, virtually since the onset of the 1776 revolt, there were those in North America who had clear designs on the Caribbean archipelago. 61. The fact that thousands of disgruntled erstwhile U.S. Negroes were flocking there, where they could combine with Haiti and British possessions, was creating a formidable challenge to U.S. national security, or so it was thought. There was a natural sympathy for the Caribbean planter elite by their counterparts in Washington, not to mention that proximity naturally brought the two together. 62. This raised questions about how the local elite might view another war, which heightened even further the importance of loyal Africans. Returning the favor, the planter and merchant-dominated House of Assembly in Jamaica expressed a desire in the 1820s for closer ties to the Republic. 63. For with increased U.S. trade in the Anglophone colonies came U.S. seafarers and U.S. influence. 64. Leading to London seeking to impose various fees and taxes to curb this trend. 65. Simultaneously, London was seeking to disengage from its dependence on King Cotton of the slave South. By 1821 Brazil already was emerging as a challenger in this lucrative field. 66. After the 1812 war, Britain sought to ban U.S. vessels from its Caribbean ports, and in 1825 London interdicted all U.S. trade with the West Indies. 67. 2 years earlier the Monroe Doctrine had been proclaimed, which inter alia was a signal to London to butt out of the hemisphere. That same year the U.S. chose to open a consulate in Barbados, a relatively rich sugar colony and a stronghold of settlement directly from England. 68. Simple geography favored the growth of U.S. influence in this region, and a few years later a British captain landing in Kingston, Jamaica, was distraught to find a significant number of vessels flying the Stars and Stripes. 69. London followed debates in Congress about tariffs with an eagle eye, knowing that it was a major target of such duties. In 1820 Lord Castlereagh was briefed on the latest twists and turns, wherein he was informed that the Republic was seeking to be better prepared for any future contest with Great Britain. 70. The adroit ability of the U.S. to surmount hurdles strewn in its path in order to trade with British colonies in the Caribbean basin suggested the magnetic pull of proximity. In 1823, the U.S. emissary in Antigua counseled on the Crown's apprehension about his presence. He too had sensed the potential of sedition by alienated local merchants and planters along the lines of 1776, and nothing restrains them from open rebellion but their weakness. With his own hint of sedition he remarked, "E very individual with whom I have conversed, most ardently wish to be under the protection of the American government. Even tiny Dominica, small as it is, in a recent memorial solicited this, as the greatest boon that could be accorded to them." 71.
there was a gravitational pull exerted by the US on British possessions 72, and for reasons of economics and security, the islands that formed a necklace encircling the southeast quadrant of the US became a flashpoint of contention. And just as US Negroes were a natural ally of London, the Republicans could hardly resist a natural alliance with the planter elite in the Caribbean. In 1827 a bill was being debated in Washington that proposed to interdict the intercourse between the U.S. and British ports in her North American possessions, the Caribbean, and other colonies if London refused to open these ports to the extent the U.S. demanded. 73 Washington was backing up these striking proposals with muscular military spending. In the 1820s the U.S. Navy proposed, for the protection of our commerce in the West India Islands and parts adjacent, a grand increase in the number of their armed schooners. These gunboats would also sail in the Gulf of Mexico and along the southern coast of Florida. 74 where they were bound to come within hailing distance of the Royal Navy, an eventuality that had not escaped British attention. 75. Thus, in mid-1816 a familiar complaint emerged from Bermuda, a desertion had occurred, with strong grounds to believe that the men had been enticed away and carried off in American vessels. Of course, these were not Africans. 76 Another reason for London to curtail trade with the US was this frequent absconding of their freemen. This reality provided London even more incentive to rely upon Africans, since there was little fear they would defect to the U.S. 77. As should be evident, with vessels being essential for long-distance travel, commerce, and war, seafarers were the coin of the realm. Washington had been quite adept in attracting this valued group from Britain, which responded by recruiting more Africans for this crucial job and incurring the wrath of the U.S. Physical confrontations almost ensued in Charleston between British diplomats and local officials in an attempt to enforce the Negro Seaman Acts, which were aimed generally at visiting African seafarers but were protested most vigorously by London. Some from the U.S. North also protested. 78 Again, at root this was a conflict in clashing worldviews, in that Britain insisted that its African subjects were entitled to equal treatment with others and, just as insistently, the slave South objected. 79 Unfortunately, South Carolina was not alone in passing legislation seeking to limit the ingress of African sailors. 80 The severity of these laws was such that they were bound to infuriate even the mildest of abolitionists, for if captains did not pay the fees for their sailors' jailing, the incarcerated could be sold into slavery. 81 No country shall ever be permitted to treat any of the subjects of Great Britain so hostilely, said Peter Petrie of Liverpool. When vigorous protests erupted about the jailing of the Negro cook, Daniel Fraser of Scotland, upon arriving in Charleston, it was evident that Petrie had not exaggerated. 82 Yet, suggestive of how the rocky marriage between slave and free states had a third adulterous and adulterating partner in London was the reality that after this legislation was enacted, over 10,000 free Negro seamen from above the Mason-Dixon line were incarcerated. The responses from Washington and state capitals were ineffectual at best. But Britain protested vigorously, forcing change. 83 and outraging some in Charleston. 84 Early in 1823 a British sloop with an African crew arrived in Charleston from Nassau, seeking to take rice on board. 85 But law enforcement appeared and jailed this startled crew. 86 Speaking from Britain, William Huskisson of the Board of Trade captured the bruised sentiments of many of his class when he said in response, "T.has Yankees may kidnap one another but they must not kidnap British subjects in violation of the law of nations." 87 London was in a bind. Their white subjects were defecting to the U.S. and their colored subjects were being detained there. 88 While nervous port cities like Savannah were devising ever more draconian laws targeting Negro seamen. 89 The Vesey conspiracy, the Walker appeal, and the Turner revolt seemed to ignite a wave of hysteria in the slave South, as suspicions raged that London and its allies were behind the challenge to the system. 90 But the leaders of the slave South may also have been moved to act by the apparent boldness exhibited by free Negroes in the U.S. North. In the 1820s Africans in Providence, Rhode Island, were marching smartly in uniform and had to be convinced by Quakers to stack their arms in the churchyard before entering this holy site. In 1826 embittered Africans erupted in 3 days of unrest,
forcing the state militia having to intervene in response. 91 In 1831 there was another riot when white sailors attacked Negroes, who responded with gunfire. There were deaths and severe injuries of whites, which produced due excitement. 92. For its part, London's delegates in the U.S. sensed that the Republic itself might be splitting apart. William Ogilby, the consul in Charleston, observed in early 1833 that citizens were arming and discussing nullification, and he sensed that civil war was in the air. 93 He expected an assault on local federal facilities sooner rather than later. 94 Ogilby did not have to add that to the extent that abolitionist pressure would lead to the dissolution of its rising rival, it made good sense for London to continue pressing an anti-slavery agenda. It was not just African seamen and free persons of color who were complicating relations between the two powers. After the 1812 war, slaveholders felt the need to move enslaved persons from the Upper South to points further south and west, transporting them by ship if possible. However, what was to occur if, perchance, these vessels were blown off course into Bermuda or the Bahamas? Why should the Crown send these poor souls, it was asked querulously, by compulsion to a place which it is not their own pleasure to resort? Instead of seeing them simply as slaves, they were viewed like any other aliens, like Euro-Americans, for example, in an analogous position in the Bahamas, to the dismay of the self-proclaimed ruling race. But what about the unavoidable fact that slavery was allowed in Nassau but not in London? Indicative of how abolitionist imperatives and enmity toward the Republic had merged almost effortlessly, the authorities chose to override this inconsistency, as one of many anomalies, however much they may be regretted. These were deemed necessary to confront an institution of so anomalous a character as is that of domestic slavery. Almost welcoming a robust response from Washington, the authorities observed that foreign powers are, of course, at liberty to retaliate. Thus, 165 Africans from the Republic were allowed to remain free and at large in the Bahamas as aliens and possible potential recruits to a Redcoat army in case another invasion of the mainland was suggested in the aftermath of this stormy 1831 incident. 95. Most of these Africans were between the ages of 15 and 25, and almost all the men were over 6 feet tall. The complexion of most was black, though some were yellow, suggesting white parentage and perhaps further reason for anger. All but one were from Alexandria, Virginia, the exception was from Maryland, and possibly knew what had befallen this region in August 1814 when the Africans ran amok and the capital was torched. 96. The case of the Comet, en route from Washington to New Orleans but running aground in Abaco in the Bahamas. 97 was deemed to be one more act of aggression by Washington. That it involved an uncompensated expropriation of what was considered private property was deemed to be all the more despicable. The vessel departed the nation's capital late in 1830 but was buffeted by adverse winds and, like so many ships before and since, ran aground in the perilous waters within 10 miles of Abaco. Wreckers brought the vessel and its valuable cargo to Nassau, and Captain Isaac Staples, recognizing the dilemma he faced, sought to sail away immediately to Louisiana with his human cargo. But the authorities resisted. Subtle distinctions were drawn between slavery and the slave trade, which this transaction was thought to be, which allowed the Crown to rationalize its own bondage. In any case, it was asserted forcefully, the rule established in England has no application to the colonies. 98 But this casuistry would not last long, as London came to realize that for various reasons, not the least of these being the enhanced ability to better challenge its rising rival, abolition made good strategic and tactical sense. In the meantime, the Crown had to confront the contradiction of alleging that the air was too pure for enslavement in London, but not in Nassau. 99. The U.S. had its own contradictions to confront in this matter. Soon the formerly enslaved were said to be worth almost $100,000. Many of them were said to be worth $2,000 apiece, which seemed to be inflated. 100 The erstwhile owners of this former property made a sworn statement that none of the Africans have been imported into the United States or the territories subsequent to the 1st of January 1808, but others were not as sure. 101 Dixie contended that the Republic was akin to today's European Union,
a kind of network of sovereigns. But if that were so, moving Africans from Virginia to New Orleans was like slave trafficking, akin to moving Africans from Africa to Virginia, which was known to be prima facie illegal. The local authorities in the Bahamas ascertained that several of these Africans were valued at a hefty $1,000 to $1,200 each, and a large proportion of the rest are prime young Negroes, which meant this case soared far beyond legal nitpicking. Yet again, the local planter class in Nassau was not necessarily on the same strategic page as London. They did not seem enthused by the idea that the Bahamas was the open front door, complementing Canada, allowing the enslaved to flee southward. 102 In fact, these local slaveholders petitioned on behalf of their class counterparts in the U.S., warning ominously that so large a body of so dangerous a class of Negroes being placed in this colony was cause for serious apprehensions. This large body of strange Creole slaves, also combining, as the American Negroes generally do, the intelligence and cunning of the lower order of freemen, with the characteristic want of thought and foresight, was equally cause for concern in the Bahamas. Their profligate habits, the vices, the crimes, and the like that they would bring, according to the planters, were calculated to inspire fears in this quarter of the most alarming character. 103 But grudgingly they were compelled to adjust to a new order. Soon advertisements began to appear about servants, including mechanics and sailors as well as indoor and outdoor servants of both sexes, with a good number of promising boys and also some very young girls without any parents among them, it was added almost salaciously. 104. But U.S. slaveholders were all too aware of the revolutionary implications of this case, implications no less threatening than Vesey, Walker, and Turner, and they chose not to accept the inevitability of their loss. Lord Palmerston was informed by their representative of the existence of a large slave population in the U.S. requiring necessary and frequent removals of portions of it from one section of the country to another. Of course, this unitary view of the U.S. could be seen as being at variance with the typical Dixie notion of state sovereignty. Pressing on, it was said further that the safe and easy mode of conveyance was through the Bahama Channel, which had become a dangerous thoroughfare. Thus, London was threatened, informed curtly that if Britain sought to establish a doctrine authorizing the liberation of the American slave whom unavoidable accident had deposited in the Bahamas, this would be too dangerous to a large section of the country to be tolerated. 105 Apparently this threat was persuasive, as Lord Palmerston referred subsequently to the illegal act of the English Customs House officer in freeing the Africans, and compensation was granted. 106 But the Africans were not returned to bondage. Yet this pressure from the U.S. could not alter the basic facts of geography and topography. The Bahamas remained perilously close to the U.S. and what occurred there was inexorably of import to the Republic. Some of the surrounding islands, notably Abaco, were seemingly designed with the idea in mind of generating shipwrecks, which occurred frequently. This would not have been important if London and Washington had been in fundamental accord on abolition and related matters, but as this was not the case, the Bahamas. 107 was becoming yet another irritant. 108 In an already passionately intense relationship. 109. Spurred, inter alia, by a growing abolitionist movement and the tricky matter of Caribbean planters seeming to express ever more sympathy for the U.S., the empire was moving steadily and inexorably toward ridding itself of slavery. At once this would accelerate the developing trend of pushing Africans in North America toward alignment with London, a trend that had revealed itself during the 1812 war with devastating consequences for the Republic. Thus, in 1831 the slave South was aflutter with concern about real and imagined slave revolts and moved accordingly in an increasingly harsh fashion against the enslaved. Meanwhile, in Nassau and in other sites within the empire where slavery reigned, a 40-page document was imposed which sought to ameliorate the horrible conditions faced by the enslaved. 110 London realized that in the Caribbean Africans grossly outnumbered Europeans and that keeping a lid on their restiveness would involve enormous expenditures of blood and treasure. As Africans from Virginia were about to descend on the Bahamas, authorities there were simultaneously contending with a plot of the enslaved at Turk's Island to hijack a vessel and sail to Haiti. 111 Ships from Haiti sailed to the Bahamas as a matter of course,
which both represented a potential danger to the U.S. and helped to make the authorities in Nassau more reasonable. 112 French-speaking Africans continued to trickle into the U.S. too. Many of them could be seen as Haitian even when they were from Guadeloupe, suggesting the continuing fearsome reputation of Hispaniola. 113. Then in early 1832 the Bahamian courts endured a trial of 9 enslaved Africans, who were convicted of plotting an attack on their master, and 7 were sentenced to hang. What had inspired their unpremeditated assault was the master's refusal to grant an extra day's holiday during the festive Christmas season. 114 It was evident that the slave system was not sustainable and inherently generated strains that London had difficulty in containing. Washington had moved to take Florida in order to create a firewall against the prospect of the enslaved fleeing from Georgia and the Carolinas. But now it had to consider if it needed to take the Bahamas in order to bar its valuable property from running away there. In August 1831 the Bahamian government had to detain Africans from Florida, who apparently had arranged to be transported to their territory but argued that they were not enslaved and should not be treated as such. If this was inaccurate, then the Bahamas would have to face the wrath of Washington. 115 Anxiety flowed in both directions. During that same period, August 1831, the time when Nat Turner went on a rampage in Virginia, the Bahamian authorities felt reassured that there was no immediate fear of an insurrection of the enslaved in their archipelago. They seemed to be trying to settle their own nerves as much as anything else. 116 The same perception was left in the spring of 1832 when serious unrest rocked Jamaica and the Bahamian leadership reassured itself there were no local repercussions. 117 More forthrightly, the authorities in British Honduras facilitated the dispatch of a naval force to Kingston in the wake of disturbances there propelled by fiery abolitionist debates in Parliament in London. 118 During this tense moment, similar revolts erupted in Brazil and Tortola, leaving the distinct impression that a contagion was spreading like wildfire and if losses were not cut, then all might be lost. 119 The Bahamian leadership still had to reassure the enslaved, who too seemed to become more unsettled as debates about abolition surged. 120 The more perceptive in the Republic as a whole too had to be concerned if this perception of contagion was accurate. Washington thought that London was preening as a protector of the Africans, while slyly profiting from their labor. The Royal Navy aggressively patrolled the world's waters, and when captured Africans were detained improperly on slavers, the Navy brought them to sites like the Bahamas where they entered the labor force. 121 This included Africans from Florida who wound up in the Bahamas and were settled on Andros Island. 122 Early in 1834 there was yet another wreck of a U.S. vessel at Abaco and the enslaved were advised that they were free. They were housed in old barracks and provided rations. 123 Seemingly contradicting the decision in the case of the Comet, the immediate decision was to refuse compensation to the owners for their loss, as this would set a dangerous precedent. 124 Others were slated for settlement in Trinidad, bolstering that colony. 125 While yet others were considered for dispatch to Demerara. 126 Of course, they could also be incorporated in the 2nd West India Regiment, stationed in the Bahamas, within hailing distance of U.S. soil in case of another war. 127 This is precisely what happened with 50 Africans who were brought to the Bahamas by the Royal Navy. 128 Perhaps more worrisome for Washington was that Africans allied with the Seminoles settled by the score on Andros Island, which could be used as a base of subversion against Florida. Many found unconvincing the authorities' explanation that they were unaware of their presence. 129 Washington found it hard to accept that as early as 1825 the Home Office in London ruled that any slave brought to the Bahamas from outside the British West Indies would be manumitted, which led to 300 slaves owned by U.S. nationals being freed. 130 This decision was blamed by some in the Republic for hastening runaways, but the enslaved in Florida had been escaping to the Bahamas well before 1825.131 This situation was made more complex as more U.S. nationals discovered the pleasures of the archipelago after the seizure of Florida, and brought their human chattel with them. 132 This is certainly one of the most charming climates in the world, enthused a Philadelphian in 1824, speaking of the Bahamas. It is often resorted to by American invalids and several have died here. But this tourist also caught sight of something rarely seen in the Republic. The governor approached, preceded by a file of black soldiers. 133. Meanwhile 134 London had its own problems with slavery that inevitably influenced its view of the peculiar institution. 135 A particularly grave problem in Central America. 136 and its environs. 137 Generally, the states of Central America were more advanced on the path to abolition than London, so just as Britain pressed the US on this front, these nations in a chain reaction pressed the Empire, as they actively enticed the enslaved to flee across the border. 138 In 1825 there was only one enslaved African in Mexican-ruled California, and this fortunate soul soon was to be freed. By the time the US muscled in there in 1846 there was not even one. 139 The colonists in Belize even had to worry about pirates from faraway Buenos Aires infesting waters claimed by London. They could hardly afford to alienate already miffed Africans. 140 Many of whom were well aware of the global implications of the unfolding abolitionist movement. Vesey, Walker, and Turner, in sum, carried revolutionary implications for the slave South. But as had been the case since 1804, then 1812, London and its African allies in the Caribbean, and Canada, were no less threatening. That is, the Republic was not a thing in itself that could bully and subdue Africans at will without incurring the venom of those beyond its jurisdiction. Like a feedback loop, the rebelliousness of US Negroes fed on abolitionism emanating from London, and vice versa, creating an irrepressible conflict with the slaveholders' republic. 8. Abolition of private property. U.S. Consul Robert Harrison was worried, though frightened might be a better word. He had arrived in Jamaica at a nervous moment. A fierce rebellion had rocked the island in late 1831 and 1832. As a result, the cries in London for abolition were becoming ever more insistent. The number of anti-slavery societies in Britain multiplied sixfold from 1830 to 1831, which had given heart to Africans and was inspiring others to revolt. 1 Unrest in France near the same time created ripples of discontent in Martinique, then St. Lucia, with the enslaved seeking to immolate the plantations and their European inhabitants and simply murder the rest. The contagion spread to Dominica, leading to thousands fleeing enslavement and many perishing in the seas in their attempt to do so. 2. Upon arriving in Kingston in the spring of 1832, Harrison III found himself in the midst of an insurrection of the enslaved for that brooked few eventualities besides abolition. 5 In July 1833 he reported to his superiors in Washington that a ship had just arrived with a plan mandating the emancipation of the slaves, and compensation offered to the planters that amounted to a mere nothing. Harrison was displeased and sensed instinctively the impact this could have on the slave system in his homeland, for he could well surmise that this was a staggering blow, at the very least. What he did not foresee was of equal moment, that unrest in the Bahamas could impact what became known as the Second Seminole War, and that abolition in the Empire could inspire Africans to resist a Republican revolt in Canada. There was the probability, he thought, of emancipation leading to the introduction of colored persons from the English colonies under the American flag and others, into the U-States itself, particularly a port like New York City. From there they could easily find their way to our slave-holding states, spreading the sedition of abolition. 6 Contrarily, enslaved Africans in the U.S. were inspired by the abolitionist démarche. 7 Harrison was onto something, for abolition within the empire was a ruinously damaging blow inflicted simultaneously on the slave South. 8 For just as communists in Berlin and Budapest had difficulty hanging on to power once their comrades in Moscow began to wobble, the same held true for the system. 9 That was slavery. 10 Reporting from the listening post that was the Bahamas, a U.S. emissary agreed with Harrison and prophesied correctly, as it turned out that pre-existing British law which made it difficult to return the enslaved to their U.S. owners upon arrival in the archipelago, was strengthened by the abolition decree. 11 By October 1834, a few months after emancipation had been enacted formally, Harrison remained demoralized, continuing to worry about newly freed Africans traveling to the Republic and causing upheaval. 12 When in 1839, Several formerly enslaved Africans in Jamaica voluntarily sent a then hefty $51 to U.S. abolitionists to be expended towards the emancipation of their brethren in America. Harrison's mordant fear of this rebellious island was confirmed. Point 13. Surely, the slave South had quite a bit to be reassured about. Point 14. In early 1836 John C. Calhoun fretted that $950,000,000 in slave property was now at stake, the heart of the Republic's economy. Point 15. A crackdown on U.S. abolitionists proceeded. 16. Accordingly, which only served to heighten the importance of their British counterparts. Point 17. Harrison knew more than most of the critical importance of Jamaica's proximity to Haiti and what that might mean for the future of slavery in the U.S. Perhaps trying to avoid becoming overwhelmed by a torrential rush of abolitionism, a self-described large slaveholder from the U.S. journeyed to Haiti, shortly after the pivotal date of August 1, 1834. Though he did not return claiming that he had seen the future and it worked, he seemed less hostile than a slaveholder could be expected to be. Here they read our newspapers and daily accounts of mobs and persecution of color, which was catnip for Haitians interested in destabilizing their northern neighbor. He also detected that every colored person of good character is a citizen from the moment of his arrival, which surely augmented their already impressive military ranks. The militia troops, he noticed, were well armed and all mustered in uniform, consisting of 100,000 effective men, though the navy was small. He regretted the display of military pomp and expense in a time of peace, caused, it is said, by the fear of enemies without the identity of which seemed to be a mystery to him. Meeting with President Boyer, he found this middle-sized man with a rather dark complexion to be very intelligent and sensible. 18. For this slaveholder sensed what Harrison knew and what the enslaved came to realize. 19. Namely, that abolition meant that there was an even greater incentive than previously existed for the U.S. enslaved to reach Bermuda, Bahamas, and Canada by any means necessary. This could cause these Africans to take greater risks, up to and including homicide and grand larceny, liberating a ship, which could shorten severely the life expectancy of slaveholders. Minimally, this could mean capital flight unlike anything that had occurred before. By November 1834 this burdened matter was causing agitation at 10 Downing Street. Since formal abolition months earlier there had been numerous instances of fugitive slaves seeking refuge, the Caribbean governors were told, and London desired general rules for all colonies to follow. Acknowledged weightily for the first time was the dramatic reality that the fugitive African stood in a position precisely identical with that which he would have occupied if he had found his way to His Majesty's European dominions. In words that would have spawned dyspepsia in Washington if revealed, governors were told that from this point forward the relation of master and slave was not only unknown to but forbidden by the law of this empire. It was recognized equally that abolition would make the empire an even more attractive site for Africans seeking a new homeland. Yes, it was acknowledged, almost triumphantly, the moral influence of our example will not be without a salutary and early effect upon the slave codes of other states. One remedy to this dilemma would be deporting forcibly to a non-slave state those Africans lucky enough to make it to British soil, which still was an incentive to flight. Moreover, in an exception that seemed to invalidate the rule, if the fugitives could show they had been driven to make their escape by intolerable usage and oppression, then they would have an irresistible claim to our hospitality. They should neither be punished as offenders nor removed as aliens but protected. 20. It did not take long for these rules of abolition to be applied, for in January 1835 a vessel carrying 78 enslaved Africans from Virginia southward was blown off course into Bermuda. A court hearing was held and the enslaved were informed they were free. The journalist on the scene seemed as dumbfounded as the Africans. It would be difficult to describe the sort of joy and wonderment that prevailed. An immense crowd had assembled to welcome these new subjects with hearty cheers. 21 The term people of color was apropos to describe these individuals, since one of the former captives was described as an Indian squaw. 22 Apparently some of the slaves aboard were indigenes. 23 Euphoria was not universal, for when the captain of this ship returned to Charleston, he was livid, charging the Crown with piracy and demanded that the U.S. avenge the insult. 24 His lividness was shared widely among Euro-Americans. It had created much excitement, said an abolitionist periodical, as it was denounced as an insult to the flag of the United States. But a contradiction was espied, for when abolitionist petitions were presented to Congress, Dixie claimed that the federal government had no right to interfere in a state matter. But now they were demanding federal action. 25. It was understandable why slaveholders were so upset with this case. This was valuable property. The oldest was 31, the youngest 5 months. This meant they all had many years of slave labor ahead of them. Most were youthful, between the ages of 7 and 15, then between 19 and 25. All were owned by Joseph Neal, which concentrated the anger involved. None were over 5'7" tall, and their listed color ranged from black to yellow to copper, with a goodly number in that latter category, perhaps suggesting that a number were of indigenous origin, and not too many listed as black. 26. This massive brig of about 127 tons was journeying from Alexandria to Charleston. Besides the enslaved, there was a hefty cache of tobacco aboard. All of the former were purported to be born in the U.S., and of the 41 females and 37 males, all except the infants spoke English. The slaveholders were aghast when the Bermudian authorities advised the Africans of the fact of abolition and informed them that if they wished to remain on British soil, they could do so. As the bureaucrats and lawyers were debating, an impassioned group of local Africans appeared and filed a habeas corpus petition on behalf of the 78. They were brought before a judge. The slaveholders may have been heartened by the fact that 6 of this group, a woman and her 5 children, expressed a desire to return to the mainland and were permitted to do so. The others were freed. Local Africans organized as the Friendly Institution borrowed an empty house in which these newest Bermudians could reside and launched a fundraising drive on their behalf. Quickly all 72 obtained places to live and or work in various parts of the colony. The local authorities did not seem displeased by this turn of events and asked that the Earl of Aberdeen provide instruction for future such cases. 27. The Earl of Aberdeen thought that freedom via habeas was a correct and authoritative interpretation of the law. This was not good news for either an uptick in London-Washington relations or the future of slavery. As for what to do in cases of shipwreck, ships being blown off course and the like, he was explicit in recognizing the inherent humanity of the Africans, which cast a lengthy shadow over the destiny of the peculiar institution. 28. What seemed to shape the British response was the active intervention of the local Africans. 29. Before this engagement, it did seem that the Privy Council was leaning toward allowing the rights of property to prevail. 30. Beyond the action of London, this local initiative was of far-reaching consequence, seemingly auguring an era of activism by hemispheric Africans on behalf of their benighted brethren in the U.S. The U.S. official, Aaron Vail, was furious. This was yet another illegal seizure of slaves, he informed Lord Palmerston curtly. In high dudgeon, he rued this outrage and announced ominously that he was instructed to say that by the President of the United States. He zeroed in on London's colonies adjacent to the southern section of the United States as the locus of the problem. Did London have a grip on the throat of the Republic? 31. There were reasons beyond the obvious for the transoceanic planter class to be anxiously concerned about this turn of events. In the run-up to abolition, it seemed that slaveholders from the U.S. were going to Bermuda for what appeared to be a fire sale in slaves. They were offering top dollar, several times more than the Crown had agreed to pay. There were also claims of a rash of kidnappings of valuable slaves and others, and unadvertised sales right up to the millisecond of 11:59 p.m. on July 31, 1834. Emancipation, it was believed, contributed to inflation in the market of slaves generally, providing incentive for Bermuda slaveholders to sell their stock in the U.S. 32. This occurred as London had options beyond the scope exercised by Washington. After August 1, 1834, the British had other alternatives, choices that could place enormous pressure on the slaveholders' republic. For as Gerard Smith, the abolitionist, was told,
After this portentous date in the US and Brazil, it cost the owner of an estate having 1,000 laborers about £37,000 a year, but in Bengal, the cost was £3,600. 33. Certainly, as August 1st approached, slaveholders in Bermuda petitioned for a fair valuation of the slaves of this colony, which they did not see in the compensation offered. 34. After this momentous date passed, they remained unhappy with compensation, at least providing them with an incentive to dispose of their property in the frothy U.S. market. The figure offered, said a planter petition on August 3, 1834, would operate very injuriously. 35. Abolition led to consequences that seemingly were not anticipated. As Bermuda had to sort out the accidental arrival of the Enterprise, the Bahamas had to confront the arrival of the encomium. This vessel was headed to New Orleans from Charleston with 45 enslaved persons and 3 U.S. citizens aboard when it ran aground at Abaco in 1834. The enslaved, said a U.S. representative, were forcibly seized and their owners threatened with an ignominious death if they attempted to recover their property and proceed to their original destination. Britain was thought to be challenging the very right to private property itself. 36. Which was viewed as profoundly dangerous. 37. When the parties appeared in court, the slaveholders may have been heartened by the fact that of the 45 Africans, 3 chose to return to enslavement. 38. Understatedly, but bluntly, the Bahamian authorities reminded the angry property owners that the only impediment against the American gentlemen removing their erstwhile property from British soil was that they were liable to be hanged. 39. This left the slaveholder John Waddell profoundly dissatisfied, which he made known to the North Carolina authorities. This humiliating treatment should not be tolerated, he objected. More than this, he realized that Bermuda, lurking just offshore, was holding out a premium to insurrection, and his beloved slave South was thereby rendered even more anxious than it has heretofore been. 40. Emphasis in the original. As if that were not sufficiently humiliating, the slave South had to endure further indignity when subsequently Congressman Joshua Giddings objected to their being compensated. In doing so, he referred contemptuously to Waddell and Company as hucksters. 41. The protracted negotiations for compensation to the slaveholders sparked as much difficulty as the earlier wrangling over the enslaved fleeing with the Redcoats during the 1812 war. The U.S. wanted not only compensation but also interest, and it claimed that each person was worth hundreds of dollars. One Virginia mine owner claimed that the enslaved toiling on his behalf were worth $700 each, though London, speaking in 1839, argued the price should be closer to the 1,830 value of $150 each. Lord Palmerston finally agreed to pay tens of thousands of dollars with interest, plus expenses which should have been viewed as extraordinarily generous. 42. 1 year after the earth-shaking date of August 1, 1834, the Bahamian authorities reported that the anniversary was greeted with tranquility, suggesting that tales favored in the slave South that emancipation would bring rapine and despoliation by the formerly enslaved were overblown, thus providing a further boost to abolition. 43. Washington was left to fume as London once more claimed the moral high ground of abolition, then profited handsomely by seizing at sea Africans destined for slavery and bringing them to the Bahamas and other colonies. Here they could be enlisted in the labor force. 44. Or conscripted into the West India regiments. 45. Both of which were occurring with alarming frequency, from the slave South's viewpoint. But London had its own problems, which abolition had not solved wholly and which it may have exacerbated. For example, now instead of guarding against the enslaved escaping to Haiti, they had to worry about apprentices doing the same with similar untoward consequences. 46. The significant increase in the West India Regiment seemed to have augmented the stress these troops endured, as suggested by an outgrowth of murder and suicide. 47. The inflation in the market for slaves in the U.S. seemed to be occurring in neighboring Cuba as well, bringing more slavers into Bahamian waters. 48. These islands were far-flung and required patrolling to forestall the arrival of brigands who arrived in lockstep with slavers. Which required more troops, the concomitant augmentation of the West India Regiment, and the resultant residual anxiety from placing rifles in African hands. 49 Washington's vociferously unforgiving attitude toward abolition had created more problems in their relationship, including the need to keep a more careful eye on Key West 50, and again increasing the number of African soldiers. The related problem of U.S. nationals' proclivity for equating African with slave and thus kidnapping British subjects and dragging them into slavery on U.S. soil. 51 was yet another irritant in the bilateral relationship. 52. Surely, abolition did not wholly wreck relations between the Bahamian archipelago and the U.S. 53 But this rainbow of optimism too bore a cloud, for more traffic in this region meant more shipwrecks at Abaco, which in turn meant more profit for the Bahamas and more distress for the U.S. In practical terms, condemning these vessels meant they had to be rescued and their cargo confiscated. The latter not only could include slaves but also many bags of sugar, coffee, tobacco, and other commodities. Confiscation also darkened bilateral relations, providing another incentive for the British to frustrate the expansion of the Republic's commercial reach in the waters surrounding the U.S. 54 Plus, it was reasonable for the Royal Navy to be on alert in the region, given slave smuggling by U.S. nationals to Cuba from the slave states and vice versa. 55, not to mention smuggling from Africa itself. 56. Moreover, it was not easy to separate the abject difficulties brought to London-Washington relations by the complexity that was the Bahamas from the related problem brought by the ongoing conflict in Florida between the U.S. forces on the one hand and indigenes and Africans on the other. 57 Perhaps not coincidentally, what came to be known as the Second Seminole War of 1835–42 arose alongside the sharp alteration in regional relations resulting from abolition. The decision to remove the Seminoles from Florida was deeply influenced by the presence and position of Africans, just as the Seminole Negroes strongly influenced the decision to resist removal. 58 Just as the U.S. saw the Bahamas as threatening to the slave system, London saw Florida as a wicked dagger thrust at its possessions in the Atlantic and the Caribbean. 59 Though the U.S. had seized Florida, many of its denizens had not reconciled themselves to this reality. In fact, one scholar claims that this Second War was the largest slave rebellion in United States history. This indicates the significant presence of Africans in the battle against Washington, alongside Seminoles, Creek, and Miccosukee, indigenes and most notably the leader Abraham, an African leader of the Seminoles, who fought beside the Redcoats during the 1812 war. As one U.S. general claimed, this was not an Indian war but a Negro war. 60 The Seminoles would literally starve without their African allies, claimed one U.S. officer. 61 Any attempt to interfere with Indian Negroes, said Thomas S. Jessup, the leading Republican soldier, or to arrest any of the chiefs or warriors, either as criminals or debtors, would cause an immediate resort to hostilities. The Negroes, he warned, control their masters. 62. Concern was growing in Florida and the slave South generally. 63 That Africans were fleeing to join the revolt of the indigenes and that this was jeopardizing plantation life. 64 The hysteria was such that even the newly formed Whig Party was suspected of sympathizing with the abolitionist claims of those supportive of the indigenes and their African allies. 65 The Negro fort may have been destroyed, but resistance by Africans was not. 66 The vaunted Abraham, born about 1790 and a one-time slave in Pensacola, was among the resistance. 67 Over 6 feet tall with a broad square face, a thin mustache, and a fierce intelligence, he was well equipped to confront the U.S. forces. 68 Bearing a courtly manner worthy of a diplomat, his most distinguishing feature was his squinted right eye. He spoke English and the language of the Seminoles, making him indispensable to all sides. It was he who shepherded the indigenes to Washington in 1826 for negotiations. He did not ignore Africans, secretly visiting plantations and urging them to join the struggle of the indigenes. 69 As impressive as he was, there was yet another leader of the indigenes whose bloodlines also illustrated what a formidable foe Washington confronted. The father of Osceola was a British trader who had married a Seminole woman. 70 This was not unusual, though apparently not the product of a conscious strategy, for Alexander McGillivray,
a Creek leader, also had a British father. 71 The circle of solidarity was completed when Osceola's spouse, thought to be of African origin, was enslaved in Florida. 72 This came to be regretted when he took to the path of war and proved himself to be a ferocious warrior. 73 Such awful realities caused the unusually progressive U.S. Congressman, Joshua R. Giddings, to denounce subsequently the mania for obtaining slaves by piratical violence. The scenes so often witnessed upon the slave coast of Africa, he said regretfully, became common in Florida as the kidnapping of indigenes became a casus belli. 74 Finally in October 1837 Osceola was captured after coming forward with a white flag to talk, and a number of Africans were also taken with him. They were marched to St. Augustine, then sent to South Carolina, where he died. A doctor sliced off his head and carted it away to his home, and later his grave site was vandalized. 75 All of which infuriated many U.S. Negroes. 76 The ferocity of the African fighters was impressive. 77 It was in 1836 that Daniel F. Blanchard informed his readers about how near 400 fell victim to the barbarity of the Negroes and Indians. This bellicose body included about 800 captured or runaway Negroes from the South. With horror, he described how the Negro, grinning with a ghastly smile, approached them with uplifted axe, apparently intent on their immediate destruction. There were many horrid murders that were perpetrated, he lamented, as the Negroes with hellish cruelty, pierced the throats of all 78. The climax of this conflict was the legendary Dade Massacre, one of the most significant defeats inflicted on U.S. forces before the Civil War and the last stand of George Custer. It stirred the slave South to frenzied bloodlust, targeting indigenes and Africans alike. A lieutenant with the U.S. forces recalled that Dade and company were suddenly attacked from an ambush of pine trees, palmetto bushes, and grass, with about 100, well mounted on horses, naked and painted in the most hideous manner. Another lieutenant was tomahawked by a Negro, and an officer was barbarously tomahawked and butchered by an Indian Negro. After dancing the war dance around the bodies of the slain, the savages proceeded to engage in more mayhem. Indigenes did not themselves take the scalps of their victims but left this to be done by the Negroes, who, outvying their savage masters in hellish cruelty, also barbarously slit the throats of all whose cries and groans gave token of lingering life. Apparently, Negro spies facilitated this massacre, and a Negro guide with Dade led the U.S. forces into this ambuscade. 79 Woodburn Potter was a military officer during this war and was also present at this annihilation. One of the slain, he asserted, was found in a truly revolting condition. A part of his body had been cut off and crammed into his mouth. The Negroes stripped all the officers and some of the men of their clothing. Then the Negroes came inside of the breastwork and began to mutilate the bodies of those who showed the least signs of life. 80 Potter's account was corroborated contemporaneously. 81 Though in retrospect it seems preordained that these Africans and indigenes would be subdued, that was not the unanimous view at the time. The 1812 war had demonstrated that an alliance between redcoats, indigenes, and Africans could create enormous problems for the Republic. Given the kerfuffle involving U.S. vessels in the Florida Straits running aground in the Bahamas, possibility again was raised that London would seize the opportunity to disrupt the Union. John Quincy Adams, one of the most experienced on the global scene of the entire U.S. elite, asserted as much in 1836. Similarly, the discrepancies among indigenes, London, and Washington allowed Africans to engage in a form of political arbitrage designed to victimize the ultimate enslaver, the U.S. For his part, Adams feared a servile war, shorthand for an African uprising, complicated as to some extent it is even now with an Indian war. He pointed to the war for independence in Texas as bleeding into this conflict, as it was, he noted accurately, a war for the re-establishment of slavery where it was abolished. Thus, as things stood, there was a Mexican, an Indian, and a Negro war in North America, which seemed made to order for British interference. 82 But the views of the Jolly Adams were not accepted wholly in the halls of Congress. Surely, Congressman W. O. Butler of Kentucky did not share his opinion. Instead, he surmised that as in the First Seminole War after the 1812 War 83, Britain was again stirring up trouble. An intelligent gentleman informed him that during this ongoing war, there was quadrangular cooperation among the Crown, indigenes, Africans, and Haiti. The spirit of abolition, he charged further, has been one of the causes which produced and is now protracting this War 84. But the southern border of the Republic was not the only place where London and its African allies were able to fish in troubled waters. All along the border from the U.S. Midwest, Michigan, 85 to the northeast, Maine, there were problems, particularly boundary disputes. 86. In 1837 a Republican rebellion erupted in Canada that minimally received ample encouragement from the U.S. Indeed, scores of U.S. nationals were detained by the Canadian authorities, about 20 being executed and 81 sent to detention in Tasmania. The Canadians were accused of crossing the border and destroying a U.S. vessel near Buffalo, while the U.S. retaliated against British subjects. 87 In one unnerving incident, about 300 men from the U.S. side crossed into Canada and surprised a small body of militia at Windsor, near Detroit, killed 17 people, burned 3 buildings, and left others wounded. Elizabeth Campbell, a sister of Judge James V. Campbell of Michigan's Supreme Court, said, "Here is a great deal of excitement here, of course, and some of the good people here, ladies, I mean, anticipate that Detroit will be burned over their heads. Thus, we have a watch on the city every night." 88 During this tumultuous time, Toronto's African community of no more than 400 men, women, and children provided an astonishing 50 volunteers to repel republicanism. Still celebrated in Toronto's history is the tale of how one African man stood alone on a bridge with a shotgun over his crossed arms, his body language conveying a stern message in order to bar the rebels. 89. Africans from Canada were involved in sinking the ship Caroline on the U.S. side of the border, which once again almost brought the Republic and the Kingdom to war. 90 Reflecting the most dystopian of Robert Harrison's dreams, Jamaica served as a depot when the Republican rebels in Canada were squashed. 91 Exposing Republican weakness was the fact that the Caroline, destroyed by British forces reputedly in U.S. waters, became a flashpoint. Yet this vessel contained a number of African seamen and, given recent history, Washington had to wonder if, in a pinch, they would remain true to the Stars and Stripes or, like so many other men of the darkest color, opt for allegiance to the Union Jack. 92 In any event, London found it curious that Washington objected to her taking this ship, towing it to the Niagara Falls, then torching and destroying it, since Andrew Jackson had himself marched into Spanish Florida, seized 2 British subjects, and executed them. Was not the door open to such behavior by this earlier brigandage? 93. This aid from Africans was quite timely. During this uproarious time only 400 regular forces guarded the city that became Toronto, and some were thought to be disaffected. 94 Not a negligible factor. 95 As Canada again was threatened. 96 The authorities warned of the existence of numerous and formidable associations in many parts of the United States for the purpose of overrunning Canada and plundering this territory. It was emphasized that the invaders had the expectation of being joined by numerous disaffected persons, which underscored further the presence of Africans wholly immune to the alleged charms of U.S.-style republicanism. 97 There 98 was an imminent danger of an immediate invasion and an attack upon this city by the rebels and pirates, said Toronto leaders. 99 The Crown had a core of Africans upon which to draw for defense. By 1834 there were a goodly number of Negro families in the city that evolved into Toronto, a number of them former U.S. runaways. 100 Disaffection with London was not as widespread among Africans, as one Republican discovered to his dismay. After crossing the border to Canada he sought to escape southward via Lake Erie, but a stiff gale drove him back to the shore where he was captured by armed Negroes. 101 That the leader of the Republican revolt, William Mackenzie, was compared to George Washington may have won him plaudits in the Republic. But it frightened Africans in Canada into militant action. 102 This disdain by Africans, in a sense, was a disservice to Mackenzie, for he lamented the fact that in the U.S. in all classes of white society,
Their ebony brethren are treated as a degraded caste. 103 He was a stern critic of slavery. 104 The revulsion created by enslavement influenced those beyond the circle of Africans, for even James Mackenzie of Lockport, New York, opposed his nation's union with Canada due to that detestable slave system. 105 Thomas Gibbs Redoubt of Canada engaged in one-upmanship when he declared during this tense era, "I wish that the British government would declare war immediately against the United States." 106 William Mackenzie, the Republican leader, was told that perhaps your defeat in Canada may hasten the abolition of slavery in the South. 107 This profound assertion at once disconnected the victory of republicanism from what was thought to be its complement, abolition, while underscoring that actually it was the weight of the crown and not its defeat, which was in the best interest of the African. As one sage noted, it was the power of the British to throw into the southern states thousands of free Negroes and thereby call forth all those horrors so fearfully dreaded from the slave population. 108 This upsetting reality dawned on U.S. forces when they were warned that the Crown was sending a Negro cook across the border who would falsely join with U.S. forces, then poison them. 109 This chef was among the Africans who rallied faithfully to the Union Jack in a replay of the 1812 war. The rebellion's embodiment, William Mackenzie, conceded that the Negroes were extravagantly loyal to the executive. With sincerity, he asserted, "I regret that an unfounded fear of a union with the United States on the part of the colored population should have induced them to oppose reform." 110 He knew this well, for when he held a Republican meeting in Ontario in early 1832 it degenerated into a riot with vociferous Africans throwing stones, since they thought republicanism meant slavery. And when Mackenzie actually leapt to revolt, virtually every able-bodied African man in Toronto leapt to oppose him. 111 The leading Canadian official, Sir Francis Head, knew he had a powerful asset in the form of anti-US Negroes. They hastened as volunteers in wagon loads to the Niagara frontier to beg from me permission that they might be permitted to defend the glorious institutions of Great Britain. 112 He boasted. 113 At this juncture, the population of Upper Canada did not amount to 500,000, while that of the United States exceeded 16 millions, thereby underlining the Africans' importance, since at that moment Wales was revolting and Ireland was about to do so. 114 Detroit was a headquarters for the anti-London rebels. 115 And skirmishes occurred there. The last and decisive battle, which led to their defeat, took place within 2,000 yards of the city on the opposite Canadian shore. Mackenzie and company were armed by the U.S. 116 or so thought London. 117 London's man in Washington, H. L. Fox, advised Secretary of State John Forsyth of the preparation for a hostile invasion of Lower Canada from upstate New York by French-Canadian outlaws and Euro-Americans, who were fast increasing in numbers. 118 Fox told Lord Palmerston the same thing. 119 This conflict was the inexorable outcome of the tensions that rocked the bilateral relationship that abolition only served to worsen. 120 When the Canadian outlaw Mackenzie showed up in Buffalo, Fox thought he had grasped the nature of the forces arrayed against London's most sizable possession. 121 Even a fire-eating South Carolina congressman conceded that a man London deemed to be a traitor was permitted to recruit men in the public streets of Buffalo and were now violating British soil. In Canada. 122 Even the U.S. Marshal in New York State's Northern District admitted that a force now about 1,000 strong and well supplied with arms was under the leadership of Albany men and attacking Canada. 123 Hundreds of miles away in Detroit, Sir Francis Head was up in arms about a large force of about 1,000 or 1,200 in number, with arms and artillery, that had attempted to invade Ontario. The invaders commenced battering the town of Amherstburg. 124 But Fox was not the only man upset with this border war. Henry Clay was breathing fire, telling his fellow senators that it was the Republic that was the victim of aggression. 125 Yet his inflammatory words were mild compared to those of Congressman Jonathan Cilley of Maine, who claimed that the Empire was claiming one-third of his state and that in Canada a replay of 1776 was now in motion that Washington was duty-bound to support. A colleague, however, counseled that this was unwise, due to the defenseless state of the northern frontier owing to the military troops having been drawn away for the purpose of prosecuting the war in Florida. Candidly, said Congressman Isaac Bronson, military posts of the country had been stripped for the purpose of sending the forces to Florida, and now there were none to send northward. This argument bolstered those in London who thought that backing Africans and Seminoles was a wise approach. 126. While Washingtonians were worrying about Florida, those who were to be regarded as Torontonians were concerned about basic security. Sir Francis had acknowledged that those dreaded questions of Texas and abolition were creating great anxiety, which caused the higher classes in the Republic to assert somehow that the Canadas must be had as a palliative and diversion from the internal tensions generated. 127. But complicating any attempt by the U.S. to redirect Canada away from London was the dread-arousing obstacle of the Africans, particularly those who had fled slavery. As the Civil War approached, sojourners from the United Kingdom were arriving in ever greater numbers in the Republic. Almost instinctively, they noticed that slavery was a gaping chink in the armor of the U.S. that an astute foe could exploit rather easily. 128. The British traveler, Harriet Martineau, detected this when she arrived as the embers of battle remained warm. In Upper Canada there are upward of 10,000 people of color, she remarked, chiefly fugitive slaves. She was struck by one peculiarity they possessed, namely, the extravagance of their loyalty to the Crown. They exert themselves in defense of all the acts of the executive, whatever they may be. The reason for this is obvious: they exceedingly dread the barest mention of the annexation of Canada to the United States. 129. Since the air in Britain was too pure to tolerate slavery, it was simpler for the Crown to take advantage of the Republic's weakness. Likewise, the air in London seemed to asphyxiate U.S. slaveholders, or so might have argued the Kentuckian, Robert Breckinridge, when he arrived in 1836. "I found," he said, "a state of great excitement in the public mind on the general subject of Negro slavery, which was a matter of great and constant annoyance to every American in England." Then, to his chagrin, at the World Anti-Slavery Convention that met later, he was denounced in its open sessions, in such terms of unmeasured bitterness and contumely as Englishmen alone know how to use. 130. The culprit, as he saw it, was the Church of Scotland, which he viewed as an abolitionist stronghold, though he could have added that abolitionist sentiment had penetrated the highest levels of British society. 131. Hence, when the Carolina slaveholder, James Henry Hammond, visited Britain in 1836, he came prepared to be unimpressed and was not disappointed. 132. In fact, U.S. travelers in Europe often were stung by reports of the barbarity of slavery in their homeland. Such reports seemed to be a staple in the newspapers of Austria, Germany, Russia, and of course Britain, where despots and aristocrats alike could point to the Republic as proof that so-called popular democracy was a sham. Meanwhile, back in the U.S., abolitionist organs were hailing Europeans as enlightened in contrast to the general run of Euro-Americans, who were stigmatized as cruel and rapacious, which also was seen as evidence of the failure of republicanism. 133. British abolitionists went as far as to suggest that even Russia, a byword for autocracy, might have had a better human rights record than that of the Republic. 134. Thus, when Lord Durham arrived from the British Isles to monitor the border crisis, he saw many American settlers in Canada, which was bound to be unsettling, and suggested the need for soliciting more African runaways as a counterweight. He found that one cause of the discontent among the settlers from the United States was their discomfort among these Africans, proof of the extraordinary and anomalous feelings of Americans on the subject of slavery, or rather of the freedom of the people of color. "It was gravely mentioned to me as a striking abuse," he said, sounding surprised, "that a slave who could escape into Canada, or the other provinces, became free, and could not legally be placed in the hands of his masters." Another grievance was the equality conceded to colored people who were not taught to know their station as in the United States, and that these errors would soon be rectified under the American Republican system. He distinguished further the rule of the Crown by noting how English was imposed more forcefully in Louisiana than in Quebec. 135.
The larger point was that the border crisis of 1837–38 and the Second Seminole War suggested that as long as Washington resisted the winds of change augured by emancipation, it would perpetually be at a disadvantage, with the concomitant threat to sovereignty, in its ongoing battle with its former colonial master. This was a reality well recognized by J.W. Longman, an African who escaped from Tennessee to Canada before settling in Rochester, New York. He was there in 1838 at the time of the border crisis and expressed apprehension that Washington would destroy the only asylum for African freedom in North America. The promptness with which several companies of black men were organized and equipped and the desperate valor they displayed in this brief conflict, are an earnest of what may be expected from the swelling thousands of colored fugitives collecting there, in the event of war between the two countries. These Africans, he asserted boldly, are the most reliable fortress of national strength on the Canadian frontiers. He warned angrily that they would imprint upon the soil of slavery as bloody a lesson as was ever written. This he knew, since despite his New York residence he was urgently solicited by the government of Canada to accept the captaincy of black troops in the Provincial Army 136. 9. Africans flee from republicanism. George Thompson was frightened. It was 1835 and this passionate British abolitionist had come to Salem, Massachusetts, to preach the anti-slavery gospel. On arrival, however, he was informed that a mob was searching for him. He fled, but the mob did not. More than 100 men collected in the street, hovering over the site where he had sat, demanding that he be handed over, crying out, "Turn him out, turn out the Englishman, turn out the foreigner." These hostile salutations were peppered with threats of extreme violence, and stones were tossed at the home where he was thought to reside. They were joined rapidly by hundreds more who gathered in front and back of this unlucky abode, threatening to burn it down, immolating all those present, compelling Thompson like a runaway African to escape to the more comforting climes of New Brunswick. Repeatedly, during his journey, Thompson was exposed to imminent danger. As one supporter put it, there were threats of savage mutilation that make the blood run cold, as he was continually harassed with the fearful apprehension that if he was not murdered, he would one day return to his family with his tongue pulled out, or his ears cropped, or his nose cut off. He was pursued like a wild beast. 1. In Lowell there was a disturbance, accompanied by a great deal of stamping and yelling. A heavy brickbat was hurled with tremendous force through a window immediately behind the startled speaker and passed upon an exact level with my head. An inflammatory handbill was circulated, denouncing the foreigner and his intermeddling, as the excitement increased hourly throughout the day. Perhaps what incited the rabble was his provocative speech on the importance of Haiti. 2. Whatever the case, loud stomping, vociferation, and hisses greeted his remarks. Thompson did not flinch, however. He assailed the U.S. press for not printing the truth about the course of emancipation in the Caribbean. Is it told in Charleston? No. Is it told in Richmond? No. Is it told in New York or New Haven? No. Perhaps this blind spot was driven by a reluctance to face the fact that the 1834 decree sounded, as well, the death knell of American slavery. American slavery cannot last 10 years longer, he predicted. 3. To be fair, there was little doubt that there were those in London who wanted to see the splitting of their growing Republican rival. The axis of slavery provided a wonderful opportunity for the implementation of this notion, as the Civil War was to demonstrate later. Still, it would be churlish to ascribe such motives to well-intentioned British abolitionists whose fealty to their cause was sealed by the Jamaican insurgency. The outcry against Thompson in Massachusetts was fierce precisely because abolitionism there had made such progress, not least due to the active ministrations of the British. 5. So influential were the British in the realm of abolitionism that William Lloyd Garrison chose to use their opposition to the colonization of Africans as evidence of its invalidity. 6. Increasingly, U.S. nationals traveled to Britain and from there published screeds against slavery in their homeland. 7. Likewise, when Reverend Ralph Randolph Gurley sought support for colonization, naturally he journeyed to Europe, where he found, nowhere,
perhaps on the island of Great Britain, burns the fever of abolition, more intensely, than in Glasgow. He returned home with little support for his project. 8. Republicans did not accept these criticisms passively. The slaveholder James Hammond argued that slavery was not a sin but was especially commanded by God through Moses and approved by Christ through his apostles. Perhaps enmeshed in amnesia or seeking above all to reassure himself, he advised that it is a great mistake to suppose, as is generally done abroad, that in case of war slavery would be a source of weakness, for the enslaved would not, he opined, seize such an opportunity to revolt. But, he added, against such instigations we are always on guard, and even if the guard failed, should any foreign nation be so lost to every sentiment of civilized humanity as to attempt to erect among us the standard of revolt, or to invade with black troops for the base and barbarous purpose of stirring up servile war, their efforts would be signally rebuked. 9. Hammond's fellow Carolinian 10 Congressman Robert Rhett, was similarly reproachful, saying it was a bit rich for London to rebuke the Republic, given that she had accompanied conquest by fire and slaughter. The time may not be far distant, he warned pointedly, when all the nations of the earth will be compelled to combine for her overthrow, as all Europe combined, under her auspices, for the overthrow of Napoleon. How could London, he declaimed, rebuke any state, since it was the greatest robber and oppressor that now controls the destinies of men? 11. Fundamentally, the opinion arose in the U.S. that emancipation was a cynical scheme to undermine their nation and that abolitionists were promoted by the Crown. 12 When the prominent parliamentarian J.S. Buckingham arrived from Britain in the Republic in 1839, he was quickly and repeatedly apprised that English abolitionists had abolished slavery in the West Indies, for the sake of encouraging a Negro revolt in the southern states and thus revenging the 1776 revolt. 13 Buckingham also spoke of the stimulus provided abolition by Caribbean emancipation. The empire was not without leverage, for this parliamentarian was struck that in Hilton Head, of the large ships he saw merely 2 or 3 were from the U.S., while the greater number were from Britain. 14 This evident economic leverage that London held on the Republic was reflected when it was suggested to Gerard Smith that he push for Britain to place a duty on U.S. cotton in order to hasten the fall of slavery. 15 This was of a piece with British observers who paid acute attention to the real and imagined defects of the slaveholders' republic, probing for weaknesses that would be vulnerable in case of military assault. 16 One Londoner pooh-poohed the increasingly popular Republican idea that it was London that was responsible for slavery in the U.S., citing the founding of Georgia and the substantial British backing for abolition that was overridden by the locals. How could Britain force the Americans to be oppressors, though she could not force them to be slaves? What of the contrasting British and U.S. records on abolition since 1787? What of slave trading in the Republic's capital? He reserved his most withering fire for Thomas Jefferson, a man deserving everlasting infamy. The entire Republican system, he insisted, was a fake and a fraud. 17 The kind of intelligence gathering conducted by Buckingham went in both directions. For a few years after the full implementation of emancipation, Albert Fitz visited Bermuda, then filed a report on the great importance of these islands, which was made manifest during the last war in 1812. It remained one of the most impregnable fortresses in the Western Hemisphere. The people continued to anticipate great spoils in case of another war with the United States. The opinion is prevalent, he wrote in mid-1842 to Secretary of State Daniel Webster, that the Americans are very desirous of obtaining possession of these islands, and they are particularly jealous and distrustful of American visitors. He then made his way southward to Barbados and Jamaica, inspecting fortifications, and seeking data on the feared West India regiments. This sensitive mission was a profound secret, he emphasized, as he deployed great caution throughout his journey. 18 The insights 19 of Britain's Thomas Hamilton were not as oriented to the onset of war, but were just as explosive. He too was appalled with what he saw, lamenting that in this republic it was common for fathers to sell their children, for sons to sell their brothers and sisters. The republic, he proclaimed, had become a nuisance upon earth and an object of hatred and derision to the whole world. Brightening, he recommended that every Englishman who visits Charleston, should visit Jones' Hotel, since the proprietor was a black man and has whispered in the world, for, I learned, he was laid up with gout, the disease of a gentleman 20. While Hamilton 21 was thankful, after witnessing slavery, that he was white while visiting the U.S., Adam Hodgson was grateful that he was British after his visit, seeing the Republic reinforced his patriotism. But he kept returning in his tale of woe to New Orleans, the very name of which seems to strike terror into the slaves and free Negroes alike of the Middle States. Thus, he knew of slaves destroying themselves by cutting their throats or other violent means to avoid being sent there. But like many of these accounts, he left his readers with the idea that London retained allies in this land of cruelty. Thus, he encountered indigenes who were much pleased when they heard he was British. 22. British abolitionists were becoming increasingly militant in their characterization of Republicans. Controversy erupted in 1839 when such caustic views were expressed directly to the chief U.S. diplomat in London, Andrew Stevenson. At a meeting in Birmingham commemorating emancipation, the well-known Irish politician Daniel O'Connell assailed his nation for slave breeding and tossed in an assault on George Washington for good measure. Stevenson, a slaveholder defending his class's alleged honor, demanded a duel which did not occur. Stevenson, who had been pressing London for compensation for indemnification of the enslaved from the Comet and the Enterprise in particular, was noticeably displeased. 23 O'Connell did not back down in condemning the vile union of republicanism and slavery, referring to the Republic as a nation based on hypocrisy, and observing that of all men living, an American citizen who is the owner of slaves is the most despicable. 24 O'Connell invidiously compared Washington with Simon Bolivar, who he hailed as much more progressive on the bedrock matter of enslavement. Like his compatriots, he was particularly outraged by reports of slave breeding in the Republic. 25. Responding to the Republic's tendency to blame London for imposing slavery on North America, O'Connell pointed out that Republicans revolted against the Stamp Act, so why not slavery? He was contemptuous of those who complained of aristocracy, then imposed in the Republic the worst of all aristocracies, that of the human skin. 26 His causticity was echoed enthusiastically by articulate U.S. Negroes. 27 Which in turn was used to deflect the charge that London's depredations in Ireland and India. 28 Made the Empire the real hypocrite. 29 Given their fraught relationship, it was easy to see why the Michigan Freeman in 1840 spoke in anticipation of war between the Republic and Britain. 30 But it added threateningly that on such an occasion, more than 2 millions of dissatisfied slaves in the South and Southwest can instantly be aroused to a state of fearful rebellion, who will hail the opportunity thus offered them to wreak bloody vengeance on their oppressors. 31 The pestilence of slavery was providing the shovel for its own grave digging, which, if further proof was needed, became clear when the abolitionist Gerard Smith was asked to assist in establishing a colony of fugitive slaves in Canada. This would have probably provided more recruits for a Republican-resistant Canadian militia. 32 The quintessential example of runaways receiving refuge in Canada was that of Thornton Blackburn and his spouse, who had escaped from the slaves south to Michigan, where they were detained, before fleeing northward. This was a few years before the Republican revolt in Canada. But it seemed that the Africans were engaging in a militant rehearsal of their own rebellion, at least that is the inference to be drawn from the frightened remarks of Alexander MacArthur, the unfortunate deputy sheriff in Wayne County, Michigan, who had to confront their fury. Seeking to rescue Blackburn from the state's clutches, they told him bluntly that they expected some of them would be killed, but they were no less determined. But, as he saw it, it was his life that was in jeopardy, for as he went out among the crowd they were brandishing their weapons over him, and threatened the extremity of violence. As he was about to walk away, he perceived the prisoner Blackburn standing on the steps of the jail door, in the act of drawing from his bosom, which he presented to the breast of the jailer. Then, instantly after turning around, he pointed the pistol at the sheriff while declaring that unless he were freed, he would shoot. At that moment the crowd of blacks and mulattoes cried,
shoot him, blow him through," then punctuated their words by rushing toward the authorities, grabbing Blackburn and escorting him to a stagecoach as others attacked the authorities with frequent and violent blows, including a weighty stone that was tossed at the sheriff's head, knocking him down. As he was falling, his pistol discharged and an African then rushed the sheriff, club in hand, and struck him upon the side of the head. His terrified deputy confirmed that the intention of the same blacks and mulattoes so assembled was to the life of this battered official. 33 The Crown refused to return these refugees for a criminal trial, infuriating Republicans. 34 Detroiters should have considered themselves lucky, for in Windsor, just across the river in Canada, there was serious contemplation of crossing the border and burning down the town if Blackburn had not been freed. In any case, after this incident the torching of houses and barns became more frequent in what became the Motor City. Africans were blamed for this outbreak, which engendered even more hostility against them, leading ever more of them to escape to Canada. The Blackburn case was not sui generis, for it was not long before an enslaved man from St. Louis made it to Detroit and was detained as a prelude to his return. Upset Negroes sought to rescue him, but better prepared officials were well armed in the face of considerable resistance mounted by these men, some of whom had just departed the Canadian militia and the repulsion of the Republican revolt. 35 Among those fleeing northward was John Malvin, born in Virginia in 1795. He was among the many who escaped during the flux brought by the 1812 war. By 1829 he was in Cincinnati, thinking he had found safe refuge there, but like others he found it necessary to flee to in the face of racist riots and wound up helping to build a community in Canada that took the name Wilberforce. 36 When the runaway Solomon Mosby escaped from Kentucky to Canada in 1837, what ensued was both chaotic and predictable. Arriving in Niagara with the threat of capture tailing him, Africans armed themselves with pitchforks, shovels, and stones and planned to blockade the bridge joining the two nations if an attempt were made to grab him. In the event, 2 men died in the resultant chaos and a number were imprisoned. Those who survived were not jailed but allowed as their alleged punishment to join the militia to resist the Republican revolt, which had broken out contemporaneously with this turmoil. Mosby wound up escaping to England, not an atypical occurrence. 37 Repeatedly 38 The Crown refused to return fleeing Africans to the Republic, which simultaneously boosted their allegiance to the Union Jack. 39 Why should the Crown send Africans back to a land where they would toil for free, thereby increasing the wealth of this challenger, particularly when they would enlist happily and gratefully in militias and fight London's foes to the death? This was a question that even the estimable Mackenzie had difficulty answering 40 as Africans continued opposing his project. 41 There were few good reasons for London to comply with the dictates of U.S. slavery, particularly after 1834. Even before this date, London was hardly a model of cooperation. Afterwards, its spine stiffened appreciably, thereby heightening anger and frustration in the Republic about the surge of abolitionism, which ineluctably washed over local emancipationists, exacerbating the sectional crisis. There was mass popular sentiment in both Canada and Britain hostile to the extradition of African refugees, in any case, with the Crown often resorting to abstruse legalese to justify its policies. 42 This attitude received some support within the Republic. 43 The Negro journalist toiling for the New York-based Freedom's Journal well knew that the state of public opinion in London was such that no administration there could or would admit to a treaty mandating the return of human property, and this was before abolition. This was an incentive for more Africans to cross the border and become militant fighters against U.S.-style republicanism in Canada. 44 This trend seemed to require few enticements. 45 As the number of Anglophiles among U.S. Negroes continued to accelerate. Surely Canada was no racial paradise, though some U.S. Negroes seemed to think so after enduring the agony of life in the slaveholders' republic. And no nation could live side by side with the U.S. without being influenced negatively toward those of darker skin. Yet William Y. Smith of Toronto recognized this and took affirmative action to soften the harmful blow. In light of the unchristian prejudices of the whites, he said, speaking of the 1840s,
I always feel like giving a black man an extra warm good morning or a warmer shake of the hand than anybody else, as a kind of acknowledgement and restitution. 46. Increasingly, Anglo-Canadians' identity, which had been shaped by the stories of woe brought by Loyalist refugees, was being reinforced by worse stories delivered by African refugees. These streams were merging and creating a rushing river of discontent in Canada that did not bode well for transborder relations. 47. With every passing day it seemed that abolitionism was a way to forge a distinctively Canadian identity strong enough to withstand the monstrous encroachments of the power to the south. 48. Britain had been held in deep affection by Africans before 1834. But afterward. 49. Particularly when its policy contrasted so sharply with that of the slaveholders' republic, this affection mutated into dewy-eyed romance. 50. The famous runaway slave, Harriet Jacobs, for example, exclaimed upon arriving in Britain, that for the first time in my life I was in a place where I was treated according to my deportment, without reference to my complexion. I felt as if a great millstone had been lifted from my breast. Jacobs and runaways like her experienced a sense of political and spiritual liberation on British soil that was unknown to her in Dixie. 51. The pressure placed on the U.S. by abolitionists in the wake of 1834 showed little sign of ceasing, nor did it seem to have squashed the militancy of U.S. Negroes. When the Republic failed to engage positively with their resident African population, many of the latter looked longingly to London for satisfaction, placing Washington at a disadvantage. And when in Rhode Island, poor and working-class Euro-American men failed to ally with local African Americans, the latter joined the armed militia and helped to squash a rebellion of the former, thereby gaining enhanced rights for themselves. 52. The larger lesson was that there was a stiff price to be paid for ignoring, or taking for granted, or worse, oppressing Africans. 53. Meanwhile, to the south and east, the British authorities seemed to become more comfortable with emancipation, which did not augur well for the continuation of enslavement. The Negro and colored race evince more desire to read and learn than the poorest of the whites, claimed Governor William Reed in Bermuda in August 1841.54. It is one of the evils of slave institutions, he observed 2 years later, that under them men's minds are not directly led to devise substitutes for manual labor, in increasing production. The workman has his own mind enchained. 55. It would not be easy to quarantine these seditious ideas, forbidding their reach hundreds of miles westward in the slave-bound Carolinas and Virginia. Moreover, by 1845, as a British merchant put it straightforwardly, we have spent £20 million to abolish slavery and £20,000,000 to repress the slave trade. Yet just west of Bermuda the slave system continued to thrive, which meant that London would have to spend even more if bondage were to be distinguished, though neither Britain's patience nor pocketbook were inexhaustible. 56. The patience of Africans also had its limits. By 1840, one African journalist writing in The Colored American seemed to be trying to bait the Republic into a war that Washington would find difficult to win. If such a conflict with London were to explode, the Republic knew very well that Great Britain would light up flames on the whole southwestern frontier, that she would sweep Texas with an allied army of English, Mexicans, and Indians, and from headquarters of New Orleans would proclaim freedom to 2 millions of slaves. They also know that a West Indian army composed in part of regiments of well-disciplined and brave blacks, would land in Florida, furnish with arms, ammunition and provisions Indians and Negroes there, and cooperate with the Southwestern Army and with fleets, issuing from the British West Indies, Cuba, and Vera Cruz. They know, he continued, such fleets and armies would contain many colored men from the United States, perfectly acquainted with the face of every part of the country and with every creek, inlet, and harbor, and what is worse, smarting under the wrongs which have been inflicted upon them in the land of their birth. Material of attack more destructive could not be imagined. Worse for the South was that a war with England would give an unprecedented prosperity to northern manufactures, wool growers, graziers and farmers. 57. By 1840, there were an estimated 12,500 runaways in Upper Canada,
many of them adult men with a similar burning incentive to wreak havoc on the land they had left. 58. There were many more in Haiti who were thought to harbor similar bloody feelings. When the Reverend S.W. Hanna, a prominent cleric from Jamaica, visited Hispaniola, he received that impression. As we crossed another street, he remarked in 1836, a black man in military uniform called aloud to the one who accompanied us, and demanded who we were. Our companion replied, "People from a man of war." "Of what nation?" was the next demand. "English," it was answered. "Then," said the now satisfied soldier, "you may proceed." This response was all the more remarkable since at that juncture, said Reverend Hanna, the whites are in some respects, a proscribed race. No white man is permitted to possess property in lands or houses in this country. 59. By the early 1840s, thousands of U.S. Negroes had migrated to Canada and thousands more to Haiti, with many more considering other alternatives to the slaveholders' republic. Imbued with optimism about what was occurring under the Union Jack, a sizable group of black Baltimoreans gathered in November 1839 to consider moving en masse to Guyana, the British colony on the northern coast of South America. So moved, they dispatched 2 emissaries there to inspect their possible new homeland, where they were received, it was reported, in a manner highly flattering. They went to inspect the court system, an arm of racist repression in the slaveholders' republic, and were pleasantly surprised to find that appointments were made to the bench without regard to color. Generally, they found that no distinctions of color exist, while the colored classes are wealthy, influential, and highly respectable. Many of them are magistrates, wealthy proprietors, merchants with large establishments, and managers of estates, receiving liberal estates. The collector of customs at one of the principal ports is a person of color in this magnificent country. 60. Edward Carberry, whose job it was to promote migration to this colony, assured these Negroes that unlike life under the Stars and Stripes, life under the Union Jack would not be a perpetual trial. He visited New York, Philadelphia, and Boston with similarly attractive offers. 61. A vast land with a scant population scattered largely on the northern coast. Though the colony stretched strategically to the Brazilian border, Guyana was in need of people. By mid-1835, even the U.S. consul there, Moses Benjamin, was acknowledging that the experiment of free labor in the cultivation of estates in this colony had proven eminently satisfactory, and thus U.S. Negroes would not be arriving in a land as distressed as some had thought. 62. One would think that Washington would not hesitate to rid itself of non-slave Africans, an enunciated goal since the initiation of colonization. So thought London, which sought to effectuate this process. 63. To that end, H. L. Fox of London's legation in Washington had much conversation with Secretary of State Abel Upshur on this issue, who seemed to sense the advantage that would result to this country from being relieved of as large a number as possible of the free men of color who now inhabit it. The sticking point was the inevitable encouragement to runaway slaves from the southern states that would ensue once so many former U.S. Negroes had moved to the Caribbean, for Negro slaves would hope to obtain at the port of embarkation in a free state, a certificate of freedom allowing migration to British soil, thereby strengthening Washington's foe. 64. It was not long before Upshur announced that he was very far indeed from approving or encouraging this project, as, Fox recounted, there was much annoyance and dissatisfaction on the part of the southern states if the design should be carried into effect. A slave-holding Virginian himself, Upshur feared this plan was liable to be perverted by the abolition party via encouragement to runaway slaves. This was not far from the truth, which was why this project had difficulty in gaining flight. 65. Thus, Upshur told Fox that after much reflection he had ascertained that in the slave-holding states of our Union, the Negro race belong to a distinct caste and are not recognized as entitled to all the benefits of full citizenship. Mind you, he and his class did not feel any desire to retain their free-colored population. It was a relief to get rid of that entire class. Yet there was a great delicacy of the subject, not least aiding runaways, which hindered his aiding their removal. Effectively, Upshur was saying that the slave South was riding an abolitionist tiger and that it was dangerous to continue doing so and dangerous to stop. 66. An undeterred Carberry continued beating the bushes in the U.S. Northeast for potential immigrants. The U.S. consul in Guyana had noticed the effects hundreds of miles southward. This immigration was exciting a good deal of interest, he said. It probably would mean an improvement in the condition of these Africans, particularly craftsmen of almost every description, wages being higher than in the United States. 67. A studious analyst of Anglo-American relations would have to be concerned about such repatriation. 68. With thousands of U.S. Negroes moving to Canada and thousands more to Haiti with the potential of returning to Washington with sharpened bayonets in hand, the prospect of thousands more moving to the Caribbean basin caused U.S. leaders to reconsider the efficacy of such a move, even of free Negroes, though they would not object to their residing thousands of miles away in Liberia. And even if these Negroes were not a military threat, there were other concerns to consider. Thus, in 1837 Robert Harrison, the top U.S. diplomat in Jamaica, mused about being compelled to appear before a tribunal to be adjudged and interrogated and at times insulted by Negroes, mulattoes, and Jews in a colony over which the British flag still waves. This, he said, was mortifying in the extreme and could only be exacerbated if the official to be faced was a resentful former U.S. Negro. 69. But as Harrison saw things, looming larger was the military threat from the Caribbean. Those in Kingston with whom he conversed did not scruple to say that the forces in Canada even now are capable of marching to Washington and dictating terms to our government. 70. Rather hysterically, in 1838 he informed his superiors in Washington that Africans in Jamaica are meditating something of a most serious nature, as some of them have been heard to say that they would hang up all the whites, unite themselves with Haiti and then attack Cuba, from whence 300,000 or 400,000 men then would go to America. 71. Since a society had been formed in Jamaica whose object was the entire emancipation of the slaves in the U States, and since ships bound for the U.S. routinely took on paupers and other vagrants, potentially providing a guise for subversion, Harrison could not ignore this inflammatory rhetoric. 72. Unrest in Haiti was part of this complex equation, as he gnashed his teeth constantly about this reputed horde of black savages. 73. But Harrison's main mission was to monitor Jamaica, and the news, he thought, was deeply unsettling. 2 black regiments were expected from the Windward Islands, he said in the spring of 1839, which had to be watched since in the event of a rupture between the two countries, those fellows will be excellent firebrands to be thrown ashore on slave-holding states. 74. A year later Harrison reported the dispiriting news that the intention in Jamaica was to burn and destroy all our seaport towns, Washington included, common naval dockyards, carry our fortifications by a coup de main. Then the slaves in the Republic would constitute a powerful auxiliary army in the interior of our country. At that point redcoats would land in the Northeast. 75. Here they are most abusive and anxious for war, he announced in early 1841.76. When a detachment from the West India Regiment arrived on the island from Sierra Leone, Harrison lost whatever equanimity he possessed. The militia were now mustering and drilling, and the authorities were mulling war in order to give the Yankees a good beating. 77. When more troops poured into the island, this time via Gibraltar, for what purpose I cannot understand, said a nervous Harrison, his rapidly diminishing composure virtually disintegrated. 78. It is to be lamented, he remarked mournfully, that one of our cruisers was not here of late, and that indeed they are so rarely seen at this island. 79. There was yet another reason for London to seek the overthrow of the slave system in the Republic, at least, as Harrison saw things. A bad woman is always rejoiced at seeing others reduced to her own level, he contended, and London sought to reduce the Republic thusly. 80. Continuing to irritate bilateral relations was the continued kidnapping 81 and probable enslavement in the Republic 82 of British subjects of African descent sailing on ships heading toward U.S. waters. 83. Harrison had reason to be angst-ridden, surrounded as he was by restive Africans whose suspicion of his nation seemed boundless. 84. Apprehensively, he concluded that Jamaica was likely to become a second San Domingo, the slaveholders' worst nightmare. 85 Harrison also suspected that this pent-up energy could be directed northward. 86 Meanwhile, former slaves continued to arrive in the Caribbean basin. 87 Trinidad retained a vibrant colony of formerly enslaved Africans from the Republic with unaddressed grievances that acutely implicated the U.S. They were joined in 1839 by a delegation of U.S. Negroes who were contemplating relocating there, thus augmenting a key possession of London and depriving the Republic of their labor. 88 This matter is of no small interest, the Colored American reported of this proposed venture. 89 But what of opposition to colonization? Well, said this paper, while we wage unceasing, uncompromising war against colonization, Africans were not so hostile to voluntary emigration to Trinidad and some of the West Indian islands, including Jamaica and Puerto de Plata, in the island of Haiti and the settlement of British Guiana, on the mainland. 90 Returning the favor, the Legislative Council of Trinidad provided $25 subsidies for the passage of those coming from the U.S. and $30 for those coming from Canada. 91 The publicity surrounding this venture among U.S. Negroes was generally favorable. 92 As evidenced in the Colored American, the subject of West Indian emancipation is exerting considerable interest, for Haiti and the island of Trinidad are the places to which several of our friends look as their future homes. 93 The presence of African refugees from the 1812 war also seemed to be an inducement to abandon the Republic. Reference was made to 774 slaves who escaped from their masters and headed southward as free laborers, where they are earning their own livelihood with industry and a good conduct. 94 So induced, by October 1840 a British vessel sailed from Baltimore with 250 new migrants, destined for Trinidad, a trip of 1,800 miles requiring almost 2 weeks. 95 Emancipation in the Caribbean had a gravitational pull on Africans trapped within the Republic. Some, particularly the enslaved, decided to reach British soil by any means necessary, a decision that rapidly led to yet another major crisis between the Republic and the monarchy, bringing these two powers once again to the brink of war. 10. London sanctions murder of U.S. slaveholders. The angry and well-armed African threatened to murder his white captor if he would not take them to a British island, so the Creole, a vessel containing scores of slaves, set sail immediately for Abaco, the Bahamas. 1. Confirming that this daring-do was not spontaneous but planned, was the contention by the crew that one of the rebels had heard of the ship Hermosa. When it recently ran aground at Abaco, the Africans obtained their freedom, and thus that was exactly where the rebels wanted to go. 2 During the antebellum era. 3 The very word Abaco was spine-tingling for U.S. shipmasters, for their British wreckers lurked, engaged in a profitable business of, as Washington saw things, looting their vessels after they vainly sought to navigate turbulent 5 waters. 6 The number of slaves on this island. On the map that was Abaco was never large, as cotton cultivation was a failure. Moreover, more northern than southern loyalists settled there, and they were poorer than most and lacked slave property, thus ill-disposing them to sympathize with the slaveholders' republic. 7 Nevertheless, commerce meant that U.S. vessels routinely passed through these turbulent waters. 8 On Sunday evening, about 9 p.m. on November 7, 1841, the laden vessel was heading from Virginia to the slave market in New Orleans. A good breeze was blowing at the time and trade clouds could be detected high in the sky. 9 Then was heard the hair-raising declamation that the slave South hated to hear. "The Negroes have risen," cried one startled member of the crew. 10 William Merritt, a Euro-American, had hitched a ride on the vessel in exchange for agreeing to keep a close eye on the enslaved. He was informed that the ironically named leader of the revolt, Madison Washington, head cook of the slaves, as he termed him, had violated the stated rules of gender segregation by communing with the female enslaved. He went to check this out and roused him. He had stumbled on the beginning of a rebellion that led to the death and injury of his comrades and an even more severe crisis in the already tattered London-Washington relationship when the Crown, instead of prosecuting the rebels, freed them. 11 The slave South was in an uproar as state legislatures sprang into action, passing resolution after resolution denouncing London,
as editorials bleated for war. 12 In response to what was termed the most successful slave revolt in American history, scores were freed, thanks to the Crown. 13 The Creole story was circulated widely in the press, inflating the importance of what was already a formidable tale. When Madison Washington was detected in the women's quarters on the vessel, the crew erupted in fury. Then the Africans followed suit. Washington rallied his comrades. "I am going up," he cried, "I cannot stay here, we have begun and must go through. Rush, boys, rush aft and we have them. Come up every damned one of you. If you don't lend a hand, I will kill you and throw you overboard." Ignoring his fervent appeal were William Devereux, a free-colored man, and the slave Lewis. But others acted otherwise, including Elijah Morris, who was able to wrest a pistol, which he fired at a crew member, grazing his head. Another crew member grabbed a musket, but it was wrenched away. Undeterred, he grabbed a handspike, but was knocked down and stabbed 20 times. Somehow he rose, then crumpled to the deck as he uttered the deathless words, "I am dead, the Negroes have killed me." Promptly, his body was tossed overboard. Then the daring Africans turned their attention to the helmsman, a Frenchman, who some wanted to kill. But the magnanimous Washington instructed otherwise because he did not speak English and was not Euro-American, so they spared his life. They then turned to a man described as the mate of the vessel, who they planned to do away with. But he saved himself when he piped up and indicated that he was the only person who could navigate. At first Washington suggested taking the ship to Africa, but was told there were insufficient supplies for such a lengthy journey. This is when the idea of reaching the Bahamas arose. Fortunately, one of the enslaved knew the route there. By then it was 1:30 a.m., about 4.5 hours after the initial uprising. About 5 a.m. the rebels were told that crew members were in the rigging, engaging in behavior whose import was unclear. Washington ordered them down and one of his comrades pointed a musket in their direction to ensure compliance. These white men were told succinctly that if they talked to each other, absent authorization, one or both would be unceremoniously thrown into the sea. The 19 men thought to be leading the revolt huddled frequently and spoke occasionally to the once captors, now captives, telling them freedom was their motivation. In a show of force, they paraded on the deck, armed, a signal meant to deter any attempt to alter the new status quo. By 10 p.m. on 8 November, about 24 hours after they had revolted, the vessel reached Abaco. As they landed, the dumbfounded crew got a taste of a world turned upside down, as Africans boarded the ship and mingled with the former slaves, telling them they were now free and they could go ashore if they so chose. The governor dispatched a guard of 24 African soldiers in redcoats with loaded muskets and bayonets. It was then that the captain of this contingent was said to have told the former U.S. Negroes that they had been foolish not to have killed all the Euro-Americans before landing, for this would have simplified matters tremendously. There were 500 soldiers on Abaco and about 13,000 Africans in nearby Nassau, and about one-third as many Europeans of various nationalities, though mostly British. Suspecting that there would be an effort to reclaim now lost property, about 50 boats overflowing with angry Africans surrounded the brig, all filled with men armed with clubs and evidently undeterred or discouraged by the authorities. Shortly all but the 19 rebels were freed, while amidst hurrahs and shouts the others were loaded into other boats and escorted ashore as Africans in redcoats stood at the ready. The Attorney General and a magistrate mingled with the now freed people, congratulating them on their escape. The next day the authorities advertised for a vessel to take the refugees to Jamaica, all expenses paid. 3 women, 1 girl, and a boy chose to travel on to New Orleans and to their presumed continued enslavement. By this point an angry entourage led by the U.S. consul had appeared with the idea of boarding the Creole with arms, rescue the remaining property, then sailing the ship to Indian Key where a U.S. man of war awaited. To that end, they had sought to buy arms in Nassau, but all the sellers rebuffed their urgent entreaties. This did not halt their plan as they gathered weapons elsewhere, wrapped appropriately in a U.S. flag and concealed in their own vessel that sailed toward the Creole.
An African had been watching them all the while, followed the conspirators, then gave the alarm to the redcoats, who were not amused. Thus, as the boat crept closer to the Creole, they heard the urgent cry, "Keep off, or I will fire into you." A company of 24 men stood on deck with loaded muskets in hand and violent engagement in mind. The would-be captors chose the wiser course and retreated, but the now raging consul demanded that the 19 be sent immediately to the U.S. to stand trial. This request was promptly refused. By November 19, the Creole set sail for New Orleans, arriving on December 2, thereby reigniting the dispute as the remaining crew members informed all who would listen about what had befallen them. 14. That Madison Washington 15 apparently had traveled from his refuge in Canada to rescue his spouse in Virginia before this uprising ensued increased the suspicion in Dixie that London was now actively conspiring against their fearful region. 16 He was described as a large, strong person and a fugitive slave from Virginia living with Canada West's black community in 1840, who knew British abolitionist Joseph John Gurney and black Underground Railroad operative Robert Purvis of Philadelphia. 17. That he and his colleagues were freed because of the aggressive intervention of a mobilized group of Bahamian African civilians, accompanied by armed African soldiers, neither of whom was in a mood to see these refugees returned to enslavement and both seemingly willing to commit further acts of violence to ensure their favored outcome, was further cause for anger. As if this were not enough, 18 Dixie suspected that the brain behind this revolt. It was hard to admit that Africans may have executed this audacious act was a British preacher, then in Richmond. 19 U.S. Consul John Bacon found it hard to accept this distressing case that involved the fate of 135, formerly, enslaved persons. 20 He was flabbergasted when he saw the liberated Africans come ashore in a body and proceeded to the office of the superintendent of the police, accompanied by between 1 and 2,000 people, boisterously marking this emancipation via self-help. 21 Meanwhile, the revolt further energized Africans within the Republic. 22 Notably Frederick Douglass, who wrote that the case hit the Republic like a bombshell. His lavish praise for the crown garland. 23 His elated remarks. 24 Douglass acknowledged that the enslaved had feelings towards Canada and Britain of which their masters had little dreamed. Inspired by Madison Washington, he said candidly that in the event of a British army landing in the States, and offering liberty to the slaves, they would rally round the British at the first tap of the drum. 25 An idea that was not his alone. 26 Alternatively, the British people generally backed their government's abolitionist policy warmly, and it was dangerous politically for any politician to compromise on this principle. Though some in London had been dreaming of an entente with Washington, which would have allowed for a more robust approach to long-standing and emerging foes in France and Russia, not to mention consolidating new gains in Hong Kong generally, they were frustrated. 27 For London had made a fateful political and philosophical step on August 1, 1834, when emancipation took effect. Simultaneously, U.S. leaders like John C. Calhoun could envision no alternative to slavery. Calhoun and those of his ilk saw the consequence of London's démarche as striking at the very independence of the Republic, its raison d'etre, what had set in motion the 1776 revolt in the first instance. The Creole Revolt combined with the 1837–38 Canadian conflict and a host of other netlesome matters served once more to bring the Republic and the monarchy to the point of blood-stained hostility. It was thought that freeing slaves who killed to be free only encouraged emulation, thus perilously jeopardizing the institution of slavery. 28 Calhoun and his fellow defender of African enslavement, Duff Green, believed that if war with London were to come, they preferred the grounds presented by the Creole case over any other, foregrounding as it did their foundational tenet of the right to human chattel. The successful prosecution of such a war would douse the now raging flames brought by emancipation and restore the status quo, or at least place abolition on the defensive. Such a conflict also placed New England and the North in a corner, forcing them to stand with their slave-holding brethren or risk being accused of appeasing John Bull. The North, conveniently, could also pretend to defend its commercial and shipping interests against the designs of London,
while downplaying its defense of enslavement. 29. Doubtlessly there were those in the slave South who were prepared to roll the dice in a reckless dash for the security of their valued property in the face of a challenge that showed few signs of abating. 30. Calhoun had seen this plot unfold before. The Comet and the Encomium and the Enterprise showed that London only paid for losses after interminable delay, while seeking to compensate for slaves seized before 1834 but not after. In fact, while wrangling ensued over the Enterprise, the Creole case rudely intervened. 31. So even before this latest crisis, Calhoun had taken to the floor of Congress. Even though the gallery was empty. 32. His words brimmed over with vitriol. 33. Congressman Joshua Giddings of Ohio was not intimidated by Calhoun's verbal onslaught. His resolution on the revolt was a rebuke to those like Calhoun, which led to his being lambasted, then censured, yet in his next election he triumphed handsomely 7,469 to 383. This victory helped to congeal abolitionist sentiment and pushed the question of slavery even closer to center stage than it had been. 34. Not least due to the example of British emancipationists in London and the Bahamas. 35. Yet, despite the sectional clash that such a war suggested, the historian Don E. Fehrenbacher is correct in pointing out a striking feature of this diplomatic tiff, namely, the pro-bondage posture of Washington. It made little difference whether Democrats or Whigs, Southerners or Northerners were in charge. 36. All could unite to confront London. But north of the Mason-Dixie line it was apparently not well understood that such friction did as much to entrench hostility to abolition, thus, hastening civil war, as it assuaged sectional tension. Of course, there were Northern voices that dissented from this consensus. John Quincy Adams, liberated from high office, proclaimed that Dixie had done more to blacken the character of this country in Europe than all other causes put together. They point to us as a nation of liars and hypocrites. 37. This was a bracing reality, but so was the presumed casus belli in the Bahamas. Rather quickly the Colonial Office concluded that the actions of Madison Washington and the 18 other men that the Republic considered to be pirates were acceptable, since their intent and object was not plunder but resistance to an illegitimate relation, enslavement. Perhaps they could be charged with murder. But then again, they were not British subjects, the supposed crime was not committed aboard a British vessel, and thus in a typical example of British legal legerdemain when confronted with the possibility of prosecuting an African refugee from the Republic there was insufficient jurisdictional contact to respond. 38. A well-placed London bureaucrat said there was no relevant treaty to govern such an episode. Anyway, it was now infamous that Washington was hardly eager to extradite British criminals. So what was sauce for the goose? 39 was sauce for the gander. 40. On the other hand, embroiled as it was in administering a conflict-ridden empire, London could hardly stumble into yet another war with the rising republic. 41. This standoff led to the epical Webster-Ashburton Treaty. 42. A landmark in London-Washington relations. 43. By mid-1842 Lord Ashburton was on a secret mission to the Republic and conceded that better security of the Bahamas Channel and enhanced extradition procedures were needed. Daniel Webster demanded that mutiny at sea be covered by an extradition treaty. Although his interlocutors were not opposed, they did object to such a proviso applying to slave revolts, which would undermine fatally their commitment to abolition. Long desultory conservations ensued between Mr. Webster and myself, said London's man in reference to shipboard revolt by the enslaved, that proved mutually unsatisfying. This contested vessel was the chief of these difficulties, he sighed, in reaching concord with the U.S. 44. Repeatedly, Lord Ashburton emphasized that London distinguished between killing where the murder was rather an accident than a design. 45. This troublesome case of the Creole was my main difficulty here, he conceded. 4 days on end it had given me more trouble than all the other questions taken together, a lengthy list that included impressment, boundary disputes, extradition more generally, and the like. 46. Aghast, Webster avidly and aggressively defended the slaving interest, demanding better security of vessels near Florida, a subject which is deemed to be of great importance. 47. But London's delegate, H. L. Fox,
found this approach unacceptable. U.S. diplomats were preening about comedy, good offices, and the like, but in behalf only of the pretended owners of the Negroes, while no mention is made of what is due, not in comedy, but in justice and by absolute right, toward the Negroes themselves. Once more, fundamentally at issue was a clash of worldview. Washington simply could not understand the logic or rationale of upholding the rights of what they deemed to be human chattel, while abolitionist London had moved beyond this primitive view even as the U.S. continued to insist that republicanism was avant-garde. 48. A precedent for Madison-Washington's bravery took place in 1829 when the enslaved aboard a vessel bound from Norfolk to New Orleans revolted, albeit unsuccessfully, though this should have sent a piercing signal to Dixie of what was to come. Before that, the enslaved belonging to a Baltimore trader rebelled as they were bound for Georgia. Apparently, those who spearheaded the revolt on the Creole knew of these earlier efforts, just as it was not unusual for slave seafarers in the Republic to travel frequently to the Caribbean. 49. Near the same time, in what was becoming a regular occurrence, 14 African seamen on a U.S. vessel bound for Wilmington, North Carolina, defected to the Bahamas instead. This should not have been surprising. As the fate of the Creole was being debated, Henry Jones, a U.S. Negro seafarer, was freed by the Bahamian authorities on the grounds of being a slave, an illegal status there. 50. That slaveholders realized that shipboard insurrections were not that extraordinary is glimpsed by the existence of insurance policies hedging against such eventualities. 51. Ships running around, sailors turning up destitute, passengers perishing, the enslaved revolting, such was the normal order of things in the perilously swirling waters encircling the Bahamas. These slaps in the face were accompanied by a knee to the groin, or so it was thought when it was reported that the Crown allowed scores of the former captives on the Creole to depart for Jamaica for resettlement. 52. Would not this encourage further shipboard insurrections and killings of pro-slavery advocates? Whatever the case, the Africans were sufficiently organized to be able to create an international incident whose gory details simultaneously terrified and infuriated the slave South. Statements to the Bahamian authorities, mostly by the crew, similarly filled in the blanks. When confronted while consorting with the women aboard the slave ship, Madison-Washington shoved his interrogator, and at the same time a weapon was fired, which seemed to be the signal to rise up. At that point, crew member John Hewell was killed with a Bowie knife. 53. One crew member added the provocative detail that during the midst of the revolt, he heard a voice declaring, "Kill the son of a bitch." The same voice said, "Kill every white person on board, don't save even one." 54. It appeared that the rebels displayed tactical agility, for as one African was threatening death, another cooed, "I don't want to see you hurt, but they talk strong of heaving you overboard, so you best comply with their wishes." 55. There was quibbling about the time of the uprising, but regarding the broader picture, there was consensus. For example, the reluctance of the African women to join in. William Merritt claimed that at a crucial moment one woman concealed him and he was covered over by several of the colored females as the African men searched for him. 56. William Woodside, the chief master who hailed from Brunswick, Maine, recalled that 2 Episcopal clergymen came aboard the Creole after it arrived in the Bahamas and were in familiar conversation with the slaves and appeared to be giving them directions and instructions. He also heard threats made to the crew to the effect that if they resisted the departure of the formerly enslaved there would or might be bloodshed, which left him intimidated. 57. He found it hard to accept that at a crucial moment, the ship was literally surrounded with boats full of black people armed with large clubs, making him fear violence. 58. A passenger, Jacob Leitner, found it hard to forget his encounter with one of the African assailants aboard this then bloody vessel. Ben Blacksmith sat in the cabin with a large knife covered with blood, and said he had sent some of them to hell this night with the knife. 59. But even after these inflammatory statements, the indignities continued to be piled on the Republic, for the Bahamian authorities seized blankets on the Creole and gave them to the formerly enslaved, in a gesture that seemed dangerously close to reparations. Edward Everett, the U.S. emissary, found it hard to believe what had occurred. One argument proffered was that the enslaved were simply passengers and the only problem might be their failure to pay a fare on the vessel.
but the Republic was entangled in a unique set of contradictions as it argued simultaneously that return of property was at issue like a horse crossing from Maine to Canada, while contending that these Africans were Americans over whom London had no jurisdiction. A somewhat bemused London replied that no, actually they were humans, not slaves, the latter status they no longer recognized. Astonished, Everett responded that the Bahamas sat astride the passageway connecting the cities of the Atlantic with the ports and harbors of the Gulf of Mexico and the great commercial emporium on the Mississippi. So, in a real sense, London held the Republic in a death grip on its windpipe with its action. It is, in effect, a direct temptation to mutiny and murder with the most serious and painful consequences. 60. The State Department had recoiled at the prospect of relocating the former slaves to Jamaica, not least because of fear that these new subjects would encourage a mass exodus of the enslaved from Dixie. 61 The Republic had moved to seize Florida partially on the premise that this territory had become an escape hatch facilitating Africans from Georgia to abscond. Now, with Florida under its belt, the Republic found that it had compounded its own misery, for now it had to contend with the absconding of Africans to the soil of its sworn enemy, Britain. 62 The metastasis on the decaying body of slavery was evident when the case of Jonathan Walker arose. Born on a farm in Harwich, Massachusetts, in 1799 he became a sailor. In the 1830s he aided fugitive Africans in gaining refuge in Mexico. But what caused him to become a contemptible symbol in Dixie was his aiding Africans in Florida in 1844 to flee to the Bahamas. Detained, he was tried and convicted of slave stealing and his hand was branded in retaliation, lifelong evidence of his alleged crime and actual heroism occasioning the epic poem about him by John Greenleaf Whittier. 63. The intrepid Walker had set sail for Key West, the weakest geographical link in slavery's chain, from Pensacola. With 7 runaways aboard, he made it to freedom. When convicted, the deprived slaveholder was so angry that he pelted Walker with rotten eggs, then Walker was placed in the pillory before being branded. 64 Contrarily, Frederick Douglass's journal spoke of him warmly as an honest-hearted, weather-beaten sailor, and denounced his jailing. 65 Though the S.S. brand on his hand was meant to signify for all time slave stealer, Douglass's periodical thought it meant slave savior. 66 This was true, for already the enslaved from Florida had been sequestering vessels and escaping to the Bahamas. Walker's bravery was bound to inspire 67 others. 68 Apparently not everyone in Pensacola was upset with him, for it was not long before Walker attempted escape and had been supplied with an axe to that end by an unknown party. 69 The controversy 70 did not end there, not least since the Florida authorities would not let it die. A select committee of the state Senate recommended that the crime of Negro stealing and of aiding and abetting Negro stealing be made punishable by death. A hefty 500 copies of this senatorial report were sent to the White House and Massachusetts, and distributed through the northern and eastern states and in foreign countries. As for Walker, in feeble condition after sailing in a flimsy vessel on the open sea, he was confined with a single chain around his ankle and had a brand on his hand. As in South Carolina, there was acknowledgement that Africans were neither citizens of the U.S. nor of Massachusetts either for that matter. Thus even free Negroes could be blocked from the state, akin to the Negro Seamen's Acts. 71. By contrast, John Scobell of the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society resolved unanimously that there was an enormous wickedness in American slavery that deprives nearly 3 millions of human beings of their personal rights. But while scorning the Republic, they heaped praise on Captain Jonathan Walker. His committee, they declared, feels it to be their duty publicly and warmly to express their sympathy to him. 72 But Florida was hardly willing to accept entreaties from Britain. Since literature from Scobell's group was found on Walker's person when he was detained, the chief executive of the state accused Scobell and his comrades of cooperating clandestinely with Walker in league with the authorities of Massachusetts in fiendish machinations. 73. The Republic, London thought, was not without weapons when it came to stirring internal foes against an antagonist. The British traveller, Robert Baird, was struck by the ferocity of denunciations of his homeland launched by those of Scottish and Irish ancestry. 74 As Jonathan Walker was breaking bread with Africans in Pensacola, London's consul in Charleston had to remind the Republic of meetings there about Ireland, complaining of the impropriety of their interfering with the internal affairs of a foreign country, when their own were so open to retaliation. The consul objected strenuously to money that is being transmitted in very considerable sums from several of the principal northern cities to Dublin. 75. This Republican assertiveness did not halt, rather it seemed to increase British aid to Africans within the Republic, thus complicating further bilateral relations. As Jonathan Walker wasted away in prison, London's consul in Charleston was tracking down Edward Dunstan and Margaret Scarlett, persons of color said to have been abducted from Jamaica and now presumably ensconced as slaves in the Republic. There was a lamentable practice in Dixie, he said, of imprisoning persons of African blood free or slave without distinction upon their arrival, as the constables went aboard the vessels as soon as they docked and departed, marching Africans off to the public jail, where they remained till the vessel quits port. Then corruption and fraudulence allowed for their spiriting them from jail to enslavement. 76. This kind of brutality seemed to be more common in regions such as southern Florida that were close to British possessions and cities like Charleston, which were busy ports. In 1832 Florida passed a bill barring migration of free Negroes or mulattoes and deemed that if somehow they arrived, they should be arrested, and if they were so bold as to return, they should be sold to the highest bidder for the term of 5 years. But the territorial boundary between British soil and what was now U.S. soil was porous, and historic commercial relations did not always coincide with this legal barrier. 77. The seizure of free Africans increased in the 1830s and 1840s, as the pace of Bahamian visits to Florida quickened, for abolition provided more mobility and more reason to explore wider horizons. 78 As emancipation was enacted, William Forster, an African from the Bahamas, arrived in Florida and was promptly seized and sold. 79 He had been residing periodically in Key West and was involved in the profitable wrecking business, but was ordered to leave, which he did. Then he had the misfortune to sign onto a U.S. ship as a seafarer and arrived again, was arrested on board, then sold despite the strenuous objections of the Crown. 80. There was great outrage in London when a free British subject from Liverpool, Henry Stewart, an African, was arrested in New Orleans, and it was presumed that he may now be a slave. 81 Then John Jones, another British seafarer of African descent, was jailed after arriving in Charleston. He was forced to clean his cell, but raised a ruckus saying he'd be damned if he would do any more work, and harangued his fellow Africans to the same effect. When he was beaten, there was a sharp rebuke from the British consul. 82 My exertions in behalf of colored persons claiming British protection have been incessant, said the monarchy's consul in New Orleans in 1843, I have been the means of liberating many such persons from unjust confinement, and this at considerable expense. 83 The consul freely acknowledged that this was occurring as commercial intercourse and trade between the city and the British West Indies is now extending so rapidly. In other words, there was reason to suspect that these racist measures were also a form of economic warfare. 84 These seamen's acts targeting Africans, lamented one well-placed Briton, were detrimental to the interests of the British shipowner, as they sought to force him to hire either white American citizens, or more probably slaves, to do the work of the crew in port, neither of which was palatable. 85 More than this, the legislation fomented violent confrontations in southern ports with combustible consequences akin to the Creole case. 86 The same John Scoble who had objected, on behalf of British abolitionists, to Jonathan Walker being jailed, took similar exception to the seamen's laws. 87 Yet by 1847 Key West was about to enforce a federal law from 1803 that declared that ships which had aboard a colored person, shall become forfeited. 88 Meanwhile, back in Charleston, a fervent meeting of disunion was organized with John C. Calhoun still smarting over the Creole as the featured speaker. It was unusually large and enthusiastic, said the Londoner there of this anti-abolition gathering 89, which reflected an escalating discontent about emancipation. 90 That the slave South was not retreating was made clear when it continued to jail British subjects of African descent as they arrived in Savannah, Mobile, and other ports. 91 Things came to a head in 1846 when a U.S. ship captain was detained in Montego Bay after being accused of selling a Jamaican seafarer into slavery in the Republic years earlier. "The fury of the people in Montego Bay against him is alarming," said Robert Harrison. 92 The U.S. consul found it hard to believe that the captain, Roger Frisbie, had been tossed into a dank prison cell based on the affidavits of several Negroes and mulattoes, alleging that the African seafarer was laboring as a slave in the penitentiary at New Orleans. 93 Tit for tat, African incarcerated in New Orleans, Euro-American in Montego Bay. Born and residing in New Haven, the tall and long-nosed Frisbie did not expect to be spending the third decade of his life in a Jamaican jail. Frisbie had dark hair, shaved off round the forehead in a manner described as remarkable, perhaps because of the accompanying narrow retreating forehead. He was a drinker and chewer, but he did not smoke tobacco. He routinely sported a black hat and a great linen coat and dressed neatly and cleanly. But the impressive figure he cut was reduced substantially in a Jamaican jail. 94 Somehow he managed to elude his captors and depart prison, which, Harrison said with accuracy, has created a great deal of sensation here. 95 Harrison found this to be fortunate, since he thought Frisbie's innocence was clearly evident and in any place but this, meaning Jamaica, would be accepted. But since the prejudice against Americans is extraordinary in this island, his being adjudged not guilty would be neither simple nor easy. 96 Robert Harrison in Jamaica was in a good position to feel the full force of London's rage. "War is the general cry of everyone here," he wrote in 1845, as tensions waxed over Texas and related matters. "They speak of conquering and overrunning our country with the same ease as they have done to many of the Asiatic provinces," a reference to Hong Kong, where the Union Jack had just been hoisted. 97 Calhoun was told that there was an army of 30,000 blacks in Jamaica, and there was little doubt but that they meditate an attack on either New Orleans or Charleston, to stir up the blacks and desolate the southern states and thereby carry out their avowed purpose of abolishing slavery. Throughout the world. 98 Emphasis in the original. Harrison believed that in case of war London would be busily working among the slaves in our southern states and would strain every nerve to get hold of Pensacola, which had a troubled history of African unrest. Thus, he counseled, careful watch must be maintained upon all our southern ports, as their population in whites is small in comparison with other states and they have a deadly and dangerous enemy in the midst of them. 99 Washington's travails did not end there. Repeatedly the Jamaican authorities accused U.S. vessels of being complicit in kidnapping Africans on the island, then dragging them into enslavement. Harrison begged to differ. 100 He was responding to the fact that late in 1847 a brig from Baltimore landed in Jamaica but departed bereft of its African cook, John Johnston, on the grounds that he was a slave, though the captain contended that he was not. 101 The forcible liberation of this man, as Harrison put it, was so startling that he advised that no U.S.-flagged vessels visit the English West Indies Islands with a Negro or mulatto on board, and particularly for this island. 102 That he held magistrates of African origin as being responsible only deepened the pain. 103 It was becoming all too common, he thought, for seafarers who were U.S. Negroes to arrive in Jamaica and be confronted with black and brown people soliciting their discharge on the grounds that they were enslaved. 104 As was his wont, Harrison blamed British missionaries who were busily proselytizing on the north side of the island. He thought they had unsettled the Africans there, as they had instilled into their minds that the United States were to take possession of the colony and make them all slaves again. 105 The very idea of Jamaica being annexed to the U.S., as Texas was sufficient to convert the island into a flaming inferno of discontent. The Colonial Office was told of the alarm, sulkiness, and irritation it was fomenting. Apparently this rumor was emanating from local bosses who taunted the Negroes with suggestions of the terms they would have to submit to when the Americans or the Spaniards should become their masters.
Although the Africans were willing to fight against the whites to resist this initiative, the upshot was to increase the already proliferating hostility on the island toward the Republic. 106. A similar fury directed at the Republic existed on the northern border, raising searching questions about U.S. security. The case of Isaac Brown revealed why such sentiments existed. Born enslaved in Maryland, he was blamed in 1845 when his master was shot. He was whipped with hundreds of lashes, jailed, then sold to a slave trader and shipped to the Hades of the enslaved New Orleans. But somehow he escaped and made his way to Philadelphia, where his spouse and 9 children joined him. But instead of congratulating him on his pluck and good fortune, Maryland's chief executive demanded his extradition. So he was jailed again, but then freed via legal machinations and fled forthwith to Canada, where British subjects could shake their heads at the stubborn cruelty in the Republic. 107. Consonant with the discussion of emigration unfolding among non-slave Africans in the Republic, relations between this group and their counterparts in Jamaica were deepening. After the 1776 revolt, a number of Africans from the new Republic settled in Jamaica, which set a pattern in succeeding decades. 108. After inspecting the results of migration of U.S. Negroes to Trinidad and Guyana. 109. Jamaica decided that it too wanted more of this population in residence. A hefty $250,000 was allocated in Kingston for this venture. 110. In 1847, at a gathering of U.S. Negroes in Troy, New York, it was resolved to organize a Jamaica Hammock Association in response to their great pleasure at the courteous proposal from Kingston to bolster relations. They desired a more intimate acquaintance with the Jamaicans, which would be of mutual benefit and advantage and of corresponding detriment to the Republic. A common effort for the extinction of slavery was the overriding concern. 111. This mutuality reached a crescendo in mid-1840 when a massive abolitionist convention gathered in London. Full attention was provided to Republican slavery, particularly the prickly matter of the frequent occurrence of ships bearing the enslaved sailing into the Bahamas and Bermuda from the U.S. Daniel O'Connell recalled the brouhaha in Washington when U.S. nationals were held captive in North Africa earlier in the century and wondered why sympathy was not extended to Africans held similarly. He denounced the framers of the vaunted U.S. Constitution as cowards, lamenting that in 1787 there was not one man who had the moral courage to insert the word slavery in the Declaration. For they were among the vilest reptiles, particularly those now seizing Texas, who were no more than a set of plundering knaves who actually stole the land, and their first act was to introduce slavery. The first acts of the robbers were to murder systematically all the Indians and to enslave all the Africans. 112. When abolitionists in Glasgow hailed the formation of 800 anti-slavery societies in the Republic, noting that of these, about 100 are female, they seemed to be speaking like proud parents, though they referred fraternally to our transatlantic brothers and sisters. 113. But it was Frederick Douglass who best captured enthusiasm about the lands where the Union Jack flew. He found that residents of Nassau were peculiarly susceptible to anti-slavery impressions. They are much interested in the subject of the imprisonment of colored seamen in our southern states, as a noted Bahamian journal recommends reprisals upon citizens of South Carolina. This paper is under the editorial charge of a colored gentleman, Thomas Dellett, Esq., a talented lawyer. Nassau is the home of the heroes of the Creole, he said by way of endorsement. Madison Washington himself is there. 114. 11. Britain to forge a Haiti in Texas? Ashbel Smith could barely contain himself. It was mid-1843 and this diplomat representing the so-called Republic of Texas was in London, not the friendliest climate for an emissary from a state founded on the principle of the enslavement of Africans. This Smith well knew, which was why he was complaining to soon-to-be U.S. Secretary of State John C. Calhoun about their mutual hostility to emancipation and the great efforts in London to accomplish the abolition of slavery in Texas. I sincerely believe, Smith declared, that the ultimate purpose is to make Texas a refuge for runaway slaves from the United States and eventually a Negro nation, a sort of Haiti on the continent under the protection of the British government, an entering wedge to the abolition of slavery in the United States. 1. Ties between London and Washington had reeled from bad to worse since the Republic had been established. But the crisis over Texas and Oregon seemed to drive the relationship to a low not reached since August 1814. It was not just the accretion of territory making the Republic more formidable than it already had been, and the extension of slavery that this seemed to portend, but this auspicious development came on the heels of what Washington saw as the sanctioning of murder by the enslaved, a loud signal to the enchained to make it to Canada, Bermuda, or the Bahamas by any means necessary. Repeatedly during this era, the Republic and the monarchy came terribly close to war, but, as historian David Pletcher put it, London thought it had the advantage here because the enslaved Africans were ready to revolt too. London long had looked askance at the Republic's designs on Mexico, assuming as many did that Mexico's 1810 revolt against Spanish rule was supported a bit too avidly by Washington and that the invasions of Texas by Euro-Americans had less than benevolent designs. 4 In succeeding years or so thought London went to some lengths to inflame Mexican anxieties regarding U.S. intentions toward Texas. 5 Alternatively, London sought a British-dominated buffer state in the borderlands. 6 As early as 1826, Britain and Mexico signed a treaty of cooperation against the slave trade, though its soon-to-rebel province of Texas was widely suspected of importing Africans from the U.S. and from Africa itself. This treaty may have sparked secession. 7 Thus, in the U.S. calls emerged as early as 1829 for annexing Texas. 8 Correspondingly, as early as 1830 Mexico drew London's attention to Texas and Washington's evident desire to annex it. 9 In 1834 Henry Clay was advised that London would look irritably at the idea of Texas's annexation. And in 1844 London's David Urquhart argued that once Mexico surrendered, England becomes of necessity the satellite of the United States in the West, as she is of Russia in the East. But Urquhart also espied an escape from this dilemma, since among the chief sources of American weakness glaring amidst the existence of constitutional fallacy and of human injustice, is the state of the Negro and the condition of the colored race. 10. Frederick Douglass concurred. Speaking, as he often did, in London, with his words interrupted by loud cheers, he reminded the throngs assembled that you need not fear that you will have any war with America while slavery lasts, and while you as a people maintain your opposition to the accursed system. 11. Britain's hostility to the Republic of Texas and the odoriferous slavery it so ungallantly represented may have convinced Lone Star leaders that independent existence was futile, thus hastening the embrace of annexation. An alternative perspective is that the nation of Texas lulled London into thinking that it could evolve as a counterweight to Washington, but that it had no intention of doing so, though it caused the Crown to at least wink at secession from Mexico, and by the time London awakened to the prospect of annexation, it was too late. 12. Arriving there in 1840, the British lawyer Nicholas Maillard heaped scorn on Texas's pretensions. In his view it was filled with habitual liars, drunkards, blasphemers, and slanderers, sanguinary gamesters and cold-blooded assassins. He warned against diplomatic recognition which London had yet to bestow. 13 Harriet Martineau called the events leading to the Republic the most high-handed theft of modern times. Francis C. Sheridan, son of the famous playwright Richard Brinsley Sheridan, arrived in the Republic and similarly denounced Texas as replete with scum and rogues. But like other Britons he thought that the Republic could serve as a check on its eastern Republican neighbor, a miscalculation that eventually led to diplomatic recognition. 14 Likewise, some in the Republic saw annexation as a means by which British influence in Texas could be derailed. 15. The fact that abolitionist sentiment in the U.S. opposed Texan independence, then annexation, which dovetailed with similar sentiments in London, further convinced Dixie that emancipation itself was a devious foreign plot. 16 Under no circumstances whatsoever, said Massachusetts petitioners, should Texas join the Union, which would be quite dangerous. 17 Speaking to his constituents in the Bay State in 1842, John Quincy Adams did little to dissuade abolitionist thinking. 18 An unnamed opponent of the former president advised that backing secession and slavery in Texas was in Washington's interests, since the tyrant of Mexico had threatened to invade Texas and never stop until he had driven slavery beyond the Sabina,
then loose his servile horde on the citizens of Louisiana. Adams was appalled to ascertain that if any man dares to raise his voice against going to war, he is immediately charged with being a British partisan and English orator. While jingoists argued that a war would extinguish 200 millions in our debt to England. 19. For his part, Secretary of State Abel Upshur felt there was no doubt that London was determined to abolish slavery throughout the American continent and islands. But it was worse than childish to think that the impulse of philanthropy was the motive. No, he insisted, I can find no other motive than a desire to find or to create markets for her surplus manufactures, and Texas was part of this connivance. Next on the hit list were Louisiana and Arkansas, then onward to the Atlantic. Texas had to be under the protection of some stronger power. This had to be either England or the United States, and since abolitionist Texas would be ruinous, that left two choices, the US or war. 20. An idea gaining traction. 21. This jingoism reached a fever pitch in the year preceding and following 1836. Texas's independence was strongly opposed by emancipationists. 22 and London abolitionists. 23 may have been even more upset with pro-slavery secession, as this was said to convert Texas further into a market for the Maryland slave trade. 24. While abolitionists. 25 were upset. 26 racist anxieties in Washington were more intense and ultimately prevailed. Joel Roberts Poinsett, a Carolinian of note and an emissary in Mexico, puzzled over the ancestry of the president who had led his nation to abolition. I do not think that he was a mulatto, he said nervously of Vicente Guerrero. He appeared to me to be of Indian descent. 27. As policy-makers in Washington scrutinized the map of world power, they could not avoid noticing that their nation was surrounded by British soil, or those like Mexico and Haiti that appeared to be London's allies. There was what might be called a domino theory of African enslavement. A neutralized or British-influenced Texas would spell doom for slavery in the U.S. itself. 28 President John Tyler felt this was so and was especially bothered by London's opposition to annexation. London, he said, had executed repeated acts of annexation, beginning from the time of the Heptarchy and concluding with the annexation of the kingdoms of Ireland and Scotland, yet gallingly it objected to Texas joining the Union. He invoked the Monroe Doctrine peremptorily. 29. The influential Duff Green, related to Calhoun by marriage, kept President John Tyler apprised of emerging trends from his post in London. He had learned that Texas would attempt to amend the Constitution so as to abolish slavery, driven by assurances from the British minister that such a measure will secure for Texas the warmest support from Britain in their present struggle with Mexico, and also the means of paying for their slaves. London, rather adroitly, thought Green, was endeavoring to foster abolition in the North by opening a trade to the northern states through Canada, which he denies to the southern states, thus driving a wedge through the Union, and further, was stimulating rebellion and servile war in the South by purchasing and emancipating the slaves of Texas. 30. This deviousness, said Green, was reflected in the reality that Tory sympathy for the Negro is but another name for Tory oppression of the white labor of England, since under the mask of humanity to the black race she seeks to enslave the white. The British attempt to convert Texas into a refuge for runaway slaves and thieves was at the heart of the scheme. 31 Perfidious Albion. 32 said Green, was also busily seeking to dislodge Dixie via investments in India that had for its object the abolition of slavery in America as a means of enabling them to obtain cotton, sugar, rice and coffee in South Asia. 33 Annexation, he said, was the only means of preventing Texas falling into the hands of English fanatics, which made war not only possible but probable. 34. After statehood. 35 The Texas legislature suggested that the momentous year of abolition, 1834, was connected to secession. 36 What was not said was what Texan leader Anson Jones admitted later, that he and his colleagues sought to arouse the slumbering jealousies of the people of the United States by casting their struggle in the context of the ongoing struggle against the British Lion. 37. This was evident. 38 Ashbel Smith, the Lone Star Republic's delegate to London and Paris,
found in 1842 that a British firm was building a sizable military cruiser for Mexico to use against his homeland. London's influence was so pervasive that there was proof conclusive that even Anson Jones and Sam Houston, founding fathers of Texas, were plotting to sell Texas to England. Speaking in 1875, he also added that Houston was not considered to be very ardent for annexation. There was a wildly severe reaction, he said, to Daniel O'Connell's proposal in 1839 that envisioned Texas as an asylum or free state of persons of color. A few years later, Lewis Tappan, the abolitionist, sailed eastward to London to meet in the Foreign Ministry to discuss this idea. 39. Repeatedly in the run-up to annexation, London suspected that U.S. nationals were involved in revival of the African slave trade. 41 As if it were not enough to keep track of U.S.-flagged ships seeking to capture and smuggle Africans, London then had to worry that the latest slaveholders' republic Texas was similarly inclined. It was in September 1843 that such a vessel with human cargo was found off the coast of Brazil with the flag of Texas proudly fluttering. 42 Typically, former British subjects were flocking to Texas. 43 For the enhanced opportunities and buying ships to convey enslaved Africans from the U.S. to Texas, mostly from New Orleans to Galveston. 44 Naturally, this migration was discouraged actively by London. 45 Similarly, London sternly warned its subjects against dealing in slaves, a preoccupation in Texas. 46 London's consul in Charleston reminded its British residents with emphasis that it was unlawful for any British subject, wherever he or she may be, to be involved in this dirty commerce, which could easily be seen in the Republic as yet another dangerous extension of extraterritoriality. 47 London well knew that Texas had become a site for the enslavement of Africans kidnapped from its Caribbean possessions, particularly Barbados. 48 Other Africans were smuggled into Texas from Florida, Cuba, and elsewhere. 49 Even Goa. 50 William Kennedy, speaking for Britain in Galveston, asserted that since the proclamation of the Republic in 1836, slave trading with Cuba had escalated. The new republic's constitution did not bar emigrants bringing slaves there, an invitation to kidnapping. The law there said that an African convicted of maiming a white person should receive the death penalty, while a white person convicted for a similar offense should receive a fine and flagellation. Migration by free Africans was outlawed, and if one chose to do so, he or she could be jailed and then sold into slavery. 51. At this juncture, the British estimate was that the free population in Texas was between 40 and 50,000 souls. The enslaved were estimated to be between 15 and 20,000 souls, with a considerable excess of males. 52 Yet Africans kept pouring into independent Texas. 53 Annexation was seen as a sure means to raise the value of Texas land and the slaves that went along with it. 54 London had reason to think that annexation, inter alia, was a ploy to bring more Africans to the Republic via Cuba and Galveston. Consider, for example, Charles Augustus Lafayette Lamar, an ill-famed slaver, related to Mirabeau Lamar, a top leader of Texas. He also had an uncle in the U.S. Senate. It was after annexation that he dispatched a ship to the Congo River that returned with 750 Africans who wound up in New Orleans. Then in late 1858 he arranged to bring 300 Africans to Cumberland Island off the southeastern mainland. 55 This slaving occurred though Britain had twisted the arm of this new slaveholders' republic, compelling it to sign a treaty for the suppression of the slave trade that included the controversial right of the Royal Navy to search Texas-flagged vessels. 56 The same year, 1842, the U.S. also signed a similar treaty wherein the Republic promised to place more cruisers off the coast of Africa in order to halt this odious commerce, and in return, apposite the Creole, London agreed to extradite for murder if the crime would have been so seen in British territory. 57 Nevertheless, U.S. flagged ships continued to engage in slaving. 58 The U.S. annexation of Texas could only be seen as a setback to the sacred cause of abolition. Thus, British abolitionists could well believe that despite their strenuous activism, slavery and the slave trade had simply departed the Caribbean and moved northward. In fact, more Africans than ever were now ensnared in this web of iniquity. The reliable Daniel O'Connell said that this Texas revolt was nothing more than a revolt against abolition, a blot which no other country but America had ever yet suffered to stain its history. Powell Buxton thought that this revolt was unique in history since it had for its sole object the obtaining of a market for slaves, backed by munitions of war of all sorts by the slaveholders of the United States. 59. That the formation of this republic was partially a British responsibility was felt keenly. In Edinburgh, Robert K. Greveley targeted Washington, D.C., which allowed an end run around the republic's typical excuse about states' rights barring federal action. He stressed that here was the great slave mart with not less than 80,000 slaves, annually exported from the slave-producing to the slave-consuming states, while African slaves continue to be smuggled into the United States. Attendant to this ugliness was licentiousness, especially slave breeding, which had become a business. Fathers sell their own offspring, the best blood of Virginia flows in the veins of the slaves. Was not, he asked rhetorically, the American worse, incalculably worse than the African slave trade? 60. A U.S. abolitionist felt that slave breeding was Texas's specialty, not Washington's. They do not marry, they breed, he said. Their dwellings are not homes but stalls and sties. 61. And would not adding Texas to the Union only give a fillip to both slavery and the trade? 62. Abolitionists thought that the increased Republican militancy should be met with their own, and this helped to propel the demand of the right of search of vessels, even U.S. or Texas-flagged vessels thought to be involved in the African slave trade. Sir William Goresley singled out the self-styled Texians sick. He warned that the Republicans were playing with fire, recalling the last war with the United States when, he said drily, the assistance of the slave population was so useful. He scorned the U.S. tendency to stress the plight of the Irish, informing them that this would backfire since they too were not pro-slavery. He assailed the U.S. for failing to recognize Haiti, deplored the maltreatment of indigenes, called the Negro Seamen's Acts monstrous, and suggested that jailing British subjects for violation of these laws would mean war. 63. A conclusion that the leading Michigander, Lewis Cass 64 stridently sought to refute. 65. Who has made England the great prefect of the ocean? He asked with scorn. 66. Sir William had a point in seeing Texas as little more than a front for Washington. In the year of secession, 1836, the U.S. military found that hundreds from its ranks had fled to enlist in the Texas Army. They still wore the uniform of our army, said a U.S. official, but refused, of course, to return. 67. Yet the Earl of Aberdeen asserted in 1843 that London had not opposed Texas's independence, initially a gargantuan blunder, for it did not require an oracle to envision that the U.S. would seek to annex this territory, thereby complicating the movement toward abolition. 68. In 1838, one highly regarded Texan in London fretted about the delays in recognition, and encountered similar obstacles in Paris. 69. Yet London recognized this breakaway formation belatedly in 1840, by which point it seemed that it was a freestanding entity. 70. Perhaps London's thinking was shaped by the subsequent perception of their Galveston consul, William Kennedy, who in 1843 observed that some thought Texas would become a sort of British colony, whose smuggling operations would defeat any tariff and whose anti-American prejudices would be fostered by British capital and emigration. He attached newspaper clippings suggesting as much. 71. This optimism proved to be misplaced. For the next few months there was worry in London that annexation would be a mere stepping stone to Mexico. 72. Now aroused, the British emissary in Washington met with Secretary of State Calhoun in order to protest against the prospect of annexation. The Carolinian listened with great calmness, which belied the nerve-wracking events yet to unfold. 73. For Calhoun's calm was just a prelude to his raising inciting abolition issues with Sir Richard Pakenham. 74. London did not accept Calhoun's words with the calmness with which they were rendered. The British emissary in Texas, Charles Eliot, instead maintained that London would be willing to accept cession of the then Republic to Washington on the condition that first, the slavery, wrongfully, existing in Texas should be gradually abolished, and second, that no more slaves should be introduced. 75. Of course, Washington might have thought that he had been overcome with insanity. In fact, Elliot had entered the Royal Navy in 1815 and had served on the African coast and had seen the pain inflicted by the slave trade. He entered the colonial service in 1828 and rapidly became renowned for his abolitionist fervor. Assigned to Galveston during the years of the Republic, he escalated his abolitionism efforts, became friendly with Sam Houston, and worked tirelessly against annexation. 76. Calhoun would not retreat. He tore into London's stance, charging that its real agenda was abolition in the U.S. itself. Spinning the globe, he posited a lineup of Britain versus Cuba, Brazil, and the U.S., with the latter prevailing. London, thus, only wanted to cripple or destroy her more successful rivals. He raised Haiti, the specter that haunted the slaveholders' republic, and contended that abolitionism led to unforgiving hate between the two races and a bloody and deadly struggle between them for superiority. One or the other would have to be subjugated, extirpated, or expelled. 77. Calhoun, who had been terribly upset by the Creole, was unwilling to retreat on Texas. 78. Britain imagined that a replay of the last war might be in store, when they had to confront both Washington and Paris simultaneously. Lord Cowley referred in confidential terms to the old policy of France, namely, to side with the U.S. upon most occasions and especially in any measures which were contrary to the interests and views of Great Britain. 79. Besides, London had to fret that its sparsely settled Central American colony could be overrun by neighboring states in league with secessionist Texas and Washington. 80. The empire was confronting restive indigenes in India, Hong Kong, Africa, Ireland, and elsewhere, and hardly had the time or the resources to take on Texas, a land larger than England and France combined. 81. London realized that confronting the U.S. over Texas could involve it once more in a disastrous two-front, or even multiple-front, war. It seemed that London's emissary in Texas was more optimistic about democratic renewal in the despotisms of Eastern Europe than in the slaveholders' republic. He reminded Calhoun that great men can have black faces and, unhappily, that white men can have black hearts. Elliot, who had vivid recollections of chained slaves in Virginia 82, lamented annexation in 1845. It was an immense triumph of the great slave trade interests of this country, he said. Men, women, and children had risen in value at least 30% since the scheme was proposed by Mr. Tyler in 1844, and allowed the formation of a state where surplus human produce could now be dumped. 83. Yet Britain was not the only one that had to contemplate the global ripples of annexation. Senator Thomas Hart Benton of Missouri worried about the alienation of all the South American states from our cause, as Washington pursued the folly that was Texas. He also thought Dixie had a hidden agenda. You under the pretext of getting Texas into the Union, the scheme is to get the South out of it. A separate confederacy stretching from the Atlantic to California was their goal. This was an abolition quarrel picked with Great Britain to father an abolition quarrel at home, which could lead to catastrophe. 84. Later Benton recalled the Point Coupee revolt of the enslaved in Louisiana, where the death of all the whites was resolved, and wondered if this could be duplicated. He was angry that London, which did not have slaves on its soil, could still preach self-righteously at the Republic because of abolition. He reminded the Crown about the Republican revolt of 1837–38 when the French population, being the majority, were in an uproar, along with some emigrants from the United States, he confided, and suggested that this excitement and commotion could be replicated, a not so subtle hint to the monarchy to retreat from anti-slavery militancy. He railed against the African Squadron, U.S. vessels devoted supposedly to suppressing the slave trade. 85. James Buchanan viewed things from a different perspective, fretting that a Texas alliance with the Crown could expose Louisiana to the dreaded servile insurrection. No annexation of Texas meant that Texas would ally itself with London, he said. Already the empire was growing cotton in Brazil, Egypt, and the East Indies to circumvent Dixie, and Texas too could form part of this alliance. Texas could grow to become a rival of the U.S. and a pawn of London besides. Taking Texas would allow slaves to live or be diffused there, and they could finally pass off into Mexico. 86 The Republicans were quite confident. 87 However, that irrespective of other contenders, this was a question they could resolve. 88 Not least by allying with the Crown's European antagonists, notably France. 89 Calhoun was emboldened, for when William Ogilvy, the British consul, met with him in Charleston, Ogilvy concluded that the slaveholder and his cohort were willing to pursue annexation even to the length of a division of the Republic, that is, secession. 90 Ogilvy forwarded to London a Southern appeal that cried out emphatically, annexation or disunion. 91 Ogilvy was distressed with the hostility and mistrust that he perceived was fostered for political purposes against his nation and used as a bludgeon to worsen sectional tensions that could lead to civil war. The cry was that Northern interests were aping the monarchy, an appeal that had been proven to be quite effective over the decades. 92 Tied up in Hong Kong and India among other distant sites. 93 London was unable to intervene to halt what its Galveston consul subsequently termed the annexation of Texas and the dismemberment of Mexico. William Kennedy warned that the next thing on Washington's agenda was aggression against British North America. 94 Instantly, on the northern border the cry for annexation arose. All were reminded that the original Articles of Confederation forming the Republic contained a distinct provision for admittance of Canada. 95 In Nova Scotia there was a real fear that the annexation of Canada was inevitable. 96 In 1849, one journal there announced that Canada would be annexed to the Republic within 5 years. 97 In Montreal, where a francophone majority chafed under British rule, a declaration favoring annexation to the Republic reportedly garnered 300 signatures in 5 hours. Mostly from merchants and landholders. 98 Stories that the Republic was not the new El Dorado it was thought to be did little to stem this desire or fear. 99 So energized was the Republic that John Quincy Adams was among those who felt that annexing Texas was simply the first step to the conquest of all of Mexico, then the British Caribbean, perhaps the entire Caribbean, and perhaps even Canada. 100 There did seem to be some territorial envy in the Republic's view of the empire. One Southern congressman suggested as much when he claimed that the annexation of Texas should not cause concern since London controlled far more territory than the U.S., in any case. 101 Yet, if the U.S. consul in Jamaica could be relied upon, the Crown was terribly unhappy with Washington's defeat of Mexico. 102 Republicans were still smarting over the failed 1837 revolt in Canada and were infuriated when London responded by sending U.S. nationals all the way to a prison in Tasmania as punishment. 103 The border conflict between Maine and Canada had yet to be resolved, and looming on the horizon was a wider conflict over the Oregon Territory and what became British Columbia. 104 Confident after swallowing Texas and disfiguring Mexico, Republicans seemed ready to take on the major power that had blocked its expansion, Britain. But, as things turned out, Republicans would find that picking through the detritus of the Spanish Empire would be easier than taking on the planet's reigning power. Then again, the Republic had created enormous problems for itself by its inflexible hostility to Africans generally and Haiti more particularly, which handed a diplomatic advantage to London on a silver platter. The dilemma of the Republic was evident when the Haitian leader, Henry Christophe, passed away and his widow and his grown daughters resided at the home of the leading British abolitionist, Thomas Clarkson, for 5 months, then circulated at the highest levels of London society. This would have been inconceivable in Manhattan. 105 The influence of Britain on Haiti was clear. President Boyer had spent time in North America and spoke English. When the British writer, John Candler, arrived in Haiti in the early 1840s, Boyer made particular inquiries after the venerable Clarkson. Candler said that Haiti sent more merchandise to the United States than almost any European power, except Great Britain, France, and Russia, and nearly as much as the latter, and he thought rebalancing was necessary. Repeatedly he bumped into English speakers in Hispaniola, including a number who had spent time in the U.S. itself. Perhaps these were migrants from the Republic. A large number of the mulatto class of citizens residing at the capital came over as emigrants from the United States, he observed. Candler also noticed that there were Haitians, including high-level officials, who had been treated well in Europe. But in New York no tavern or boarding house keeper would receive them as guests. He met one of the richest merchants of Port-au-Prince, whose father was one of Christophe's barons, who assured me that he went into a woolen draper's store in Philadelphia and desiring to be measured for a black coat, the storekeeper barred him, then a hatter refused to sell him a hat. Yes, he concluded, the Haitians have a settled dislike against the Americans, owing to this deep-rooted and wicked prejudice. Like his hosts, Candler said, the subject is too sickening to dwell upon. 106. Washington had its own complaints about Haiti, many of which stemmed from the economic tie that Candler had detected. 107 As London stepped up its patrolling of the waters encircling Cuba in pursuit of illegal slavers, inevitably they had rude encounters with U.S. flagged vessels. In this context Haiti declared this odoriferous commerce to be piracy, allowing ships so charged to be towed to an uncertain though bruising fate in the ports of Hispaniola. 108 The Republic's top diplomat in London, Andrew Stevenson, earlier denounced as a breeder of slaves by Daniel O'Connell, had further reason to be livid. He expressed his disappointment at this turn of events and pointed out that our people were strongly excited on the subject, which would create unfriendly national feeling. As for the supposed continued abuse of our flag by nations engaged in the slave trade and of vessels being built in the United States especially for this traffic, he was decidedly less condemnatory. 109 Adroitly, Lord Palmerston sharply disagreed. 110. Writing from Santo Domingo, the U.S. agent Benjamin E. Green noted that to judge by the city, the blacks and mulattoes would seem to be greatly in the majority. The whites, however, control the government and fill nearly all the civil offices. 111 Daniel Webster was told that the Haitian leader Faustin I is stout and very black, as the Republic continued its obsession with the color of its interlocutors. 112 R. M. Walsh, a U.S. agent in Haiti, wanted Port-au-Prince to dispatch a commercial agent to Boston but insisted that this person not be an African. After nourishing its anger for nearly a fortnight at this racist insult, the Haitians gave vent to impertinent rebuke. Walsh envisioned intimidation as a tool to be wielded against a nation that was creeping ever closer to an avowed martial alliance with London against Washington, precisely because of this unalloyed white chauvinism. 113. U.S. diplomats in the region kept a close eye on Haiti, sensing correctly that weakening the African Republic would be a victory for slavery. According to B. E. Smith, U.S. consul in the Turks Islands, there were 500 U.S. nationals in eastern Hispaniola, the soon-to-be officially recognized Dominican Republic, and he wanted a man of war sent there to protect them. Somehow he managed to obtain 500 acres, along with a beautiful house and lot with a wharf and warehouse belonging to it, at the port of Samana. He said he would feel some uneasiness if the Haitians should march upon the country. Thus, though it took a civil war to encourage the U.S. to recognize Haiti, Smith with earnestness urged recognition of the Dominican state since it would place the Haitians at our mercy and give us great commercial advantages over all other nations together. 114 A flaw, as U.S. diplomats saw things, was that some of those seeking relief in eastern Hispaniola were U.S. Negroes enticed to move there years earlier by Haiti. 115. This kind of white chauvinism was what allowed the nation that became the Dominican Republic to escape from Haitian jurisdiction. Green condemned the cruelties of the Haitians towards all who speak the Spanish language, which had given such force and universality to the white feeling, not only among the mulattoes but also among the blacks of this end of the island, that it is not uncommon to hear a very black Negro when taunted with his color reply, "Swa Negro, pero Negro Blanco, I am a Negro but a white Negro. Though I have a black skin, my heart is white." This situation was made to order for Washington, as Hispaniola was effectively split, Haiti was weakened, and tumbled into decades of turmoil, forestalling a viable emancipationist bloc that included London. 116. This situation was also encouraged by Washington. 117 Daniel Webster knew of a filibustering plot to invade Haiti. 118 Subsequently, a group of Boston merchants noted that John C. Calhoun dispatched a secret agent to Hispaniola since he believed there were 130,000 white Dominicans whose lives would be in jeopardy from the blacks, unless they received protection from the government of the United States.
but the figure was wildly inflated. They reproached 119 suggestive of the racial solidarity that animated Washington's policies toward its southern neighbors. By 1860, the U.S. traveler J. Dennis Harris was in Hispaniola. There he encountered a fugitive slave who spoke no Spanish, and for that matter very little English. He had been a slave in South Carolina, was brought to Key West, then hired out to work in the vicinity. He and his comrades escaped by sea to the Bahamas, but his condition did not improve measurably there, so like other U.S. Negroes of that time, he moved on to land ruled by Haitians. He purchased land near Puerto Plata, where he toiled alongside numbers of colored men from the southern states, some who have made small fortunes by the cultivation of cotton. But the unrest generated in no small part by Washington had placed all their lives in jeopardy. 120. By early 1861, turmoil was continuing, and Lord John Russell in London was told by his local consul that about 1,000 men with arms were dispatched this morning by the Spanish for St. Domingo. It was secretly managed, and now it was rumored that there has been a massacre of the whites by the colored population of St. Domingo, though he conceded that it may be that the rumor is purposely circulated, and I am inclined to this opinion. Racial hysteria had been whipped up, particularly by the slaveholders' republic, in order to split Hispaniola. 121. As this was unfolding, Martin Delany, the noted abolitionist, objected sternly, though he hoped the upshot would be a medium of communication to be opened between the colored people of the United States and their brethren of foreign countries, never before dreamed of, leading to communication between all of the colored races of the western continent. 122. This was heartening, but could not stop the splitting of Hispaniola. Score another point for Washington, but there were still weapons held by London that cast doubt over the future of slavery in the Republic, and among these was Trinidad. It continued to contain a growing population buoyed by migrants from the U.S. in the aftermath of the 1812 war, who had little reason to love the nation they had long since left behind. 123. What excellent well-disciplined troops they are, said one gushing visitor from Britain of the troops she saw in Port of Spain. She rambled on about the formidable strength of the militias force in this colony, detailing the potency of the Royal Trinidad Light Dragoons, the St. Anne's Hussars, the Royal Trinidad Artillery, the Royal Trinidad Battalion, the Sea Fencibles, Diego Martin's Chasseurs and Infantry, and so on. The list was quite lengthy. Every colonist is liable to serve in the militia, she confided. Given a total population of well over 40,000, of substantially African ancestry, citizens were expected to have what had become a normalized hostility toward the slaveholders' republic. While there, this writer, who called herself Mrs. Carmichael, encountered B.W., a free American and a rich man, with fine grounds. He was a person of consequence there, a status routinely denied in his former homeland. He was not alone, as she met yet another free American Negro, a very smart, clever-looking young man. She was even inclined to boast of her free American gardener. He was a neat, civil, clever fellow. 124. As the Texas crisis accelerated, U.S. visitors to Trinidad found that the former U.S. slaves there were generally comfortable and doing well. They were looked upon as greatly superior in intellect as well as in industry to the native Creole, and, as a consequence, are much preferred perhaps as militiamen too. After all, they enjoyed civil and political privileges unknown in the Republic. They were overjoyed that they had escaped the evils that had driven them from the land of their birth. 125. The relative bounty available in this lovely island off the northern coast of South America had been noticed in the Republic. The colored American hailed the hundreds of slaves that escaped from their masters and settled there. 126. And encouraged further migration. 127. As the 1850s dawned, Frederick Douglass, who did not normally encourage migration of this type, chose to congratulate those who decided to emigrate to Trinidad. 128. As official London continued to facilitate this movement southward. 129. Further south in Demerara, on the northern coast of South America and a neighbor of Brazil, a prime interest of U.S. slavers, Washington's consul found the Republic's role rapidly growing in influence, and he pledged to do all I lawfully can to bring it under a just American influence. 130 This was no easy task, being a place where the Union Jack flew and resentful former U.S. Negroes were flocking. For it was in the nation that became Guyana that the Republic sensed that London's abolitionism was not as benign as it seemed, though that did not seem to deter these emigrants. Hundreds of Africans taken from slavers were settled there, thus strengthening the crown. At the same time, there was a very bad feeling toward U.S. vessels and against myself, said the U.S. consul. Things were so bad that a black man by the name of Smith was sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment, though he was convicted of the murder of the mate of his brig. Certainly a more severe penalty would have obtained in the Republic. 131 Smith had malice aforethought, as after the killing he threw his knife overboard and proclaimed that this was the only way to confront Yankees, for if you don't kill them, they will kill you. Yet, said the consul, had the case been reversed and the mate been the aggressor, he would have been hung and nothing would have prevented it. 132 A befuddled consul in this upside-down world noticed that there seems to be a bad feeling towards the masters and officers of American vessels, the consuls, and in fact every American citizen who come to this colony. 133 He had to confront realities unknown to him since the Solicitor General there was, he stressed, a colored Creole man from Bermuda, and was very malicious and vindictive towards me. He had instituted vicious and vexatious lawsuits against him. The police, who were principally Negroes, chose to insult him in every way on all occasions. 134. Jamaica too did not want to be neglected as this process unfolded. At a gathering of the Abolitionist Liberty Party in Buffalo in September 1851, W. W. Anderson of Kingston informed those assembled that there is a home for the fugitive and for every colored man in the islands of Jamaica. Rather than fight unreconstructed racists in the Republic, why not move to Jamaica? He asked invitingly. 135 Such developments were noticed by the mainstream press. 136 It would not be easy to resist the blandishments of London as long as slavery and Jim Crow reigned in the Republic. 137 Which reanimated the idea of colonization of the Africans. 138 When the free Negro population met in Rochester in 1853, it was observed that as early as 1798 President John Adams had been apprised of the importance of colonizing those like themselves at the Cape of Good Hope. But this too was motivated by jealousy of London, which was encroaching steadily at this vital choke point. After the Crown emerged victorious there, the Republicans turned to West Africa as a spot to deposit the free Negro. 139 Yet when the idea was raised of abolishing slavery via taxation to pay for the value of the enslaved, then repatriating them in Hispaniola, it was rejected by the American Colonization Society and others in Dixie who were no friend of the Negro, though one might have thought they wanted to rid themselves of those they so often berated. 140 Jamaica was problematic too, thought the Republican consul, Robert Harrison. There were 2 Quakers here, very dangerous persons, one of whom was known to have visited Haiti. Both had been sent out by the Anti-Slavery Society in England and both had made long speeches about the region. From here they are to proceed to the United States. 141 The slaveholders' republic was shown no respect in abolitionist Jamaica. There was a shameful prostitution of our national flag, he spat out, which is now hoisted at taverns, grog shops, brothels, and sailors' boarding houses, and in the frequent rows between English and American seamen it is not treated with much respect. Then there were the ratios 50 Negroes and mulattoes to 1 white man, and besides, they hate the very name of an American. 142 Even Henry Bulby, a missionary from Barbados who was not unaccustomed to such, was struck in the 1850s that the present head of the Jamaica government was Edward Jordan, a colored man. His dark face and his frizzly hair were not often seen on leaders in the Republic. This predisposed Africans in the hemisphere to view the Crown with sympathy, particularly in their growing confrontation with Harrison's homeland. 143 Now augmented by the annexation of Texas. 12. Declare war on Britain to avert civil war in the U.S. George W. Bush was not a fan of the United States of America. His father, Matthew Bush, may have been born in India,
then brought to North America by a British shipping merchant before the 1776 revolt. 1 The younger Bush was born about 1790 in Pennsylvania and grew to be a formidable figure, 6 feet tall with broad shoulders, dark eyes, a Roman nose, and a heavy beard. He weighed around 180 pounds and was rugged in physique though not in disposition, as he was quite soft-spoken. He may have fought at the Battle of New Orleans in 1815, but this did not rescue him from the brickbats tossed so casually at men of his color. As he moved westward across the continent, he well knew that the indigenes who allied with the British and the French treated him in a more even-handed manner than any who were tied to the Euro-Americans. He once had toiled for the Hudson's Bay Company, one of Canada's most significant companies, and had little reason to reside in the land of his birth. By June 1844 the provisional government of the Oregon Territory, dominated by Euro-Americans, passed a law barring all Africans. Thinking ahead, Bush chose to move north of the Columbia River where its remit did not reach. Minimally, he assumed, he would be under London's jurisdiction, perhaps part of the Canadian province that came to be called British Columbia. He moved there at a moment of rising tension bordering on unrestrained doom between the Republic and the monarchy, which was typical of the relations between them. 2. If it was any consolation to Mr. Bush, who, with perverse irony, has been bequeathed to history as the first non-indigenous U.S. settler in what became the state of Washington, as the border was renegotiated, the British subjects residing in the Hudson Bay settlements south of the Columbia River were also frightened by the presence of Euro-American settlers, whose brutality was all too well known. Things were spinning out of control as the crisis over Texas too spiraled downward, to the point where British subjects strengthened their defenses at Fort Vancouver, then appealed to London for more protection. Powerful Republican whaling interests longed for British scalps. 4 The settlers did their part, passing a draconian law in 1844 mandating that any African or mulatto found in this vast territory could be arrested, and if found guilty could be hired out to the highest bidder on the premise that he or she would be ousted from Oregon. 5 Unsurprisingly, shortly thereafter British abolitionists contacted them, communicating a stern reprimand. Their deputation arrived in the Republic and visited the White House and toured Dixie, in addition to reproving settlers in the Oregon Territory. 6 Meanwhile, Republicans were in high dudgeon, with slaveholders in the vanguard, 7 threatening war with London. 8 By 1846, particularly after the upset caused by the annexation of Texas, the possibility of war loomed between the Republic and the monarchy, but this time over the Oregon Territory. The people of both nations hate each other, said slaveholder James Henry Hammond. 9 This broad brush did not encompass U.S. abolitionists, thought to be on London's side, 10 not to mention Africans in the Republic. 11 One editorialist in New Orleans was moved to new heights as friction arose over Oregon, exclaiming that if the English ever land a regiment of blacks in this country, we can grant no quarter to prisoners. It will be a war of extermination marked with blood at every step. 12 But London did not challenge the Republic, because the Crown was too entangled elsewhere. Alert to developments in Europe, Washington sought to take advantage of the Crimean War by raising the stakes with Britain in the northwest by supporting Russia. This, after Britain and France had declared war on the most sprawling of nations. 13 Unfortunately, Russia, then enmeshed in a wrenching process of devolution of serfdom akin to slavery in the Republic, was not pushed by the U.S. to move away from bonded labor, and vice versa. 14 Pro-slavery propagandist L.W. Spratt argued that Russian serfdom did not lead to a foreign war against them, and thus, his Republic too would be exempted from such a fate. 15 The Republic of necessity had to rely heavily on Russia for, as Calhoun was told during this era by a correspondent in Constantinople, there was a hostile feeling of Europe, particularly of England, towards the institution of slavery. 16 This Republican affinity for Russia was not new. Baton Rouge's Edward George Washington Butler, whose very name bespoke his elite ties, contemplated joining Russia's foreign service and military in the 1820s. 17 Strikingly, the same parties involved at Ghent, the US, Britain, and Russia, were now justing in the northwest, as in the midst of these protracted negotiations the Emperor of Russia, according to London's representative in Washington, issued a ukase, appropriating the sovereignty and exclusive use of His Imperial Majesty the northwest coast of America down to the 51st parallel of latitude together with a considerable portion of the opposite coast of Asia. 18 Russia was the power that had to be courted, as British interests in the region found themselves in a pincers movement with Russians on one side and Euro-Americans on the other. 19 Thus, while Canadians were soliciting funds for the spouses and children of British soldiers and sailors at war with Russia, Washington was pushing in the opposing direction. 20 Ironically, John C. Calhoun, otherwise a flame-throwing Anglophobe, was hesitant about warring in the Oregon Territory. He had not relinquished his lust for the Canadas, New Brunswick and Nova Scotia in a war in which we should drive the British flag from the continent. But he suspected, like John Quincy Adams, that it would in all probability prove a Mexican and an Indian war, as well as a war with Great Britain. He clearly perceived that in annexing Texas there was no danger of a war with England, but the Northwest was different. 21 President Polk also vacillated about Oregon. 22 So London and Washington retreated from the prospect of war over the Northwest, but this hardly meant that the monarchy was acquiescing to Republican pretensions. Indeed, some of the more scalding analyses of republicanism emerged from London in the wake of the Oregon controversy. One writer warned that his nation could unleash a servile war, that is, another Saint Domingo would be repeated in the Cotton States of America, on a much larger scale. 23 An opinionated pamphleteer, H.P. Skold, also suggested that a war over Oregon would cause London to try to unleash an insurrection of the enslaved. Were they able to do so, he said, Dixie would be the theater of a frightful slaughter. He thought that to break apart the Republican Union was the secret aim of British machinations since 1815.24 London's 25 jaundiced view of the Republic may have been vindicated when in the aftermath of the Oregon settlement, Calhoun announced that Congress has no power whatever to bar slavery from this region. In fact, he argued, neither the inhabitants of the territories, nor their legislatures have such right. 26 Calhoun had captured the determined opinion of many of his fellow citizens, just as he and his comrades had infuriated many Britons. In Norfolk in the 1850s there was still the awful matter of seeking to rescue subjects kidnapped in the Caribbean and then placed on sale. Others had been dragged to New Orleans for similar purposes. The U.S. Attorney in Eastern Virginia estimated that in 1850 alone over 200 African subjects, mostly seafarers, had been kidnapped and sold in the U.S. 27 It was not unusual when it was reported by a Bermudian passing through Louisiana, that a fellow subject, Patrick Williams, who was born free, traveled to New York and then was enticed to Kentucky, where he was kidnapped and sold as a slave. 28 Williams spent at least 6 years as a slave. 29 Strikingly, London's consuls also came to the defense of non-British Africans. 30 Ensnared by the racist Republic. 31 Energetic consuls even took money from their own pockets to rescue Africans. 32 In Louisiana the Bermudian may have encountered Alexander White, another African subject, born in Canada, who had arrived in New Orleans as a mariner and by early 1861 was jailed. 33 He was among a number of colored British subjects accorded shameful treatment. 34 This, said the consul, was not the first time that such cases have been brought under my official notice, though the maltreatment was becoming progressively unfeeling. 35 This was becoming a daily occurrence, he added. 36 Almost intoxicated by the victory in Texas and the increase in slaves it portended, Dixie was energized in confronting what was seen as its chief threat, namely, the emancipationist empire. In early 1861, a British abolitionist, Arthur Robinson, was arrested in Louisiana by what the consul called a secret body of men, called a vigilance committee. Then he was indicted for using language calculated to promote insurrection among the Negroes. The evidence on his person included sermons by Henry Ward Beecher. 37 But slaveholders were nervous, as Galveston's consul observed that since the attempt made last year to incite the slaves to insurrection, their owners have exercised a vigilant espionage over travelers. 38 Actually what was occurring was that as Civil War approached, Dixie launched a reign of terror against its internal foes, which included a disproportionate number of British subjects. In Savannah in early 1861 a British ship captain was detained by one of the many secret societies that littered the coastal city. They evicted him from his vessel, dragged him to the outskirts of town, shaved his head, then tarred and feathered him and flogged him for good measure. Then they sent him back to his ship. 39. Thomas Vaughan was lucky to escape with his life. Two men confronted him and accused him, as he recalled it, of unbecoming intimacy with Negroes. They took him to a house where he confronted 5 men seated at a long table with bottles and glasses before them. But when he sat down, suddenly about 70 other men appeared. He was accused and found guilty of inviting a Negro stevedore to dine with him and his wife at his cabin table. At first they were going to hang him. To that end an assailant struck him in the face with an open hand filled with tar. His head was shaved on the left side and he was struck a number of times, perhaps 50 strokes across his shoulder and back, with a belt studded with a metallic substance. Then tar was applied to his head and shoulders, along with a helping of cotton. 40. London did not improve its popularity in Dixie when it exerted itself to defend its subjects so ensnared. 41 London championed litigation against those who transgressed the rights of their subjects, black and white alike. 42 There were so many of these cases that they had become almost routine, as the Fugitive Slave Act seemed to encompass Africans, irrespective of whether they were deemed to be subjects. A colored man is said to be a slave, said the consul in New Orleans, who had reason to know, unless he can prove his title in freedom, while the owner of a slave is not bound to prove the validity of his title. 43. As early as 1842, Louisiana had passed a law mandating that African seafarers must be jailed upon arrival and their detention paid by the ship captain. London argued that this contradicted the 1815 Ghent Treaty and the U.S. Constitution. But when William Muir, New Orleans consul, pressed Washington, Louisiana escalated the tension by threatening to abrogate this bilateral concord. So the consul chose to lobby the state. As this was occurring, the Fugitive Slave Act passed and morbid excitement erupted. So he retreated briefly before advancing by placing in a local newspaper an unsigned article on the subject, that was then forwarded to every member of the legislature. He then drew up a bill repealing the 1842 law and forwarded it to this body, which passed and signed it into law. Thereafter Africans would not be jailed but could remain aboard their vessel. 44. This was part of an upsurge that included the African slave trade itself, which had been promoted in Dixie, placing a further strain on the Royal Navy, which was sworn to crush this illegal traffic. At this day there are more men in the southern states and even in Virginia who would now approve of reopening the legal African slave trade, said Edmund Ruffin in 1857.45. The only way to get what is needed, said a Charleston writer in 1858, is to bring Africa across the water, since Asia is out of the question and so is Europe. 46. The African slave trade must be opened to bring down the price of Negroes, argued Carolinian, C.W. Miller. 47. Simultaneously there were reports of cargoes of Africans being landed near Galveston, ships heading from New Orleans to Africa with malign purposes, advertisements offering $300 per head for every new African landed in the Republic, and stories of U.S. slave dealers sighted in Gabon. In the wake of the case involving Dred Scott, frank discussion pronounced the prohibition of the slave trade by our national government unconstitutional. 48. Similarly 49. In 1858 slaving by U.S. nationals was suspected near Sierra Leone. 50. This was nothing new. In 1841 in St. Helena, the beleaguered African continent's South Atlantic neighbor, several suspected U.S. slavers had been seized by the Royal Navy. 51 months later another seizure of a U.S. slaver occurred near Cabinda, part of Portuguese Angola. 52 The latter site was suggestive of the reality that U.S. slavers were then descending like crazed bees upon Brazil. 53 This pattern continued in the 1850s, as Cuba became the recipient of these forced laborers,
as it seemed that 54 despite London's best efforts the Republic was bent on capturing and chaining every African it could detain. 55. Further south near the Cape of Good Hope Washington kept tabs on the war then unfolding between European colonists and indigenes, a parallel to their own situation insofar as the European colonists reacted badly to London's Emancipation Decree and promptly sought to move away from their perceived jurisdiction. 56 These colonists emerged victorious over the Africans, which gave a boost to the renewed slave trade that U.S. nationals were so interested in reviving. 57. In the waters separating the island of Zanzibar and Mozambique 58 at least 4 U.S. vessels were found to be engaged in the slave trade in March 1851.59 The U.S. consul there conceded that the U.S. role in the slave trade was steadily increasing 60 but like 61 a broken record, London was spoiling the party motivated not by humanitarianism, as the Republicans saw things, but by crass rivalry instead. By May 1861 the Royal Navy was making use of strong measures to suppress the slave trade, the State Department was told. This was very injurious to business, said this diplomat whose nation was now in a death match with rebellious provinces determined to split his nation precisely on the grounds of foiling abolition. 62 In fact, in the years leading to secession and the immediate aftermath of this illegal act, slavers from the Republic had carpet-bombed southern Africa particularly, snatching Africans with wild abandon in what may have been the greatest surge in this despicable trade since it had been conceived. 63. By late 1859 Lord Lyons found very little prospect of any satisfactory result from our remonstrances concerning the slave trade. He felt that in Dixie it had many avowed advocates and it is to be feared that some of the professed abolitionists of the North derive too much profit from dabbling themselves in the trade to be stout opponents. Most of the vessels were fitted out at New York, all of which was shocking. There were plans for the re-enslavement of all the emancipated Negroes, and, from the state of things, those in the Caribbean as well, a problem he found almost insuperable. Even if the lawsuits they had filed on behalf of these subjects ended in victory, he emphasized, we shall have gained little but a good casus belli against the United States, which was not appealing. 64 Lord Lyons, posted in Washington, reproved the notorious Dred Scott decision and the pro-slavery court that produced it. 65 He was in tune with his populace. As the novel Uncle Tom's Cabin was wildly popular in Britain, selling tens of thousands of copies. Similarly, slave narratives sold better in Britain than in the Republic. 66. London's abolitionism was of immeasurable aid in the battle of ideas. 67 Between monarchy and republicanism. 68 But Lord Lyons had to worry that London's staunch abolitionism could be used conveniently as a whipping boy. By 1860 he noticed that the notion that a foreign war could promote sectional reconciliation was gaining ground and he had little doubt that Britain would be the country selected for this experiment. 69 Thus, Lord Lyons was concerned about the rise of the Republican Party, since their anti-slavery credentials which seemed to place them in alignment with London would mean that they would have to demonstrate their ability to stand up to John Bull, to reassure Dixie. Then there was their illiberal agenda on trade or protectionism, which was not embraced in London. Thus, whatever party is in power in this country, he said, we must, I am afraid, be always prepared for a declaration of war from the United States, particularly, as the Crimea showed and Napoleon before that, if we are involved in serious difficulties in Europe, especially since the Irish vote was growing in importance. 70 days after the election of Abraham Lincoln, he fretted that the president thought it would be a safe game to bully us, a policy egged on by Mr. William Seward, who has more than once played this game before. 71 Hence, Lord Lyons was wary of sending any British-flagged ships to Charleston for fear that it could provoke an incident and vitiate disunion. 72. In the immediate prelude to civil war the slave South, which had garnered more territory via the annexation of Texas and victory over Mexico and was pressing for more in the Northwest, had gained momentum and grown in confidence politically and otherwise. 73 More land required more Africans and, besides, Brazil and then Cuba lurked as profitable markets for Africans fresh from the continent.
the beleaguered Royal Navy had set up a picket line to foil the U.SS best efforts in the traditional hunting grounds, Western Africa, but U.S. vessels had managed to elude the Navy's grasp by simply rounding the Cape and heading northward. 74 Because Britain was embroiled in a draining conflict in the Crimea, these Republicans thought they could proceed unmolested. But instead, this further alarmed already inflamed abolitionists, who stepped up their own pressure against the slave South, which hastened the start of civil war. It seemed that the irrepressible conflict that had emerged was between Dixie and London. 75 For the Crown was hardly ready to retreat from abolitionism, while the slaveholders' republic was busily seeking to reignite the slave trade and annex more land for bonded labor to work on. 76 The slave South's success of their struggle for supremacy in the Senate depends upon their getting new states admitted into the Union as slave states, said Lord Lyons, and they are beginning to think that they must import slaves in order to have enough to send into these new states. 77. Per usual, British travelers to the Republic may have been more acid in their analysis than the ultimate victims, Africans. John Benwell in Charleston was shocked to see so many Africans with one hand only, a result of a law that said an African lifting his hand in opposition to a white man should have it sliced away. 78 An equally disgusted William Chambers found that numbers of purely Anglo-American children pass into slavery, as like West Indians they were kidnapped and branded as having Negro blood. This was notoriously on the increase. 79 He said. 80 Like others, he concluded that republicanism was inseparable from the enslavement of Africans, and then warned against reopening the African slave trade. 81 Isabella Lucy Bird, while traveling in Tennessee, was stunned when she encountered Negro women who wanted me to bring them all home to England, to which they have been taught to look as a land of liberty and happiness. 82 Given these sentiments, the words of Frederick Douglass were destined to resonate in London. He asserted that while the slave tyranny is dominant in America, England is in constant peril either of being robbed, or engaged in war to prevent robbers. He hypothesized the case of a colored West Indian, high in office under the British Crown, seeking to take a tour in the southern states and barely escaping insult, prison, or worse. 83 Douglass's plea that slavery bred conflict, then war with London, was becoming an incessant cry, notably by African abolitionists. 84 As so often happened, U.S. Negroes and the British were thinking along parallel lines. Emancipationists in Leeds worried that unless U.S. slavery was abolished, the Republicans would seek to return the Caribbean to slavery. 85 This reflected the gnawing realization among Africans that violence would be necessary to topple Dixie, and if so, London and their own arming 86 could be the vehicle for the attainment of this goal. Africans could sense the growing frustration of the Crown with the Republic, particularly concerning abolition, and the long-standing belief that ultimately slavery would be overthrown by military means akin to an 1812 invasion with redcoats in the lead in brigades that included the darkest of them all. In the 1850s an ever sharper denunciation of the slave power began to be heard, a force which not only controlled Washington but, as Douglass saw things, which aspires to the undisturbed oppression of the whole Western continent, Cuba and Haiti, the Sandwich Islands, and even Canada. All would be annexed to the Union. 87 The threat to Canada. 88 was taken quite seriously among abolitionists, since it was the escape hatch through which enslaved Africans could find refuge. By 1854 Martin Delany, a leading African thinker and activist, was dubious about this colony's prospects, assuming that it could easily fall into the hands of Washington, whose desire for it seemingly knew no bounds. The passage of the Fugitive Slave Act, he opined, was part of a Republican crushing maneuver designed by Washington to both shut down the refuge and to trap in the U.S. all those who wished to flee. 89 Also holding an abiding affection for Canada were the Africans who met in Ontario just before Delany's bracing words were uttered. Nonetheless, they resolved to state that the true policy of the Afro-American race was to emigrate from the U.S. to Canada, and also to the Caribbean or such other points on this continent, as are contiguous to the United States, which would allow a helping hand to their brethren in bonds, unlike distant Africa. That they had martial intentions firmly in mind was suggested when they counseled to be ready at any moment to volunteer their services in defense of their adopted country. As they saw it, there were but two alternatives left for Africans trapped in the U.S., revolution or emigration. The two were not at odds, since emigration could foil the U.S. annexation of Canada, which could strengthen the Republic greatly. Here we can hang as a threatening black cloud over the American Union, waiting and praying for the Lord's day of vengeance. Barring a move to Canada, next in line was Jamaica. They sought to form a continental league of the Afro-American race which could prove handy in the near future. 90. Influencing the Africans' affection toward Canada was its long-established reputation as a refuge and the fear that it would be seized by Republican annexationists, almost stupefied by their success in taking Texas. In 1853 the enslaved African in Missouri, John Anderson, was accused of murder as he was about to be sold and fled to Canada. 91 His extradition turned upon an interpretation of the tortuously negotiated Webster-Ashburton Treaty, which had been driven by the Creole case. The Canadians found a technicality that forbade his being shipped back to an uncertain fate in the Show Me state, despite the fierce protestation of President James Buchanan in early 1861.92. The Republic's top representative in London pointed out that the case had awakened, of course, so much interest in the monarchy and told the State Department what it already should have known: the pungent and uncompromising hostility to social bondage which prevails throughout this country. 93 But as the slaveholders viewed the world, they saw a sieve northward that they thought could be plugged by measures such as the Fugitive Slave Law, which only quickened the revulsion of others to their despised system. 94. Dixie's rhetorical response was again to cast abolitionism as something manufactured in Britain in order to bring down its domestic abolitionist rival. 95 The Georgia slaveholder, Coiler Young, was not alone in musing that perhaps a harder core of government, based solely on the slaveholding states, could more effectively confront London than a government which, albeit dominated by Dixie, still had to occasionally consult Boston. Suppose England should claim Savannah, he asked, Washington might give it up to John Bull. The same could be said for Georgia south of 34 degrees of latitude. Suppose the Negroes should rise and revolt in all these cases, his own Georgia, having no army and navy, could not defend herself, and Washington would not defend her, because it has failed repeatedly to defend her against aggression. He was horrified by the compromise over the Oregon Territory that did not provide land that remains part of Canada and pointed the finger of accusation northward at Daniel Webster and other American Englishmen, though our ancestors twice vanquished Britain on land and sea. Why? This federal union failed to protect the whole union against foreign foes, whereby each state might be said to have been less safe in it than out of it, and he cited the Creole case, Texas, and Oregon as his examples. But for this union, Georgia might have built a fort on every island and river on her coast. Instead, Washington had built up a northern navy, which one day, he prophesied, would be brought against Georgia if she dared to carry out the absolute right of collecting her own revenues. Secession seemed to be the only alternative he envisioned, and as a parting shot to London, he issued an open invitation to the noble sons of Erin, "Come, brothers, and find an asylum in Georgia." 96. Young expressed openly what many slaveholders were thinking, namely, that independent Southern states could hardly be more feckless in confronting London. 97 than Washington. Yoked in a union with non-slaveholding states caused much too much compromise that would not occur with Southern secession. Besides, it was the North that refused to crush abolitionism, which Dixie perceived as little more than a foreign import. The North may have been the immediate problem, but lurking behind it, indeed its puppeteer, was John Bull, or so it was thought. Then those like Young had to consider if they could more forcefully repress the dreaded servile insurrection if they did not have to contend with nosily noisome Northerners. Britain's consul in Mobile provided inferential confirmation of this supposition when he suggested that secession was influenced by the fear of an all-encompassing uprising by the Africans. 98 which could then be aided by a triumphant London. Young and others could have beaten the North on the Negro Seamen's Act, but when London weighed in, they had to beat a hasty retreat. Understandably, Dixie felt it would have more room for maneuver and stonewalling if it could jettison the excess baggage that the North was seen to be. By 1856, the consul in Charleston, Robert Bunch, said, Seamen's Acts were under British pressure and had been extensively modified and amended. Yet now Carolinians were pushing for a revival of the original 1822 law, emboldened as so many Southerners were, by the immense Texas conquest, the victory over Mexico, and the augmentation of the Republic provided by Oregon. 99. Yet by early 1861, Charleston was again considering tightening this bill, and Bunch again instructed the authorities of the extreme folly of their contemplation, which London would deem positive hostility. 100 Dixie could not reconcile the conflicting ideas of seeking the Crown's diplomatic embrace in pursuit of secession, while denouncing London for being a locus of abolitionism. Abolitionist gatherings continued to take place in sites like Buffalo, Cleveland, and particularly Detroit. 101, where Canadian influence that could tend toward the seditious was noticeably strong. William Wells Brown, the famed Negro abolitionist, was once employed on a lake steamboat docked in Cleveland, and frequently on its trips to Detroit and Buffalo provided passage to escaping enslaved Africans. 102 Republican areas near Canada, including Frederick Douglass's Rochester, were becoming citadels of abolitionism. 103 Canada's leading city, Toronto, was termed the black man's Paris by an effusive Martin Delany. 104 Even the U.S. consul in Montreal conceded in 1854 that here the colored man has equal rights and privileges with the white. 105 Delight with Canada. 106 reached such a fever pitch among U.S. Negroes that at an Ohio convention they denounced emigration to any country except Canada. 107 This Canadian influx also strained sectional tensions in the Republic, for John C. Calhoun was among those who averred that while Dixie was true to the Republic, Northerners were enticing and seducing the slaves to leave their masters and to run them into Canada. 108 African mariners who were subjects continued to complain about maltreatment in Dixie. 109 In Mobile by 1857 the city fathers had ruled that free Negroes can't land from the bay. 110 A difference in the 1850s was that now France had joined the outcry against such racist legislation, adding weight to Britain's plaints. 111 And reinforcing the idea that perhaps the stiffest opposition to slavery in the Republic came from abroad, and that ditching the North gave Dixie a better opportunity to resist. In mid-1850 thousands showed up in London in solidarity with fugitive slaves. The great and the good assembled, including Queen Victoria, the Duke of Wellington, peers, parliamentarians, bankers, even American visitors were particularly numerous, according to one observer. As interracial couples strolled arm in arm, it was asked, did the representatives of any other country have their notions of propriety shocked by the matter? None but Euro-Americans, as probably for the first time in their lives, they felt themselves thoroughly muzzled. They dare not even to bark, much less bite. Like the meanest curs, they sneaked through the Crystal Palace unnoticed and uncared for, while the victims who had been rescued from their jaws, were warmly greeted by visitors from all parts of the country. 112. Reverend Jeremiah Asher, pastor of Shiloh Baptist Church in Philadelphia, was also embraced in Britain, though he was scorned in his homeland because of his African ancestry. 113 Even the abolitionist Gerard Smith probably found it hard to believe, as a British emancipationist informed him that bias against the African was entirely unknown in London, and that even in the most elevated circles there was intermarriage. 114 The monarchy showing up the Republic by displaying its more expansive view of anti-racism was becoming a trend. In 1860 the U.S. diplomat George Dallas was put on the spot at an international congress in London when asked if he objected to the presence of a U.S. Negro, and quite naturally, he did so object and stormed away. 115 Dallas was outraged that the London press accused him falsely, he said, of cordially shaking hands at the opening of Parliament with the Minister of Haiti, a man of color. Dallas, who spent time consulting with Brazilians on how to foil strictures against the slave trade, found this accusation to be beyond the pale. But it was the incident at the International Statistical Congress that best irked him tremendously. Lord Brougham called him by name, then pointed to a Negro in the assemblage. His temper rising, Dallas recounted, I perceived instantly the grossness of the act, and seeing the black, recognized instantaneously that it was a premeditated contrivance to provoke me into unseemly altercation, but he would not bite.
The gentleman of color, he remembered, rose and requested permission of the prince consort to thank Lord Brougham, then declared, "I am a man." A steamed Dallas wondered, is not the government answerable for this insult? Speaking of Lord Brougham, he wondered, is he on this question of slavery deranged? He demanded an ample and distinct apology for the insult upon the United States. Later Lord Brougham called on him and Dallas had just time to tell my servant to refuse me. He came later and left Dallas with the remark, "Why you don't treat your Negroes as well as they are treated in the Brazils." This left Dallas even more out of sorts, wondering further if he had too tranquilly submitted to the remark of Brougham. One of them here wishes I had jumped to my feet and knocked the old blackguard down. For it was great folly to imply that the question of slavery in the United States could legitimately be discussed before the American minister at a European Congress of any sort. Second, the Congress was unanimously and vociferously hostile. The words of Lord Brougham were cheered loudly, despite or perhaps because of the slur 116 Martin Delany, contrarily, in the midst of a 5-month lecture tour of Britain, regarded this episode as a turning point in his celebrated existence. 117. Also increasing sectional tension was a push by Boston merchants to promote trade with Haiti and diplomatic recognition of this republic. Haiti, they said, was the only nation having extensive commercial relations with us, that has not been recognized by the government of the United States. As for the argument that the regime had been unfair, they responded curtly that blacks did no more to the whites than they had seen the whites do to those of their own complexion. The colonists proceeded to exterminate the slaves and the slaves adopted the same course toward the whites. 118. These Boston merchants realized that there were opportunities to be found in Haiti which were being frittered away. They could have talked to James T. Hawley, their ostensible compatriot, and this Negro could have told him that English architects, carpenters, and stonemasons were hired in Haiti to improve the style of building, one of many contracts let in London. 119. As if that were not enough, London was maneuvering to get closer to the U.S. surrogate that was Liberia, in order to squash the slave trade. 120. These merchants' anodyne view of Haiti could have been drafted in London, which was distinctly what some jingoists in Dixie may have been thinking. The sectional crisis did not exist in a vacuum limited to the region where the stars and stripes fluttered. It was fed and driven by a larger crisis between slavery and abolitionism in which the former mother country, Britain, was a prime player. Since the Republic had its origins in a breakaway from London, it was perhaps inevitable that a powerful and transformative movement like emancipation would be viewed as traitorous in the slave South. And likewise, recognition of Haiti would be viewed as recognition of the right of the enslaved to revolt. But just as Cuyler Young of Georgia thought that his beloved slave states would be better positioned without the baggage brought by the North, some in the latter region would have been excused if they had thought they would be better off absent the South. For these nagging conflicts with London did not seem to be disappearing. And the insistence by some in Dixie that slaves had to be introduced into Oregon, while other troublesome issues like Texas and the Creole implicated enslavement directly, suggested that the entire republic could be lost in a war with the crown involving a form of property that was on the verge of evanescence north of the Mason-Dixon line. By mid-1854, Robert Harrison reported from Jamaica that most of the West India colonies are about raising militias, volunteers, and so forth, to oppose attacks to be made upon them by the hated Yankees. None of the inhabitants of the islands, he insisted, are so hostile however toward us as those of this colony. Strikingly, he found some of our countrymen who have long resided here and sworn allegiance to the British Crown, are amongst the greatest enemies of our government and its institutions. 121. An enmity probably influenced by abolitionism. For in Jamaica were a number of missionaries from the northern states who were all abolitionist and the most bitter enemies of our government. 122. To hear Harrison tell it, the monarchists were so confident of their ability to overturn the slaveholders' republic that they were already measuring for new drapes in the White House. The Crimean War had brought Paris and London closer together, and to their dismay, had driven the U.S. into Russia's arms. Now, in Kingston ignorant and foolish people had dared to talk of the division of our beloved country between England and France. This was not idle talk but was indeed held at the highest authority in this country. It is said that France is to have Louisiana and the French part of Canada, whilst England is to take possession of the main body of our country. 123 The people here talk of nothing but war with the United States, which they say is inevitable, Harrison reported in early 1856.124. Whether the Crown actually sought to overthrow and carve up the Republic was not altogether clear, but plainly evident was the growing animosity in Jamaica, where some of the fiercest recruits of the feared West India regiments were housed toward the Republic. Atrocious act and insult, committed on our flag by half-savage Negroes, was Harrison's frequent complaint. 125 Unsurprisingly, Harrison thought that Jamaicans were more hostile to us than any other class of people I have ever met. 126 More than once he had to fasten my doors and windows more securely than usual, as the Negroes and people of color were distinctly heard to use threatening language towards me. 127 Combined with the resentment toward the Republic in Haiti and the ongoing displeasure in London, this was seen as a threat to national security. If all of this fury were combined with that of millions of enslaved Africans in Dixie, Northerners had to wonder if even their own security might be in jeopardy. Harrison recounted that in the slave South, agents had been sent by the Crown to poison the minds and stir up the Negroes to take up arms in the event of war, and that the British government as well as unprincipled inhabitants here calculate on them, as powerful allies should a rupture take place. 128 Harrison propelled the sectional sentiment that juxtaposed Southern and Northern concerns. Jamaicans tended to rejoice beyond measure to hear of the Kansas difficulties. He wrote sorrowfully in the summer of 1856, "They say these things will lead to the dissolution of the Union and annexation of the Northern states to Canada. Massachusetts being already ripe for it." 129. Anti-slavery meetings have become quite the rage throughout the parishes in this island, said Harrison in early 1857.130. That is, abolitionist sentiment was not simply limited to the North, but it had spread beyond the borders of the Republic to the point where it was becoming a mortal danger to national security. 131 But for the Southern Republicans particularly, it was as if the walls were closing in on them. They were surrounded by Africans who had shown they were ready to ally with invaders, and they were pressed by abolitionists just offshore. War was becoming increasingly unavoidable. The question was, who would be the combatants in this irrepressible conflict? 13. Canada invades or civil war in the U.S. The men of African ancestry were born in the U.S., but as tension rose between the Republic and the monarchy, the choice facing them was simple. As civil war crept ever closer, imperiling the future of their homeland, they chose to enlist in the armed militia of Her Majesty. They had fled to what is now British Columbia from San Francisco, chased away by racism, and now, as Washington and London jousted over what amounted to southern Canada, they accepted the invitation of Sir James Douglas, one also a man of color, who had made a special appeal to them to relocate. Hundreds fled northward in the late 1850s, and though it was no Shangri-La, they recognized that the difference with the Republic was that racism in the town of Victoria did not receive official sanction. 2 Thus, in the 1850s about 150 of these emigrants had become British subjects. Many of them had been leaders of a recently concluded colored convention in California. 3 Ironically, like George W. Bush during the same era, many of these Negroes had fled westward to California in order to elude U.S. jurisdiction, then found themselves ensnared by Washington. 4 If there was any consolation to these refugees from Gold Rush California, it may have been that a veritable reign of terror prevailed not only against themselves but also toward the prototypical victim of Manifest Destiny Indigenes and another familiar victim, the British. The infamous vigilantes of San Francisco seemed to think that the clear and present danger to U.S. hegemony came from the British. There was extraordinary xenophobia in a state in which the notorious Know-Nothing Party was gaining sympathizers. This bigotry ensnared African and British subjects alike, drawing the two together. High on this list were Australians 5 and even Irish. 6 This is not to suggest that Englishmen were exempt, for that would hardly explain the fate of Joseph Hetherington. A beefy 6-footer, he was also a man of considerable wealth, This Briton was also overbearing in nature and violent in passions. He also possessed valuable city property. Though he had only arrived in San Francisco in 1849, he was tried, convicted, and hung. The hangman was of Irish descent. Soon thereafter. 7 Many Republicans in San Francisco had had their fill of the British presence on their continent and in competition for shrinking amounts of gold ate and were revolting in response. 9 The intimidation they faced convinced many of these erstwhile Britons that the better part of wisdom was to become U.S. citizens. By 1859 there had been an armed clash between the two powers in the border region separating what is now British Columbia from the state of Washington. 10 By June 1859, John Brown was gearing up to attack slavery in Virginia, while on the other side of the continent, Sir James Douglas, a man of color, had ordered a warship to San Juan Island with former U.S. Negroes ready, willing, and able to back him up militarily, if necessary. 11 It was evident that racial slavery had become unsustainable. 12 Yet the interrelationship between the clash in the Northwest and the Civil War that was soon to arrive was exposed when George Pickett, the U.S. commander at San Juan Island, quickly doffed his blue uniform and dressed in the gray, leading the charge at Gettysburg that bears his name. 13 In fact, one analyst who fought the Seminoles besides Zachary Taylor, charged that San Juan became an imbroglio because Dixie wanted to drive the Republic into war so as to divert U.S. military assets to the Northwest in anticipation of their secession and concomitant wider hemispheric schemes. 14 Friction had become a way of life between the Republic and the monarchy. 15 The prediction that republicanism could not survive slavery was apotheosizing in what was to become the most populous and richest state. The British, who had objected to the unfolding of this trend in 1776, were becoming a major victim of this process. But in what was also to become a proliferating tendency, it was not long before an accommodation had taken hold. Several British subjects have joined the Vigilance Committee, said the consul, which had now enrolled some 5,000 members. 16 Then the region was adjudged to be in a state of insurrection, and British residents of San Francisco found it hard to adhere to the consul's admonition to keep aloof. This was centered in a city with an estimated population of 20,000. 17 London seemed to stand by impotently and helplessly. 18 California's governor received the support of the newly elected Know Nothing Party, closely allied to the vigilantes, many of whom, said the beleaguered consul, entertained the project of separating California from the United States and of forming a Pacific Confederacy with the territories of Oregon and Washington. 19 By early 1861 London was told that a secret organization existed in San Francisco with a view of seizing the United States forts in harbor and the treasury. 20 Further south in Los Angeles, it was said, avowed secessionists reigned, and a rumor persisted that a Confederate force from Texas would be sent over to revolutionize the state or the southern part of it. 21 It was not easy for Negroes to flourish in such a fetid atmosphere. 22 By December 1856, worried Negroes were gathering in Sacramento with numerous complaints. One disgruntled conventionier declared, "I would hail the advent of a foreign army upon our shores, if that army provided liberty to me and my people in bondage." It was evident that the army he had in mind belonged to the power then in distress in San Francisco. 23 In April 1858, 600 Africans jammed a San Francisco church packed to overflowing to hear a letter from Sir James Douglas read aloud, inviting them to move en masse to Canada. A delegation was sent north to meet with him, and when they espied him and found that his visage carried more than a hint of ebony, they were predisposed to feel that they would be treated fairly, not least since they had become accustomed to those of such color being shunned and shunted aside in the Republic. 24 Though they were fleeing one gold rush, they were arriving at another, as the Fraser River Valley was beset by thousands of miners, many from south of the border, as gold was discovered in profusion in Canada. 25 When this discovery was made, the British population was sparse and Euro-Americans flooded across the border. The Crown desperately needed sympathetic migrants, not only because of concern about the destiny of a gold-rich region but also because of an ongoing boundary dispute with the Republic.
These African migrants fleeing persecution were like manna from heaven. 26 For earlier London had sent a secret mission to this vast region to determine precisely how strong their Republican rivals were and how many subjects would be needed to counter them. 27 Thus, from that point until the onset of the 20th century, the Republic had to contend with the Royal Navy patrolling the less than becalmed waters of the Pacific Northwest. 28 Of the few hundred families who migrated, the majority were born in Missouri and Virginia, though others had roots in Scotland, Ireland, Liberia, Trinidad, and Jamaica. Amongst these was Mifflin Gibbs, born in Philadelphia in 1823, a former engineer of the Underground Railroad who worked alongside Frederick Douglass. All of them were inclined to move since in the aftermath of the Fugitive Slave Act and the Dred Scott case, many of them were not thought to be legal citizens, which helps to explain why so many became British subjects promptly upon arrival. The Crown was to find that these men, women, and children were fiercely loyal to London, ready to bare their breasts in her defence if need be. They differed from others arriving in Victoria in that most of these non-Africans did not wish to relinquish their nationalities. As one analyst put it, these Africans condemned everything American and hated some Englishmen merely because they had lived in the United States. They cherished their ability to vote generally denied in the Republic, and when they voted en bloc, they could, and sometimes did, control electoral outcomes. They also rushed to become police officers, a status generally barred in the Republic, and by April 1860 had formed the Victoria Pioneer Rifle Corps, marching armed under the Union Jack. As friction rose between their former homeland and their new one. 29 Their unbridled hostility to the Republic may have been reflected when they declared, according to an account, that they would not allow any white person to join them. 30 Yet another indication of how the racialism of the Republic shadowed these Negroes even after they headed north. 31 Gibbs, who returned to the Republic after slavery was abolished and rose to become a prominent jurist and diplomat in Madagascar, was among those who were effusive upon arrival in Canada. Eventually he was elected to high office in Victoria and was a prominent voice urging closer unity among the Canadian provinces against what he termed the heresy of states' rights, unity that served as a foil to annexation by the Republic. 32 It must have been a heady experience for Gibbs to have been befriended personally by Sir James Douglas, as he was, virtually from his first day in Victoria, a sharp change from being harassed by leaders in San Francisco. His new friend appointed him to a commission charged with establishing a boundary with the racist Republic he had fled, yet another irony in what was amounting to a tidal wave of them. 33 James Williams, born enslaved in Maryland in 1825, by 1858 was residing in Victoria, alongside Gibbs, where he had moved, adopting the language of a London court decades earlier, thinking with a number of my colored friends, that I would like to breathe purer air. 34 By the time he arrived in Victoria, a movement was afoot in California to bar the migration of Africans there. Joining them in Victoria was John Sullivan Dias, born in South Carolina in 1838, who had moved to San Francisco before joining the exodus to the Promised Land in the north. There he became a prominent entrepreneur, an opportunity virtually denied him in the land of his birth. Unlike his homeland, anti-Negro laws designed to block upward mobility were virtually absent in a Victoria that desperately needed them in order to better block incursions from the south. 35 Abner Hunt Francis also embraced Canada. This correspondent of Frederick Douglass had tarried and been harried in Portland, Oregon, before joining other Africans amassing in Victoria. It must become the most important point on the Pacific coast, he told Douglass, to contest San Francisco. There was busy strife and dissatisfaction between London and Washington. But he seemed pleased that John Bull has already a force in the beautiful Bay of Esquimalt, 3 miles from Victoria, including some of his best men of war and gunboats, that would blow satisfaction into Uncle Sam in double quick time. The perspicacious shopkeeper realized all too well that the great difficulty seems to be, the English are holding out the hand of kindness and protection to the colored people, and the Republicans consequentially were in high dudgeon. It must have worried the Republicans, he thought, that in Victoria, the last election was most beautifully controlled by the colored people. So pleased was he about this that he was thinking of becoming a British subject.
"I have never seen a more beautiful place," he said gushingly. In relation to color phobia, the Republic Spain, "I must close by saying," he said, enthusiasm overflowing, "that there is a grand future for the colored man in the British possessions on the North Pacific." 36 By late 1858 Victoria had the largest African population within a radius of hundreds of miles. The promise of equal rights by Sir James was a major selling point. 37 The fact that Francis and other Africans were elected repeatedly to the City Council of Victoria was further reason why those who chose to stay in California rather than head due north may have been thought to be clinically insane. 38 Mary Ann Shadd was among those who migrated to Canada from the Republic. She noticed early on that this sparsely populated though gigantic territory had a distinctive identity as compared to its larger southern neighbor. She was born in Wilmington, Delaware, in 1823 but passed away in 1893, having, with so many others, fled northward upon passage of the Fugitive Slave Law. "The common ground on which all honest and respectable men meet," she said of her new homeland, "is that of innate hatred of American slavery." It was of first importance for the future health of the African in the hemisphere, she thought, to strengthen that and similar positions. The strategic imperative, she said, was to strangle the serpent that swallows all others, speaking of the slaveholders' republic. 39 Secretary of State Lewis Cass begged to differ. By mid-1858 he asked about the nationality of those in this increasingly contested land. "What military or naval force have the British authorities in the vicinity of the river?" 40 When he was told in response that there were 6 American citizens in Victoria, it was unclear if Dred Scott meant that Gibbs and his compatriots could not be counted. 41 The Republicans seemed tongue-tied when it came to assessing the security threat posed by London building yet another base on their northern border with the avid support of former U.S. Negroes. The Republicans did not find it easy to accept a man like Sir James Douglas, a founding father of British Columbia. For not only was this Demerara-born man darker than U.S. leaders, but he also had a spouse who had an indigenous parent. His color caused him to be referred to as a Jamaican or mulatto. Actually, there were enslaved Africans in his mother's and grandmother's household and he hailed from a family of means. Yet during his governorship, Africans were able to purchase land, start businesses, and vote. He was a member of a racially integrated church, which was probably not the case for each and every comparable leader in the Republic. 42 Sir James was fully integrated within the ruling elite. Indeed, he sat atop it in Victoria as his sister was married to David Cameron, the first Chief Justice of Vancouver Island. 43 Sir James had been hired by the Hudson's Bay Company, whose racial policies, including policies toward indigenes, were much more enlightened than those of their Republican counterparts. He served as chief accountant, keeping the books of this enterprise. He was not unique in being hostile to the growing U.S. encroachment in the Northwest. 44 Though his words "the interests of the American colony and the fur trade will never harmonize" were notably astringent. 45 By 1840 he was touring the Oregon Territory and growing ever more concerned about the growing Euro-American presence there. In California he called on Mexico's governor and, sensing what was to come, urged London to erect or purchase premises at the Yerba Buena near San Francisco, the port considered most favorable, from its growing trade, for the opening of a mercantile establishment. He then visited Santa Barbara, San Pedro, and San Diego. 46 Sir James had more reasons than most to resist the onslaught of the slaveholders' republic. By 1854, as governor, he was worried since he had no military force at his disposal. 47 By the time of the gold discovery, he was ready to panic, as southern adventurers began arriving in droves. 48 Boats and other small craft were entering the Fraser River, navigated by Republicans and carrying passengers and ammunition. He needed an offensive force. 49 To repel them, but it did not seem it would materialize. 50 Men were deserting. 51 The Royal Navy to try their luck at gold mining, despite a sharp increase in pay. 52 The small British population, the gigantic territory, and the rapacious neighbors caused the Crown to become more flexible. Thus, property requirements for appointments like the Justice of the Peace were set aside. 53 Things seemed to be collapsing. If he were not careful, Sir James could find himself presiding over a region where those like himself were not only in a minority but a despised and hunted one at that. This invasion showed no surcease. It was evident that Sir James needed a reliable force devoted to the Union Jack that would not be tempted by Republican overtures. His prayer was answered by the arrival of hundreds of Africans from San Francisco. Months after their mass arrival, U.S. nationals were on the back foot, objecting to their alleged rough treatment. 54. But they were not thwarted altogether, as Conti Station over the San Juan Islands did not abate. 55. Sir James thought that the Crown had pursued concession in the wake of the Oregon settlement, and that this was only encouraging Republican aggression to the point where little more remains for us to concede. We are truly in the position of the lamb in the fables. Our lands have been occupied by squatters. 56. The Republicans saw things differently, complaining that the Crown had arrogated to themselves the right to board and search American vessels to derail the slave trade, and though this was happening in the Atlantic, not the Pacific, Oregon's leaders found it appropriate to protest sternly. They had reason to think that Governor Douglas, whom they singled out by name, would try something similar in the waters on the northwest coast of America. Already he had interdicted a transitory migration of American citizens. 57. Another Oregonian denounced British influence, particularly Sir James' former employer, the Hudson's Bay Company, which included half-breed Indians, some Sandwich Islanders, and the like. 58. Though an assiduous effort had been made to exclude slavery from the Northwest, this was not because of solicitude toward the African by any means. The dearth of abolitionist sentiment emerged when in 1860 a slave escaped to Victoria and nervousness arose. As one Republican put it, our proximity to the British possessions on this coast afford the same facilities to an underground railroad that the Canadas do to the Atlantic. 59. Apparently the enslaved African was approached near the border by a man well aware of the welcome he might receive in Victoria. The man then escorted him aboard a departing vessel where, despite angry protests from the highest Republican authorities, he was not returned to slavery. 60. Perhaps driven by their antipathy to the diversity north of the border, Oregon's 1857 Constitutional Convention voted by a 8-to-1 ratio to exclude Africans and slavery by 3-to-1. Further, there was fear that the state would send to Washington pro-enslavement congressmen. This apprehension became palpable when the voters there elected a pro-slavery man, and the legislature sent two ardent advocates of secession and slavery to the U.S. Senate. Yet in February 1859 Oregon was admitted as a state, though its constitution excluded Africans. 61. Tellingly, what seemed to propel the thinking and behavior of the Beaver State in its early years was not simply a hatred of Africans but also abiding anxiety that this group would somehow ally with indigenes. 62. A reality that Florida had exemplified. 63. As the territory stretching south of Canada congealed into statehood, what was occurring in one part of this enormous land contained repercussions for another. This was the reason for concern about events in Florida, for as the 1850s unwound, Africans and indigenes were embroiled in another protracted conflict in the peninsular state north of the Bahamas. When Frederick Douglass enunciated the timeless aphorism that the fate of the black man and the red man are intimately connected, he neatly summed up what was unfolding in Florida, a bitter war to the death. He hailed the Seminoles since they sought to furnish an asylum for the freeing slave, in contrast to the American army which had the purpose of slave catching in mind. 64. Britain's David Turnbull found himself in Washington just before the 1850s war began and listened intently as imprecations were tossed at his homeland. Sardonically, he found it was not easy to restrain a smile at the vehement tone, since had anyone whispered the word Seminoles, and that the whole military force of the Union has been fruitlessly employed in the attempt to subdue a mere handful of indigenes, their threatening London would have abetted measurably and instantly. 65. The remedy selected by Washington was to remove the indigenes from Florida to Texas. But there they resumed allying with Africans, helping to transport the enslaved deeper into Mexico. 66. Tensions with London were also rising in a manner that now seemed normative southwest of Florida, this time in Central America. 67. Basically, Washington found Britain's growing presence in Belize, a budding Mexico,
where some in the U.S. continued to harbor designs and flush with timber and mahogany besides 68 inconsistent with the Monroe Doctrine. During the war with Mexico, disturbances increased in the Yucatan, as the U.S. blockaded the Campeche coast, bringing the Republicans ever closer to Belize. 69 Simultaneously 70 The regime in Guatemala pressed territorial claims against Belize, at times in concert with other Central Americans. 71 The fact that Mexico was supposedly contemplating selling rebellious indigenes as slaves in New Orleans was suggestive of how disruptive and far-reaching was the ascendancy of the ideology of the slaveholders' republic. 72 When Louisiana proscribed Negro sailors from Britain, it was Belize, due south of New Orleans, that was impacted severely. 73 The result was a protracted and difficult negotiation not unlike that which produced the Webster-Ashburton Treaty that eventuated in the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty. 74 However, it was loosely worded, subject to various interpretations, and thus it contributed to the friction that was growing as the sectional war erupted. 75 London knew Washington was tied down in Florida, and the Northwest, and facing a potentially devastating civil war, but it also knew that an enhanced confrontation with the Crown could deflect and channel Republican attention adroitly. So it began preparing for war in Central America. 76, including strengthening the detachment of the fearsome West India regiments. 77 And worrying that disaffected Euro-Americans in Ruatan, the largest of Honduras's Bay Islands, were plotting an attack. 78 When the Euro-American adventurer William Walker 79 invaded neighboring Nicaragua, London's worst fears were realized. 80 Secretary of State William Marcy disagreed. 81 Marcy 82 knew better than most people that there was considerable opposition within the U.S. Senate about a settlement of this crisis, since it contains a prohibition of slavery in the Bay Islands, which could prove fatal. 83 It also proved to be problematic to reach a mutual concord with a nation with which the Republic seemed to be in perpetual conflict. Though it was typically London that complained about the Republic aggressively recruiting its subjects and persuading them to defect, Marcy was the one making this charge during this crisis. 84 Actually, this flare-up underscored the importance of the African defection to Victoria, for the Crimean conflict had placed a real strain on London, leading to James Buchanan's accusation that Nova Scotia had become the headquarters for luring U.S. nationals into the British military. 85 Rising to the bait, Lord Clarendon fundamentally disagreed and responded that it was not his fault that humanitarian Republicans wished to align with the leading abolitionist power. 86 And besides, there was the issue of U.S. nationals enlisting in the Russian military so as to better challenge London, including alleged Russian privateers fitting out in Manhattan. 87 Marcy, however, was more worried about the reverse, U.S. merchant ships aiding London by transporting troops and munitions, and private Republican interests providing powder, arms, and warlike stores to Britain. 88 By necessity then 89 outnumbered drastically in their colonies, the British had to rely more heavily upon Africans, while worrying all the while that they would be victimized by the next Saint Domingo. 90 This made them more willing to compromise with, and engage, this black majority. Deflecting hostility to the known and notorious hemispheric ogre the slaveholders' republic made good sense. Though jingoistic justing was the order of the day in the slaveholders' republic, the fact that the U.S. was surrounded by British colonies that of necessity had to rely heavily on the good wishes of Africans should have been unnerving, especially in Dixie. In Bermuda, for example, the colony was becoming more not less dependent on African mariners, hence the objection to Negro seamen's acts. The common sailors in Bermuda vessels are colored, asserted the U.S. consul in 1854.91. Embarrassed, U.S. flagged vessels seeking to smuggle potential slaves and other suspect cargo made unplanned stops in Bermuda, where their encounters were not always pleasant. 92 Other vessels from the Republic also made unanticipated visits to the colony where they had to endure the indignity of encountering officials who were African. 93 In the Bahamas there was a perception that the rush to California had led to a decline in visiting U.S. vessels. 94 But that did not stop the U.S. from worrying about the heavily African militia. 95 U.S. vessels continued to be wrecked regularly in these swirling waters. 96-66 within a 30-month period ending in 1856.97. Even the fact that wreckers and U.S. shipmasters 98 may have been conniving to split ill-gotten gains from insurance companies should have alerted Dixie to the peril of having such a close neighbor when it was considering the construction of an enhanced slaveholders' republic. The branding of Jonathan Walker, for example, did not halt the flow of enslaved Africans often from Key West into the Bahamas. 99 Washington continued to demand without success the extradition of wanted Africans from nearby sites such as the Turks Islands. 100 Alternatively, Dixie could have considered profitably leveraging its nationals in British possessions, except that by 1854, for example, there was not one U.S. citizen reported to be residing in St. Lucia or St. Vincent, and only 2 in Barbados. 101 There were fewer still in the smaller Bahamian Islands. 102 Indeed, rarer the concern was not the absence of U.S. citizens but their presence, as Secretary of State Marcy and the high-level official Matthew Fontaine Maury eyed the southern reaches of this colony as part of a larger plan to seize the entire Amazon River Valley. They deemed it to be a possible site to deposit enslaved Africans from the Republic. 103 Fewer notions were better designed to inflame London's abolitionists with the sentiment that until the slaveholders' republic was overthrown, or drastically weakened, the entire emancipation project was in jeopardy. That U.S. nationals were simultaneously becoming the major force in the long-time slave storehouse that was Zanzibar was hardly reassuring. 104 Even after the assault on Fort Sumter, the U.S. consul in this East African island was complaining of the strong measures taken by the English government to suppress the slave trade, which were very injurious to business. 105 Even in Nova Scotia, not as close as the Bahamas to Dixie, potential secessionists should have been on guard as to the difficulties that independence might entail. For even before 1861, disputes over fisheries were not becoming less complicated. 106 Neither was smuggling by U.S. nationals. 107 Given the Fugitive Slave Act, the squashed Republican Revolt of 1837, and the like, it should not have been surprising that in 1852 public meetings in Halifax were discussing potential hostilities with the Republic slave states being singled out for critique. 108 In sum, neither the global nor the immediate environment were favorable to those desiring secession. Most of all, not far from the shores of the slaveholders' republic were Africans with weapons they were more than willing to unload against slaveholders. There were occasional glimpses of this dilemma, which led Congressman William Tecumseh Avery of Tennessee in 1859 to argue that the Crimean War was a prelude to a war against Washington, both driven by a desire to cut down to size yet another formidable competitor with a presumably sizable labor advantage. 109 Just after Lincoln's election, Lord Lyons confided that a quarrel with Dixie would provide the means of ameliorating the condition of their slaves, and since their confederation would ever be repugnant to our feelings, he did not shrink from the task. Some of them even talk openly of reviving the African slave trade, he said with disgust. It would require a united force of the northern states, of Great Britain and of civilized Europe, excluding Russia presumably, to crush this audacity, he proclaimed. 110 Predictably, John Brown's plot was concocted in Canada, unsurprising, given the surge of Africans across the border. This suggested that the idea of slavery being squelched with aid from abroad was not far-fetched. Brown had visited Britain in 1849 and was a devotee of Oliver Cromwell. His comrades in Kansas included Britons like James Hanway and William Phillips. 111 A British comrade of Brown's was the specialist in guerrilla warfare, Hugh Forbes. 112 He collaborated with the Scot, Alan Pinkerton, in smuggling slaves to Canada. Pinkerton, who attained notoriety as a labor spy, was an admirer of Douglas and felt that Brown was greater than Napoleon and just as great as George Washington. He also thought slavery was an abomination. 113 Another of Brown's comrades was the British-born journalist Richard Reef,
who had allied with the militant abolitionist in Kansas. 114 A young man of poetic genius, his ties to the heroic Lord Byron signified how the attack on the slaveholders' republic had assumed the romantic proportions once monopolized by the liberation of Greece. 115. Reef was summoned to Congress, revealing his 1854 arrival in the Republic and his meeting with Brown in 1857. "I had been and was a radical abolitionist," he testified. He revealed that during Brown's tour of Europe he had inspected all fortifications and studied mountain warfare. The legislators may also have been amazed when Reef was asked, were there any Canadians other than Negroes? The response, "No, sir, not one." 116 But Reef and the other Britons were merely following a lengthy tradition in their homeland, for as early as 1823 a British traveller tellingly wrote, "No traveller should return from America without seeing Harper's Ferry." 117. The curious participation of Britons in Brown's raid did not escape the attention of Samuel F. B. Morse. He took note of the report of a journalist who asserted that the first suggestion of the Harper's Ferry attack was made to Brown by British abolitionists in Chatham. Morse recalled that in 1809 a British agent, John Henry, was sent to Boston in order to foment discord between Federalists and their opponents, anticipating the Hartford Convention and the attempt to have the New England states join Canada. "What about George Thompson?" he asked, reciting a litany of past slights. 118 The idea that Brown may have been an agent, or at least a tool, of London was not Morse's alone. 119 Just as many were coming to agree that if Britain pulled the plug, U.S. abolitionism would die. 120 The African woman known as Mammy Pleasant, who claimed to have funded the conspiracy and later resided in San Francisco, once resided in Chatham, Canada, something of a bastion for anti-Washington sentiments. 121 It was in Chatham that Brown penned a letter to friends in Boston, requesting $200 or $300 without delay. 122 It was in Chatham that a convention was held to plan the armed overthrow of slavery in Dixie. 123 It was Chatham that Congress pointed to when they investigated Brown. 124 Decades after Brown's execution, the house in Chatham where the sainted figure had established what a Canadian writer termed his headquarters when he was plotting the destruction of slavery in the United States, 125 still stood. Brown arrived in Canada on April 29, 1858 and for several days thereafter drilled his men in Chatham's Tecumseh Park. There the Shadd family, famed Negro abolitionists, gave him the use of their offices and printing press. Isaac Holden, captain of the Negro Fire Brigade, also aided him. 126 Perhaps unsurprisingly, in early 1864 a suspicious Confederate-flagged ship was detected in the waters near Chatham. 127 When Reverend W. M. Mitchell of London referred to Chatham as the headquarters of the Negro race in Canada, his assessment was overly modest, for he could have well included the entire continent. 128 Actually, at least 2 Canadians fell at Harper's Ferry and, as one student put it, after Brown was captured nowhere was the news received with more intense or sadder interest than in Chatham. 129 This may have been due to the fact that a number of escapees to Ontario included Africans who had been enslaved in Harper's Ferry itself. 130 Southern Ontario shared the concerns that animated Black Detroit. William Lambert of this budding metropolis recalled later the conspiratorial apparatus encoded in their abolitionism, a precondition for a planned armed overthrow of the hated slave regime. "We arranged passwords and grips and a ritual," he recalled. But suggestive of the importance of Brown and some Euro-Canadians, which helped to erode encrusted racial animosity, was his, and others, deep suspicion of those defined as white. "We were always suspicious of the white man," he said, "and so those admitted we put to severe tests, and we had one ritual for them alone and a chapter to test them in. To the privileges of the rest of the order they were not admitted." 131 Among Brown's consultants was the Euro-Canadian abolitionist, Alexander Milton Ross, who like Harriet Tubman repeatedly returned to Dixie to aid escaping Africans, who were often armed. He actually had the nerve to travel to Mississippi and spread the good word about Canada among the enslaved. There was not a plantation within 15 miles of Selma, Alabama that I did not visit successfully, he asserted. In Georgia he collaborated with the son of a U.S. Senator by a female slave 132, while in Cleveland, he conferred before the raid with Brown, who told him that it was very strange that you should have a pistol exactly like the one I have in my pocket. They talked for 7 straight hours, then Ross headed south. Although jailed during his Mississippi foray, he was miraculously freed. 133 Amidst Euro-Virginians who emitted rebel yells upon hearing of Brown's execution, he could not escape the conclusion that this episode represented a death knell for slavery itself. 134 After Brown was captured, suspected conspirators like Frederick Douglass found a sanctuary in Canada, then in Britain. 135 Unsurprisingly, Governor Henry Wise of Virginia blamed London after the raid, observing that the real groundwork of dissension in this country rested with the foreign influence of Great Britain. 136 Though Governor Wise was reproaching London, Africans were speaking differently. Rhapsodic euphoria reigned amongst them when the Prince of Wales arrived in Boston in 1860. Since practically every leading British newspaper had one or more correspondents in the Republic, this respectful and ecstatic attitude reached readers in the monarchy, thus fortifying pre-existing abolitionist sympathies. 137 The veneration of Queen Victoria included a feeling that she had offered to purchase the enslaved, then liberate them, but the South refused this offer. 138 The Africans knew all too well that a refuge for them existed on British soil. As Sir Edmund Head put it in 1859, "We have plenty of territory for these emigrants." 139 Because of the deep amity toward the crown held by the Africans in the Republic, the notion that sectional conflict could be overcome by rallying against the presumed foreign antagonist in London reflected the abject desperation in Washington for such a gambit could boomerang wildly, making the 1812 war seem mild by comparison. This provided the monarchy with an advantage as it contemplated its critically important role during the U.S. Civil War. 140 Likewise, the estimated 40,000 Canadians, perhaps 50,000 who fought against the secessionists, provided London with considerable influence on the outcome of this titanic conflict. 141 The difficulties faced by the secessionists 142 were glimpsed when, during the conflict's early stages, one of their emissaries was holding court in Bermuda, discussing the crucially important blockade running. A local, described as a sulky Negro girl, interrupted him and told him forthrightly, you'd better believe dat dis child doesn't wait no longer on dis crowd of sex sirs." And off she marched while splattering the stunned with her departing words, "You is all sex sirs, 143. Perhaps this enraged African woman in Bermuda knew of Joseph Rainey. A balding man with thick mutton chops and a stern visage, he was born in South Carolina in 1832 and toiled as a barber. In 1859, on a trip to Philadelphia, he met and fell in love with a woman described as a part French quadroon girl, often code for Haitian heritage. Then he was conscripted to serve as a steward on a secessionist blockade runner, which allowed him to flee to Bermuda. This well-spoken man toiled there during the war, then returned to Carolina. Here he was elected to the state senate, then the U.S. Congress, the first of his ancestry to be so designated. 144 Likewise, the secessionists knew of the fervent abolitionism in Europe, particularly Britain, that made recognition of their rump state problematic at best. This knowledge was probably what drove them to move haltingly toward abolition themselves, though it was slavery that drove their secession in the first place. 145 Though some in London would not have been displeased if their powerful rival had been split asunder, the odious bondage that blighted Dixie made it difficult for the enslavers to win diplomatic plaudits. 146 The fact that William Gladstone himself was among the powerful Londoners who leaned toward the Confederacy, though the secessionists strained hard to gain support in Britain, was suggestive of the steep uphill climb they faced. 147 Dixie had a hard time living down its previous brusque reprimand of London, particularly its denunciation of abolition itself. 148 And the continuous scorn it heaped on New England abolitionism as little more than a London 149 front. 150 At the same time, the Duke of Newcastle was among those who found it unseemly that as the gore of civil war mounted, the Republican press continued to clamor for the annexation of Canada. 151 Lord Lyons was disturbed when William Seward sent 2 secret agents to Canada to explore this issue in April 1861. When he confronted the Secretary of State, Seward unsuccessfully dissembled. 152 But Seward seemed to think, as London had long suspected, that such a move would ignite waning enthusiasm in the Republic for the war. 153 Such maneuvering caused some in London to think that the Confederacy should be recognized as soon as possible in order to impede the success of those determined to invade Canada, that is, Britain could foil any sectional reconciliation based on an assault on British Canada by leaning toward the Confederacy. 154 Nevertheless, Lord Lyons conceded that he was impatient to settle the San Juan and Hudson Bay question. He was almost in despair about them in order to foil a possible attack on Canada. 155. Lord Lyons thought the situation was made worse by the fact that Lincoln was wholly ignorant of foreign countries and of foreign affairs. He warned Seward that of the 2 powerful forces in the monarchy, namely, manufacturing and the Wilberforce party, the latter would be unhappy with such an invasion, while it would injure relations with the former. But Seward was not listening, he thought. 156 Subsequently, Lord Lyons seemed pleased when he ascertained that Washington recognized the immense encouragement their Canadian plans had given to their southern foe, diverting northward the antagonism that should have gone southward, though this act of madness had not died altogether, suggesting that to remove the temptation to attack Canada was a priority. 157 The problem was, he said, that Seward's maneuvering was part of a plan to succeed Lincoln and form a new party of union at any price, combined with hostility to England. But this madness would not disappear, and so London must be prepared for the worst. 158. By July 1861 Lord Lyons sensed a possible compromise between the North and South, leading to military preparations and the U.S. conquering British and Russian North America, including Alaska, Cuba, Jamaica, and the other West India Islands and Central America, and all stretching from the North Pole to the Orinoco River, leading to 1 or 2 mighty republics. This was arrant nonsense, he scoffed, but since it was promoted by the Manhattan elite, it could not be dismissed as mere national vanity. 159. After perusing the founding documents of the slave-holding Confederacy, Britain's consul in Charleston, Robert Bunch, was reserved. He acknowledged the force of the argument that the Treaty of Peace of 1783 recognized sovereign states, but not a sovereign state, a viewpoint that deft diplomacy by Dixie could have parlayed into a major victory. 160 Surely Dixie tried. Bunch thought there had been an attempt to conciliate London on the matter of the slave trade, but the threat to Virginia, whose only commerce was the breeding of slaves for sale, made this process difficult. 161 At the other end of this hateful trade, objections to the slave trade provisos were raised in New Orleans, since captured Africans brought there illegally could be sold at public auction and the proceeds split with other states, of course, Louisianans who had profited handsomely over the decades from the trade wanted to keep it all to themselves. 162. Bunch concurred that the secessionists did not rise above that dead level of mediocrity, with the added bonus of bombastic self-glorification so common in the United States. He was floored by their devotion to the preservation and extension of Negro slavery, since it was quite impossible that in the present age of the world, a government avowedly established for such purposes could win sympathy. They would be ostracized, which would only add to their filibustering tendencies. 163 He predicted confidently. This audacity was encouraged by the U.S.'s exaggerated idea of the importance of their cotton to Britain, which was really ludicrous, thought Bunch. This exaggeration was filtered through their disliking us violently because of our hostility to slavery, which made them believe that humiliating London was too tempting to be allowed to slip. 164 Although this attitude was profoundly flawed, Bunch knew that Dixie was united while the North was greatly divided, which gave the former an imponderable advantage. 165 Though Bunch favored abolition, like many in Britain, he found it to be poetic justice that Dixie had chosen to privateer, targeting the North. This was the favorite weapon of Washington, which they had declined previously to surrender, despite considerable pressure from the great powers of Europe. 166. Undeterred, Dixie reminded London that Washington was not committed to abolition, thus meriting no sympathy in Britain. At the same time, Dixie's foe was considering unleashing civil war, which would be utterly cynical, and in any potent case would be an ominous signal to Jamaica and the Caribbean. 167. Dixie's reminder that Washington was hardly committed to abolition was confirmed by British diplomats who visited Ohio and points west. 168. Lord Lyons was baffled that there had been no serious attack upon France after Paris's intervention in Mexico, while the press has teemed with abuse of England. Paris's man in Washington said this was because there was a perception that London was jealous and afraid of the greatness of the US and desires their ruin, while Paris wishes them to be great in order to oppose them to England, a principle stretching back to the 1776 revolt. 169 and confirmed by Robert Bunch. 170. For more reasons than one, this planned invasion of Canada remains stillborn, not least as it would have probably doomed the Union to defeat on two fronts, Canada and Dixie. Africans in particular had reason to agree, for it was during the Civil War that racist pogroms were unleashed in Detroit, causing them to flee across the border. William Jones, an African residing in Canada, was attempting to escape a burning building set alight by racists when he was assaulted by US soldiers and others with sticks and stones. "Kill the nigger, kill the nigger, kill the nigger," they yelled. These infuriating epithets were bound to reignite the fury that had caused so many in southern Ontario to align with John Brown in the first place. 171. In similar vein, Washington's begrudging concessions to the despised Negro during the war were shaped indelibly by a desire to win sympathy abroad, particularly in London, helping to convert what had been a war to preserve the Union into an abolitionist war. 172. Dixie did not help its cause with its maltreatment of British subjects. There was an attempt at conscripting them that proceeded quite roughly. "There is no protection whatever for British subjects residing in the Confederate States," declared the consul in Mobile. "They are here in large numbers daily appealing to me for protection." 173. In neighboring Mississippi, subjects were thrown into jail and shamefully used. More severe measures of retaliation were expected from this semi-barbarous state, since the Britons were deemed insufficiently respectful. 174. There was a vast number of British subjects residing in the state, said the consul in New Orleans, and they were being forced to take part in a contest in which they have no direct interest. 175. But like many secessionist initiatives, this one too backfired, for this consul began organizing effectively among the consuls of Spain, France, Austria, Bavaria, Prussia, Belgium, and Italy, all of whose nationals had been treated in similar harsh fashion, thus further isolating the slaveholders and foreshadowing their ignominious defeat. 176. Finally, the irrepressible conflict had exploded. What had commenced in Haiti in 1804 was to conclude in Appomattox in 1865. 14. A paradise for U.S. Negroes in the British West Indies. The Foreign Office was underwhelmed by the Emancipation Proclamation. Days after Lincoln's words were unveiled, a confidential analysis found a total lack of consistency in this measure, as it freed the enslaved in areas where he had no control and allowed bondage to persist in areas where he did have control. Concern was expressed as to the practical effect of declaring emancipation, not as an act of justice and benevolence but as an act of punishment and retaliation. Wouldn't that simply invite continuing retaliation by the slaveholders and their descendants against the, formerly, enslaved Africans and their descendants? Would it not lead to acts of plunder, of incendiarism, and of revenge, one stretching over generations? 2. Sour views. 3 of the Emancipation Proclamation were de rigueur among London's diplomats. 4 In Charleston, Robert Bunch knew that some Northerners, notably in New York, derived such enormous advantage from the slave system that they too would be upset. 5 In Manhattan, E.W. Archibald, the consul, said the decree was regarded by the laboring population of the North as letting loose an overwhelming competition with white labor, which could invigorate secessionist sentiment. 6 A diplomat who had just returned from the region surrounding Ohio felt that the decree had increased secessionist sentiment in Kentucky, Tennessee, and Arkansas. 7 With a realism then rare among those residing in the Republic, 8 Lord Lyons saw abolition as a tool of retribution, a sword in an elite battle for power between Dixie and its sectional antagonists. 9 Lord John Russell in London found it all very curious. 10 But even well-meaning Londoners might not have recognized that it would not be easy to reverse course and pursue freedom sincerely when a credible argument could be made that the Republic itself was founded on the principle of resisting freedom for the African. Assuredly, the uncompensated expropriation of private property in what had been the slaveholders' republic, which left this property and their progeny amidst those made the poorer, was not a prescription for harmony. Secretary of State Seward ineffectually sought to rebut this argument. 11. As the dream of abolition seemed to come closer to reality, there was a growing discontent in Britain with the way Washington was handling this potent declension. 12 Edward Blitten, a far-sighted African leader, helped to fan these flames. Born in the Virgin Islands in 1832, he was refused admittance to college in the U.S. because of his ancestry. He migrated to West Africa and studied Arabic. His worldliness led him, like so many other Africans, to become a passionate Anglophile. 13 While in Washington, which was then contemplating the allegedly grand Emancipation Proclamation, Blitten may have given the London-based William Gladstone, the future Prime Minister of Britain, an even more negative view of the Republic by recounting to him that he saw no fewer than 10 colored persons who were handcuffed and carried back into slavery, and this, too, while boastful declarations about the freedom of American institutions were being made at the Capitol. Because he was a black man, Blitten said he was not allowed to enter the House of Representatives. The words of this leading Pan-Africanist to a leading British politician encapsulated the angry distaste for the Republic harbored by Africans and Londoners alike and demonstrated why the independence of both sections of the nation was in jeopardy. Blitten denounced the Republic's pretensions and argued that both sections of the country are Negro-hating and Negro-crushing and would have been even worse but for European sentiment. He argued strenuously against recognizing the Confederacy, since they were openly and boastfully wicked. 14. Simultaneously there was enormous pressure on London to recognize the secessionist state. Blitten's remonstrance aside, though its very existence contradicted the abolitionism then animating the monarchy. Why? When Lord Lyons visited Manhattan in late 1862, he found among Englishmen and Canadians here a stronger desire for the immediate recognition by Europe of the South, than I was at all prepared for, driven by fear that a reunited republic would forthwith turn its arms against England and in particular invade Canada. 15 At the same time, after the Battle of Antietam, the consul in Baltimore, Frederick Burnell, encountered a good many wounded Confederate officers and privates residing in private homes in the city and found an unbridled resentment against London. He cannot understand how she can help seeing that it's to her interest that the South should achieve its independence. 16 Similar sentiments were detected in Philadelphia as well. 17 Though the Confederacy did receive support within the empire, and though splitting a growing Republican rival was as appealing to London as splitting the Soviet Union was to Republicans in 1990, the Wilberforce Party prevailed. Like any power, London sought to take advantage of the Republic's ham-handedness, particularly the enthusiasm with which Washington embraced the notion of deporting the Africans by accomplishing another long-held dream, attracting U.S. Negroes to its colonies. At the same time as the promulgation of the vaunted Emancipation Proclamation, Seward told Charles Francis Adams, his delegate in London, to engage in urgent consultations there about Negro migration to British possessions. This plan would be voluntary, those to be moved would not be slaves, and all would be governed by treaty. 18. Belize, facing aggressive claims on its none too densely populated territory from neighboring Guatemala, was more than willing 19 to accept Washington's discards. 20 And some U.S. Negroes were similarly seeking to depart the Republic. 21 When Charles Swett arrived there, he was surprised to find William Owens, an American citizen of African descent, brought there by a presumed Confederate who had designs of their own on this side. 22 As so often happened when Confederate exile occurred, white Southerners were startled to find Africans in positions 23 of influence. 24 Beginning with the Fugitive Slave Act, the authorities in Jamaica were coordinating with their counterparts in Belize in an attempt to bring U.S. Negroes to Central America. Downing Street thought it would be advantageous both to themselves and to the colonies. Thus a bounty would be payable to each immigrant to encourage this migration. 25. Still, for all their Negrophobia, these Republicans feared that allowing thousands if not millions of Africans to depart would only serve to strengthen their rival, the Crown. 26. Thus, although Belize was only 7 days' sail from New York, this colony seemed destined to retain a population of a mere 25,000, less than 200 being of European descent. 27. There were other obstacles. 28. Consul Lees noticed that some Southerners or rebels who had soured on the fortunes of the Confederacy and were deeply embittered against the U.S. government were arriving regularly. 29. Lees was also wary about this influx since one notable former Republican had become a British subject and proved himself the bitterest reviler and calumniator of our government. 30. Dixie had sought mostly for naught to utilize Belize as a prime node in its blockade running. 31. Still, the considerable blockade running launched from British soil, that aided Dixie, makes the success of the Wilberforce Party all the more remarkable. Similarly, in Nassau, Barbados, and the Windward Islands more generally, there were concerns about Confederate blockade runners. 32. There was much traffic between Dixie and Cuba, some of which spilled over into Key West and the Bahamas. 33. New York, it seemed, played a crucial role in keeping the Confederacy alive. 34. But Bermuda, in a sense, may have been even more important, as it relived its role, stretching back at least to 1812, of being a mortal danger to the Republic. 35. Conciliation of slaveholders ultimately had placed the entire U.S. enterprise in serious peril, as it was from Bermuda that extreme forms of warfare against Washington were plotted. 36. In the naval citadel that was Halifax, Nova Scotia, officers of the Confederate Navy were occasional visitors. 37. As was the well-known rebel adventurer, Matthew Fontaine Maury. 38. It was in Halifax that secessionist plans were secretly devised in 1864 that, Seward was told, involved setting fire to the principal cities in the northern states on the day of the presidential election. 39. Perhaps because the African presence was relatively small, there was more secessionist activity in British Canada, as opposed to the British possessions further south. 40. Yet there was a mass migration in the opposite direction as tens of thousands from the British possessions fought to destroy the Confederacy. Among them was Augustus Sullivan, a police magistrate in the Turks Islands. He was sufficiently high-minded to not allow the rejection of his fellow Africans to sour him on Washington. He was no neophyte, as he informed the Secretary of War, for 6 consecutive years from December 1855 to November 1861 I served in Her Majesty's 1st West India Regiment as an officer. Finally, these feared fighters, who had long since sent free zones of fear coursing through Dixie, were now zeroing in on the final conflict with slavery in North America. 41. He was on the same team as the Negro physician, A.R. Abbott, born in Toronto in 1837, who joined the U.S. Army in 1863, rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel and together with 2 other Canadians of African descent, helped establish Freedmen's Hospital in Washington, D.C., a continuing institution. 42. A little-known challenge to the alleged abolitionist bona fides of the Republic occurred in Hispaniola, as the island was racked with unrest, sparked in part by U.S. interference stretching back to the 1840s. U.S. Negroes had migrated to Haiti in the 1820s, but like George W. Bush in the Northwest, found that by the 1860s they were residing in a different jurisdiction, that of the Dominican Republic, which was retaken by Spain in 1861. They petitioned the White House, noting that they had acquired large properties but now there was a plan to expel them from the land, leading to heavy pecuniary losses. 43. They billed themselves as citizens of the United States and denounced Spain. Yet the U.S. authorities refused to supply them with passports, since they did not wish to offend the government who were opposed to people of color. Hundreds of people were in jeopardy. They had no choice but to appeal to the British, who responded favorably right away. 44. What could fairly be called Haitian Hispaniola remained a bastion of abolitionism, containing by 1860 an army of 40,000 men routinely described as one of the largest on the planet in proportion to the population. Hostility toward Haiti explained this militarization, which drained funds away from spending on education and health care and thereby deformed the nation. It is the fear of the United States which drove this militarization, said one sympathizer of the African Republic, a fear which our refusal to recognize Haiti keeps alive. 45. Such ghastliness fueled migration there from the U.S. that strengthened Port-au-Prince. By 1860 the most prosperous baker was a Negro from New Orleans, one of the best cabinet makers was a Negro from Philadelphia, the principal sail maker was also a Negro from the city of brotherly love. Symbolic of an alliance that had yet to perish was the presence of English Wesleyan churches and schools in Haiti's 5 principal towns. The former U.S. Negroes had a Methodist church of their own in the capital. 46 James Redpath, John Brown's comrade, found that the only hotel in a major city was run by Madam Johnson, an American black. In courts there the code of our southern states is reversed, there the testimony of a black against a white is refused, here the evidence of a white against a black is void. Wisely, Redpath recognized that the former was the byproduct of racist exploitation, while the latter was a severe reaction to this crime, the offspring of an indubitable necessity, provoked by 14 years of slaughter and 2 centuries of the foulest oppression. 47 It was also a reaction to maltreatment in the U.S. itself. 48. Redpath began recruiting for Haiti as civil war commenced. Echoing common British opinion, he argued that U.S. Negroes were threatened with extinction and faced a future of annihilation. Emphasis in the original. Virginia, he said, feared a strong Haiti just as much as she dreaded the rifles of John Brown. Haiti, he thought, could produce sugar enough to drive Louisiana out of every market in the world. He posted agents in New Orleans and Boston in order to facilitate this emigration. 49 Redpath demonstrated his devotion to Haiti when he dedicated his book on Harper's Ferry to that nation's leader. 50 When the Negro abolitionist James Theodore Hawley said that, compared to the revolution in Haiti, the 1776 revolt was a tempest in a teapot, he signaled yet another reason why Negroes were considering departing the U.S. 51. As was true at the beginning of the 19th century, it would have been folly for Washington to have underestimated Haiti. Shedding Dixie allowed the U.S. to recognize the African Republic. In that context, Senator Charles Sumner mentioned that while only 88 vessels were employed in the U.S. trade with Russia, 490 were involved with Haiti. Haiti, said this abolitionist, in this scale of commerce and navigation stands above Sweden, Turkey, Central America, Portugal and Papal States, Japan, Denmark, Prussia and Ecuador. 52. Haiti's neighbor Jamaica, the most populous British colony in the region, deeply influenced Belize. In Kingston too there was a desire to attract U.S. Negroes, a desire shared by both the government and the people, Seward was told. It was a subject of public meetings and newspaper articles, the prevailing idea being that these migrants could be a savior to a colony longing for more prosperity. So great has been the excitement, it was reported, that offers have been here made of free leases of large tracts of land. 53 By 1863 the U.S. consul thought that 50,000 immigrants would arrive soon in Jamaica, and if successful in the case of this island the example will be followed by others of the West Indies. 54 By October 1862 Downing Street was told that very large public meetings about this topic were occurring with increasing frequency, as expectations have been. Excited about the benefits to be derived. 55 The local press erupted in joy at the mention of the prospect. 56 Enthusiasm soared in Kingston as the authorities volunteered to pay the entire passage of those willing to migrate. Why? Because U.S. Negroes were of such industrious habits and superior as a class to the present peasantry of the West Indian Islands. 57 It was said. Thus, even before the war commenced, Kingston was attempting to attract large numbers of the free blacks then in Louisiana as a first step to courting Africans in other slave states that might be induced to emigrate to Jamaica. 58. Like the Haitian authorities and Charles Lees in Belize,
The emissary in neighboring Kingston did not seem too displeased with the prospect of the arrival of more Africans from the U.S. The same was true for the U.S. representative in Antigua, as he inquired with emphasis in 1863 whether the recently emancipated Negroes of the U.S. would not be a preferable substitute for the coolie immigration then contemplated. The expense of the latter, he said enticingly, would be a great deal heavier, since Washington and the American colonization societies would provide a subsidy for the Negro. Like a salesman brandishing his wares, he stressed that the Negro was not only superior in strength and muscle to the enervated Oriental, but he was English-speaking. The U.S. consul underscored that the coolie is the very incarnation of treachery and vice, while the Negro was certainly ignorant of those abominable habits of the Orientals. The American Negro professes Christianity, he enthused, his soul is imbued by it from early childhood, unlike Asians, whom he contrasted negatively with the American Negro. 59. For various reasons thousands did not arrive in Antigua. Seward was told that, other than Jamaica, London found its Caribbean colonies valueless, excepting Antigua, which, because of its dockyard, was important for the projection of naval power. The surrounding heights were dominating, making the site impregnable, but, the Antiguan agent asserted confidently, they could be taken by a coup de main. Speaking as the Civil War ground on bloodily, he assured the reader that he was not clamorous for war with England. But his weak assertion was a sign that Washington was coming to see the dispatching of Negroes as a kind of Trojan horse, which was making them less attractive to London. 60. Presumably Barbados was one of these valueless islands. But since it was known as Little England and had the largest resident British population in the region, this seemed unlikely. It was true, however, that the Civil War, which dramatically affected trade with the Republic, exposed us to great privation in the article of food alone, said the governor. 61. He added that the food supply had fallen with severity on this densely populated isle. 62. Yet instead of sending its African population northward, Barbados too entertained the idea of bringing many U.S. Negroes southward, mostly to its twin, the island off Demerara. Again bounties were to be paid for each migrant and the Elgin settlement in Canada was looked to for guidance. 63. A special 64 ambassador from Georgetown was sent to Washington to negotiate the removal. 65. With the consul urging 1,000 brought here to commence with, 66 and more to come. Apparently Seward did not propose to limit the contemplated migration. 67. Like Latter-day baseball executives, Washington, Copenhagen, and London were discussing trades of Africans that involved St. Croix and Barbados. Those in St. Croix seemed most desirous of attracting the U.S. Negroes. 68, and cooperating with Confederates for that matter. 69. By August 1862 it was announced in Demerara that Washington was ready to dispatch free Negroes abroad. 70. The governor in Georgetown, like a political strategist cum rural sociologist, was considering various statuses for these potential emigrants from the Republic. He seemed to settle on a situation not unlike that of the poor whites of Barbados, where they would receive land at the end of an indentured tenure. 71. The governor of Barbados, who established himself as the middleman for those who wanted to obtain the suddenly well-regarded U.S. Negroes, was also speaking for his counterpart in Grenada, who was interested in procuring 1,000 laborers from the government of the United States. 72. A constraint was how this would be viewed in Dixie, since some of the Africans winding up in the Caribbean might have been considered the property of some Southerners. 73. Downing Street was enthusiastic. Sir Frederick Rogers thought the idea of moving thousands of U.S. Negroes to British possessions held advantages that were almost too obvious to require comment. He was mulling over the nice round figure of 100,000. 74. London was immersing itself in the details, demanding the inclusion of a certain proportion of women and noting, where married Negroes are taken their wives and families should accompany them. 75. But again, the Trojan horse scenario intervened as the London authorities had shifted to worrying about defensive operations in the event of war. 76. Just in case this happened, nervous Barbadians were storing thousands of rounds of ammunition and bolstering the Volunteer Rifle Corps and the Brigade of Volunteer Artillery, both staffed with Africans. 77 Such arming was taking place throughout the British possessions, as if they continued to think that a diversionary attack there by the Republicans could lead to sectional reconciliation. 78 Similarly, in Washington all of a sudden, said Lord Lyons, the White House began to wonder how its encouragement to the U.S. Negroes to migrate would be seen by the colored troops they were so desperately seeking to raise. 79 By early September 1862 the legation in Washington was engaged in intensive discussions with Seward and found that a shift in opinion had taken place, though varying opinions remained within the cabinet. The colored troops and their families, it was said, had objections to departing. Given Washington's increasing reliance on these Negroes with guns, their opinions contrary to the previous centuries of slavery were hard to dismiss. 80 Yet a few days later, even as Lincoln was drafting the transformative words of the Emancipation Proclamation, the legation reported that he was still anxious to carry out the scheme as long as the relevant governments were interested. The governments of Guatemala and San Salvador had remonstrated against the importation of any Negroes and had urged other governments to do the same, their objection being, and Mr. Seward appears to consider it a reasonable one, that the Negro race would soon outnumber the whites and would moreover completely demoralize the social condition of that region. Paris, on the other hand, seemed anxious to obtain a share of any Negro emancipation and was assured by Washington that whatever London was offered, France would be offered as well. It came clear that Denmark was brought into the fray in order to break the impasse stemming from London-Paris competition. 81 Then Downing Street echoed the U.S.S. cry that the free consent of the Negro to emigrate was an indispensable condition, which would not be simple to obtain. 82 And Seward concurred. 83 The mutual checkmating continued when London invoked the Clayton-Bulwer Accord as a legal bar to sending these Negroes to Central America. Seward then distinguished New Granada, or what is now Colombia, as it was not envisioned by this treaty. Thus, they could be shipped there. 84 The hemming and hawing continued, suggestive of how Washington was torn. It wished to rid itself of a problem for all time, but had to consider restraining factors, such as how the Negroes with guns, probably more so in the hemisphere, would react. By late September 1862 Seward seemed ready to pull the trigger and oust from the Republic a sizable number of Negroes. 85 Then London got cold feet, worrying that Dixie might view this deal with Washington as a common act of hostility. Besides, it could encourage the already proliferating problem of slave flight, as escape to the sunny Bahamas would always seem more attractive than bonded labor in Mississippi. 86 It was apparent that Washington was hamstrung. The Africans had been essential to building the Republic, and had provided a negative example in terms of the construction of whiteness, a racial identity that smoothed contradictions between and among Europeans, English versus Irish, British versus French, and so on. Would their removal foment squabbling between and among these European ethnicities, recreating the old world in the new? Washington was also quite familiar with the West India regiments and had to consider whether these emigrants would return to the Republic, weapons in hand, eager to settle scores. Why run the risk of strengthening the British Empire, an already strong rival? Seward must have suspected what Lord Lyons was telling London, that when the warring parties made peace, they would have collectively a large army to provide with employment and an immense amount of popular dissatisfaction and humiliation to find a safety valve for. This meant that Canada in particular would be in jeopardy. So why should the Republic preemptively aid the Crown's defense with a generous gift of potential soldiers? 87 Even as the war proceeded, the Crown was receiving enslaved Africans in Bermuda escaping the Confederacy. 88 Who could easily be enlisted in military regiments. By December 1862, as some were marking the Emancipation Proclamation, Lord Lyons was huddling with Seward at some length about removing a considerable number of Africans from the Republic. But he found their talks not very encouraging. London, wanting to get on with it, was eager to send agents to New York and Boston to solicit potential subjects. Seward pontificated, pointing out that men of very great weight, and indeed the President himself, inclined to the opinion that the most desirable thing for both races was to separate them and to reserve North America exclusively for the whites. 89 If slavery were the cause of the war, why not get rid of the slaves, and thereby get rid of the problem? Even after the historic date of January 1, 1863, Lord Lyons, possibly grown cynical from the enervating process, reported, "The President told me the other day that he wanted to have an informal talk with me. Yes," he sighed, "the subject of the talk will no doubt be his hobby, the deportation of the contrabands." 90 It had dawned on some in the American Colonization Society that sending Africans in the Republic back to Africa could serve as an advance guard for a U.S. colonial project. 91 But if they made their way to Sierra Leone and British jurisdictions, would this wind up strengthening the Crown? And even if this deportation were to take place, there were other major problems. An emigration agent in Cleveland wondered if Africans sailing under American colors who might be blown by accident or stress into a southern port, could be returned to slavery, given the onerous application of the Negro Seamen's Acts. 92 This could not be ignored, since some U.S. Negroes were clamoring to depart sooner rather than later. 93 In some ways, London seemed more concerned about the Africans in the Republic than Washington. It was the consul in Manhattan who insistently raised precautions in this venture, warning of kidnapping and other abuses by citizens with no scruples preying upon understandably disoriented Africans in transition from slavery to a form of freedom. 94 While Republicans and monarchists wrestled over the fate of the U.S. Negro, more of them continued to trickle into Canada. According to Alexander Milton Ross, the militant Canadian abolitionist, he thought the enslaved had a right to kill their captors, who spied on the Confederacy at Lincoln's behest. This U.S. president wanted U.S. Negroes to move to Canada and they seemed to be accepting his advice. 95 By 1864 it was estimated that 40,000 of their number resided there. Their presence not only strengthened the Crown but also promoted a Canadian identity distinct from that south of the border, which would continue to make annexation difficult at best. When John Brown's comrade, Samuel Gridley Howe, toured Canada during the war, he could not avoid noticing that the American people are charged with prejudice against the Negroes, and our English cousins especially denounced it as a proof of our innate depravity, of which they wanted no part. 96 Finally, it seemed that rough diplomatic reality had trumped racial chauvinism. By mid-1863, Lord Lyons proclaimed that Washington was refusing to encourage emigration at this moment because of the desire to obtain recruits for the army from among the Negro population. 97 Yet he continued trying to get as many contrabands as possible safe out of this country, for I do not think that, at best, their condition in the northern states will ever be a happy one, and they would, in all probability, be sacrificed without scruple, if the North and South should ever come to an understanding. 98 This was a reasonable prognostication of what followed the sectional reconciliation of 1876. Meanwhile, the pressure for slaving continued. As the Emancipation Proclamation was being announced, the U.S. consul in Zanzibar observed that all foreigners here have strongly sympathized with the Southern rebellionists, which should not have been surprising in this haven for slave trading. 99 But the continual prodding of the Royal Navy and the battering Dixie was beginning to receive on the battlefield, not least at the hands of Africans, was having an impact on ambitious plans for slaving. It was not long before Seward was informed that the American trade with Zanzibar is nearly extinguished. 100 This momentous change, fruits of the copious bloodshed on the battlefield, resulted from the realization in Washington that the slave trade was of no help to their cause. This realization finally led to their decision to crack down. Lord Lyons was elated. It was on April 8, 1862 that he remarked happily that yesterday was the anniversary of my arrival 3 years ago at Washington. I celebrated it by signing the treaty for the suppression of the slave trade, and since Congress is undoubtedly more decidedly anti-slavery at the moment than either the President, W. Seward, or the country in general, he was confident of its complete ratification. 101 I hardly expected to obtain so much, he said of his negotiations with Seward. 102 A few months later Lord Lyons was surprised to ascertain that this treaty was met with much more general approval than I expected.
Senator Sumner was moved to tears when he came to tell me that it had passed unanimously in his body. 103 Finally realizing that bowing to racist excess was serving only those who eagerly sought his demise, Seward and the republic he represented capitulated in a presentiment of the better-known constitutional amendments, though hardly less sweeping. 104 Meanwhile, in Victoria, Africans from the U.S. continued to play a leading role in this Western territory, as the vanguard of an armed militia. No doubt they perked up when Confederates began showing up in their town. They were plotting expeditions, said the U.S. consul, of a revolutionary nature. 105 These reactionaries held a meeting of 100 men with the object of raising a corps 6 times that size. They were destined for Mexico with unknown purposes, though the burst of activity in neighboring Belize and the well-known desire of the rebels to establish a Confederate base just south of Texas hinted at their intentions. 106 Sir James Douglas and his armed band of Africans were not inactive in the face of these threats. By December 1861 he had outlined a plan for the invasion of Puget Sound and the seizure of all Washington's territory to the Columbia River. He maintained a naval base at Esquimalt, adjacent to Victoria, while due south no adequate coastal defense batteries had been established, though a small naval squadron was scattered from San Francisco to Panama. The 3 major entering points to the heartlands of the Pacific coast, Puget Sound, the Columbia River, and the San Francisco Bay, were completely vulnerable to attack. 107 Sir James had reason to keep his powder dry, as Confederates were suspected of wanting to raid Canada for Africans so they could be converted into slaves, and what greater prize would there be than himself. 108 The Confederates, who were under siege in the Caribbean, were able to better set up shop in Canada. In Toronto they were in direct touch with Jefferson Davis himself in Richmond, or so said the U.S. consul there. 109 Their presence was hardly incompatible with the long-held desire south of the border for annexation and Seward's related desire to deflect sectional antagonism by rallying against British Canada. 110 Not calming 111 was the repeated presence north of the border of the notorious Confederate sympathizer, Clement Vallandigham. 112 Then there were the suspicious trunks and boxes belonging to John Wilkes Booth, which were found in Quebec shortly after the fateful month of April 1865.113. Despite their ability to conspire in British Canada, the Confederates did not take mercy on the Britons in their midst. 114 As ever, there were repeated complaints about the maltreatment of African seafarers on British-flagged vessels docking in Dixie's ports. 115 Not the kind of policy needed for a confederacy seeking diplomatic support. Old habits die hard, irrespective of the stakes, and by August 1861 the sheriff in New Orleans was instructing London's consul that it was illegal for African mariners to be discharged in his town, since free-colored people brought here in vessels must be imprisoned. 116 Even in Richmond, where it might be thought that diplomatic sensitivities were primary, British subjects faced another kind of confinement, forcible enlistment in the Confederate military, a huge and continuing problem which occupied a considerable amount of the besieged consul's time. 117 By 1864, the consul in Charleston himself had to fend off an aggressive attempt to have his diplomatic status overridden and to be drafted. 118 There were similar complaints in Baltimore. 119 Even the eminent Lord Lyons had to fend off Seward, who had the foolish habit of asking to see dispatches written by me. 120 The conscription measures were occurring after the Emancipation Proclamation, when it might be thought that sensitivities about restraints on liberty were more prevalent. Interestingly, despite this troublesome issue, by early 1864 the Richmond consul, George Moore, thought that though Dixie was estranged from London, their relationship was recoverable and not lost. As for Washington, he said, we shall always be disliked, despite the preconception that the Republican Party had more in common with Britain. In Richmond he found a respectable minority who were willing to ink a treaty mandating the gradual abolition of slavery in the distant future, while with the North no such agreement could ever be contemplated. 121 Robert Bunch in Charleston was still musing in July 1861 about the hatred toward abolitionism he had noticed. 122 Though this was hardly conducive to winning diplomatic support. Washington, which seized the opportunity to take over much British property, as Bunch put it, was hardly better. 123 This too was questionable, since Lord Lyons had made it clear that the sympathies of an Englishman are mutually inclined toward the North, and my feelings against slavery might lead me to desire to cooperate with them. 124 A common view among British diplomats. 125 Consuls. 126 seemed to think. 127 That the Emancipation Proclamation, instead of being seen in Washington as a down payment on a stiffer abolition, was a revenge-seeking measure against those seeking to destroy the Union. It was driven by a republic that remained hotly jealous of London and hardly forthcoming to the African. In the South, a truer slaveholders' republic was sufficiently desperate to negotiate away its raison d'etre, or at least to buy time by leaving that vague impression. Above all, London had to consider whether the war-torn republic might seek to heal its divisions by an all-out assault on the crown. London well knew that the French saw their perch in Mexico as potential leverage against Belize, which could perhaps be extended all the way to typically unsettled Quebec. In March 1861 Lord Lyons met with Seward confidentially, and they discussed Brazil recognizing the Confederacy, their community of feeling on slavery being decisive. Then they had dinner with the French and Russian ministers and chewed over the impact of a possible blockade by Washington, Seward getting more and more violent and noising all the while. England and France should act in concert, were Lord Lyons's final words in this dispatch. 128 But this seemed more of a hopeful aspiration than anything else. 129 Washington, he thought, was trying to get France to unite with them against us. 130 For Lord Lyons recognized that the hope of the anti-English party, which in the Republic cross-sectional lines, is that she will try and engage us in difficulties here, and then leave us in the lurch, and play her own game in Europe. 131 Even as 1865 was about to dawn, London was complaining bitterly after Seward downgraded the status of British diplomats, while not doing the same for French ones, compelling the former to pay taxes. This was viewed as a crude attempt to sow discontent between the European powers. 132 Vengeance on London was the pressing matter for them, thought Lord Lyons, while ousting France from Mexico was a sideshow. 133 The Russian minister in Washington, who felt war between England and the United States must inevitably break out, agreed with him, though, understandably, the Tsar's delegate took some pains to deny to me the truth of the rumors as to an alliance between his nation and the Republic. Even while embroiled in civil war, Lord Lyons thought Washington was still eagerly seeking an opportunity to attack London. Here can little doubt, he opined. 134 But again, Lord Lyons had more than one tool in his kit, for both sides were seeking loans and succor in London. 135 Yet early in the war, the so-called Trent affair, when U.S. officials removed Confederate officials from a British ship, almost brought about that dreaded foreign war which would ensnare London. 136 Lord Lyons was heartened that Paris informed Seward not to expect aid from France. So moved, he felt confident in placing the unpalatable choices of surrender or war before Seward. It will have a very good effect on them, he mused. Making a shrewd deduction, he worried that Washington would retaliate with a filibustering expedition of the Irish on the frontier of Canada. Seward, he thought, was in a very painful dilemma involving the humiliation of yielding to England versus the extreme danger of refusing our terms. 137 In Charleston, in some ways the heart of Dixie, Robert Bunch found many were very much dissatisfied with London, the scapegoat for their own folly, responsible for their own want of common sense. That we were right and they wrong did not diminish their displeasure. 138 Bunch was appalled by the increasing captiousness he witnessed. From the goodwill of the new Confederacy we have nothing to hope, he said as early as July 1861. Hating us, as it does, for many reasons, but principally for our opposition to slavery, it will gladly hail any opportunity of humbling or of embarrassing us. 139 The advent of the Emancipation Proclamation seemed to give jet propulsion to Dixie's resentment of the Crown. All persons in this locality, the consul said of Charleston in reference to Euro-Americans, have of late been in the habit of giving utterance to this bitterness. It renders my own position one of great difficulty. 140 Though 141 London found the Emancipation Proclamation rather tepid, it was no less stunned by the vituperative response to it, particularly in Charleston.
Bunch forwarded to London Jefferson Davis's forebodingly intemperate remarks that this decree could lead to but one of three possible consequences: the annihilation of the slaves, the exile of the whole white population from the Confederacy, or the absolute and total separation of these states from the United States. 142. London's emissaries, watching the mass slaughter that was taking place in their field of vision, seemed to be willing to accept, even embrace, the kind of abolitionism proposed by the White House, sensing that more robust measures would incite ever more extremely violent responses. The Charleston consul seemed stunned to witness in the course of 5 hours a contingent of Negro troops destroy, by fire, a number of plantation settlements. They burned the dwelling house of the planters, with their contents, furniture, books, wines, etc., also the dwellings of the overseers and the Negroes, the mills and other buildings. Then they took away with them many of the Negroes by whom these plantations had been cultivated, which was about 500 or 600 persons. 143. This war may become one of extermination, cried Bunch. It was indiscriminate bloodshed and rapine. 144. A war of eventual extermination might occur, he warned, as the Emancipation Proclamation was rumored. 145. By mid-1863, speaking of Vicksburg, Lord Lyons shrank in horror at the painful and retaliatory executions, adding that if the Negro regiments are organized and taken to the South, we may look for a series of horrors with some of these armed man-made slaves. 146. As early as 1861, Bunch foresaw that there was no doubt that if the slaves were armed and their passions stimulated by the enemy, they would constitute a fearful addition to the forces of the United States. 147. Submitted to London was a copy of a Confederate mandate arguing that since in Louisiana secession opponents had organized and armed Negro slaves for military service against their masters, citizens and this Confederacy, those responsible should be treated as outlaws and be held in close confinement for execution as a felon. 148. What was unfolding may have been neither the feared servile insurrection nor a replay of Haiti. But London could hardly ignore the ripples these events might send southward toward their own colonies, where Africans were doing well only in comparison to their persecuted counterparts in the Republic. 149. Yet the nervousness in London about the huge baskets of blood being spilled and the deleterious effects of the weak-kneed Emancipation Proclamation seemed to reach a zenith in Manhattan in mid-1863 with the draft riots in New York. The apprehension among some that they were being drafted to rescue the despised African was at the center of this raging convulsion. Staring from his window, Consul E. W. Archibald witnessed the cruel beating of 2 or 3 Negroes by a mob of infuriated men. Alarmingly, British vessels routinely staffed heavily by Africans were invaded, he said, by gangs of men armed with clubs. Thus, he urgently requested that a man of war be dispatched to the region in order to receive and protect black British crew. It was possible that this could ignite the diversionary war against the Crown that some in the Republic had long desired. That London was seeking to protect Africans, while local authorities sashayed aside and winked at their beating, was hard to ignore. But alarmingly, for Republicans, an armed French vessel volunteered to receive for protection on board these hounded mariners. Bringing Paris and London together could disrupt the plan to turn one against the other. Nevertheless, on Bastille Day 1863, Archibald composed his latest missive. At 4 a.m. he could still see crowds of idle and excited men throng the wharves and docks with the expectation that a mob would again set upon British subjects who happened to be African. 150. The next day, Charles Felix Millard, a shipmaster from Nassau then trapped in New York, recalled the blood-curdling events of 48 hours earlier. A mob had invaded his ship and was killing his crew, who were mostly African. He was stunned to see one of his mates lying on the quarter deck with his arm broken in 2 places and his skull laid open and bleeding profusely. A local clergyman, Charles Thomas Conant, was that evening taking the ferry to Brooklyn from Lower Manhattan, and from the rigging of this vessel he could see clearly 40 or 50 men and boys armed with heavy clubs who sought to board a British schooner. Soon they were violently beating British subjects who were African. Somehow Conant left the ferry and reached the assaulted schooner. There he saw among the men on the deck, a man respectably dressed and of respectable appearance but without any weapon in his hand. He seemed to be in charge, directing the hectic and murderous traffic. 151. The bloodshed continued. Archibald found that the most lamentable feature of these riots is the brutal persecution of the Negroes, of whom many have been murdered in cold blood, numbers maimed and beaten, and nearly all have been driven from their homes in despair. He seemed hurt when he wrote that the rioters here have been almost entirely Irish, and appeared to connect their acts to a local archbishop who had condemned what was termed British despotism in Ireland. 152. This penultimate pogrom, though it occurred in New York, did not benefit the Confederacy. Ironically, it may have sealed the fate of the enhanced racism its success portended. So, the Confederacy was ultimately thrashed. This presented a radically different environment for Africans in the hemisphere. Teachers from Barbados, for example, began migrating to Kentucky to ply their trade. 153. Interestingly, James Rapier became the first Negro to gain admittance to the medical school in Ann Arbor. But he did so in the 1860s by listing Kingston, Jamaica, as his residence, while a light-skinned Detroiter was turned away when he showed up, suggesting the continuing valence of London in the Republic. 154. So boosted, this man with Canadian roots became the first Negro congressman in Alabama. He shared this valuable trait of Canadian background with Isaac Shadd, the first Negro Speaker of the House in Mississippi. 155. Conversely, Africans from the Republic began heading in the other direction. In 1858, Sarah Parker Remond, born in Massachusetts, traveled to Britain, where she was lionized in Liverpool on an abolitionist mission. When addressing women, she emphasized the sexual assault on her gender. After the war ended, she moved to Florence, became a physician, and renounced whatever remained of her U.S. nationality. 156. She was joined by Ira Aldridge, born in the Republic, who ascended great heights as a thespian. 157. Pointedly, he chose the year of alleged emancipation 1863 to become a British subject, the culmination of a long effort to distance himself from an identity as a U.S. national. 158. The end of the war and slavery's extinction led to a more normalized relationship between the Republic and the Crown. 159. Which had been on the verge of war almost continuously since the birth of the U.S. Though bandied about, the decades-long attempt by the Republic to annex Canada suffered a slow death. 160. President Ulysses Grant joined the historic stampede driving those who coveted Canada. Even Senator Sumner was said to have informed London in 1866 that there could be no hope of genuine friendship between the nations until Canada was ceded. 161. A replay of his party's platform, which in 1864 continued to demand annexation. 162. But this inordinate pressure helped to forge a more cohesive dominion, as a defensively direct result. 163. One giddy Republican, intoxicated by the prospect that his nation and the monarchy were finally in accord on abolition, foraged beyond mere annexing of Canada and proposed that the two principles be reunited, then dictate terms to the world. 164. This was not necessarily good news for indigenes and Africans, who progressively lost a foreign friend, a process that led to more seizing of the land of the former in the 1860s. 165. Just as the Civil War seemed to promise a new birth of freedom, Africans too did not necessarily profit from the normalizing of relations between Washington and London, even as they morphed into a citizenship status they could claim more legitimately. Yet, as British diplomats had predicted with insight that eluded many in the Republic, their stigmatized status prepared the ground for decades of lynching and persecution, until the rise of Japan and later that of the Soviet Union created more external pressure for the demise of Jim Crow. 166. To be sure, the role of Canada as a backstop for African Americans did not disappear totally. As the historian David Levering Lewis pointed out in reference to the Niagara movement spearheaded by W.E.B. Du Bois, here was irony in the fact that the first collective attempt by African Americans to demand full citizenship rights in the 20th century, without even indirect support of influential whites, had been forced to spring to life on Canadian soil. 167. Following Blitten, a prominent Liberian was among those who yearned for a closer alliance with London. 168. Following Dickens,
H. G. Wells and George Bernard Shaw were among the legions who kept alive the British tradition of sweeping critique of the upstart republic. 169 They were following in the footsteps of antebellum Negroes who would not accept the idea that the worsening of their plight was a step forward for humanity in the aftermath of the epical events of 1776, and who viewed the anti-colonial bona fides of these events in the same light that Africans in Rhodesia viewed the revolt against London in 1965. They no more viewed the extension of rights for men of European descent as an advance for themselves, as did Nelson Mandela in 1948. Yes, 1776 involved a revolt against monarchy, but so did the less celebrated events in Rhodesia in 1965.170. Consequently, this tendency of Negroes in the U.S. to seek leverage abroad against their domestic foes did not end in 1865 but continued in the 20th century in quests in Mexico 171, Japan 172, India 173, the Soviet Union 174, Africa 175 and China. 176 These overseas adventures, militant self-assertion and implicit stiff-arming of U.S. sovereignty may be the continuation of the dirty secret of Negro advance and progress in a pattern that predates the founding of the Republic. The 200th anniversary of the formal abolition of the African slave trade, which was marked at the highest level in London and barely noticed in Washington, was capped off with an acknowledgement of the high cost absorbed by Britain when the slaveholders were compensated. 177. About 30 years earlier, I had traveled, as an attorney, to Georgetown, Guyana, for the trial of historian and political activist Walter Rodney, a trial he did not survive, as he was murdered subsequently by the government. What struck me at the time and which I had difficulty comprehending was the continuing fondness of many Guyanese for London across a good deal of the political spectrum. Now I understand that in part this was a byproduct of an era when London was seen as protecting Africans against the rapacious Republic. Meanwhile, in the Republic, African Americans continue to be perceived by many as being less patriotic than others, though the precise reason seems to escape detection. 178.